Yo, let's go. Yeah, man, pussy on and pussy on the one, them around with. Just see. There we go, B. Yeah, you said, not guilty all the way, mate. Trust me, champions that is. One to these frowsy youths. Yo, can someone please bring some smoke? Like, yeah, me. Can someone bring some blood clot smoke? Are you man are moving moist? I don't whine over my blackness ever. So I don't know what you're talking about, Lady Saki. Yeah, mate. We always have intelligent conversations over here anyway. Yeah. It's just moist dons come over in their feelings. Start talking about stuff that's feelings based and not on the basis of I don't know, atheism or G block. So, oh, I feel, I feel, I feel, I want attention, I want attention. So what, man? Cares about your muggy attention, man. Just chill out. You get me? Yeah, man. I tell you what, yeah, if you like attention, you should get a dog or a cat, or even have a child. Then those, yeah, tell your children some attention and shit. Yeah, me? Dead, dead, dead. Yeah. Again, for the whole day yesterday, we didn't hear nothing about G Block. Yeah. I pick up everyone that passed through yesterday. I fell asleep last night still, man. I woke up and just locked it off. But, yeah, man. See how it goes, isn't it? See how we go. Yo. Yeah, man. Yeah, if you don't want no emotional men around there yet, you need to get out the dungeon. That's coming true with their emotional too, bro. Tell them to stop their emotional selves. You get me? Uh, yeah, man. You feel me? So, yeah, we want smoke. Let me put the smoke banner up, man. We want smoke, man. We want some blood clot smoke. Sure. Hold on a jeez. Hold on a once. Yo. Where's my smoke one, man? Oh, here we go. All right, yeah, man. We want all the smoke. Where's the smokers at? Where the smokers at, man? We don't take L's. We just smoke L's. You get me? And collect dub. Trust me. Where's all the smoke? Where's all the smoke? Yeah, man. Trust me. Yeah, man. These boys one. Yeah. It's Jose around there, man. Jealous one still envy. Trust me. Yeah. Mad, 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 mad. Yo, why so? What's going on, bro?
How goes it, buddy? Yesterday, I brought up an analogy, um, and people didn't listen to it. So, of course, I made a presentation. If you want to see
Joking,
it,
bro. God, that's
I appreciate you having me on. If you want, we can do my presentation, and then that way, everybody knows that it's at the very beginning of your stream, and there's no confusion about it.
told you, bro.
All right, well, let me bring it up. So, what the presentation was about was, or what the topic was about was souls, as a recap. And a bunch of people were talking about souls, and they were saying how it could be energy, consciousness, spirit. They were giving all these different explanations for a soul. And I was reading Peter Pan to my son 2 days ago now. Yesterday it would have been one day, and then I started listening to their explanations, and I was like, wait, I just read Peter Pan yesterday, and this all seems kind of familiar, like the way that these people are talking and everything, and they tried to like put me down for making an analogy. So let's see if my analogy kind of goes with what they were saying. Okay, 1 second. My computer is a little slow right now. I just started it. Plus, I had the door open. It's like fucking 40 degrees outside. So,
It's hot, yeah? Fucking cold over here, mate.
oh,
Sunshine,
dude,
but it's
it gets cold as fuck here. It was canceled. Okay, 1 second. There we go. There we go. All right, I believe I'm screen sharing now. I'm not sure, but we'll see.
you're up.
All right. So, nope, I don't want to play that. There we go. I'll play this. Here we go. So, if I'm screen sharing, this is Souls, the Peter Pan analogy by Why So Religious.
Right.
Analogy set up. Peter Pan can tell what is real. He also believes in make believe. Example, he eats real food. Sometimes he make believes food and make believes eating it. Wendy acts as Peter's and the Lost Boy's mother. She eats real food. She also pretends to eat make believe food. This is when Peter does so as to satisfy him. The Lost Boys follow Peter's
You cut out a
everywhere.
little bit, bro.
I'm sorry.
You cut out a little bit.
Okay. Middle of the screen. Wendy acts as Peter's and the Lost Boy's mother. She eats real food. She also pretends to eat make-believe food. This is when Peter does, so as to satisfy him. The Lost Boys follow Peter's every word and action. They eat real food when Peter does. If Peter eats make-believe food, the Lost Boys pretend to eat make-believe food also. They do it to satisfy Peter. Part of the story. It is time to eat. The narrator says that Peter, Wendy, and the Lost Boys are having tea. It is make-believe tea. Wendy asks one of the Lost Boys, "Are you finished with your tea?" Where the Lost Boy responds, "Almost." Then another Lost Boy looks over at the imaginary cup the first Lost Boy is holding. The second Lost Boy says he hasn't even finished half of his milk. Notice they are pretending to drink to appease Peter. Wendy is trying to make sure they pretend it is tea. The Lost Boys pretend to have cups to appease Peter, yet the Lost Boys can't tell if the imaginary drink is tea, milk, etc. Analogy and presentation form. Peter believes real things are real. He also believes things that aren't seen, not tangible, as real. if other people say they believe it. Wendy knows things that are real, pretends to know things not seen, not tangible, are real, tangible, also tries to make sure everyone knows what the unseen, not tangible, is, all to appease Peter. Lost boys know things are real, pretends to know things not seen, not tangible, are real, tangible. They pretend to eat food if Peter is pretending to eat food. Instead of eating real food, they need Peter to believe and tell them what to believe. They need Wendy to tell them what the unseen, not tangible item is. Yet they still can't. I'm sorry, the screen is at the bottom it says hide or share. I can't read it, but y'all can. All right, analogy for souls. Yahweh, Jesus, Allah, and etc. claim that they know the seen, tangible, and the unseen, not tangible. Here we are talking about souls. Religious figures reinforce God's claim through text or agreement from each other, while they try to explain what the unseen, not tangible is. Once again, we are speaking about souls. Believers follow and believe the seen, tangible, and unseen, not tangible, that God says is real. Most rely on religious figures to explain the unseen, not tangible, to them, though some use text independently, in which case they give their own explanations for the unseen. We're almost done here. Peter Pan and God both want people to believe in the unseen, not tangible. They both claim it exists without any tangible evidence. Wendy and religious figures believe in the unseen, not tangible, because Peter Pan / God wants them to believe. They also try to tell the believers / followers what the unseen, not tangible is. This is to appease Peter Pan / God. The lost boys / believers believe in the unseen, not tangible, because Peter Pan / God tells them it is real. They believe and follow Wendy's / religious figures' explanations of what the unseen, not tangible is. This is to appease Peter Pan / God. In the story, it is time to eat, but it is only make-believe. They all say it is real, though. Wendy tells them it is tea. The Lost Boys believe they are drinking and eating, but they differ as to what the unseen, not tangible is. Now replace with beliefs in souls, Yahweh, Jesus, Allah. Religious figures tell them what a soul is. Followers believe in a soul. Depending on the faith, the descriptions will differ. Consciousness, spirit, energy. Notice the cup / doctrine aren't tangible, which leads to the tea / soul to be mistaken / interpreted into whatever the Lost Boys / followers believe explains their belief.
Yo, yeah, yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying there, so.
Because
But
they cut me off yesterday and they wouldn't let me explain it.
yeah, they flipped on you though. So they they flipped on you yesterday. So they were saying that when you was trying, if you're trying to use analogies for the world with Peter Pan, then atheism and it's like, but what he was using the analogy of Peter Pan for how humans see like God, Jesus,
Well, I was using the analogy of Peter Pan, saying that he
scriptures.
sees things that aren't there to the other people, but the other people say that they see it just because they want to appease Peter Pan. Now they know, and even in the book, it says that the children and Wendy know that they are not eating or drinking anything. But what they're doing is trying to appease Peter, and they'll go to bed hungry and starving just to make him happy. That's the whole point of the analogy. is that these people do not have proof of a soul. And that's why they have to, one person say energy, one person say consciousness, another person say spirit, because there is no proof of it. And what they want to do is keep asking questions to the point where an atheist has to admit, I don't know about a soul. I don't know what happens after death, but neither do you. And the neither do you is the part where they say, well, of course I do. I have a God. I have a book that tells me it. So if you have a book that tells you what happens after death, I have a book to analogize why you have that belief in that book. But they wouldn't let me say all this because they're just gonna talk over me.
Nah, it goes, man. Nah, it goes. You know what? Yeah, like obviously it isn't usually on the platform. Yeah, I do try to get everyone to speak one after the other. You know what I mean? That, but it's, you know, it can get a bit hard sometimes as well. And obviously, I'm not always there. Like I'm at work.
Oh, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that these people, even you'll notice that you put 6 Muslims on a panel, okay, or let's say 5 Muslims on a panel, they'll never agree on anything on Islam. But as soon as somebody comes on that it isn't a Muslim, they'll all agree to go against them, whether it be a Christian, a Jew, a Hindu, or whatever. It doesn't matter, an atheist. But with even with people, and it goes the same way with people who are just a theist in general against an atheist or an agnostic or whatever. They could all be different religions, but they'll find
Hey, bro, sorry
one.
to tell you, yeah, I'm literally about to go for a tunnel. Yeah, so you and poor Richard have to hold out for me. Yeah.
Okay.
You gonna come? You gonna dip when I come through? All right. Okay. But let me tell you this.
Hey, go on, I'm with you, man.
Yeah. Salute to you, bigger. Are you breaking up, bigger? Sound like you under a bridge, bro. What you did? You went under a bridge on me? You in the tunnel?
Hello, Ultra Funky. I appreciate you saying I should do work for Audible. I don't know if they'll pay me the small amount that I would require, but that's it.
So let me. All right. So why so religious? Let me tell you this though. Why so religious? Listen. So this is the thing, man. Okay. So first of all, I think this is me from the outside looking in, bro. You sit in the chats, right? And then you make sure that you comment on everything you disagree with. And then once you come on the channel and you say all of the things that you disagree with, and when a person tries to explain it to you, you start to kind of attack you start to attack people, right? And then right when it's time for you to answer the questions that you have that people oppose to you, then you say, damn it, my son. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, why it's so
May I
religious.
respond? May
I
I
know you.
respond?
Hold on. Let me land, and then you can respond. I know you have a son, and your son wakes up. But I'm not gonna lie, why it's so religious, bro. You've done that like 6 days in a row. You jump on the
May
panel.
I respond?
As soon as this is my last sentence. You jump on the panel. You speak for 10 to 15 minutes, and then right on time, like clockworks, bam, your son wakes up, and then you have to go. Go
Do
ahead.
you have any idea how long I'm in the back chat?
I
No.
don't. No, I
Okay.
don't. I
Okay.
don't.
Is that a fair question to you? Do you
Yeah,
believe?
no, that's a fact.
Okay. So my son
How long
sleeps
are you in the back chat?
normally as soon as I lay my son down for a nap, I get in the back chat, and you can check some of the chats. I'm like, hey, Billy, I'm in the back, and then it's still a wait for probably about 20 minutes, and that's not really all Billy's fault. A part of it is just the panel's full. Another thing is, as soon as I come on, sometimes people just keep talking and they don't want to let me talk at all. That's also true. Yesterday, when I came on, visually on the screen, it took about 6 minutes before I was able to say anything. Okay,
Yeah, well,
so
yeah, you
so
should. Yeah, no,
so
you should.
let me just add this real quick. So as soon as I lay my son down, firstly, I'm listening. Uh, let's see here. I think it's 10 o'clock where y'all are at, right? In England, it's like 10 o'clock.
Like, it's 8
No, it's nine. It's nine. Nine
Okay.
o'clock.
Well, it's 2 a.m. where I am right now. So if you get the time difference, right now I have to be up in about 5 hours to wake up with my son so my wife can keep sleeping. I stay up with him for an hour and a half, and I listen to this channel for the past week while I do that, and I'm waiting for him to go to sleep so that I can jump on. Now I have my computer ready to go. I'm ready to click on and try to get in on the conversation, but I'm also in the back chat waiting sometimes just to get on the channel. And as soon as I hear him cry, or a lot of times I can't hear him because my headset is on my ears. So I have my phone right here, and you probably even heard it through my mic where it vibrates, and that's my wife saying, "Hey, he's awake." And I just come and get him and let her sleep some more. And she returns the favor later on throughout the day. But I can't help it, dude. I can't help that the timing is awkward. Anybody who watched my channel before knows that I used to do 4-hour live streams where I would just allow anybody on, and as long as you didn't say racist bullshit or straight up lie to the point where I can fact check you and you don't apologize and say that you were wrong, then I wouldn't kick you off. So this isn't me like running or anything. This is me trying to equate my time of living into the time that I'm also trying to be on here.
Yeah, no, no, I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. I just don't know, man. I don't know. I get the vibe like it's like if someone disagrees with you, and it's not even just you, white or religious, because everyone has their square that they stand on. And if you don't agree with me when I'm standing on my square, then I am going to talk over you. I'm going to make sure that you understand that I don't agree with anything you're saying. And I don't know. Sometimes it can come off a little arrogant or a little passive aggressive. That's what I can say. Why so religious?
I can
On
see
the
that.
outside looking in.
I
It
can
comes
see
off
that,
aggressive.
but also if you watch yesterday's morning, right when right when G Block opened up,
Mhm.
I came on, and I think it was yesterday, maybe it was 2 mornings ago. I'm not really sure, but yeah, it was maybe 2 mornings ago. I came on and I apologized for saying that Shirak
Chakarov.
Shaka Ross Speaks didn't provide his sources on screen. Now, when I said that, I had been watching for a couple of days, but I did not see him do it. So there was a time frame when he did it and I wasn't watching. And as soon as G Block mentioned that he did it, I apologized and said I was wrong. So
Mhm.
that's not so a lot of people may say I seem arrogant or pompous or like I'm trying to speak over people, but as soon as you tell me I'm wrong and there's verification, I'll be the first one to say, "Hey, I was wrong."
Yes. And then one more question. One more question I have to ask you. Because I've heard you say this. I'm happy you brought up Shaka Ra because I noticed this you did this with Shaka Ra. He never once, right? Maybe you was saying, "Hey, Shaka Ra, answer this question," and I don't care if he deflected or diverted or whatever. What made you resort to name calling? Because
He
once you
called
didn't
me a
answer the
colonizer.
question,
He called me a colonizer first, bro.
no,
When
he did not. No, he did not. He
Yes,
was
he did. Yes,
he,
he did. If
he
you
was
want, may I finish? Because this is true. When I brought up the Moroccans who bring up their buried people,
yep.
7 years after, he said I was lying. Even though I put into the back chat, this is a fact, the source. So then what did he do? So then what did he do? He he criticized my source by saying, "Oh, it's the sun."
It's a
Ha ha ha!
newspaper.
It's the sun. Let
Yeah.
me finish. I'll wrap up in about 45 seconds and give you the mic. I promise. So then I had to go. Reggie, I can't remember the whole screen name, but Reggie something. He came on. He screen shared it, and Shaka Ra admitted that he was wrong, but then he called me the colonizer. He said, "You'll do." He said this to Reggie, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's probably damn near a quote. "You'll do anything to protect that colonizer." That's exactly what he said,
You
bro.
told Reggie that?
Yeah.
No, no, that's what Shaka Ra Speaks
All right.
said about me.
Yeah, no. Yeah, can I say that? All right, cool. Is it cool if I go? Can I go? All
Yes,
right.
brother.
Cool. So I know Shaka Ra, he always tells, let me give a little preface to that. Shaka Ra always tells Reggie that. I've told Reggie that. I said, Reggie, you are a good guy if you would stop protecting and stop caping for the colonizer. So
And so, may I respond? Is that acceptable?
oh my gosh, I thought it was my turn to talk.
It is your turn, but is that acceptable?
It can't be my turn to speak if you're speaking. So I've even said personally, Reggie, you're a good guy if you start protecting keyword the colonizer. I didn't say why so religious the colonizer, or I didn't say this random person the colonizer. I said if you would stop protecting the colonizer. That could be the government. That could be fucking the Portuguese army that colonized the people in the ancient times. It could be anybody. I'm saying Reggie, he protects the colonizer. I've said the same thing that Shaka Ross said. It's on you if you take it personal. If you think he's speaking specifically about you, that's your problem. So Shaka Ra has the right to tell Reggie that if he did not say, "Hey, why so religious? You are a colonizer," then you cannot honestly say that he called you a colonizer. It's just
So
simple.
when the sentence when the whole context is about the conversation I bring up to him,
Hey,
and then
why
he
so religious?
denies it.
Yeah, let me give you some information, bro. Yeah, the Sun newspaper in the UK is known as a bit of a racist and a biased newspaper. So
But
when he said the Sun newspaper, that ring bells with sort of the UK audience. You know what I
well,
mean? That
okay.
you weren't saying that he was wrong if you just
For
like,
one, I
you
don't
know what
know
I mean?
that, but the source
Yeah, you don't know
material
that.
is
Oh,
correct.
that's what I'm trying to say. I'm giving you the information now, innit?
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except source material being correct or false.
Right,
That
right,
is
right.
that is the absolute truth of it, because we're supposed to all be wanting truth and facts. Now, whether you disagree with a certain paper's leaning stance, I could either agree with you or disagree, depending on if I know the facts or not about that leaning side. But what I'm getting at is in the context of it. Okay, I bring up a source. He completely denies that anything that I bring up has ever happened, and then he gets called out by another person, and then when I'm gone, he calls me the colonizer. And you try to say born rich that, oh well, he's just saying people in general, the colonizers in general.
Yeah.
But in context, bro, he is talking about the source that I brought up, and the discussion that I was talking about. So in English, in the language that we were speaking, it is a reference to me. Do you understand that?
Yes. Yes.
And he has called me the colonizer to my, well, I mean, of course,
No, he hasn't.
face.
You gotta
Yes, he has.
you gotta
Yes,
bring
he
up
has.
the video.
Yes, he has. In
No,
our
listen. I
conversations
don't want
together,
to
he
take your
called,
word. Why so religious?
born rich. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. I'll get 10
No,
seconds,
I'm
10
not.
seconds,
Yeah,
10 seconds, 10
yeah,
seconds, 10
let,
seconds.
let finish, and then you ask him after. Let
Okay,
finish
go
after.
ahead. Go ahead.
There is video of he and I talking together, and he called me the colonizer, and I said, how am I the colonizer? He said, you're all the colonizer. I said, and this is my quote back to him. I said, if I'm the colonizer, then you're the spreader. That's exactly what I said, bro. And that's the reason I said it, because he called me that first. So don't try to act like this is some pity train.
I'm not even gonna. All right, can I speak? Bigger. Is it my turn, bigger?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, it's your turn, bro.
all right. So now I'm not going to say.
But why so religious? Let him finish, yeah?
I'm not
Let him
going to
finish
say
his,
your
let him
line,
get to
bro.
the end, yeah?
But you know how we do, bigger. I've been coming to these UK streams for over a year now, and I know we deal with receipts. If it's on Valley Vision's channel, then it's there. So if you could find that for me, cool. If you can't, don't. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like it's not a big deal, then fuck it. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Now, my thing is now with Shaka, if we get back on the Shaka situation, we know that Shaka was saying, what was the other thing that you and Shaka got into it about? Shaka was, oh no, you brought up the sun. You brought up the sun as your source, right? I'm not a journalist, right? But I do live in America, and we know the proper way to do journalism in America, and it's probably this. I'm sure it's the same way in the UK. Is you cannot report a story unless you have three different sources.
That's not true.
So you just go off one source. So if bigger, hold on. All right, cool. I love you said that. So if Veli tells me that fucking Asians are if bigger if Veli tells me Asians are selling us poisonous alcohol, should I just go on a platform and say, hey, you know what? Asians are selling us poisonous alcohol. Don't buy alcohol from Asians because I read it in Valley Vision G Block article that was published in 2016.
That's a false equivalence. That's a false equivalence.
How? You're saying the sun, and I'm saying what makes the sun different than Valley Vision's G Block?
Because it's never been refuted. For one, it's been that article has been published for almost 10 years. Okay, and this also has a government, okay, and a government official quoted as saying that they are trying to attack the problem. So if you're trying to equate, and no offense to you, G Block, but if you're trying to equate some YouTube channel to a source that has government officials quoted on it that no other publication across the world has yet refuted, then I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Now I have to ask you, what's the fucking definition of a government official? Because the guy who accepts money. No, let's be 100. Why so religious? Come on, bro. If I work in a government building and I accept money from the people who have to walk in and no, the fuck take accept money. What if I work in a government building and now I just check IDs? I sit at the front desk.
Dude, it was the lead medical professional for the government of Morocco. I can pull it up if you want.
The lead medical.
No, that's not his technical term on the paper.
Yo. Hey, listen. You see this argument, yeah? Obviously, that's dead in it. So let's because I want some smoke in it, man. I want to come on and give G Block smoke back. You get me? Where's bruv? Like everyone's just in the chat chilling. Like all man can do is say, "Oh, if you're atheist, you might support LGBTQ." It's like, what? That's smoke. That's dumb.
I said this.
We want smoke.
I said this a couple of days ago, man. I don't care about the LGBTQ people, and they don't care about me, and that's the way I look at it. I don't give a fuck. And yesterday, a bunch of Muslims, were talking about it, and religious people were talking about it. But all I gotta say, dude, is who gives a fuck? There's Muslims who have posters saying we support LGBTQ. There's fucking Christians that have it, Hindus. So who gives a shit, dude? It's just people being people. Get over it. Either you're latent homosexual or you're just like way too into it.
And what I noticed, what they do about G Block is bigger. They want to put G Block in a box. They want to say, yeah, you support LGBTQ, and then when we say no, we don't. Well, they say, well, you guys leave. You like, no, it's not us. We don't believe in that. We say fuck that. Like, we don't fuck with LGBT. Yeah. Well, most atheists was like, well, most atheists do, but not me. and they
Yeah, both
can't
atheists
understand
and
that.
evil.
I just don't care about them,
They
dude.
can't understand that is because they are under a book. They're under a religious practice that won't allow them to think outside of the box. This is what G Block been saying since day one. I wish my brother Ultra had time to get on here because he says it more eloquently than I can say it. But they don't understand how we can't think in the same box that they think at. You know what I mean?
No, it's like honestly, I was walking my child around and I have a Bose like speaker system, Bluetooth speaker system, and I put it in my child's basket of his carrier, right? His carriage, and I push him around and I listen to this channel while I do it. And yesterday, what they say, it was just in my head. Fuck, dude. I'm sorry, it's late here. They were talking about the LGBTQ and they were saying that they were gonna turn it into ALGBTQ or some shit like that. Do y'all remember that talking point?
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
y'all?
That's what they was trying to say.
Okay, so I'm around the ballpark of the conversation. Fuck. Uh, they were trying to say that it's mostly atheists that support this movement, right? Or whatever it is. I don't even know what it is. I don't know. But I think most atheists, the difference is, oh, that was it. What you just said, Born Rich.
What's that?
There was one theist. I can't remember if he was a Muslim or a Christian or whoever, but he said, well, all atheists are in one block, so you can't say that that you don't all support it. It's just like you can't be half atheist and you can't be half Muslim. And that was his quote. So if I was on, I wanted, and as soon as I heard it, I thought, so you're all terrorists, right? Because possibly half of you are terrorists. We don't know. Who knows? If you want to get into everybody has to be the same fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? So, and that really made me think about how these people are hypocritical. How theist people tend to be hypocritical. They want to box everybody who isn't in their group into one concept. But then when you talk about their ideology, their beliefs, then there's different sects, there's different beliefs, and most of them are wrong, of course, because every person who's a believer has the true faith, and everybody who disagrees with that faith, they're like side notes. You know what I mean? Like they're possibles, but they're not defined as the religion.
Yeah, bigger. I got one for the theists. Can I share my screen real quick, bro?
Of course you can, my G.
Yeah, we up early, man. I'm up early, man. It's 3:19.
Howard.
I'm up early on my bullshit.
Poor Richard, Mr. Farley, you get me?
I'm up early on my bullshit today, man. Where we at? Is my screen sharing?
Howard.
Uh-oh. This is for the theists. Hold on. My bad. Let's rewind that.
Do you believe?
Yeah, rewind. Oh shit! Rewind that, bitch.
Has set you
Rewind that, bitch.
Here you go. Let me know when you're ready, bigger. Let me know when you're ready.
We ready, B. We ready.
Do you believe that the Lord tonight has set you free? Yes, sir. Turn around and tell those people. Tell them. I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women. Women. I said women. I'm not gay. I would not date a man. I would not carry a purse. I would not put on makeup.
But he still wears a bow tie.
I will love a woman. Now, listen. Y'all praise God with him. Hold on. Wait a minute. Somebody believe God with him. Hey! We don't just preach condemnation. We preach reconciliation.
YouTube is going to strike you for having a doctored video. This must be a doctored video because no religious person is gay.
I'm done, nigga. I'm done, nigga. Hold on, I'm done.
Misinformation.
Yeah, I took it off people and still. Yeah, yo. Women.
I'm done, bro. I'm done, man.
How you saying God can't fix homosexuals, huh? Oh,
Man, that man is delivered, man. He's delivered. He danced because he's
I
delivered.
like women.
Women. That's what that man said.
I said women, you know. I like women. I will not wake up no more. Oh, shit, that was bad.
I just want to say hello, Rob, and also if we want to do another atheist and atheist thing, I do have a question about your morality concept.
Morning, folks. Hope you're all well.
Salute.
So,
you're asking me why so?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Rob. So, this is kind of like me going to have to ask questions to get to the real question, just so to like follow up from the other day. You get what I mean? So
yeah, go on then.
Okay, so morals to you is well-being, is the foundation, right? Human well-being.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's what it means for morality, rather. That would be the way I'd say it. Morality entails, in my view, human well-being. Well, well-being for conscious creatures, but in our case, human well-being.
Okay, we'll use that. Well-being for conscious creatures. So that's the separation, is that it has to be conscious.
Yes, and I'd probably add sentient, right? Because I don't know whether certain lower order creatures can have well-being other than being alive, right? So insects, for example. So just to make it easy, let's stick with humans, but I think higher order animals, you know, like cows and other sort of animals that have a nervous system and have large brains or larger brains, certainly can feel pain and suffering, and then they would fall under well-being as well.
So it's not just entities. Like,
what's an entity?
Well, it's not like beings. It's not something that is technically a human. It's because I'll get to this. So you believe that slaughtering an animal for food is immoral, right?
Yeah, I'm a vegan. I think unnecessary suffering of an animal, if it's for your survival, then that would be fine. If you have the ability to eat something other than that, then taking unnecessary suffering, i.e. killing an animal when you don't have to, would be immoral, yeah.
And you would be a proponent of making that illegal, correct?
Yeah, in an ideal world, I'd get rid of factory farming. That would be stage one. But ultimately, I'd like to see a world where animals are not eaten for food unless it's absolutely necessary for the survival of human beings. That would be the ideal, yeah.
So, but you're a proponent of abortion.
Correct, because that's not a human being, yeah.
Well, I mean, it is.
When you say I'm a proponent,
is a separate human inside of another
that's
human.
the whole point. Yeah, that's the whole point, right?
Here's the thing. It is a chromosome difference, right? It is a complete entity with a different heartbeat. No human has two hearts at birth.
Well, I'm not sure if they do, but that's fine. It doesn't sway me one way or the other.
Animalities aside, right? The regular person does not have two hearts. And also, when at the time of conception, the DNA of that person is configured for their whole life, their whole entity, how tall they're going to be, the hair color, the eye color, the pigment of skin, etc. But yet you still support the idea that slaughtering that entity, that human, is okay if one person carrying it decides, regardless of the other person who helped conceive that entity, that human, disagrees.
Okay, good. So I'm pro-choice, meaning that the person, so yes, you could say I quote, I don't support abortion like across the board. What I am is pro-choice. And I am up to the point where it becomes a sentient being that is capable of suffering. Prior to that, it only has the potential to be a human. So I do not consider a fetus prior to the what's the word? The nervous system and the brain developing, and the heart, a combination of those. And I think when I was listening to somebody who's more of an expert on this, it's probably around 26 weeks when sentience kicks in, something like that. Might be a bit earlier, but in all that range.
There's been 24 weeks that
yeah, 24 weeks. So from that time, then it's a sentient creature. At that point, I would not be in favor of it, because then it is essentially a human being. It can suffer, but prior to that, it's all about the definition of a human being. So no, I'm in the favor of somebody who is carrying it to say they have the choice about what they do with their body, up to the point when it becomes what I would consider human.
So do animals have DNA?
Sure. Yeah.
So all animals have DNA.
As far as I know, I'm not sure that any doesn't.
So as far as we both know, DNA is at least a foundation of what a creature is.
Potentially an animal, yeah, like something that's
Well, we're
not
animals
a tree.
too, so we could just say creature, because we're animals too, even though we try to hold ourselves up to a higher plane.
Yeah,
Correct?
yeah. I think I can see where you're going. So if we shortcut a little bit,
depending on the food chain,
feel,
you might be at the bottom. If we're swimming in the ocean, we're at the bottom of the food chain. You know, on dry land, we're towards the top.
Okay,
so
let me just
animals.
Why? So let me see if I can shortcut it for you. You feel there's inconsistency because in this particular case, I'm not in favor of allowing this thing to continue. But in every other case, or in most other cases of animals, I'm in favor of not allowing them to suffer unnecessarily. Is that your critique?
Actually, my critique is that you won't even open up the debate. That's my critique, is that the last time we spoke about abortion, I mentioned that my problem with abortion is that nobody listens to the man's side, that the man has no voice. And your opinion was, oh, well, it's a woman's body. You can't make her do what she doesn't want to do. And my whole point was, we, as men, right, we have no say in it, even though we helped or interacted and produced a child also. Now, true, I am breaking down the fundamental of your argument, which is chromosomes, conception, and you are trying to use an arbitrary term as what you think, or what quote unquote science says is livable, I guess you would say, like at a certain age, at a certain week, whatever. But my whole point is, you are not following your own morals if you are considering the concept as well-being, because this is a creature that has a DNA to its own, and it technically has begun life at the moment of conception, because it is something that is going to become more. Just as when it's born, it's going to become more.
Yeah. Okay, good. So the difference, though, is that it's inside somebody else's body, and I support their bodily autonomy over the potential for this to become a human. Because remember that in about 20% of cases, there are natural abortions, right? So
it's
still
a human, Rob.
No, it's only the potential for a human. It only becomes human at a certain point.
Rob,
so I disagree with that.
DNA. It was conceived by humans, okay, and it has human DNA to the point that it decides how tall it's going to be, its weight possibly, its eye color, skin pigment, all these things. It is human. Okay.
Well, you can keep saying that. I disagree. It has the potential to be human, and I consider it human when it has the ability to suffer, when it has a brain formed, a nervous system, and a heartbeat. At that point, for me, it's human. Prior to that, it is not human. It has the potential to be human, and a woman has the choice as to whether she wishes to keep it or not. So it is a special case, which I see no problem with and no inconsistency.
Okay, you don't see inconsistency, but what I see is you separating 24 weeks from the moment of conception, as opposed to me, who doesn't believe in morals. What did I do? I moved to a state where there is no abortions because I don't agree with it. Now,
so you'd force a woman to conceive even if she didn't want to. So her body is not in
what does
charge.
the
She's
man
not in
want,
charge.
Rob?
You are.
What does the man want? When I was told I was going to be a father, I was ecstatic, dude. My whole life became changed. And then if all of a sudden I found out that the woman just all of a sudden went out and got an abortion without even without even having to consider my emotional distress at that point, and I can't even sue her based off emotional distress, then what? Who
Well, why is that wrong in your view?
who is in the moral high ground there? That I at least want to talk about it and debate about it, but this person doesn't even have to concede that
No, it's her body.
I
She
help.
gets the choice.
There you go, Rob.
Correct.
You are being hypocritical where I am living out
I
my
don't see the hypocrisy, and you haven't pointed it out.
well, the hypocrisy is that you are trying to say 24 weeks is different than conception.
Yes,
Now,
and I've given you reason why.
but
You can challenge it if you like.
Yeah, the reason I'm challenging it, the way I'm challenging it, is that everything comes down to DNA, and that it's a
No,
human.
I don't
So
agree.
you're saying that at conception they're not human, but at 24 weeks they are human?
Yes, and I've told you why they are human at 24 weeks.
Because at 20, so what if it
And that's
becomes-
entirely consistent with
Rob,
my
so
view, which is
Rob,
the
let me ask
unnecessary
you this.
suffering.
Rob, here's a question. What if it's 23 weeks where we have a child that we can safely
Why so?
take out of the
Let
womb?
me
So
just
your
shortcut it for you.
morality will change, right?
Okay, you continue when you let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I will let you know, Rob, because here's the point. You said 24. Firstly, you said the wrong weeks. You said like 26 weeks, when in reality, we have children that have been taken and survived from 24 weeks. So what happens when we have a child that survives at 23 weeks? Your morality changes to 23 weeks where you can have an abortion? Is that what happens with your quote unquote morality?
All right, I'll tell you again so it's clear from my point of view. I don't believe in the unnecessary suffering of animals. If a creature does not have a nervous system and or brain, then it cannot suffer. And in this case, the woman's bodily autonomy takes precedence. It's a special case where she's carrying something that has the potential, and she has the choice as to whether to keep it or not, up to a point when it can suffer. At that point, then the unnecessary suffering would kick in. Prior to that, there is no unnecessary suffering because it cannot feel anything. There is nothing there. It's still developing and has no consciousness. It has no sentience or awareness, or in fact can suffer. So it's entirely consistent with my position.
So it's highly consistent. My question, though, is if it can survive at 23 weeks, does your morality change about her having an abortion?
Yes, I've said to you, once sentience kicks in, then and it can suffer, then the unnecessary suffering
I said
kicks
if it
in.
can survive. If it can survive outside of the womb at 23 weeks as opposed to 24 weeks, does that mean that you change your quote unquote morality to 23 weeks on abortion as opposed to 24?
What do you mean if it can survive? So if she can give birth.
Oh my gosh, Rob. What do you mean survive? You're the one who said 26 weeks, right? And then I corrected you to 24 weeks.
Whatever the number is, it's when it gets sentience. That's my point. Right? When it has the ability to suffer, at that point, then
so your whole concept is suffering, not well-being. Because you're
suffering is part of well-being, dude.
Rob, well-being would be at the moment of conception, it has the well-being to live a whole life if possible. But
not when a woman's body takes precedence.
What you're talking about is separating that concept into a decision by
what about the woman's well-being? Should we ignore that? Why, sir?
Well, no, because that's your definition of morality.
So her well-being takes precedence over the potential of a human being's a potential for a human to have well-being. If I look at the well-being, because now I have to take into account whose well-being takes precedence here. A woman's well-being, or that of something that isn't actually human, cannot suffer and has the potential to be a human being. Well, I take the woman's well-being every single time.
And
if you want to disagree, you can. I don't see any consistency. I've explained it clearly.
So Rob,
I don't know what else we can do.
So a human being always has human DNA, right? That's the fundamental that it takes to be a human. Because if
you're repeating yourself?
If an alien race comes down to Earth, they would have their separate DNA. It would be an alien DNA. Correct?
Why so we're repeating ourselves here?
And that's why we won't agree, dude. I don't believe in morality. I don't believe in
So
morality.
everything you're saying is shooting yourself in the foot. So when you say
no, actually, I'm not shooting myself in
it's
the
not
foot
immoral.
because I moved to
And I would say to you, why should I care what you think? If you're a dad, well,
I
so
don't
what?
care. I
Who
don't care
cares?
what you, and
You know?
that's why we're debating.
So it's like you shoot yourself in the foot. You don't have anything on which to question anybody else. It's like you're standing on nothing. I
And
can
that's
take the
fine.
questioning, and I think I have.
Actually, I
But
have the
it's
laws
almost like you're
around me,
hypocritical
Rob.
on that, though.
I have
It seems to me.
I have the laws around me to base my footing, and that's why if I don't
Who
agree,
cares what the laws are?
well, actually, Rob, obviously you care because if you didn't care what the laws were,
How did the
then
laws come
somebody came up
about? You
and
and I
murder
had this
your daughter,
conversation
you'd be
before.
pissed, right? You'd
Why
be
so?
very upset.
You and I had this conversation before. How did laws come about?
And I told you the other day, I gave an example. In 1967, Saudi Arabia outlawed slavery, not because of their religious ideology or because Muslims didn't want slavery, because obviously they do, because Allah allows it, but they did it for commerce. So I totally slammed that with a very current
And we broke that down. Didn't we, why so?
Overcome.
That ultimately it's for their well-being, right?
Nope. That's not the
Because what
example
is
I
commerce?
gave.
What's
Bro.
the
That's
the
not
view
the
of commerce?
example I gave. It's squashed, Rob. That one is squashed. That example is over because I gave an example of a country with millions in their population that still believes slavery is acceptable, but the country outlawed it against
Why?
the people.
For their economy. Why do they do that? Because the economy contributes to the well-being of their
Nothing to do
society.
with what it has
So
nothing to do
ultimately,
with your
every
example.
decision at the bottom level is about well-being.
Has nothing to do with your example. It's about well-being to them.
Good morning. Sound check.
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning, Brad.
How you guys doing? Is this what we've become? Is this what G Block has become now? We have to have atheists fight atheists now. Is that for
That's fine.
No,
is this what we are
We're
now?
here to have a discussion, and we can disagree amongst
This is
ourselves.
cool.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, but it's
Still
it's
sharp
like an
as steel.
American Rob versus a South African Rob, and it's like
I think this
so
is healthy.
calm and respectful and cordial.
Honestly,
It's like, yo,
it shows
why religious throw
this shows
cursing
the
out
difference
there.
between us and theists. How theists all think that they all have to have the same opinion, but at least as atheists, we can all agree to disagree and not have some type of doctrine looming over us.
So okay, after you guys done, me and Ultra gonna go at it because I just don't like Ultra's chocolate agnostic ass. So we're gonna deal with that later. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I would agree with you on that point, right? Ultra is definitely not an agnostic, right? Because I did hear him say that the other day. He's not agnostic, and that's not the default position either, right? So
yeah,
I would actually agree with you on that. The default position for supernatural claims is disbelief, not withholding your views, right? So I agree with you on that, actually, Brad.
yeah.
Maybe it's a day for atheists to challenge atheists. Who knows? Because we haven't had much of a challenge from theists anyway. So
Man, they just all they do is just moan about and cry about feelings. You don't like me. You don't love
but
me.
I was surprised yesterday, right, that people thought that we'd taken an L with Shakara. He tried to make an argument. At least he tried to, right? I think Maku just like he was off for the fairies, right? But with this argument about consciousness and like a life force, right? And he tried to sort of argue that, hey, there's this there needs to be some sort of animating force, which he doesn't know what it is, but we can't dismiss it because, hey, in the past we kind of understood that there was something called consciousness, and it was only recently that it was tied to a brain. And I showed him that, in fact, when human beings are conceived, it's a biological process. I see nothing in there that requires an unknown mysterious force, right? With
When
consciousness, we know it's tied to a
conceived,
brain.
everybody listen to that quote, bro. Listen to that quote and apply it to the conversation Rob and I just had.
Yeah. Huh? I'm sorry. Say that again. Why so religious? I apologize.
Listen to the quote that Rob just gave. When humans are conceived, and then he went on to try to establish a point and listen and rewind and listen to the conversation that we just had.
Okay.
Why so? Is it alright if I ask you a quick question, a side question, yeah? So
Proceed.
because you say you don't have morals or you don't believe in morals or whatever, like what's your basis for you believe in right and wrong, or
Like, do you think that that's something good and bad, or up and down, left and right? What, like,
Let's
how
clarify
do you?
this. Let's clarify this. I don't believe in morality. Doesn't mean that morality doesn't exist.
Right.
I'm just saying I don't believe in it. As far as I know, there's no such thing as a universal morality. Everybody makes their own decisions, and everybody decides what they think is moral, and that's why I don't believe in it. Now, do you consider right and wrong as moral? Because if you do, then you have to put
Not
into
really.
context.
It can.
You have to put
But it
into
can come
context.
into it sometimes, isn't it? Like with it was like, was it morally wrong, or was it?
But you also have to put into context the situations of what is supposedly right and wrong. Okay, and that's the reason I don't believe in it. Now, I'm not saying I'm right, and I'm not saying I'm wrong. All I'm saying is it's not universal. I know there's a lot of universal things in the universe: gravity, the speed of light. I could go on and on about things that are universal, but morality is opinion based. And I know Rob's not going to like me saying this, but I just, in my opinion, prove that his opinion is based off of what he thinks is moral. And then he even said a human at conception. And then he based it off of what he was talking about previous, ignoring what the conversation he and I were just having. Now, it's okay to me, but I'm just going to call it out, dude.
So do you think there's an inconsistency when I use the word human? I can be more accurate and say the potential for human every time I talk about it. But for layman's language, in the conversation we just had when I was speaking to Shaka, it's the word human because people know that that's what I'm talking about as opposed to an animal or something else.
We're
But if you
all
want me to be
animals, Rob.
entirely consistent and accurate in every single statement I say,
We're all
then I'll take that
animals.
back. No problem, Weiss. I'll take it back and say the potential for a human. So at conception, there's the potential for a human to come into existence. At that point, I see no reason to believe that there's some sort of external mysterious force that's required that you can call a spirit or a soul. Are you happy with that reformulation?
It's funny to me that you have a foundation of well-being for creatures or anything. A well-being is your concept.
Correct.
But yet the foundation of any creature is DNA, and it's founded at the moment of conception. And yet you're going to separate based off what you believe at that time has happened, such as you saying 26 weeks, and then I show, and there's evidence that it's 24 weeks, and then I bring up that what if it happens at 23 weeks? Then it changes your morality. That's why
let me ask. No, it doesn't.
It's real.
Why so? Let me ask you something. If you have two human beings, have you heard of the trolley problem? And it's directly relating to what we're talking about. Have you heard of that? You know about that, right?
The what problem?
The trolley problem.
No. Continue.
So there's a trolley coming down a railway line. You are standing at the place where you can move the lever, and there's a fork in the track. If you don't move the lever, if you do nothing, the trolley will hit 5 workmen who don't see the trolley, and they'll be killed. All you have to do is shift the lever, and it'll divert the trolley, right? And it'll hit only 1 workman, right? You know nothing about the workmen. They're working. If you do nothing, 5 people are killed. All you have to do is shift the lever, and 1 person is killed, right?
False equivalence.
You've heard of this, right?
Yeah, but this is a false equivalence to the conversation.
No. What I'm saying is that in the case that you're talking about, there are 2 quote unquote well-beings to be considered here in inverted commas. One is something that has the potential to be human being. The other is a fully conscious, grown human being. So I am going, okay, what do we need to do? Because in some cases, you have to balance well-being one with the other. In the case of the trolley problem, I would obviously switch the lever.
You're talking nonsense because I live in the most religious country that's a Christian, quote unquote, Christian population country in the world. Okay, we're talking 50% of the people who are believers believe in literal Bible. Okay, so, and even in this country where 50% of people are against abortion, the majority, the overall majority support abortion and the concept to save the mother's life. Okay, so this is not an issue. That's the reason it's a false equivalence. We're talking about just having an abortion just to have one because you got pregnant and you don't want the child, even though maybe the father wants the child and to raise
Yeah, I
the
think
child.
you're quite emotionally invested in this, and
No,
you're
no,
not
Rob,
seeing
I'm
the
not
bigger picture
emotionally
here.
invested. What I'm doing is talking about how we've been manipulated into thinking that it's just the woman's thoughts process about this, when in reality it takes two people. And once the man knows that he's going to be a father, he's emotionally invested in it just as much as the woman is, if not more, especially when he finds out that she might have an abortion. And then imagine how much his emotions are crushed when he finds out there was an abortion. And there's no way that the man can get equal justice for a life being
What
taken away
justice do
from
you
him.
want?
Do
Her
you
put on death
understand
row?
that? Do you
Her
understand
impregnated
that?
again?
Rob, do
What
you
justice do
understand
you
the
want?
premise that I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm just. Whatever happens to the man, he has to just suck it up. It's her body; she gets to choose.
He
That's
has to
me. End
suck
of
it up.
story. We're
You
done.
see, you have been manipulated, bro, into
Yo,
thinking
he's not.
that
I'm
It's
gonna jump off
entitled to your
quickly. Yeah,
opinion.
I need to go to.
All right, buddy.
I need to go to. I need to go into a job real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna come back in still. Yeah,
And this
in a
is the
bit.
problem
Yeah.
when you don't have morals, Weiser. You think that a woman should be manipulated and or
no,
she should have
you've been
somebody else should control her body if she doesn't want
no,
it.
I'm not
And that's
talking
not a
about
society I
manipulating
want
a
to live in,
woman. I'm
right?
talking about
Unfortunately, I have morals that are consistent, and
equality,
you don't
bro.
have any.
I'm
So
talking about equality, Rob. Do you understand that?
no, there is no equality. No, there isn't equality here. She's carrying the child. She gets to decide. There isn't an equality.
Rob,
He doesn't get to
it's
impose
called
his will on her
okay,
body.
so,
End of
Rob,
story.
so here's a question. You don't have any equality with your child that you and your wife had? You don't have any equality, right? So only when the child is born do you get equality? Tell me how that's
I
equality,
do not have the right to
Rob. Tell me
force
how
my
it's
wife or a
equality.
female to do something against her will with her
Rob,
body.
explain to me how it's equality that you only have equality with the child when it's born as a male. Explain that to
I've
me.
just explained it to you.
Nope,
Like,
you
do I
did
have to
not.
repeat
You did not.
this?
All you said was a talking point, bro. That is a talking point to negate all debates about this topic. You've been manipulated to just talk about the talking points. Oh, here's a PowerPoint with an example 1, woman body. Here's a PowerPoint with example 2, woman's body. What I'm doing is telling you how can you I'm asking you, how can you tell me equality is based only after birth?
I'll say it again, because the woman has autonomy over her body and nobody else
You're just
should
a
be telling
robot.
her what to do. I
You are
appreciate that the
wrestling.
argument seems to
You
be
are
bulletproof
extreme.
against you, so you want to
You're
try
an
and keep
extremist,
repeating
bro.
yourself, but
You're an
there's not a lot that you can
extremist,
say
bro.
about it.
You're an
And I want to live
extremist.
in a world where somebody has bodily autonomy, as opposed to they have to ask permission from the man or the government or
Body
anybody else what
autonomy,
they're prepared to do with their body.
but
Sorry,
you
dude.
want to make it illegal for me to eat meat. Body autonomy, but you want to make it illegal for me to eat meat. Rob.
Correct. You got
There
it,
you
buddy.
go. So that's
Welcome
my
to
body.
my moral world.
Put into my body
A
whatever I
better
want,
world.
Rob. And you want to take that away, but you're talking about you believe in body autonomy.
Correct.
There
And
you
I've
go, Rob.
explained it ad
Why you're a
nauseum now.
hypocrite on this moral concept, because you I love you, Rob. I love your channels. I love everything about you. I love that we can
That's
debate
fine.
and
You're
stuff.
welcome to
But
critique. I think you're wrong.
the
I
fact
don't
is,
think we
you're
can go
wrong,
any further.
Rob. The fact is,
I've made it clear.
all I've done is brought up that I might be right and you might be wrong. But you're the absolutist on this conversation, bro. You're the one.
Well, you haven't seen it. You haven't presented an inconsistency. I've told you why it's a special case. I've explained it ad nauseum.
Rob, do you
And you're
believe?
of the view.
Okay.
Why so? In your world, if a woman got pregnant, what would happen in your world if she decided she does not want to have the child? What would happen in your world?
I would try to sue her, Rob. I would probably try to get a court appeal to at least have my story told. And you know what? If the court agrees with her, then I'd have to accept that, Rob. That's my lack of morality.
I want your ideal world. I don't want
That
what
is,
happens there.
Rob, that's my ideal world where the
And if a
law
court agrees with you that your pain and
Rob, let
suffering,
me finish. You asked me a question. I'm trying to explain to you my real world.
Explain the answer.
My great world would be where if a woman that I conceived a child with told me she was about to get an abortion, I would try to get an injunction to at least have the court hear my opinion. Now, if the court agreed with her that it's her body, she gets to do whatever, I would try to appeal it. But if it didn't work out, Rob, that's the fucking law of the land. Okay, and that's how I have to live.
So all you really want is to have your feelings expressed, so you can feel better that you've spoken it out loudly.
Rob, let me say now. Let me spin this on you. Okay,
we're not finished yet. Hang on, we're not finished yet. I wanted to know your ideal. If the court decides in your favor, what then? Then she must carry the thing to so somebody else. Your feelings override her bodily autonomy because you might have some distress.
Rob, then she can appeal it and take it all the way to the highest court in the fucking land.
And if every single court says, "Well, hey, Weiso's religious feelings is more,"
you muted yourself.
Sorry, I just had somebody walk in. That's all good. And if you went all the way to the High Court and the High Court said, you know what, Weiso religious's feelings is more important than your bodily autonomy, you would be entirely fine with that. And she just has to carry it because, hey, what you feel about the situation is more important than her having decision about her body.
Okay, Rob.
Yes?
In America, you realize the Supreme Court.
Is that a yes or a no? I just want to know.
Let me finish, Rob.
I've answered you.
I don't know. Maybe you don't understand how the Supreme Court works in America. But they are life appointments where they have no political ties after they are voted in. Okay, that's the reason they have life appointments. So they're not concerned about me, Rob. They're concerned about the law and what the law states. And then after that, if one woman, okay, it loses the court battle because I took her to court all the way, then it starts a debate in the country, and that's what I'm talking about. And then it starts a debate in the country where everybody has to either vote or elect representatives that side with their opinion.
Yeah, but
and then Rob,
I understand your convoluted process.
Rob,
There's an ultimate endpoint here.
What's called
That's
amendments.
the only point we're interested in.
We have what's called amendments in our Constitution.
Dude, I understand how your legal system works. You don't have to give me a lecture on the legal system. Ultimately, a wiser religious society would be the case that if a woman got pregnant, the man would be able to decide whether or not she keeps the child or not. She has no choice. That's your world.
It's not deciding. It's a judge, right? You realize a judge can be male, female,
I don't care whether it's Jesus Christ or the Supreme Court. There's a decision that is enforced upon her. In your world, the man gets to make the decision. She doesn't. In my world, she gets to make the decision. The man doesn't. And I invite other people to decide which world they want to live in.
Her decision is forced upon me. There you go.
Correct. Correct. And yours is where your decision is forced upon her. And I invite everybody who's listening to decide which society they want to live in. I know which one I want to be in.
Dude, you are an absolutist.
That's the ultimate endpoint.
You are an absolutist.
So we can just shortcut this. We don't need to dance around, Weiso. You want a world where you get to make the decision. I want a world where she gets to make the decision. So she's carrying the child or the potential child.
Rob, why are you blatantly trying to obfuscate what I'm saying? Because I'm
shortcutting all the sophistry to get to the end point.
I'm going by the law, bro. If the judge sides that I have a reason to complain or try to at least postpone her abortion so that my case can be heard. That's all I'm saying.
That's not all you're saying. That's not all you're saying. So please don't tell me that's all you're saying.
Holy fuck, dude. You are such an absolutist, bro.
Stop trying to dance around it. You want her to not have the abortion because it might hurt your feelings.
You want me to not eat meat because it hurts your fucking feelings. Get over yourself, bro.
No, it doesn't hurt my feelings. It causes unnecessary suffering on animals.
It hurts your morality. It makes you feel bad that little animals are suffering because Weiso religious wants to eat them. Get over it.
I can see that you don't care about sentient beings and you just slaughter them because you want to feel good about it.
Win. Rob, take me to court and see if you win. That's my whole point. Take me to court and see if you win.
So really, let me get this straight. Either you just want to get to court so that you can feel better and have your say and then walk away and go, well, I had my say, or you actually want the court to enforce what you think is the correct thing, which is for her not to have an abortion because it'll hurt your feelings.
I never said that I'm correct. All I've said is I want the opinion and the debate to be heard. Okay? So stop misconstruing what I'm saying, bro.
All right,
You
so
heard me.
let's hold on. So now you've agreed that what's it called that your opinion is going to be heard, right? She still agrees that she still wants to have the abortion, and she ends up having an abortion. What are you saying now?
I want my opinion to be heard by the law, and for the
Your
law,
opinion is heard. So
yes,
what do you want the law to do
go
now?
to court and the judge says, why so religious? She is going to have the abortion because I allow it. I'm going to file an appeal. And then if I lose the appeal, she can still have it. It doesn't matter. The point is, we have been brainwashed into thinking that it's just her body, her will. When the fact,
Why would you why would you file an
Why is it
appeal
not
if
her
the judge
body?
has made a decision?
because appeals are an American way, Rob. Maybe you
So
don't
what
know
do you
about this,
ultimately want to do with an
Rob.
appeal?
Maybe you don't know about this, but
See, we can
in
shortcut
America,
this, dude.
Rob,
We don't
do
need
you,
a long sophistry here.
Rob,
The reason you're doing an appeal is so that you can eventually change the law so that it
Rob,
favors
you
you,
don't
where
know, Rob,
your
you
view
don't
takes
Do you know
understand.
what,
precedence.
gentlemen? I need
Do
to
you,
tell you. I'm
Go
interrupting.
for
I
it.
need to tell you. This
Go
white
for
on
it,
white
brother.
violence is just it's too much now.
Rob, you don't
Yeah,
understand.
it's too much. This
You
this white on
obviously,
white violence
Rob,
is
you
getting out of
obviously,
control. Hmm
you obviously
Jump
Yeah.
in.
understand how the court systems work in America, where it means that if you take somebody to court and you lose, you have the right to appeal. And the reason to appeal is because it goes to the court that is higher than your local court. And then the state court decides if your appeal should be listened to or if it shouldn't. If it,
I understand that,
and then
why.
let
So
me
why are you
finish,
trying to
Rob.
give me a
Let me
lecture
finish.
on
Let me
the
finish, Rob. Let me finish. And then after that, it goes to the district court. Now, the Ninth Circuit District Court has a 70% losing rate to the Supreme Court. And that's why I would keep appealing, Rob, because in America, it's the Supreme Court that makes the real decisions. It's not these local courts that tend to be biased.
Imagine a group of people who are not involved are going to make a decision on someone else's body.
Okay, so you're siding with the concept that somebody else's body.
Wait,
It's a
is it
choice, man.
not somebody else's body?
No,
Yeah.
it is, but
Oh, perfect. Then there's
is
no
there
argument
a
then.
human inside that person's body? Is there human
Yes,
DNA inside that person's body?
Yes.
yes.
Okay,
There's human
did
DNA inside your testicles
another
right now
person,
too.
did another person help create that human DNA that is separate from that person whose body
It
is?
depends on who we're talking about. Apparently, once in history, there was a woman who had no sex and gave birth to the Messiah.
Well, too bad that one wasn't aborted.
See, there's an inconsistency, it seems for me here. And maybe you can consider this, why. So you said originally that you want to go to court to get your voice heard. Now, if your voice was heard and the judge ruled against you, that should be it. If that's all you wanted was your voice heard, the
Rob,
fact that you want to
court systems fucking
appeal
work
it
in
means that
England,
it's not
bro.
just your voice that you want heard. You want to change the law so that
Not
it's
even in
such that
England is
you
that.
get to decide.
Rob, that's not even how it works in fucking England, bro. Why are you holding a standard that doesn't even apply in your own fucking country, bro?
I'm showing you that the reason that you are
Rob,
appealing
my
it is
reason.
because you don't
You're
accept the
showing me
judgment,
my
and yet
reasoning.
you originally said all you wanted was for your voice to be heard in court.
You're showing
So
me my
obviously it's
reasoning.
not just your voice to be heard in court. You want to make a
So
change.
what if I want my?
So just
So
say
you
that you
realize
want to
there's
make a
multiple
change.
courts.
Don't
You
dance
realize
around it.
there's multiple courts, right? So if
Dude,
there's multiple
let's just
courts,
go,
I
let's
still want
shortcut
my
it to the
voice heard
Supreme
in court,
Court.
right?
Let's just shortcut it. Why would you need to go to the Supreme Court? If the judge in the first court ruled against you and all you wanted was your voice heard, you would go, okay, do you know what? He's ruled against me. I've had my voice heard. I'm done, because that's what I wanted. I just wanted my
So the
voice heard.
first court,
If
I
you
have
don't
to
just
stop.
want your voice
So
heard
Rob,
and you want to change the law,
if I
then
lose
you're
a
going to go
case,
all the way to the Supreme
so
Court. It's very
Rob,
simple.
so Rob,
Sorry,
if
guys.
you lose,
Guys.
so if you lose an insurance case, right? If somebody runs into you with their moped or something in England, and you lose the first case to the judge, you're going to be satisfied with that? Are you going to take it to another judge? No,
So
yes,
why
you are.
so religious? I find this very interesting what I'm
Yeah.
hearing. Yeah. Good morning, all that good stuff. So how does this
Good morning.
practically work in your world? How do you practically force this woman to have this child? Go on.
Women have children all over the world every day,
That's
right?
not the question. I said, how do you force
Actually, because
this
it's pretty practical.
woman to have this child? So no, wait. So this woman doesn't want to have the child for whatever reason. You want to have the child for whatever reason. Cool. How do you force this woman to have that child?
Big up, man. Every single time.
Lock her in the house.
Big up, man.
Bless up,
Every single time.
family. Bless
Come
up,
So
on.
you're
family.
talking about?
I just want to know how this practically looks like, my guy. Yeah, because you've gone to court and all of this, and say the judge says, you know what, I agree with you. Yeah, how does
We
this
deny
happen?
people's rights to enter certain buildings.
Listen, man, stop these analogies. Yeah, I
That's
want
not
to
an
understand
analogy, that's
how
nothing.
you're going to force this woman to have this child.
We deny people the right to enter certain buildings for certain purposes all the time through court orders. What are you talking about?
How are you going to practically
Did I
make
just,
this woman have
did
a child?
anybody, is my mic still on? Is my mic still on?
I can hear you, Bab.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you should be
But
able to listen and learn.
So
Because
what are you teaching me?
I just stated, you're
Yeah.
asking how practical. Well, we have
So
the ability.
how are you going to practically force her to have the child?
He said he's going to use the law. He's going to use the law.
How?
Oh my
Go
God.
to the courts.
Okay, so the court tells me whatever.
Listen.
How do you practically make me have that child?
And then you make it where they are not allowed to enter a facility that provides abortions.
So what, you're going to keep me held up somewhere or what?
Are you playing ignorant on purpose?
What do you mean, am I playing ignorant on purpose? What do you mean? Are you taking the piss?
No, you're not going to be held up anywhere.
I'm trying to find out from yourself, yeah? You're saying, as a man, you want to have a decision and whatever in whether she can have an abortion or not. Cool, I hear all of that. Yeah, you want to go to the judge and all of that. Cool, yeah? So now I'm trying to find out from you, how does this practically work? I've heard you theorizing it.
Have you ever heard of trespassing laws?
Yep.
Okay, so if abortion clinics are labeled trespassing laws in a court order to the person that is allegedly wanting to get an abortion, but the judge says they can't, at least until the trial is heard, until the case is heard, then that would be how, right? And if the person went and got the abortion afterwards, while the restraining or the trespassing ordinance is still in application, then that would mean that they broke the law, right? Do
you think that this is a good analogy, my guy? Do you think that was a good analogy?
Question or no?
Sorry?
Is that practical enough for you?
No.
Okay, then I don't know what to tell you. Obviously, you're not paying attention.
No, I am paying attention, but what I'm trying to get you to understand is, like, how do you practically make that happen?
Holy fuck.
What do you mean, holy fuck? Ultra, do you understand what I'm saying, or am I chatting shit? Because if I'm chatting shit,
no, to be fair, no, Anifa, to be fair, like, the thing is, why So Religious has an idea of how, in his head, his scenario would work. The problem is, it's in his head. He hasn't actually explained it practically. And I think your question, for somebody who's just joined the panel, is perfectly legitimate. And I don't understand the resistance.
So, okay, here. So, if respect goddess,
by the way, I'm a chocolate agnostic, and I'm awesome. Hashtag G Block. Continue.
The practicality of it, right? If I go to court and I say, I don't want respect the goddess 300 feet within me for X amount of reasons, or at certain properties that I go to, such as my work, the court can make an order. It's called a restraining order a lot of times, but they also have trespassing orders where they will inform you that if you go to said areas, then you will be in violation of the law. That is a practical way of looking at it. Now, whether you want to try to say, oh, well, I'll still do it or whatever, that's you breaking the law.
Don't break the law. Well, that ended quickly.
Oh, sorry, I missed the last bit, bub.
I love how people are saying that atheists are humanists, but when it comes down to it, they're just like, no, kill the human DNA as long as it's not what we consider 26 weeks or 24 weeks or what the fuck ever. I think that's hilarious.
So, like I said, yeah, I understand. Yeah, abortion is fucked up in it. So no one's here. Like we're not even here just championing abortion and all that. So that's really not what I'm trying to do in it. But I'm just trying to put myself in the female's position of a man that's trying to force me to have a child in it. You know what I mean?
Why isn't it looking at it like I'm looking from the female position? Because 50% of women in America disagree with abortion. So
that's fine.
So it's a 50-50 thing. So you're siding with one half of women and I'm siding with the other half.
So I would ask the other half of the women, like, what would
ask them? Don't ask me, bro. Why are you talking to a panel full of men?
The thing is, it's all good in it because at the end of the day, thankfully, hopefully, you know what I mean, at the moment, you would not practically be able to force a woman to have a child.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of women say men can't even talk about this subject. So why are you on this panel talking to men about it?
Oh,
that is an argument in America. That is an argument that we hear all the time, that men aren't allowed to talk about it, women's rights, women's bodies, men should.
Well, you haven't heard me say that, so you don't really need to bring that up in it. You understand what I'm saying to you? You're here talking about it, so obviously that's a nonsense, yeah? I was just trying to ascertain from yourself how you see that practically working in it. You understand?
Actually,
and you've not really given me an answer. All I'm hearing is you're going to use the law, man-made laws and all the rest of it. But it's all good still, man.
You brought it up by saying that you're on the woman's side. And then I corrected you by saying
no, that's not what I said.
50%.
I said, oh, hold on a minute. Don't lie on me. I said, I'm putting myself as a female in a woman's position. Okay. And obviously, as a woman, you would expect
the woman's side, right? Woman's position is the woman's side, right?
Yeah. So what autonomy do you believe that a woman has over her body?
You don't need
do you believe she has any autonomy over her body? Why so religious? In 2020, do you think, does she have any autonomy over her body?
She had autonomy to have consensual sex.
Yeah. Okay, so once
there we go.
So once
sex looked at as like a contract, a mutual contract between people who both agree that there could be an outcome that may lead to a conjoining of DNA of chromosomes, 23 from each people, and that when they decide to go into it mutually, that there might be an outcome that they both have to pay for.
And how do you pay?
I raise my son, thank you.
I'm asking you how you pay.
I raised my son.
Slightly, because please let's not just throw under the carpet that it's the woman that has to do the majority of that hard work and everything. I know you may not appreciate that.
The hard work. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the hard work.
I pay for my child by helping raising my child by being there with my wife while she was pregnant.
You paying for your child in years to come is nothing in comparison to a woman who could potentially die during childbirth. Yeah.
Look, nobody
forget the payment, forget the money talk.
The prevalence, even in America,
forget the money talk.
That's a false equivalence. I spoke earlier. That's a false equivalence.
Even in America. What it is that you don't take. What I'm hearing from you is you don't really take the woman into consideration. You understand what I'm saying to you? I'm not going to say false equivalence and all that type of nonsense.
Because even in America, you don't want to be quiet. Even in America, where
I don't want to be quiet. Can I have a voice too, or must I just sit here and listen to you? Is that what you want?
No,
you know what? I'll go on mute. You talk. Go on. Take me to court so you can talk.
The reason it's a false equivalence because even in America, with the ultra-religious people and the 50-50 divided nation on supporting abortion or not supporting it, the vast majority, I think it's like 75 or 76%, support women having abortions if it may kill them. So if there's any reason that the woman's life might be in jeopardy, her health, Americans on the vast majority support that abortion. What's 50-50 is just a concept that a woman can just have an abortion because she doesn't want a child, that maybe the man should at least have a voice in it. Do you
No one
understand?
isn't saying that, why it's so religious. So please don't be thinking that I'm up here saying that a man has not got, any say in that. That's not what I'm saying.
If a
You
man
understand
has
what I'm
a
saying?
say in it, then why
But
are you saying a woman's body, her decision?
ultimately, what I am saying, yeah, is rightly or wrongly, sorry for the father, but I am saying ultimately it is a woman's body. You
And
understand what I'm
what you're
saying?
saying,
No
so
matter
when you're
how fucked
saying
up
that,
it may seem, it is a woman's body.
but what
You
you're
understand?
saying is the man has no say because her body, her choice. So the man has no say. He doesn't even have a
I'm not
debate.
saying he's got no say because obviously conversations can be had, and I'm sure,
And
you
that's
know what I'm
it, right?
saying?
There's no debate. There's no
Sorry?
debate. A debate is not just between always two people. A debate grows to the point where it actually is heard amongst the masses, to the point where people can make decisions based off of the ideas that they hear. Now, this concept of her body, her choice is meant to shut down debate at all. That is the whole point of this phrase that has become so popular, is that to make me the bad person for just mentioning I want the debate. I want men to
The
have
debate can be had. It's not, of course,
listen,
the debate can be had.
listen.
We're having the debate now, are we not?
Yeah, but
So it's
I
not
won't.
even that, in it.
But what's this debate gonna what's this debate gonna cause right now? It's gonna cause a lot of people who agree with your opinion, especially on an atheist channel. I will agree that most agnostics and atheists support this concept of her right, her body, without any appeal. They do not even consider the concept of the male because they've been brainwashed to the concept where they just say, oh, well, science says it's 26 weeks. And then you mention how we've had children survive after only 24 weeks. And they say, okay, well, then 24 weeks I agree with. So then that's the reason I bring up to Rob, well, what happens when a child survives at 23 weeks? Oh, well, then we'll accept 23 weeks. That's what I'm getting at, is that it's arbitrary. It's not defined and it's bullshit.
Yeah. I've heard. Yeah. Basically, I want to know, what if it was the other way around? What if it was the woman wanting to not have an abortion and the man wanting the woman to have an abortion? How would you feel about that?
I'd say the woman and the man, they both have their day in court, dude. You
But
know,
what if, yeah, because
I mean, I don't think that they both have their day in court. You
uh-huh.
know, that's the fact is, none of this stuff that I'm mentioning has ever been brought up into a court system of law. We don't know if it's legal or illegal for, at least in America, okay, with the ruling from the Supreme Court is that a woman has the right to have an abortion. It's never been challenged if the man has the right to have a child. That's what I'm getting at, dude. This is an area, abortion is an area that is only what, 50, 60 years old, really, as far as laws go. And because of this collective phrasing of my individual autonomy, my choice, nobody else can question that. Especially people on the left. I'm not a leftist person. I'm an atheist, but I'm not leftist. I'm more conservative. But I would say the people on the left have manipulated people who are quote unquote free thinking into just saying, no, these are our talking points, and nobody can even debate it.
No, but obviously there is that discussion element. No one said that there shouldn't be a discussion. I even
Exactly.
Rob went
Why do
that
you
you're
keep
having
saying that and we're
100%.
debating it?
Yeah. So
We're
it's just that
debating it, right?
hold on. It's just
Allegedly,
ultimate.
so this is a panel of atheists, right? I'm probably
Yeah.
really the
I'm not an
only.
atheist.
Okay,
Okay.
maybe not,
Okay.
but I'm probably the
No,
only
not maybe
atheist
not. I ain't.
conservative. I'm probably the only atheist conservative that comes on here. And then when I speak up about just having a court debate, I get shot down. Now you want to limit
Because
How did
because
you
respected
you
get
brother,
because
shot down?
no, he didn't get shot down.
you want to
You
you
said you
want
wanted an
no, let me
opinion on it.
let me finish real quick. You want me to not even, and Rob too, y'all want to make it about my concessions, what I want personally, when I just want to debate past this and go to the court system. And then the goddess, you
The
want to say,
first thing
oh,
I asked
the
you
goddess,
was,
you
how
want to
would it
say,
look
oh, this is
practically?
we're
Yeah.
debating right
So I
now. You're saying,
engaged in your argument. Yeah.
yeah, you're saying,
Okay.
you're
And I
saying,
asked you, how would it work practically? Yeah. And you started talking about trespassing and things like that. You understand what I'm saying to you? So stop saying that the debate's been shut down and all that. That's nonsense.
it is being shut down because you.
How?
Okay, for one, Rob doesn't think that I should be allowed to even take it to court, and then he thinks that if I lose the court and I want to appeal, which is
Does
a
does Rob have
But that's
does
not a
Rob have
debate being
authority
shut
of the
down,
court?
is
which
it?
is
That's
a
his
valuable,
opinion.
Yeah.
which is a valuable court system that we
But that
have
is
in
not a
place.
debate being
Let
shut
me
down.
finish,
That is his
goddess.
opinion.
Let me finish my mentality of this. So, and then if I want to appeal, which is a valid court system ruling that is allowed, then it's about my ego. It's about my wants. But when I'm speaking to you, the goddess, okay, and then I'm talking about, I just want the man's voice heard. I want this and that. Do you believe that do you believe that this debate is relevant?
It's relevant. No problem. I haven't said it's irrelevant.
No,
If you look, I
but
didn't
I'm asking
say,
you,
oh,
is it
you're
relevant?
talking. Listen. When I came on, I didn't say, oh, yeah, you're talking nonsense, this, that, and the other in it. I just asked you a question in it. How would it work practically?
I answered
That's what
it.
I'm saying to you. Exactly. You believe that you answered it by talking about trespassing laws and all the rest of it. Yeah. I didn't really hear the practicality because, like I said in it, I'm trying to
That
think,
is
well, how are you going to
practical.
force a woman to have this baby? So I think
So if she, okay, let's think of it this way. I can't stop her from drinking tons of alcohol or shoving a hanger up her vagina. I can't stop her from doing that. But if she does that, right, there are
Is that the
laws.
same thing?
And here's the thing. There's laws against her doing stuff like that. But there is open laws for her to go and have a doctor. So what I'm doing is preventing her from going to a doctor, at least until the case is heard. And then if she decides to either go to the doctor and then have the abortion, that's illegal. If she decides to try to drink the baby away or shove an object up her vagina, she's breaking the law in a different way.
Oh wow. Okay.
Is that wrong or am I right?
Yeah,
Like,
but the problem
I
is
think you're
why.
going way. Yes.
Go on then.
Yeah.
The problem is it's not just you don't just want your day in court. You want to change the law. If you said,
Rob.
hey, I
Look at Rob
just want to have
knowing
my
what I
voice
want.
heard,
Look at
and
Rob
if
knowing
it
what
goes
I want.
against me, then we're fine. But that's not the case. Ultimately, you want to change the law so
Rob,
that she can be
we have an
forced
appeal
to
system
see.
for a reason, Rob. Or is everybody who appeals something just doing it for ego or because they want to change
They
the
do
law?
it because they want to change the law, right? So why
No,
don't you
that's
just
not
tell
all
us,
the reasons
just be
for that,
honest and
bro.
say, hey, I want to change the law such that under these circumstances,
Okay.
it will be
Can
legal
I give an
to force
example
a
of
woman
how
to
you're
have it.
wrong?
Just
Can I
say
give
that.
an
Don't
example?
tell us that you just want to have
I'll
your
give
day
you
in
an
court. That's
example.
not true.
Rob, I'll give you an example of how you're wrong about right there. Okay, so Larry Flint, okay, the owner and creator of Hustler magazine, was going to jail for selling his magazine. He was going to jail for buying his magazine. He lost every court decision until he took it to the Supreme Court, and then they had to tell the whole country that it was legal for his expression under the First Amendment to publish and sell and purchase his magazine. So now he didn't change any laws, Rob. He actually proved the justification of the law. So
If we went,
okay,
if we went to Larry
slammed
Flint
it,
and we
Rob.
said
Just
to him,
slammed it, dude. Just
why
admit that
so?
what you said got destroyed.
Why so? If we went to Larry Flint and he said to us, hey, I just wanted to have my day in court, and then he appealed it, he wasn't just having his day in court. If he said, and he honestly said, hey, I want to change the law because I think this is wrong and I actually want my magazines to be sold, then he would be entirely consistent. You can't tell us that, hey, you
Rob,
just want your day in court and you're
destroys
going
you.
to
I
appeal it.
destroyed
That's
your
not true.
argument. You tried to make
You are
an
just
all
not being logical at the moment.
No,
As
Rob.
much as
You
I
tried
love
to
you
make
as an
an
atheist, you are being
all-encompassing
illogical.
view. You tried to make an all-encompassing view, right? You were trying to say that, oh well, if people appeal laws, then I mean, if people appeal court decisions, they're trying to change laws. I just showed you an example where the law was being misenforced, and a guy had to take it to the Supreme Court for it to be enforced correctly.
So what's the
Why did he do that,
misenforced law?
Why did he do that?
Because the law was being enforced
he want at the
incorrectly,
end of the
and
day?
he
Why so?
believed that he should have the
Why
right
so?
to be
What
heard.
did Flynn want at the end of the day?
He wanted to be heard and see
And
to see if the law
Oh
was
my
being
gosh.
enforced correctly.
Cognitive dissonance is a real thing out here, man.
I let it go. I think you can. Other people can
Yeah.
see it as well, dude.
Rob, are you telling me
I'll
that?
leave it there.
Are you so you're
Would
claiming
you force
you're
a woman
claiming that
that had
Larry
been
Flint
raped
did not
to have a
believe he was
child?
in the right?
Why so religious? If a woman had been violently raped, brutalized, all the rest of it, and
Most
as
of us in America believe that
she
rape,
became pregnant,
incest,
would you still force that woman to have? Yo, Bridget, how you don't like it when I don't finish a sentence?
because
What's up?
you're not talking what we're talking about, okay? I have already
You know what I
stated.
find really interesting?
Yes, I
that,
already know
that,
what you're
that
talking
you as
about.
a
You're
man
talking about
actually
rape. You're
want to
talking about
close me out
incest.
of this conversation.
Goddess,
Yeah.
you're
So
not.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave you and Rob. You get me to have the
No, please stay
conversation
here.
between
No,
the two of you.
I'm
Yeah.
Goddess,
going
you're
to
not
mute
talking about
myself. Please don't
anything
go.
that
All right.
you're not talking
Please
about
don't go.
anything that most people don't agree with. Most of people, even in America, the religious country that it is,
Would
50,
you
50.
force a woman that had been raped to have a child, to have that child against her will?
Of course, we're not going to, because for one.
So hold on. So are there parameters? Wait, dude. Are there
Yes, I'm going to
parameters?
explain to you. I already know where this line of questioning is going. Are there parameters?
You know what?
If
You
you
know
rape
what? You
somebody,
know
you
what?
lose
You know
your
what?
rights.
You know what?
In
You know
America,
what? You
in
know what?
America, you
Talk
lose
to
your
yourself.
rights. Do you understand that, Goddess? Goddess, in America, when you commit a crime, you lose your rights, especially when it's a felony. Okay, you lose your rights, period. You can't vote. You can't own a gun when you get out. There's various things you can't do. So the idea that you rape somebody, okay, and that you're going to try to force them to have a child while you're incarcerated is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. You're bringing up false equivalences. A lot of you are.
Yeah, dude. As I say, I do like you, but you drone on in a monotonous voice when you can be clear and concise. You go on, and when she wants to ask you a question, she already heard your answer. You keep wanting to drone on, and this isn't helpful. And it's part of the reason, I'll be honest with you, and I'm saying it live here, why we're less. You're a very good critique of Islam, but it's why we're less interested in having on the gin and tonic, because you drone on and on and on. Please, my friend, learn to have a way of being clear and concise and getting done, because otherwise it becomes tedious. And now she's left the panel because you drone on and you interrupt all the time.
Everything that she said, Rob, I've already discussed, or I could discuss, because that's the typical answer. And also, if you want to get onto the gin and tonic show, bro, that's hilarious, dude. That's hilarious.
That's why I'm telling you why we're less likely to have you on, because you
Actually,
drone on and on.
So
and when you have a discussion with somebody else like we're doing now, you just talk over them continuously. You don't have the ability to be clear and concise.
So,
and I'm
Rob,
inviting you to
it has nothing to do with
bring up that skill.
Channel. It has nothing to do with y'all's Feld channel. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sorry. Listen, why so religious? You droned on so much. I lost the will to live. I committed suicide, but the Most High brought me back to life. So we should use this opportunity to maybe switch up the topic ever so slightly.
It has nothing to do with Dalwa's Feld channel, Rob. Has nothing to do with y'all's Feld channel. You want to bring it up, bro? Let's bring it up.
That sounded like an ad hominem to my low IQ. I'm not really interested in personal beefs, and
I'm not interested either. But he wants to talk about why I'm not, why they don't really want me on his channel.
I'm giving you some advice.
Let's talk about your Feld channel, Rob, and how y'all got pissed.
Go ahead. You go ahead and speak, dude, because you need to get it all out, and I'm here for you. Because you're a fellow atheist, so I'm here for you. Let it all out, brother. I used to do performance psychology to help people, so let it out, brother. It's better out than in, I always say.
Okay, Rob, I've heard you say that.
That was funny.
But why are you denying that why are you denying that it's not about your Dawa channel, bro?
I'm scared,
man. I brought up something to assist you.
Rob,
Why so?
Rob.
I brought up something to try and assist you and point out to you, which I think most people can see, is that you drone on incessantly. And I'm asking you to develop the skill of being clear and concise. When somebody else is speaking, let them finish.
Rob, and then you started talking about I'm not allowed on gin and tonic, or y'all don't want me on gin and tonic, right? One thing is fine to critique me, but then to try to bring up something and then leave out the truth behind it. Why not talk about your failed Dawa channel that I did a lot of work for and that y'all just did not like? And then y'all complain about people like what? Titans TV? You complain about TJ. Y'all complain about people on the side, and then when people actually do the work for you and you critique it, and then they even try to redo the work for you, you complain more. And then
Do you know
when
what?
I
I'm not
give an
gonna lie.
honest,
Why so religious? You
no,
sound
no,
like a
no, no,
disgruntled former
no,
employee.
yeah,
It's
that may
pointless.
be what it sounds like, but let's not think that Rob cannot.
What did I hear about Titans
Hey, hey,
TV?
hey. No,
This is
y'all say I sound like a
personal.
disgruntled employee, but this is the facts, dude. A lot of people like to
I
think
don't want
that
to hear this right now,
a lot of
bro.
people want to think that atheists are
Do
this
you know
big
what I
community
mean?
that nothing ever
Ultra,
goes
mute
wrong
up, mute
with. But
up.
that's just not the fucking fact, dude. You know, we have squabbles too, and people. I love Rob. He's a good person. You know, I think that he's intelligent and everything. But the fact is, there's an underbelly where they like to try to point their finger at people where they don't fucking put their own mirror in front of them. Now, I'll admit my inequities, okay, my flaws, my problems. I do speak over people at times. I do things that repeat themselves. I can't help it. You know, we all have flaws. But for Rob to try to speak about stuff on the channel of Gin and Tonic, when he knows that his viewers like me on there because I am knowledgeable about it more so than them, and then he doesn't want to admit that the reason that they stopped even using my name when they talk is because of a failed fucking channel that they tried to put together, him and Stops. That's bullshit, bro. Go ask Thunderous about it. You don't think I remember all the...
You feel better now? Or do you need a little bit more
Yeah, go
couch
ask
time?
Thunderous about
Brad,
it. Be
mute up. Brad,
gracious.
mute up.
Keep going, brother. You've obviously got this pent up anger
No,
inside, and
speak
I
about
want you
it,
just to
Rob.
get it out
Speak
because you
about
do
it.
want your voice heard, right? Even if it needs to go to court. So here we are.
Speak
We're in
about it,
court.
Rob.
Your voice is being
Speak
heard. Go
about it,
ahead,
Rob.
buddy. It's no
Speak
problem, man.
about it. I'm mute, bro. You speak about it because you brought it up, and you're saying
No,
there's
the only
only
thing I
one
brought
side
up,
about why y'all don't
you
want me on there.
misunderstood. You misunderstood. The only thing I brought up, why we're reluctant to have you on Gin and Tonic, is because of the way you interact with people, not because of your abilities or what you know. It's got nothing to do with that. It's how you drone on, you incessantly interrupt, and that becomes tedious, especially when we have a Muslim guest on and you jump on. I'm saying it out to you because I've thought about it myself, and I went, you know, I'll let it go, whatever. But whenever we have on the occasions when we have a Muslim guest and we have you on, man, you just take over, you talk over them, and I'm like, this is not helpful. And you've done it again today. We had somebody leave here because you incessantly talked over them.
May
All
I
I'm
ask
pointing
you?
out is it's a dialogue. It's a dialogue skill that I'm inviting you to look in the mirror in. Right? That's all.
So,
it's not about your abilities or your skills in understanding topics. That's what I'm
so
talking
Rob,
about.
is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that the week after I sent y'all that I don't want to be a part of y'all's Dawa channel because I feel like I've done my own work by myself for so long and I just cannot do what y'all asked me to do? Is it a coincidence that the very next week y'all wouldn't let me on the channel?
Yes, it's a coincidence.
Holy shit, bro. Even though Thunderous is asking for me to come on the channel, that very week, he's asking me to come on the
Yes, it's a
channel.
coincidence. I don't even remember you
Holy
saying that you
shit,
weren't
fuck,
part of it.
dude.
That part is irrelevant to me. If you don't want to be part of whatever was going to happen, I'm pointing out the reason why I'm reluctant to have you on because of the way you dialogue with people. That's why I'm reluctant to have you on. It's got nothing to do with your ability and your skills and knowledge on a topic. And that's what I'm inviting you to look in the mirror in and go, hang on a moment, how am I doing this? How is it that other people are doing this? How is it that people jump off the chat here? Because maybe I'm incessantly droning on and maybe I can have some self-awareness and go, hang on a moment, let me stop for a moment, or let me gather my thoughts and say it in a short, concise way and then keep my mouth quiet while somebody else speaks.
It's funny, Rob, how you're critiquing me about this when everything that you were saying, she was saying also. And then when she wants to talk about rape and she wants to talk about incest, I've already said in America, we make very distinct clauses in our concept. If you want to call it morality, then you call it morality. And rape is one of them, especially because you lose all your rights. That could have been a conversation over with in 10 seconds, Rob. And you're wanting to say that, oh, she left because of me, because I'm talking over her. If she would have just listened for 10 seconds for me to say rape and incest in America is a crime. And when you commit a crime, you lose your rights. So therefore, you would not see your day in court on that issue. Bam, over and done with. We can move on.
Well, let her finish first, right? And then you can say that. But you didn't. You incessantly interrupted her. And when she got the point, right? Sometimes people drone on, as you hopefully are sort of aware that you sometimes do. I get the point with you. Other people get the point much quicker, right? And then it's like you want to continue on. We've got the point. It's not like we're going to misrepresent you. She understood what you were saying, and she jumped in at that point to go, okay, I want to address that. And you felt like you had to continue on, and then she got pissed off after a while. Sometimes we get the point without somebody finishing an entire monologue.
You realize that some of us don't practice our speeches like you do, Rob. A lot of us don't have
I don't practice my speeches, but what
Rob,
I do.
A lot of us don't have the same talking points that we use day to day. Okay, a lot of us do not use the same. What you're saying that I'm doing right now, where I say the same thing over and over again from time to time, you say the same thing every fucking show, time to time. So just because you do it with a 24-hour lapse in time frame doesn't make it any different than me trying to repeat myself, because I'm trying to make sure that I'm being thorough in the way that I'm being understood. Okay, so you just because you do it in a time gap, congratulations, bro. Congratulations.
Yeah, why? So I used to be a little bit like yourself, and I found out that when I'm talking to people, I need to condense it down. So it's something that I've learned to do. It's somewhat of a skill that I've become better at. I'm not perfect in it, but I can easily recognize when somebody else does it. And it's not just you, by the way. Other people do it as well. Most people want to talk a lot more than they need to get a clear, concise point. And it's just taking the time. And yes, because I speak to people more often, I'm more practiced at it. All it takes is a bit of practice. And I'm inviting you just to look at this and go, hang on a moment. Is there something that I can improve upon in this? And that's the thing that I'm talking about.
Well, thank you for your invitation, Rob. I mean, I'm glad you invited me to learn something about myself, even though you've already said you know about myself better than I do on certain aspects. Congratulations.
Oftentimes we can see external people can see it better than we can.
You can't even admit petty bullshit about yourself, bro. That's hilarious, dude. That's hilarious, bro.
Okay. Well, I didn't hear you laughing, so if it is hilarious, then at least be consistent and have a good laugh about it.
You see, and you're not condescending at all, because it actually is hilarious, Rob. I have laughed.
Okay, well, if it is, then just be consistent, have a laugh, get it out your system, and let's move on. We've got a whole panel here, and we're listening to you sort of drone on a bit here. So I'll mute and let's let somebody else in, or if you want to continue, because it's couch time at the moment. So if you want to continue, by all means.
This white on white violence has to stop.
Yo, yeah, man. Why don't y'all make yourself a mayonnaise sandwich, sit down, watch Frasier?
No, stop hitting my TV.
Hey, yo, Ultra.
Yeah.
Congratulations on Mrs. Ultra, man. I wish her nothing but the best, bro. Ashe.
Thank you, my thank you, my broski. Do you know what's funny? Yeah, like the people that I've interacted with online who have said the most heinous things about me and my family. Do you know these are men and women of God? Like, you see how
men and women of God.
You see how you just wish me like good tidings and you hope the best for us and all that.
Oh man, I was so happy.
Yeah,
bro.
I'm not
like,
gonna lie.
God,
I felt like
time, right?
I felt like isn't it strange that the people who say the most heinous things online about men who are otherwise trying to ensure that we don't have or we reduce the risk of maladjusted human beings by rearing good children, but they, with their God and their morals, would say heinous things about a man and his wife. Does anyone find that?
But yet an atheist will say, "Yeah, just abort it."
No, I've had that with religious people, and even worse.
That sounded so.
And even worse.
Hey,
Yeah.
Isn't
But
that
Ultra,
strange? Mm.
what on though, man? It's popping off, mate. You hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. I'm just wish my box for popcorn. You hear me?
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
Yeah,
That
I'm
was
not gonna lie. It was interesting, isn't it? I thought they was gonna
yeah.
start hitting each other with books, like.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful, Ultra.
No.
You are
The
sorry,
best
you are the
thing.
comedy relief, dude. I love you.
I'll
I
take the
love you.
Nah, the
dictionary.
best thing was when
I'll take the Cambridge dictionary.
Ultra. Man, you need to be in a comedy. You need to be at the comedy club. You're doing the wrong job,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. No, do you know what it is? I'll tell you the truth, yeah, Rob. I enjoy being a hero. Like I'm a frontline key worker hero, and that's something nobody can take from me.
No, you are a hero, and we
Yeah,
salute you as we do the NHS.
thank
But
you,
Ultra,
thank you.
now since
Yes, sir.
we're on the chopping block, this whole
Mm,
thing about agnosticism, right?
yes, sir.
Give me your view on this. Let's see if we can deal with this,
Sort it
shall we?
out. Right.
Go on then.
First of all, I am genuinely of the belief. Notice the word I use, the B word, belief. That
Oh, I
even
hate that word.
even I know, so do I. So do I. Even if you are an agnostic, right? You are still an atheist. That's just the facts because even though I'm not making a positive claim, I'm still without a God belief and therefore I'm an atheist.
Okay,
However,
so okay.
I like chocolate atheist for two reasons. One, I'm 17 stone of pure chocolate, and yeah, it's a kumbaya, lovey-dovey, Jesus hippie type atheist, and I think it kind of
Rob, don't let him
accurately
run.
sums me
Don't
up.
let him run. Don't let him run, Rob.
I'm
No,
not
no,
going
don't let
to.
me run.
No,
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
don't let me run.
let him
Don't
finish,
let me
and
run.
then
Don't let me run because this is atheist on atheist violence today. I've just clocked. So
Our
all right. So
definitions
Ultra,
are
let
similar.
me ask you
yeah,
something.
yes,
When
please.
somebody comes to you and says, Ultra,
Mm,
an Abrahamic God exists, what
yeah,
is your position with regards to that claim? What do you say in response to
yeah.
that?
I'm working until Sunday. I'm off Sunday. Yeah. All right. Whenever an Abrahamic person comes to me and tells me that they've got the right God, obviously I say really, really rude things in my head, and then after about a couple of seconds, right? First, I stay on mute for like a minute. I huff and puff and sigh. I vomit in my mouth a little bit, and then I roll my eyes so badly I have to use eye drops because they dry out. Right. Then my immediate thing is I don't believe you.
Thank you. Okay. So if you don't believe the claim, right, that's
Mm,
synonymous with rejecting the claim. That does not
mm,
mean that you know a God doesn't exist, but it is synonymous, as far as I can see, unless you want to argue otherwise, that that's the
mm.
rejection of the claim. And that in itself does require
Oh
a
no no yeah I
justification.
don't believe you. I don't believe them, and that is indeed a rejection of the claim. Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
Now, if that's the case, right? But if I ask you, Ultra, do you know whether a God exists or not? What's your
Mm,
answer to that?
no, I don't
You
know.
don't know, right?
No.
That's my
Okay,
answer too.
cool. Now, in philosophy, and just like a minor point on it,
Mm,
you have something called belief and you have knowledge, and knowledge is a subset of belief. So if you do not believe that a God exists, that
mm.
means you automatically don't know that a God exists. So you don't need to
Oh
say
right, I
anything
see
about
what you're
the
saying.
knowledge
No no
claim,
no,
right?
that makes sense to me. Yes, of course that makes sense. Yes, I'm with you
Because
so far.
I used to be of the same sort of view, right? I'm this agnostic atheist, and then I listened to some very smart people about this. I went, no, I've got this wrong. I've had this wrong for a little while, right? In the sense that the agnostic part doesn't actually refer to knowledge. A lot of people look it up and they go, oh, it refers to knowledge. But if you look at the philosophical literature on it, it refers to withholding a belief. So an agnostic would be a person who says, okay, I've heard the
Mm,
claim that a God exists, let's say an Abrahamic one, and I've heard
mm,
somebody else say, no, here's the reasons why it doesn't exist. And you know what? In my mind, I cannot make a decision. And that's an
yeah.
entirely fair and rational position, is to go, I'm withholding my acceptance either way. I just say, what's the term I normally use? I withhold my decision, or there's another way I put it. I'm undecided. I don't reject it and I don't accept it. There is a legitimate middle ground, which is I'm undecided. And that's the agnostic, and that's a belief claim, by the way, not a knowledge claim in the philosophical literature. So an agnostic, because there is a third position, right? It's not just I accept or I reject. You can be undecided on propositions.
Yes,
And
But
if that's the case,
I agree.
yeah, so if that's the case, if you're an atheist, then you cannot be an agnostic. They are mutually exclusive if you accept that they're all belief claims. So either you're an atheist, you're agnostic, or you're a theist.
I would disagree with that because definition-wise, an atheist is the lack of belief. So if you're undetermined about a belief, then that is a lack of belief. Now, if you want to break it down to stages, that's different. You have a stage from, if it's a spectrum, a lack of belief all the way to completely disbelieving.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Let me. We can deal with it because presumably
but
you're a lack of belief.
but hold
I just
on.
want to check with Ultra though, if
Yeah.
he's happy to say that he's an atheist and he doesn't need to use the word agnostic if he accepts what I've said. If you don't, obviously, then we can debate that. And it sounds like YSO's got a different view, which we can talk about in a minute. But if you're of the view that agnosticism
Yeah, that one's
refers to
changed,
an undecided belief claim rather than a knowledge claim, then all you have to say is I'm an atheist because you reject the claim that a God exists, as do I, and possibly some of the other atheists, except maybe YSO. So he will say lack of belief, and we can talk about that's the other position that somebody can hold. But if you're happy with that, Ultra, then you wouldn't be an agnostic. They would be mutually exclusive in yours and my world if you accept the epistemology that we just talked about.
No.
Look at this
Listen,
atheist
I'm
atheist
telling you 100%, I'm an atheist. However, I lack a belief in a God because I'm yet to be convinced by any of the Abrahamic lot specifically, right? And obviously, a lot of my recent history is sort of tied up and bogged down in the Abrahamic stuff, which is why I was really interested in the African spiritual system because, you know, that's Africa. But
okay, but sure, okay, that's cool.
I'm not saying, because the thing is, I don't make the positive claim that a God does not exist, and I accept. No,
Ultra,
wait,
you
but
do
I
though.
accept
When
that
you
it's
reject
possible.
it, that is a positive claim against God, right?
Yeah, no. It's. I hear you, but I could be wrong. I'm
that's fine.
fully.
That's fine, but that goes to knowledge, right? We're not talking about knowledge. All we're talking about is belief, and you are making the positive belief claim that God does not exist, as am I.
Yeah.
Now, why so might not be, right? So he's in a different position.
Yeah. Why? What's his position?
He lacks a belief, and we'll talk about that shortly. But if you're making the positive claim that you do not believe a God exists, that is a positive claim against the claim of God, right? And if that's the case, then you cannot be an agnostic. Now, with YSO, we'll talk about that separately. If he's going to insist that agnosticism is knowledge, then he could call himself a agnostic atheist. We'll talk about that in a minute because I used to be that view, and I thought about and I listened to philosophical experts, and they put forward a convincing argument that that's not a good position to hold. You can hold it, but it's not a good one, I don't think, and we can talk about it. But I just wanted to check with Ultra if he's happy with what I've talked about. If you're in agreement with me, Ultra, and you don't have to be, but if you are, then you are an atheist and you're making a positive claim, or your belief claim is a positive claim against God. And that's fine. If you're happy with that, cool. And obviously I think there's good reasons to make that, because then somebody like Bernie or somebody else would come to you and say, hey, Ultra, why don't you believe in God? And at that point, you would have to provide reasons.
No,
and
that's
some
not
atheists
true.
don't want to
that's
do
not
that.
True. Bernie hasn't given me a single reason as to why his God is real. He just tells me about things he disagrees with.
Let's not start off Bernie. Let's not start off Bernie.
He just tells me about the things he hates in life. He doesn't tell me about why his God's real.
Look,
again, I'm not convinced. I need someone to convince me that their God is real, and then I'll have something to look at. I have a starting foundation, like as something to look at.
I appreciate your conjecture.
You can go with that.
It's your boy, Brother Bernard Eastland, Babe Moorish American Muslim. Peace and love, family. Happy Ramadan for those. A spring cleaning for the soul. Rob Speaker, based on yesterday's conversation, you weren't here, so this is why I'm asking.
Can I just finish with Ultra, and then you can do that? Is that okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much. So, Ultra, then when you say you could just go with the view that, hey, I've not received good evidence, that could be your defense, right? That could be something.
Yes, that's my defense. No, that's what I stand on.
That's fine. You could do that. You could go further and say, hey, if your God is X, Y, and Z, then here's the reasons why I disbelieve it. So the evidential problem of evil, divine hiddenness, or whatever other ones, because I think those two are quite strong. But you don't have to. You could go with, in a sense, the weaker view, which is, hey, I don't have good reasons and evidence. But then a theist can say to you, okay, Ultra, what would good reasons and evidence look like? And that is a legitimate question that a theist could ask you, and then you'd have to consider and respond to them. Okay, here's what it might be, or Dillahunty goes with a view that I don't know what it is, but if your God is smart enough or clever enough, he would know. Now, that's kind of an answer. It's maybe not the ideal one, but it is an answer. So you could go that route, but it is a legitimate question for them to ask you, what would it take for you to believe? And that's something you might want to consider, like, as what would you respond with, to that claim? You might not have one now, but think about that, right?
Yeah. Rob, I just want to ask you quickly. Let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, yeah, we're talking about the Bible, yeah. How sure are you that the God of the Bible doesn't exist on that scale of 1 to 10?
Where 0 is like absolute certainty it doesn't exist, and 10 is absolute certainty it does exist.
0 is I think it exists, and 10 being it doesn't exist.
9.99 recurring.
Okay, so that 0.1 that you're talking about is that chance that the God of the Bible probably does exist, isn't it?
No. It's simply the view that I'm fallible, i.e., that I could be mistaken, but the chances, in my view, of me being mistaken is vanishingly small.
Okay, but that, I would agree with you on the same point. So this is why when we talk about belief and knowing, it's two different things.
Correct.
So when we're saying that we know, we don't know if a God exists in general, or we don't know if the God of the Bible exists. That is not a bad thing to say. You understand? But
you could say that. You could. However, there's two things with the knowledge thing, right? One is people often confuse it with certainty. Epistemic certainty is a very difficult bar to climb, right? Because if you were to say, I'm certain, that means that you couldn't be wrong, i.e. that you are claiming that you are infallible on whatever the topic or the claim is. That's a very difficult one for you to,
100%,
for any of us to climb, right? So
100%.
when we talk about knowledge, normally the one of the standard basic knowledge versions is justify true belief. So you could say that I know something, and you could still be wrong. So somebody could, and this is something that people confuse, something like EB, just doesn't compute for him, right? But it's well understood. If you're a fallibilist,
that's what scientific
that you could be
theory
wrong.
is.
So somebody says, I know that the earth goes around the sun, right? It's a possibility in the philosophical nomenclature, the literature, that you could be wrong. But the chance of you being wrong is so small that you can make a knowledge claim with the provisor that you're still fallible. That's entirely fine.
Yeah, that's what the scientific method, scientific theory postulates anyway, that, that we could be wrong. But the chances of it being wrong is very, very slim, like you just said, isn't it?
Yeah. So science doesn't deal in absolutes, but it does deal in probabilities, and the probability scales up with the amount of evidence. And then you get certain, I think Skydive Phil told me it, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but something like S5, I think is the term, or something like that. I don't remember, I'd have to look it up, which is the highest level of quote unquote probability that something's true. It's like 99% or 98 point whatever, at that level, it's incredibly high chance of it being the case. But there's still something could happen that could overturn that. It's not impossible because we're not infallible. But at some point we've got to take a stand and go, yes, I'm justified to believe this. Now there's a big problem with that, but for most people it's not something we need to go into unless we get deeper around the rabbit hole. Really.
Deeper, it gets too. I mean, but this is what I was saying when it comes to why I said that I wasn't against the idea of agnostic atheist, because the idea is that agnostic is referring to knowing something certain with certainty, and belief is just on being uncertain about it. So when someone goes, do you believe in something? Of course I don't believe in it, because I don't, that's I don't want to believe in it. You understand? But when it comes to, do you know? Like, no, I can never rule out the fact that, that little chance, even though it's so slim, that God of the Bible, God of the Quran could exist. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think there you're taking the view that when you say that, in your mind, it sounds to me when you're saying that you think knowledge, when you say I know, you think that it requires certainty. It doesn't. The knowledge claim doesn't require certainty. So you can
Knowledge
still
doesn't
say, I
qualify
know
certainty.
something to be the case, right?
Yeah.
If you have got good justification for it. So you don't need to be certain to invoke knowledge. So that's something that you might want to look this up, by the way. Don't believe me, just go and look it up. But don't get caught in the thing of like you're never able to make a knowledge claim, because you're always, there's always the chance you could be wrong. Yes, you could be wrong, but that doesn't stop you making a knowledge claim. This is well understood in philosophy anyway, because otherwise you'd have to be an infallibilist, which none of us are, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I just want to know what was the video that you watched? Was it Matt Dillahunty and a guy on epistemology, was it, or?
Look, there's lots of them. I mean, well, Dillahunty's got a view that I don't subscribe to with regards to atheism. That's what I was saying with that one. But one guy that I think is really good is a guy called Ozymandias Ramesses. That's not his real name, but that's his YouTube name. I learned a lot from him. We've had him on the Gin and Tonic show. He's a philosopher, not a professional philosopher, but one that studied epistemology, which is how you know things. So, and he explains it quite well. So, and he's quite well known in the sort of atheist circle, especially in the US, right? So Ozymandias Ramesses, it's obviously a pharaoh, as you know, he took that name on. But you'll find his channel and his videos, and he goes into some of these topics, and he especially deals with presuppositionalism and stuff like that. So he'd be one guy I'd recommend, because it's kind of relatively short and concise.
Okay. Oh, he did a video with Matt Dillahunty. He's epistemology. Yeah,
That's
he
it.
did.
Yeah.
I remember now.
Alex Malpass is the other atheist philosopher.
Aaron, are you saying you want to know, or you just want to believe?
I want to know. I want the type of knowledge that Muhammad, Moses, Paul, if some people accept Paul's works, I want to know that that what they know in it. Like, I don't want any type of if buts or maybes about God. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think
that you guys aren't ready
becomes
for
irrelevant then.
That's the big punchline of it all. You're not ready for the knowledge because something's in your way. That just from hearing the conversation, honestly, you're just not ready. You're just not ready.
No. I mean, he only
like
wants
martial arts,
you know. It's like then
they want to just know how to punch the hole through the tree, you know. But if I say, well, you got to hit a horse stance for about a couple hours, it's not going to make sense to them. They're just not going to. They want it now. They want to punch the hole. You see what I mean? But there's a certain requirement to get this kind of knowledge, though.
Hold on, Bernie. Hold on, Bernie. According to
you get that one thing out the way.
Hold on, Bernie. So according to that, you're just an agnostic, right?
Yeah.
You just want to know. Makes sense.
I want to know. Yes. I want to know.
So you don't entertain. So you don't entertain beliefs.
No, I don't entertain beliefs. No.
Okay, Ralph. You know, Ibi's confused about this. Let me help you out there, Ralph. You have beliefs already. Your beliefs are where you start. In order to get to knowledge, you need to believe something. So knowledge is a subset of belief. Again, look this up. Don't take my word for it.
Yeah.
So you start with a belief.
Why does
you don't
need to
automatically?
Why does he need to believe?
You don't automatically throw away a
belief. Is irrelevant to him.
I'll try and
belief is irrelevant to him.
Hold on.
Maybe focus on my voice. If you have a belief and you then graduate to a knowledge claim, your belief claim doesn't just disappear. It supports the knowledge claim, but now you've made a stronger claim, which is, let's say, justified true belief. So notice the word belief is still in there, and it supports the knowledge claim. So it's not like you suddenly don't have a belief when you suddenly say, I know something. The belief is still there. It's in the background now, because now you've upped the claim, you've upped the ante, so to speak, right? So it's not like you get rid of beliefs ever. You don't get rid of beliefs unless you change a belief, but then you have another belief, right? It's not like you suddenly don't have beliefs in your life. That doesn't happen for any human being, right? We all believe something. So anybody who comes on here and says, hey, you guys don't believe anything,
the beliefs are irrelevant. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Aaron.
Of course, we believe things. We just don't believe what they believe, but we have beliefs.
It's irrelevant. The belief is, Aaron wants to know something.
In order for him to know, he needs to first believe it. So of course it's not
the belief becomes
knowing. I'm talking about
the belief becomes irrelevant. What's the point of the belief if that's not the goal? The goal is
you are confused on this point, and you're going to confuse other people. So rather let him speak.
And then when you've been able to justify that idea and or perform tests and prove this idea. Therefore, it becomes a knowledge
Yes.
thing. Do you understand what Rob is saying?
Exactly. That's why the belief is That's why
Can you
the
guys hear me,
belief
by
is
the way?
irrelevant.
Yeah, you pretty much got
Yeah, I
it
can
right
hear
there,
you.
yeah. You're coming through. Yeah, I mean that's a fair
He's gone.
assessment.
Yeah. Why are you guys dealing in belief, man? It's irrelevant as atheists.
EB,
Don't deal in
just
belief.
stop nattering about this. You have no clue. You're trying to sit down playing chess and you only understand drafts. Stop talking about this. You're just going to sidetrack us and it's going to be a waste of time. I've been over this with you for hours. It's not like I'm being impatient. I've tried to help you with this. You're either unwilling or unable to understand.
No, I don't need your
And all
help.
you're
I
gonna
don't
do is
need your
take up
help. I don't need
panel
your help.
time.
Thank you. I don't need your help. I don't need your help. Thank you.
No, I guess you don't. You're going to stay willfully ignorant.
I don't
I
need your
can't
help.
help you with
Thank
that
you.
part of it.
Thank you.
But let's go to why so
Ah,
religious, because you wanted to talk about the lack of belief,
yes.
right? That's the other position that often atheists talk about. So why so do you want to put your view onto as to why you prefer that to what I've talked about?
By definition, atheism is a lack of belief at its basis. And somebody who even says that they cannot come to an answer or come to a decision about a belief system has at least lack of it.
All right, so let me ask you something, Weiser. If somebody comes to you and they say, hey, Yahweh exists, how many options have you got in terms of responding? Have you got 2 or 3 or more?
I guess off the top of my head, you have 3.
Okay. Can you name them and tell me what they refer to?
Yes, maybe, no.
Okay. If you say yes, what are you?
A believer.
Okay. If you say no, you're a non-believer. What are you if you what's the third position? The maybe or the however you want to put it. What do you call that person?
It would still be a non-believer because according to the religion itself, it takes faith in it. And if you do not have said
That's
faith,
correct.
if you do not have said faith, then you are not a believer.
Okay, so
that's right.
Do you think so? When you said the word maybe, do you is it just justifiable in your view to withhold your decision? In other words, to say, "Hey, I'm undecided." Is that a justified position to hold in your view?
Just so you know, weird stuff. I know it says lack or disbelief, but that's the reason I said earlier it was a spectrum. Go ahead, Rob. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, is it your view? Are you happy to accept that somebody who says I'm undecided on a proposition, that's a legitimate position to hold?
Well, it's different when you're talking about actual like scripture or text or anything that is a doctrine, right? You can be agnostic on something that isn't a doctrine, but when you read something and it says these are the rules of which it is to be applied, such as faith, then the separation of it becomes pretty determined.
Okay, well let's make it a bit easier. Somebody comes to you and they say Yahweh exists. Is it a legitimate position for a human being to say?
No,
yeah,
that's the thing. Yahweh would be a God with certain scriptures, right? And then even then, it would be you could expand it upon to the Bible, the Gospels, where you would say Jesus is Yahweh, and then you would have to believe in that because Jews believe in Yahweh, and there's Christians who call Jesus Yahweh, but Jews are definitely not considering themselves Christians, and they have lack of belief.
But just focusing on this part of it, is it a legitimate position for somebody to say I am undecided on that proposition? Is that legitimate? If those words come out of somebody's mouth, do you feel that's a legitimate position for a human to hold?
What type of proposition? A religious position?
Yeah, that God exists.
A religious position that actually has a doctrine, or are you talking just a theist religion?
Well, either one. Does it make a difference to you?
Yes, it does, because
okay, go with the general one then. Otherwise, we get confused. The general one, that a God exists, that some God has created the universe.
Yeah, a theist position is that there is a deity that created the universe, but it does not direct our lives in any way. It has not communicated to us. It just was an all starting position that has no doctrine. Okay, that has nothing that says you have to believe in it. So if you're agnostic on that position, that doesn't mean that you're lacking faith in it. You're just admitting you don't know about it. Now, if there is a doctrine on a position such as a god, as a deity, which would be a theist position, then you would have to say yes or no. And if you're a maybe, you would have to follow by whatever the religion says.
Yeah, sorry, just before you guys get on, Veli, if there's anyone backstage, switch them for me. And yeah, Rob, I'll come back later because I wanted to talk to you about the soul thing. But I think Bernie wanted to ask you, so Bernie after talk to you about whatever. But yeah, big up people, innit?
Cool, matey, no problem. Take it easy.
Cool.
Okay, so
big up, stay agnostic.
So,
be safe.
If I understand you,
Big ups, keep evolving.
Are you of the view that somebody let's put it like this to make it a little bit easier and hopefully. So somebody's heard the claim that God exists. They've heard some arguments in favor of it, and they go, okay, I've heard that. They've heard somebody who's against that position, and they've heard those arguments. And somebody comes to them and says, well, what do you do? What is your view on this? Is it legitimate for them to say, I'm undecided?
Well, you're just talking about a random God, right? Then it is legitimate to just say they're agnostic about a God that has no rules, doesn't interfere with, doesn't have anything to do with the universe past creation, because that would just be something saying, it might be there, it might not. But when you cross the line as to saying that it's interacted with humans, then and that is set rules such as faith and belief, and when you say that even a maybe, that separates you from actually having faith and questioning it. And questioning it is a lack of belief inside of the system, inside of the...
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm hearing the answer here. Let me just say, if somebody comes along and they say to you, Yahweh, the Christian God exists, and you hear some of the arguments, you
Which
go, okay, I've heard that.
Yahweh or is the Christian God?
Are they synonymous?
I'm not. No, they are not. Yahweh is the name of God in the Old Testament. Okay. Now there are Christians who will call Jesus Yahweh, and they'll also call him Jehovah. They'll call him Jesus Christ.
Not that important. Why, sir? Let's call it Allah. Let's just call it Allah.
Yeah, maybe you didn't understand what I'm. And
why, sir?
That's
let's just call it Allah.
Rob, is that faith determines the religion, the God. Okay, the God itself determines what it is that is the religion. In the mind of the theist, the person who actually believes the religion, it is the God that sets everything from the rules of how it to be followed, from the morality concepts, the laws, dictations, everything is from the God. And
that's right.
And if you if you say maybe it exists, that is a lack of belief. Okay, because you
absolutely.
You are denying its existence as a question.
Makes sense. Rob, you there?
According to the Arabic root letter understanding, just to bring some clarity from how I do homework, belief would be first and faith would be the effect of it. Belief is simply another word, if it helps, is just acknowledge.
That's exactly the root letter.
Yeah, simply just also can mean acknowledged. The way that the tri-letter or root letter system works in Arabic is that it's pretty much like a thesaurus. So it gives you the root letter of the words, and then you can find all these other words that's related or that was used in the Quran, along with that word. But faith will be the effect of the acknowledgement, which would be characteristics of, just for
every religion's faith is different. It's dictated by the God's decision of what said faith is and how far it must be followed. That is what I was getting at. Now, Rob, I don't know if you understand the difference that I'm making here. To you, it's a minute point. You think that, and maybe I'm wrong, but the way you phrased your question was that every God can be considered the same God, and that every doctrine is the same doctrine, even if there is no doctrine. Well, that's not true. There is a separation. Christians, Jews, Hindus with multiple gods, all these people of faith have different distinctions of what faith is. And every religion decides what
Yep.
said faith is, and what becomes questionable of said faith becomes a lack of belief in the faith.
Okay, well, so do you remember the question that I asked you? And I'm going to make it with Allah so that we don't need to sidetrack onto anything else. If a Muslim comes to you and they say Allah exists, and they say to you, they give you some reasons for it, and you hear somebody who's non-Muslim who says, hang on a moment, here's some reasons against that. You've now heard reasons on both sides of the argument. You now say, or I'm saying to you, can somebody say that I am undecided? They've heard the arguments for Allah, they've heard the arguments against, and they are undecided. Is that a legitimate position for a human being to hold on the question of whether Allah exists?
Of course, it's a legitimate position to hold, but if from the Muslim position, it's not. From a Muslim
position, they're still disbelievers.
Yes, you are a disbeliever. You are a kafir. You are.
That's right.
You are not one of the believers.
That's right.
And if you're an atheist or you're agnostic, if you're a disbeliever, then having a maybe is okay, because that just means you don't know. You're admitting I don't know. And if you don't know something about faith, then you are a disbeliever in pretty much every faith out there. Now, Hinduism is a little bit weird with it. There's a lot of people who said that you can be a Hindu atheist, but really not.
No, Fred, let's just stay on topic for a moment. Let's just stay on the thing. Just focus in on this part. If you agree that it's a legitimate philosophical position to say I'm undecided on a proposition, in your system, with this whole lack of belief thing, what do you call somebody who is undecided? By the way, undecision is a belief claim, not a knowledge claim. Hopefully you agree with that. If it is, what do you call somebody who's undecided in your view?
What I'm saying is that the definitions overlap, okay? Because the definition of agnostic, essentially, if I'm not mistaken, is a person who does not affirm or deny existence of God. And then the definition of atheist is the lack of or disbelief of a God. So they overlap. Now, one of them goes to the extreme side of the spectrum, and the other one leaves it up for debate.
All right, let me ask you something. Do you think a lack of belief and a disbelief are synonymous?
Of course, a lack of belief and a question of belief are synonymous.
No. A lack of belief. I lack belief and I disbelieve. Do you think those are synonymous?
Of course they are, Rob. A lack of belief means that you do disbelieve in something, whether it's just a minute thing, even if it's one word. Okay, we can look at Islam. If you disbelieve that one word of the Quran is the actual word of Allah, then you disbelieve it. There's no question about it.
But if you lack a belief on it, what does that mean?
If you lack a belief of it, right? If you have a maybe of something about in the Quran,
you are still
a belief of it.
Good morning. Hypothetical. How are you letting them get away? Like, why are they still breathing?
They're killing. I don't even have to do any work. They're going at each other. I don't even have to do any work.
Yeah, to be honest, they're kind of just circling around their own mission statement. We kind of already know what you believe. I was kind of ready to get back to the topic.
Okay, real quick, Rob.
They're trying to find first. Let them find themselves, and then we'll critique them. Let them find themselves.
A lot of just critiquing what you believe in. I mean, we kind of already know that you're atheist. Like, let's get to the topic. You guys,
but let them figure out. But let them figure out who they are first. Let them figure out who they are first.
Definition of an atheist, like you guys repeat the definition of an atheist, like.
But it's not fair. You can't critique someone if they don't know who they are. They need to first know who they are.
Yeah, well, in our scripture, they only follow suggestion.
Everything I've said, all the religious people on the panel have agreed with. And the thing is, Rob is disagreeing with me, but I'm sure he agrees that it's a spectrum. And that's what I'm getting at. That disbelief is a spectrum. And even questioning said belief starts the spectrum. That's what I'm getting at. And that's the reason it's overlapping.
That's right.
Yeah, I think why so.
Yep.
There's an epistemic position, which is I disbelieve, but then you can have your psychological certainty as to how much you disbelieve, sure. But that's a separate question. We're not talking about your psychological disposition towards the claim. We're talking about the claim itself. And all I wanted to know from you is what do you call somebody?
The claim has a doctrine, right? The claim has I know you're muting and you'll probably think I'm talking over you, but I don't think you're hearing what the position is that's being brought to you, bro.
Why so religious? Even the agnostic didn't believe before the claim came to him. So by default he was an unbeliever.
Correct.
He didn't believe in it.
No, that's true.
The claim being brought to the person is irrelevant.
Hypothetical alert. Technically, ignorance is not disbelief. If one is ignorant in something, then that doesn't mean that they disbelieve it. Technically, the idea has to be brought towards them. But with Rob, what I'm talking about here,
but even ignorance, even during the ignorance, he never had a belief.
Well, firstly, are you Muslim?
Yeah.
Then you don't know if he had a belief or not, because the Quran says only Allah knows what are people's hearts, and he guides whom he chooses, and he misguides whom he chooses. So
praise the Lord.
Allah only knows the unseen, my friend. So for you to say that he never believed, that's dangerous in some parts of the
world. We're using the example of the person who was given the.
Rob, continue.
Hold on. We're using the example of the person who the claim was made to.
And what I'm saying,
you found out he didn't believe, right?
I'm saying ignorance. Right now, according to your religion, and I'm sorry to get sidetracked, according to your religion, I might be a believer and I don't even know it. And you might be a disbeliever and you don't even know it. You might be misguided by Allah and not believe that you are. And I might actually be guided and you don't know that I am. Go ahead, Rob.
I think I'll just finish it on this. In my view, there's three positions. One is called atheist, one is called agnostic, one is called theist, right? And each one of those refers to a belief claim. One is I accept the belief that God is true. The one is I reject the belief, which is my position. And there's somebody who says I withhold a belief, that's agnostic. As far as I can tell, in your view, you haven't said that you agree that withholding is agnostic. You said there's a thing. I wanted to know what the label is for somebody that withholds their belief, that is undecided. That's all I've been asking you. What do you call that person in your view?
Rob, I'll call them, firstly, people define what they define themselves as. People define themselves as they define themselves, and then whatever they define themselves inside the context of whatever it is that's being talked about is where I decide to draw the limits or whatever. So, but as far as like, if somebody says they're agnostic about a teapot circling the sun, then there's no doctrine to that, and I'll say, okay, they're agnostic. I think they're fucking stupid. Because I'm an atheist, I totally disbelieve that there's a teapot circling the fucking sun. But if they're agnostic about it, okay, there's no doctrine saying that if they disbelieve at all about it, then they are completely a disbeliever. Do you get where I'm coming from with that? There is context to this concept because they overlap as definitions. Now, if we wanted to get into that the definition should be changed, then that's a totally different conversation. I'd be happy to hold that, because I do think that words evolve and that they do need to change at times. But as of right now, we need to use words as they are defined.
Okay, so according to the root letter definition for disbelief, you have the root letters kaf, fa, and ra. It can mean, this won't be long, but it can mean to conceal, to cover, to reject, to disbelieve, to be thankless, to be thankful, or unthankful, to be ungrateful, to disown, deny.
That's one language, bro. That's one language.
Also, black horse, dark night, tiller, or a farmer. It also has here in brackets what I thought was interesting. It said, perhaps it should be noted that its primary meaning is to cover or conceal, like a farmer, with active conscious intent. So from this is born the reject, the disbeliever, because This is a conscious decision made by a person. Please note, one can only reject something after hearing, seeing, or experiencing it, not before.
So
Peace.
that's one language, and also nowhere in your Quran or the Hadith. I know you don't follow Hadith, but nowhere in your Quran does it say that knowing Arabic and etymology is important. Go ahead, Rob.
I don't think
I
there's
expect
much
you
we
to see
can
it that
say.
way.
I have asked what you call somebody who's undecided, and I haven't got a clear answer, so I'm not sure what we can do.
Does anybody feel like I gave a clear answer? Is it me, or like
Yeah.
is it me that I gave a
Nah,
clear
he
answer?
just doesn't. He
I
just
really
doesn't
think it's you,
understand.
Rob,
He
that I
doesn't
didn't give
understand
a
what you're
clear
saying.
answer to.
You know, through my journey, I'm 32 now. I've been doing this thing since I was 16. First book I picked up was on hypnotism, learning about the subconscious, and I came to a mature understanding that most people aren't really even, they're not even really disbelievers. I just noticed most are just very, very uneducated. Once I educated people on the meaning of these words, and then people start to really slow down a little bit and like, what about this? What about this? And it's like, well, actually, obey actually just means this. It doesn't mean, hop on one foot, hop on one foot and make me a bowl of cereal because I said so. But obey actually literally means to voluntarily listen and understand. So what I would encourage most people who just not sure of making sense of the teapot circling around the sun, try to get an understanding of the etymology of these words that they're using, because to explain spiritual complex things, you're not going to just get a 1+1=2 type of explanation. In order to break down what sex is like, to my 13-year-old brother, I can't, you know what I mean? I have to use something that's a reference of what he can, refer to. It's like putting your finger in an apple pie or something. Now, does sex mean put your finger in an apple pie? Of course not. But the best explanation I can give someone who don't know, I have to use references points, in this case, like fiery chariots, burning bush, moons being split. I would say from a personal person who's been there, done that as a Baptist, Hindu, a Buddhist, Freemason, and now I just in 2012 I made my shahada as a Muslim once I found out that was the secret. And I would just encourage anyone to sit back. I'm sorry?
You're a Quranist and you perform Shahada?
Yeah, we'll get on that because I see now you think you know what Islam is. But the point I wanted to simply get at and encourage people is to just study for yourself on the meaning of these words that's being used, and not this, don't go to Quora.com, don't go to Yahoo Answers, don't go here, don't go to YouTube webcams and stuff. Go to the scripture and go to the dictionary or the lexicon in respect of that language, and it will clear up at least about 75% of your misunderstanding about religion.
Okay, thank you for that diatribe. Rob, tell me how I can give you a clear answer that you say that I'm not giving you.
Just tell me what you call somebody who's undecided on a proposition.
I think I see what you mean, Rob.
On a position, on any position, I told you it takes context, bro.
Rob, did you not tell me that I was a pantheist because of the way that I believe?
I might have done. Remind me what you believe.
You remember you said that because I don't subscribe to religion. I don't subscribe to a god per se, but I do subscribe to nature, energy, vibrations. Would that not make me a pantheist?
We'd have to just look that up. You might be. I just need to check on that.
Well, I'm about to get off here, but Rob, did I not say in context? You can't just make a blanket statement saying that if somebody, like I gave an example, if somebody believes in something that doesn't have a doctrine, an agnostic would say maybe, and then they would still, but there's no doctrine saying that even a maybe is a lack of belief.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's correct. But we can pick it up again when you come back.
Well, no, let's settle it right now. How is that not correct? If there's a doctrine that says even questioning it is lack of belief, then how does that not hit the spectrum of atheism, which also hits the agnostic spectrum?
Well, because I want to know what you call somebody who withholds a belief. If you think it's a legitimate position, there will be a label for it. if you're not aware of it, have a look in the philosophical literature. There'll be a label for somebody who says, I'm undecided. And in your view, I want to know what that is. I know what it is in my view. I wanted to know if you knew
I'm not denying
you
that
call
the
it.
word agnostic is applied to
He
people.
literally asked you a question.
I'm not denying the word agnostic applies to people, even from a religious standpoint. I'm saying from a religious standpoint, and I believe I said this, from a religious standpoint, they are disbelievers. From
Okay,
my
I'm not interested in the religious standpoint.
atheist,
Why so?
as an atheist, my personal opinion is they are agnostic, but they're also atheists because by definition, saying maybe, which means I don't know, is still a lack of belief in a position.
Yeah, I think we're holding this up, and I think maybe other people we can bring this up again. I think that's mistaken. Maybe I can send you something to read about this and see whether it's something of interest
Okay,
to you.
Rob, here's
I
a
think
question. What could I send you to make it where you would understand what I'm proposing? Because
send me whatever you like. Send me whatever you like.
You've told me and another person about what you could send us for us to understand your position. So let me know what I can send you for you to understand my position.
Whichever literature you want to send me.
Okay, well, where's the start, Rob? Because you always have a way. You have something you can send two of us without a doubt, but we do not know what we can send you for you to understand our positions.
Well, haven't you got any documentation or something you can refer to? Or is this just your own personal sort of thoughts on the process, on the matter?
Even if it is, Rob.
Well, write it out for me then. Write it out for me, and then I'll go through it step by step.
Even if it is, isn't it kind of strange how you always have, and I mentioned this earlier, you have your talking points and you have the things it's like that you go through. So, and you said you didn't, but you have two books off the top of the fucking head that you can come off with when you don't understand another person's position. But when I'm asking you, we can go through this right now and you can try, you question me, figure out my position. You'll say, we'll talk about it later.
Well, I thought you said you had to go. That's why.
Yeah, of
and
course.
Plus, we have other people here that might want to speak, right?
And I want to go, but I want to make sure that you understand what it is that I'm talking about. I don't want to get off here, and then later when I listen to this, it's about how
what was it? Hold on, Rob. What was it about his position you didn't understand?
Yeah, it
Come on,
seems
Rob.
to me he says you can be an agnostic and an atheist. And I think those two labels refer to different things. And if you take the view that an atheist is somebody...
Will you pull up the definitions, Rob? You wanted to pull up the definition of pantheist. Pull up the definitions of these two words and tell me if they do not overlap.
No problem. Okay, so I'll do that right now then, since you don't want to get off. You said you were, but no problem. We'll bring up the Philosophical Stanford Encyclopedia and we'll go through this. Has everybody
so we're
got the
just
time for
go
this?
by your one source of what
Correct. The Stanford Encyclopedia, I think, is like one of the gold standards on the philosophical literature.
You have to go by that. Okay, gotcha, Rob.
Correct. That is the way that we talk about these topics. These are philosophical topics.
We can't go by.
No. Don't go to dictionaries. Absolutely don't go to dictionaries when we talk about a philosophical point.
Okay.
That's a mistake. Yeah, don't do that. If I was one thing I could invite you to do is not to go to normal dictionaries for philosophical terms.
Have you ever read the Oxford Philosophical Dictionary?
No, I've looked into the Stanford one.
Have you ever read that? So
no, I've read some of the Stanford one.
My bad.
But I'm going to get you the whatever you need. But for Lady Divine, pantheism is the belief that the universe or nature as the totality of everything is identical with divinity, or that everything composes an all-encompassing innate God.
That definitely describes me, so that's for sure.
I was the one who said that you were a pantheist, by the way. Click.
Brilliant then. Why so religious? You're very observant then, because everything that description just read out basically describes me and how I see and view the world. Yeah. So what was and this is my thing. So because I can see my God, I can see nature, I can see these things happening, I can see life, I can see when it's winter and things die, and spring and things are coming alive again. The birds are tweeting, the buds, the roses, the blossoms, all of that. I can see this God. So when you lot are saying that you don't subscribe to no form of God, none, I want to know what evidence do you have to support there is absolutely for sure not a God.
We don't consider what you just explained as a God. We consider it natural processes that occur in the universe that are observable and have processes that we can define and we can replicate and prove that they happen naturally without a divine source.
Random process.
Lady, let me just add something because there was just something I was going to say and somebody popped in, which is fine. So pantheism is the belief that the universe or nature as the totality of everything is identical with divinity, or that everything composes of an all-encompassing innate God. And I'll tell you what that means in a second. Pantheists do not believe in a distinct personal or anthropomorphic God. So by this lights, if they use the word God, what they're really referring to is nature, just the whole of nature is they then label, put the big capital G onto that. Is that how you would see it?
Okay. I got lost there because I was looking at the chat, but Trill for
No
Igba,
worries.
you need to stop worshipping the goddess. Like, stop it. I am your God. The divine is here. The divine feminine is here, and stop worshipping me. Like, get alive. Stop it. Go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
So pantheists do not believe in a distinct personal or anthropomorphic God. So you don't believe in a personal God or something where you anthropomorphize.
No.
Yeah,
I
no, it
believe in
sounds like you probably are
yeah.
pantheist.
I don't know if you, because you did say to me the first time, I think it was Monday when I first came on, that basically you did actually say there and then that you wouldn't describe what I call a God. You wouldn't describe that as a God, and you said it again literally. What I think.
Yeah.
So that's where the confusion is, the way I label my God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think, I take it that most people, what they mean by a God is actually a personal God. And if somebody then says, no, but I don't believe that, and I'm going to use the word God, okay, you can do it, but it's like confusing, right? Because when people talk about a God, whenever I hear the word God, and maybe it's just me, maybe other people go fine, I hear the word God and I think that's a personal God that has, sent some messages or created the universe and has interacted in some way in this universe. Now,
And
if you're a
right there,
deist,
that's why you don't understand all the people on the panel understand what I was talking about except you, because of that. Because your disconnect of what a God is not personal. It's all encompassing to people of religion. To people who believe God is not personal. Now, God can interact personally with people, but God is all encompassing for the whole universe.
Yeah, but still a personal God, right?
No,
Obviously,
it's
it's
not a
encompassing
personal
in
God.
the sense that he created the whole universe, but he's
You do
interacted
not
with it.
understand what I just said. It is not personal. To people of religion, it is not personal. Even a pantheist, believes that everything is God, which means it's not personal, which means it's everything in nature, it's everything in the universe. Okay.
So when an Abrahamic theist comes to you and they say, hey, I've had communication with God, he's spoken to me
did
directly,
you just listen
is
to
that
what
personal?
I said, Rob? Did I say that? I said religious people can have personal experiences, but that's not a personal God.
Okay, so now you're redefining what a personal God is. So a
No,
personal God to you is not somebody that can personally interact with its creation.
You cannot connect to this, can you?
No,
Maybe
obviously
that's
I
it. You
can't.
are just
You're
so
above my pay
disconnected.
grade, I guess.
No, Rob, I'm not trying to talk down to you. I'm telling you right now, you just cannot comprehend it because you're so analytical or philosophical or something. But the concept is God is for everyone, and God can have a personal experience for people, but that does not make it a personal God. It is the God of the universe.
Okay, let me ask you something. Is there a difference between a deist God and a theist God? And if there is, what is that difference?
The difference between a deist God and a theist God is that a deist God is more of a personal God. The deist God is the one where it created the universe and it put everything into motion, but it's never really talked to humans. It's never described people, but you believe that it is there and that it created everything. It doesn't control your life, and that's the reason I say it's more of the personal God. And the reason it's more of a personal God is because there is no doctrine to tell other people how to live their life or that it even exists.
Okay, so what you mean by personal is if there's no doctrine, it's more personal, and then if there is a doctrine, or if it speaks to people. So the one that doesn't do that is more personal than the one that does. Okay, I've got a different view on that, of course. I think the one that does speak to people or write books is more personal than one that just created the universe and has never interacted. So obviously we have like completely opposite definitions of what we mean by personal.
Well, then, if that's what you think, then that's fine. But that's the reason, and that's why I feel like you having a disconnect with this right now, bro.
I am, because we have a diametrically opposed. Personal means for me something that interacts with its creatures and speaks to them. You're thinking that something that doesn't interact is more personal than something that does.
I'm not trying
and
to.
I think we have a disagreement there. That's
I'm
fine.
not trying to say. I'm not trying to say that I know more about certain things, but this religion is my thing, bro. And I'll tell you right now, to all theists, God can have personal moments to them, okay? But God is the overall encompassing thing that every person can unite with. That's the reason Muslims call themselves brothers and sisters. That's the reason Christians will do it from time to time too, and Jews and all these people, and Hindus and everything. It's not personal until they have a personal relationship with that God, but that God is still not personal. Now, the deist God is one that doesn't talk to you at all, but you feel personally connected to that God because there is no doctrine. So whatever you do personally as a form of worship is not considered wrong.
Yeah, if somebody came to you and said, hey, I've spoken to him. Again, maybe I'm wrong, and other people can, chime in and give their views. If somebody came to me and they said, "Hey, I believe that a God has spoken to me, or I believe He's written a book, and this is specifically for me," in my mind, I go, "That's more of a personal God than a God that created the universe." If somebody says, "I have a personal relationship," that's just a vacuous claim, right? Anybody can make the claim they have a personal. Hang on, let me finish. Anybody can make the claim that they have a personal relationship with the deist God, but the deist God, they have no way to even know whether the deist God exists, because if it hasn't interacted in this world, there's no way to know whether it exists, or in fact, if it did something and is outside of the universe. So for somebody to say they have a personal is just a vacuous claim. To me, if somebody claims they've had a personal experience or that a book has been written, that's a much more personal God than one that's just created the universe and somebody claims to have a personal relationship. But
Rob,
maybe I'm wrong.
Answer this in just a couple of seconds with a question, saying, how many religions do you know are based off a person saying a God talked to them and that they're not allowed to spread their religion? How many religions?
Why did you add they're not allowed to spread their religion? What's that got to do with that?
That you were trying to make, right? You were saying, "Oh, a God." You said
nothing to do with spreading it.
Okay, maybe I'm gonna paraphrase. I think this might be close to the quote. A person who had a God speak to them and write a book for them. Now, religious people don't believe that the book is wrote just for them. Religious people.
No, what I mean is not just for them, sure, but for them, as in like they are one of the people for whom the book is written, right?
The people, Rob. The people.
Yeah, but they will take it as personal,
That's
right?
not personal. That's not personal. No, they are. In fact, most people who consider, let me finish real quick. Most people who who believe that they have received a message from God consider themselves prophets for the people. Okay, they're called prophets. They're called messengers for the people. Okay, they're not just sitting in a hole writing a whole fucking book where nobody's allowed to learn about it. No, they're here to pass the message on.
Okay, let me
never heard
let me
of
ask you something
that doesn't want more people to follow it.
Yeah, but how many it follows is not the point. If you had two people, one person came to you and said, I've got a book here that's for all of mankind and it encompasses everybody. It doesn't matter what your belief is. Here's a book that a creator has presented to you. Somebody else came along and said, hey, I've got a book from Allah and this is for Muslims. Which of those two do you think is more personal?
What you're separating is that to Muslims, every person can be a Muslim, even though there's a lot of quote unquote Jew hatred or Christian hatred or other religion hatred. As soon as they become Muslim, guess what? They're part of the brother and sisterhood, bro. They're part of the Ummah. So it is for all mankind. And even if you want to
Okay,
talk,
buddy.
even if
No
you want to talk about a specific religion, let's say like Judaism, right, which is more based on birth or descendancy, that still wants them to have more people to believe in the religion for the people that are Jews. So if there's 16 million Jews on the earth, they're not personal gods. That would mean there were 16 million personal gods as opposed to one God that rules over all of them that has the ability to give them a personal experience.
Okay, dude. I don't think we can go any further here. You have got a different idea of what personal means to me, and that's what it is. I don't think a deist God is as personal
Just
as a
going
theist God.
to
We leave it there. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let's wrap this up. Yeah, let's wrap this up now because stuff has been lost in
it's a chicken wrap.
translation and we're not getting anywhere. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I guess I don't know.
Lady D, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
What did you say you believe that nature is God?
Yeah.
Do you also believe that nature was created?
Well, this is what I tried to explain. I don't know how well I did it the last time, but from how I tried to explain it to Why So Religious and to Rob, when I think of creation, I do think of a higher energy, a higher force. Now, it's the labeling that seems to be the problem on how I label stuff and how they personally view it via my labeling. So when I say a higher force, vibration, power, to me that will be competent God. But to them, that will be just no, that's not a God. Do you see the point?
But does this force have a will?
That's the problem there. So I would say it has a will, but I don't think this will, the will that it has, I don't think it, see, I believe we have free will. Whereas when I speak to my brother Raheem, he will say we don't have free will from a religious mindset. I believe that this higher power energy can create this earth, create this, nature, all of these things, but it still allows me to have free will to make and break my own decisions. I'm not controlled. I'm not dictated by a book. I'm not none of those things. Like I've got my own free will.
So you would be classed as a deist then, I think.
Oh, so this is why I get confused.
I agree with free brain cells. That sounds like deism to me.
You said free brain cells.
Lady Divine, does this nature you speak of, would you say by definition I know of, would you believe this nature is the essence of all existing things?
Yes, I would say because to me, you can't get something from nothing in my worldview. You just can't magic up something or get a big bang and have that. That to me does not make any sense.
Okay, I just wanted to be just a quick informal.
Yeah, so you're a deist.
According to the Arabic lexicon, trilateral root definition for Allah, I just gave it to you, which is the essence of all existing things. So that's all we're saying Allah is.
Okay, well that's what I said that earlier. I actually said that from the beginning, like Monday. I said some people will say Allah, some people will say God, some people say the Most High, some people say the Creator.
Yeah,
I
this
just
is
say
what I meant
energy,
by
force, whatever.
right.
It's labels to me.
This is what I meant by telling people. I think it's just an education thing on the etymology of the respectful language. Because even if we can go to the root letter for confirmation, what's interesting about the root letter, and I think I spoke about this in the chat about the word Ra. I think we were kind of chatting a little bit. Each letter in the Semitic language, each letter itself has a power to it, or it has a nature, a description. And so when God spoke into existence, these letters were like in a sense, like the first chemical atomic numbers, or like the atomic letters. So each letter has a definition. So like with the definition of Allah, which is alif, lam, and ha. Okay, alif, or equivalent to the English letter A, it means first, like to be first. The letter lam or L in English, it can mean to provide, or the word for, like this is for you, or providence, and then the word ha, or in the English letter H, it means life, benefit, or to live. So when you put the three letters together, first provider of life, that's all I'm saying that God is, or this nature of our lives. He's the essence of all existing things, the first provider of this life. Some would just simply
You're
call it the
breaking up.
first
You're
cause.
breaking up. Something
also.
wrong with your connection.
Okay, hold on a sec.
Dude, we're not here for Dawa, okay? That's a totally different channel. Maybe that's your channel, but Dawa is not for this.
We're here to grill the atheists.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, for real. Not even that. When's the grilling gonna start, man? Fuck's sake.
It's had to be like me and Rob going after it with each other because
Exactly.
y'all ain't bringing shit, bro.
Atheist on atheist
but
violence.
that's
I appreciate your
thing with-
conjecture that you've never been given 2 questions, yet you dismissed both my questions yesterday. So I appreciate your conjecture that you weren't given any questions. Hey, Rob, let me ask you something. What's your perspective on the, only because you weren't here yesterday, what's your perspective on
as
the
a
LGBT?
Quranist, dude. Fuck out of here, bro. Tell me about the Surah of the
I
Hijr.
respect you
so
see it that
religious.
way.
Take a
Hey,
break.
Rob, what's your perspective?
Yeah. Just take
Oh,
a break.
you lot are
What's your
losing it now.
perspective,
You lot are
Rob, on
losing
the
it. Order,
yes,
you
yeah,
lot are
this is
losing
what they
it.
do. They throw these little jabs and sway off the topic and then go, no one ever asked me a question. It's like, okay, I'm trying to ask one.
Dude,
All right,
I'm gonna
Rob,
ask Ultra right now.
what is
Ultra, why
what's
do
your
you
perspective?
definitively believe there is no such thing as a God? What
have
makes
I
you
ever
come to
said
that?
that I definitively
Wait,
believe
hang on
there
a
is
second.
no
Lady
God?
Divine,
Have I
when have
ever
you
said
ever
that,
heard
Lady
me say
Divine?
there is no God?
Have
Lady
I ever
Divine,
said
when have
that?
you heard?
No, you haven't. You
When have
haven't.
you heard? Yeah, because that's not what I believe.
Why?
I'm an atheist because let me just be absolutely
Let's
honest,
get the
right?
full question out so you understand my questioning quickly. Let me get the full
Yeah.
question
Of
out.
course I get the question, but what I'm saying
But
is,
Ultra Funky, we're trying to
Let me
figure what you
finish.
are. You don't even know what
Thank
you are.
you.
Are
Let
you
me
atheist
finish
or
so you
agnostic?
can understand why
See you
I'm
later,
asking.
Divine.
don't
He's
say
gonna do
bum.
what he did last time and then in the
Oh,
future say nobody asked him a
Don't say
question.
bum.
Notice
Right?
he's not just gonna answer the
Don't tell
question.
me.
you don't
He
even
has
let
to
me answer the
redefine
question.
where he's saying.
What?
How many times you guys are gonna keep redefining yourself? Just answer the fucking question, bro.
What's the
Just
question?
answer the question.
I never said that I don't. I never
You
said that.
guys redefine yourself
Jeez,
more than like 1,000 times.
Never
It's
said
like
that.
give it a
it's like a
break,
fucking
bro.
broken record, man. You guys want to talk about me being nuts.
Bro, don't
You want to
talk
talk about
about
me being
broken.
crazy. How many times
All
you
you
keep
talk about
redefining
is
yourself?
conjecture
Stop
and
redefining
everything.
yourself. Just answer the fucking question, bro.
Suspect
Just answer the
guy.
question.
Bernie and Lady
You
Divine.
don't understand where I'm
I
standing
never.
from. First, let me explain to you what an atheist is before I answer the question. Like, bro, just answer the question. Like, we're not dumb, man. Just answer the question.
Oh my
I
god.
never said that I completely. I never said that there
Did he
is
just call for God?
God. I've never said there is there is definitely no God. I said I do not believe in a God. There is a difference there. Most atheists hold the
I'm
position.
not gonna lie. Why so religious? I'm not gonna lie.
Basically, what he's trying to say is that he's agnostic.
I'm not sure if you can explain
Yeah,
this
because
to
you're
them
not saying there isn't, and you're saying
you're-
you're saying that there definitely isn't, and there is
no.
definitely is.
See what I mean, people of the book? See what I mean, righteous people? They follow conjecture so hard, they don't even know who they are.
No,
First,
that's the thing.
well,
Stop
they have to keep redefining
That's what I
themselves other
said.
than
They don't
answering
know
the
who
fucking
they are.
question.
Let them
You know
find
that
out.
people just start
Yeah,
talking.
other than
over
answering the
people.
question, it's like
get
you
caught
guys
up
just
with
prove
talking
scripture
over
correct.
people. This is
Correct,
what
so you just
happens.
follow conjecture.
This is what happened. You know what? I've had a channel for 3.5, 4 years almost now. I've learned that you do have to talk over people in a panel because nobody ever moderates. Rob moderates Gin and Tonic, that's true. But for the most part, nobody ever moderates a fucking channel. I answered the question that was given to me. Lady Divine claimed that I said, or at least that's the way I heard it.
I actually said Ultra, to be fair.
Oh, okay. No, my bad. I thought you said me. I apologize. Okay. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, no, I wanted all three of you to answer individually, but I asked Ultra first because he made the claim that no one's asking him no proper questions and they're not actually on trial. That's why I specifically said his name. But before I got to actually complete my question, it just started to go to a mayhem. So I was going to say, Ultra, okay, it hasn't actually come out of your mouth that you for sure do not subscribe to the fact that there is definitely, undefinitively no God. But you're an atheist. That kind of goes against that then, because atheists subscribe to the belief that there is no God. So I'm
No,
confused.
that's not true. No, Lady Divine. See, this is the problem. All day, what I've realized is we've been fucking arguing over definitions. That's why we're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere because people are sort of shifting the goalpost, even if it's slightly. And there, when you fucking get muddled terms up, everything just goes haywire. That's why free brain cells, they say stupid shit like, you don't know. This is the problem.
Okay, Ultra, hold on. Let's get something clear. Ultra, you don't deny or affirm God, right?
That's correct. I don't know if there is a God. However, hold on. Let me finish the sentence.
Okay. So does that make you an agnostic?
I asked you to let me finish the sentence. I cannot prove definitively that there is no God. However, I have not yet been convinced that there is one, and therefore, because I am without a God belief, I am by definition an atheist. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't,
no, listen. Okay, so what is an agnostic then?
Somebody who doesn't know if there is a God.
Yeah, because they have no evidence, right?
That's right.
No, that's not exactly.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait. If you are without or you lack a belief in a God or gods, you are by definition an atheist. Now listen carefully. Even if you are even if you are agnostic, you are still without a God belief, and therefore you still qualify as an atheist. I'm not an anti-theist.
We agree then. We agree.
Hold on.
I agree with you.
Okay, so Lady Divine, I'll quickly answer it for you. So there's a distinction to be made with no absolutely. That term is not one that I think is useful in discourse, because what it refers to is somebody would have to be infallible, i.e. that they cannot be wrong. And if every human sort of takes a few moments to think about it, we could all be wrong about something, right? Including whether there's a God. So the question whether you absolutely know isn't a valid question, because no human being could validly know that with epistemic certainty one way or the other. Having said that, I do not believe that a God exists, and depending on the particular God, I could say that I know a God does not exist. Now, when I say the word no, it doesn't mean that I have epistemic certainty. It means that the probability is very high, and I feel like I have justifications that the belief is true, and obviously that I believe it. So it requires three different things. So I do not believe that a God exists. I don't lack a belief. I think that term I'm not comfortable with.
It contradicts itself by you saying that, because in one breath you're saying, well, you can't prove it for sure, no human can, blah 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 blah. But then you're going to turn around in the next breath and then say, well, I know that there is no God. So like this is why the people, especially the religious people,
exactly,
like literally contradicting yourself, literally.
Okay, cool. So most atheists and most theists, if they're honest, talk about beliefs. A few of them will talk about knowledge, like somebody like Aaron Ra. But a lot of people have, and in fact fellow atheists have criticized him for saying that. So most people are talking about beliefs. So when they say I don't believe a God exists or I deny the proposition, what they're referring to is their belief. They are not saying that they know with epistemic certainty, because that claim would be a mountain to climb for any human being. They would literally be saying I am omniscient or I am infallible in order to know that a God doesn't exist. So that position, the word no, is actually irrelevant in the conversation. What we're talking about is, do I believe or disbelieve? I disbelieve, and I have a high probability that God does not exist. So if somebody then comes to me and say, do you know, that is irrelevant. That point is irrelevant if they know what they're talking about. If they don't, then what they're really just saying in layman's language is, do you really, really not believe it? And my answer is yes, I really, really don't believe it.
I'll answer this.
That doesn't make sense at all.
I will get off here after I answer this. I have not said that I can prove there is no God. I just believe there is a God. I don't think that we'll ever be able to disprove God. And there's only one way to prove God, or any gods at all, is for them to manifest themselves completely in front of everybody at the same time, perhaps fucking kill everybody and bring them back like so many prophecy books say. But as far as nobody can disprove God and nobody can prove it. All it is a belief system. I do not believe in it, and I never claimed, and I don't think I've ever claimed, but I probably will never claim that you can disprove it. Just like you shouldn't be able, if you're a theist, you shouldn't honestly be able to say that you can prove it. because for every book that I bring, such as talking about, let's say, how the universe was started, you'll bring your book, and then we're just talking back and forth. But if honest people will always say that, hey, this isn't evidence for denial or for acceptance. All it is belief.
Let me ask you one thing though, Weiser. If a God has properties that are claimed about the God that are internally inconsistent, do you then think we can say that we know a God does not exist?
Well, I mean, that particular God, I would say, like,
yeah, I would agree.
I mean,
Right. So if a God shows
that's
internal
different as
inconsistencies,
opposed to like just a deity in general. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if, for example, a deity is said to be all merciful and all just, we could dismiss that because those are conflicting internal properties. You cannot be both of those at the same
Well, I mean,
time.
in a theological debate or philosophy,
Yeah, you say you can't be what at the same time?
you can't dismiss it. He's directing it to me, please, and I'm actually going to side with religious people on this. In a theological debate philosophy, in a theological philosophy, if anything is possible inside of a God's parameters, then it's not illogical to be.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying to you, right? Those two claims.
As a non-theist, as a person who's an atheist, then yes, I do see a problem with it, and I would discount that God immediately.
But a theist should as well, right? If a theist accepts the laws of logic, i.e., identity,
No,
excluded
no, he
middle, and
shouldn't.
non-contradiction, if they accept those things, and you can show that both properties cannot be active simultaneously at the same time, then they would have to acknowledge that would be illogical.
Not from
and
God's
therefore
perspective.
incoherent.
Not from God's
What two
perspective.
things can exist at the same time? I'm trying to get an understanding. This is an open panel. I'm a part of this topic. So what did you say again, Rob?
I'm about to get off. What I'm going to say, Rob, is I agree with you. But the fact is, like we spoke the other day, people who have faith in things don't need anything outside that faith. They don't need logic. They don't need proof. They don't need evidence. All they need is their faith. So I think that's a mountain to climb. But
I think some theists. Yeah, but some theists will never just accept that all they believe is faith. They will believe they have rational reasons. And the moment they say, I have rational reasons, they are buying into the fact that they accept the laws of logic, and God cannot be internally inconsistent. Otherwise, that would be
not from God's perspective.
That's why I'm getting at you, Rob, is that to them, their faith is saying that logically God cannot be illogical. So if God says something such as he's all merciful, but he's also punisher, what were you saying? I'm
all
sorry.
Merciful or all just. In other words, maximally merciful and maximally just. Those can't operate at the same time, at the same place.
Yes, you and I have a problem with that. But with a theist mind, it's the concept that knowledge, that logic, that knowledge supersedes our ability to understand it.
Okay, but then by definition, the inference there then is that it's unintelligible.
Well, here's the thing. Is there some things that happen that are illogical right now that we can't explain?
There's a difference. Hang on. There's a difference between something you can't explain and whether something's illogical. Now, if a theist says, I'm rational,
you, can you put them together? Are there things that we can't explain that are illogical to us right now?
I don't know. I don't know if there is such a thing. Maybe there is. I don't know.
Okay, so I don't know.
But I'm not.
That's the theist. That's our position, right? But the theist position is that it's totally possible for a God that has all powers to have the something that is illogical but still possible.
No, brother. No.
Why so religious?
Any advanced theist will never accept that a God can have illogical, that God can be illogical. Any advanced theist will never accept that.
But they don't consider it illogical. They consider it past their knowledge and their ability of comprehension.
Okay, I don't know how many theists you've spoken to, but the really advanced ones will make heavy philosophical arguments for the rationality of the God, whether it's the Muslim God or the Christian God. And if you could show an inconsistency or an irrationality, they would be screwed. Now, the person who doesn't understand that and just going to go with faith, sure, but then what they're acknowledging is that they believe in something that is either unintelligible or they're prepared to accept a God that is potentially illogical. And obviously then they can't
Speaking
really
of
have a rational
illogical,
discussion. So
did you just say that
disqualifies
mercy
them
and
from rational
justice can
discussion.
exist at the same time, Rob? So, because that's what I meant by conjecture. Like, did you just say that justice and mercy can exist at the same time? Am I
saying
sure I
that-
just heard two words that exist
Do you want me to
on this
answer, or do you
planet
want to
called
repeat it
mercy and
multiple
justice,
times?
but yet
I
it
did hear
doesn't
you the
exist?
first time.
Let him answer, Bernie. Bernie, let him answer.
Okay.
Bernie, you
Just
probably know
making
me
sure
well
I-
enough that when you ask a short, concise question, I get it the first time. Repeating it doesn't make it any better, and I don't need clarification.
I agree
So
with that.
I will
hope we
I will
can
answer
be
your
consistent
question.
with that understanding.
If
Go ahead.
the claim is that God is all merciful and all just, that translates to him being maximally merciful and maximally just. And under any circumstance in which God is making a judgment, both of those cannot operate at the same time. That would be a contradiction.
Who said they need to operate at the same time?
What does it mean to be maximally just and maximally merciful? That means that in any
The
given
most
scenario,
just.
you are exercising both of those properties at the
No,
same
no.
time.
Who said he has to exercise both at the same time? Who said
That's
that?
what it means. That's what all means. Otherwise, it would be except
Where?
or less than.
That's what it means to you. That's what it means to
No,
you.
that's what it means to rational people. Ibi, again, maybe this is not a conversation for you. Let Bernie have a go.
Rob, listen.
Yeah, that's what I meant by conjecture, family. That's conjecture for you.
Gets caught up in semantics. It's a nightmare.
He must not be a parent where he can be merciful and fair.
Apparently,
at the same.
apparently,
Yeah.
God doesn't. Apparently,
Okay, so
God doesn't
Bernie-
have the ability to use one over the other.
Bernie, let me
Right.
ask you something,
Can't be-
Bernie.
Yeah.
Let me ask you
So you
something.
can't be strong and fast at the same time.
I didn't say strong at first. I said
Man, this is
merciful and
the
just.
problem. They make
So,
this.
Bernie, let me
This
give
is
you a
the problem.
scenario.
They make up scenarios in their own mind, and then they convince themselves that those scenarios that they've made up in their own mind are true.
Oh, is that not calling the kettle black? That is the big
Yeah, the Quran
hypocrisy.
calls it conjecture.
Imagine
let me
that.
see if I can.
Zombie talking about being convinced, about making shit up in their head. Are you crazy? Freemasons, get out of here, man.
Let me
Get
see if
out
I
of here
can
with
present a
Ultra,
scenario.
do the laugh for me.
I appreciate
Ultra,
your
do the laugh for me. Do the laugh for me.
Hey.
What in the world is
That's a
going on?
conjecture
Like,
laugh.
seriously.
No, I
Bernie,
thought I
let me
heard. I'm like,
present
wait,
something to you,
what?
Bernie.
I didn't-
Bernie, let me present something to you, and let's see if
What's
we can
up?
reason together. I come on the day of
Alright.
I come on the day of judgment to Allah. Okay, and I say to him, "You didn't give me good enough reasons. This Quran, I could see through that. This couldn't have been you. And if you claim that it was you, then you were pulling the wool over my eyes. So I think, in fact, I'm the one that should be blessed here because I saw through the sophistry." At this moment in time, he now has a choice. He can judge me, correct? He can find me guilty of not being a believer, right? When let's say he does that. At that moment in time, is he using the attribute of maximal justness or maximal mercy? Which one is he using?
It depends. What did you even do to get there?
I read the Quran. I spoke to many believers in it, and none of it was convincing. I could see through it. This was man-made stuff. No ways could a God have done this. If he wanted to send a clear message, this was exactly the opposite. So I saw through the test, and I feel like I've passed it. He says, no, I haven't. I had to be a little bit gullible and uncritical, and that's in fact what needed. So I'm guilty of not being gullible or a little bit critical, right? And so he's found me guilty, and now he says, as you would agree, probably, I'm guilty of not believing, and I'm going to be sent to hell. Now, when he does that, which property is he using at that moment?
Both.
Okay, so if and he's sending me to hell, right? What would a merciful judge do if they were operating with all mercy? What would they do, even if I had made a mistake or I was wrong? What would mercy entail for you, Bernie?
Well, what the Quran entails for us to do in the name of criminal justice, let's say somebody stole $500,000 worth of products from my store. What I would do as a Muslim following the Quranic protocol is that I would not actually send this person to jail. What I would do is I would not sever their hand off. I would not sever the head off their body. that they have no use as a father or as a brother to someone else in their life, so that way they can still be of use for work and other things they want to do in life. What I would do is that I will have a portion taken out of their check, which would repay or compensate the money that has been stolen or the value thereof, including whatever financial hardship that caused me, addition to. But he would not go to jail. His hands would not be cut off, or his head would not be cut off. But he would simply be given that that fine as a deterrent for others to know not to do it again. But at the same time, he's able to still enjoy his time with his family. To
Okay,
me,
so
that's an example of a
that would be
combination of mercy.
mercy, right? That would be mercy.
According to his way of life, then, Rob, that is his God being merciful, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if I'm being sent to hell, that's not merciful. Agreed?
Right. All right, Rob, let's do it this way. So we're going to take out the Islamic way. Let's look at it like if we go way before the Abrahamic phase and we look at it from, I guess, the teachings of the Nubians and the Egyptians, and we go to Ma'at, yeah, the 42 laws of Ma'at. So they do subscribe to the notion of when you die, your heart will be, weighed on a scale with a feather. And depending on your deeds you've done upon your life here on earth, is how you will be judged. So you can either enter into the next world, which is supposed to be the good world, or the afterlife, or however we subscribe to call it today, or you may be doomed to come back and repeat life again, kind of like what I think it's the Hindus. Is it the Hindus or is it the Sikhs? One of them believe that you have to come back and repeat life, basically reincarnation, until you learn the lesson of life and get it right and do it correctly. So is that not a merciful judgment rather than a burning of hell?
Okay, so but that's
Repeating
what.
the life cycle.
Okay, but Lady Divine, that's why I was asking: if you're being sent to hell, is that demonstrating maximal mercy? Because that's what the claim is about a specific God, right? He's all merciful, which all equates to maximal. In other words, he's the most merciful that he can be under any and every circumstance. That's what it means to be all merciful. And sending somebody to hell, would you agree, Lady Divine, that that does not encompass all merciful?
See, I don't subscribe to the hell thing. Still,
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
go
even
get
gonna
the
lie.
etymology
I
on
don't
this word
subscribe to
all.
that. Still.
No, I'm just asking you that if you were to take on and to understand the belief in that scenario that I posted,
No,
if
to
you were
me, that's
being
an
sent to hell,
unmerciful God. That'll be an unmerciful God, because why
correct,
would you want your creations to burn and rot in, like, do you see, when they can just repeat it until they get it right?
correct, right?
Learn
So
that
either
lesson.
you
It's
are
called learning lessons.
yeah, in which case, in that particular scenario, God is exercising maximal judgment, which is, being punished for my quote unquote crimes. But a merciful God, a maximally merciful God, would give me the most mercy. And in fact, even Bernie agreed that in a scenario that he painted, that he wanted to give an analogy for to demonstrate his mercy, he wouldn't punish the person or judge them maximally, because that's what judgment is, right? Inflicting maximal punishment, that's what maximal judgment is. He would be merciful. So being maximally merciful and maximally judgmental are contradictory qualities. You can't do both of those at the same time. You either do one or you do the other. So when it says that you're all good or all merciful or all judgmental, those two cannot operate at the same time. It's a contradiction.
Right. So Bernie, what I think Rob was trying to ask you directly, you see when you have the heaven and the hell that you lot subscribe to, the hell and all of that. So when a person, I guess, is sent to hell, do you see that as your Allah, your most high being merciful, or do you see that as that's just the punishment that comes with a part of the religion, and it is what it is?
Based on my understanding of hell, according to my Quranic studies, it would be maximum fair and what's the word? Merciful and just. Due to the fact that for those who have studied the book, like myself, you would come to the understanding that when it comes to heaven and hell, it uses an Arabic word. For those, this is very surprising for most. It shows how much people really just don't read the book. There's a word called mathal, which literally means allegory. That's the first thing I want to make clear. Heaven and hell is allegory. So it's not a literal place. So now, for some of you, that changes the whole game on how you have to read this book now. because it's giving you a description of something, of what it's like, which is another synonymous root letter meaning for the word mathal, likeness, simile, or allegory, example. Because you haven't been there. So all I can do is tell you what it's like and give you some examples. Like, in this case, they use fire a lot, or sometimes they use a lot. Hey, watch that computer. Or sometimes, they use, trees and grass and wine, and it's clues and it's encouraging you to ponder on the clues that it gives you. But hell, you will also discover, is not only allegorical, but heaven is eternal, but hell is actually temporary. Hell is actually a temporary place. So, long story short,
Annie, pause 1 second, brother. Where does that? I've never heard of a hell being temporary. As far as I've always heard, and whenever I hear people talk,
yeah,
they saying you're
yeah.
condemned,
If you,
like that's where you're laying place to be after this life.
yeah, I mean, it's a long conversation, and I'll have to look for my notes on it. But in short, yeah, hell is there's actually an Arabic word used for hell, which is called mother. The word mother is used when referring to hell in the Quran. This is what I meant by you will be able to tell very quickly who really haven't looked into this book. It's kind of like I tell most Christians, if you read the Bible by itself without going to church, you will never go back. You'll never go back.
1 second, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. Rob and Ultra, are you both there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can, at least.
Have you ever heard of hell being classed as a temporary place before? Ever?
Yeah, I've heard a few Muslims make that claim. I'm not sure if it's accurate, as in it's clear in the Quran that's the case. But I've heard a few Muslims make that claim. Some Muslims also say they don't know whether you're going to hell or not. So there's differing opinions. Depends who you speak to.
See, I've never heard of that.
I agree.
So they all have their own interpretation, Lady Divine, which is problematic.
In short,
right? Okay.
I mean, well, they mine is the Quran's, but it was interesting is that I'm sure I simply say is hell is just quarantine for the soul.
Yeah, he broke up there. And Lady Divine, this goes back to one of my primary problems, right?
I was saying hell is in short is simply quarantine for the soul. It's a temporary quarantine.
Out of this hell state, if you get if you get condemned to hell, how do you resurrect yourself out of that place and get to the next place? How is that possible?
Well, this is when scripture comes in as one of the ways to communicate the answer.
Good morning,
another way the answer can be communicated is from inside yourself, which you would call the nature or the fitra or inspiration. Also behind the veil, which I'm personally still just in the process of doing homework on that particular process. But all scripture talks about this is what the whole thing of resurrection was all about. This was that resurrection to renew yourself. And obviously when you purify something, fire is involved. Like gold and jewelry, fire is involved to purify metals. So this is what it's like. It's giving you clues to ponder upon it. Yeah, of course, if you take it literal, of course, I don't want a hot iron being shoved up my ass either. So I'm with all of you naturalist people. Just like you talk about rationality, I'm just as rational, and most people of the book are just as rational. You just have a misguided, unfortunate angle in understanding the scripture. But once you have the right goggles on, then it becomes, oh, okay, this is all it's pretty much saying. Okay, I became an alcoholic. Now I'm not an alcoholic. Oh, I just resurrected myself into a new person. Oh, okay, that's kind of what it's saying.
Can you hear me, Benny? You're rambling. Can you hear me? 1 second. To be fair, it's not really my subscription on what I subscribe to. I don't read any of the books, to be fair. I have read in and out, but I don't subscribe to any of the books. Where I'm getting my perception of this heaven and hell is from what I'm hearing religious people say when these debates are happening. Hence why I have the view of once you go to heaven or hell, depending on what religion you subscribe to, that's it. That's your eternal afterplace. I've never heard of it being temporary. This is new for me today, actually.
Lady Bay.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning, yeah. I literally just logged on. I was just hearing Bernie talking about hell, and I don't know if he's speaking from an Islamic point of view. I don't know what
a Moorish science.
Oh, Moorish, okay. Yeah. But Orthodox Islam, which is obviously the majority of Muslims, we don't subscribe to what he was just saying right now. I really don't know where he got that from, because
thank you, Nin. That's my confusion. So depending,
yeah,
depending on the religious aspect, I guess the religious belief you subscribe to. This is new. I've never heard this before. This is new for me. So.
Lady Di, as a Muslim, do you know? Obviously, you know what book we subscribe to, innit?
The Quran, yes.
The Quran. So if Burna Boy is making claims like that, he would have to obviously logically provide his sources from the Quran, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I can show you from the Quran, not just one, not two, not three, not 10, not 20, more than even 20 places in the Quran where it's talking about people, some certain people that will abide in hell forever, abadan.
Thank you. That's what I know of.
Yeah,
that's what I know of. Right.
If Burna Boy can show me one place in the Quran where it talks about hell being a temporary place, if he can show me just one, I can show him 20 that says certain people will be abiding in hell forever. If he can just show me one, then I can at least have a look at, and he would have a leg to even a toenail to stand on. But if he can't, then I don't think he should be making this claim coming from an Islamic point of view. If he wants to come from a Moorish point of view or whatever, then I can understand that. But I can show you clear verses. And one thing about another thing, Lady Di, there's 3 different things. Yeah, let me just make this clear coming from an Islamic point of view. There's people, because Rob was talking about how some Muslims said he's lying. I don't know which Muslims he's been talking to, yeah, but there's some Muslims that would go straight to paradise, yeah, that would go straight to paradise, depending on their belief and their good deeds and their actions that they did in this world. They would not smell the fragrance of hell, yeah. They will not go hell and be punished. They will go straight to heaven and abide there eternally. Then we got the second group. The second group is, it says in certain hadiths as well, that if someone has a mustard seed of iman, which means belief in God and stuff like that, yeah, even if it's just a mustard seed, they would go to hell, yeah, they would go to hell, they would abide in there for a specific certain time. Like, imagine now you do a crime or something and then they put you in prison and you serve out your time and then you come out, yeah? I'm not saying similar to that, but you kind of get what I'm talking about with that example. They'll go to hell, they'll be purified for their sins and their things that they used to commit. Then God will take them out from hell and put them in heaven, and they would abide in there eternally. Then we have the third group that will go straight to hell, and that will never ever come out, and they would abide in there eternally, getting punished and tortured. So that's the 3 groups there. But as Bernie was talking about,
chapter 6 verse 128, chapter 11 verse 107. It mentions going to hell except as God pleases. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's very vague. I said, show me a place where it talks about heaven or hell. I mean, hell being a temporary place, because that was your claim, you know. If you're coming out with vague verses and trying to interpret the way you want, then I don't understand. Show me a clear verse, because I can show you a clear verse talking about people that were.
I gave you 2 of them.
Say that again.
I provided 2 clear verses.
Can you read it to me, please? And let the people decide if it's a clear verse.
Chapter 11, verse 107. Abiding therein so long as the heavens and the earth endure, except as thy Lord please. Surely thy Lord is doer of what he intends.
Okay, that is not. If anything, that supports my argument, where certain people would go to hell, and then they will come back out, and then they'll go to heaven. But I was talking about the concept of hell itself being a temporary place where it ceases to exist. I want a clear verse, because you made that claim, where the Quran talks about hell itself being a temporary place, not regardless of who goes in there and comes out, or I'm talking about the concept of hell itself. And let's see
Oh,
if
the concept of hell itself. Oh no, I'm making the claim that you already just explained. I don't even know about that particular part. If it's hell itself as the place, but to me, it would all be temporary because it was created, and therefore it must be uncreated because God is all. So it said everything will come back to Him. So including the substance that what we call hell, that reality will also go back to God.
Okay, Lady Daya, are you there?
Yeah.
Chapter
Slyly, it's Lady Divine, not
yeah.
Lady Di.
No, we already had this. We
We already had this conversation anyway, but she said she's comfortable with it. If she wasn't comfortable with it, I would call her whatever she wants, yeah. But obviously, there's certain things I'm not comfortable with. Like I can't ascribe divinity to a human being.
Oh yeah. Sorry, my bad. I forgot.
Right, yeah. That's why I say she wants me to call her real name, you know, sister.
But you know, it's just a tag, though, isn't it? Like, because like if somebody come online and called themselves prophet, they're not a prophet. It's just a tag, innit? It don't mean anything. You know what I mean? But I'm diverting. Keep going. The conversation's juicy. Come on.
It's juicy, isn't it? I like this. Yeah.
In Surah 4, this is for Burner Boy, yeah, and Lady Di, watch this, yeah. In Surah 4,
you're remixing everybody's name. You know it's Bernie and not Burner, right?
Oh my god. Yeah, because obviously you hear about Burner Boy too much, you know what I mean? Because look, he's got Burner Bay. So I was like, okay, Burner Boy.
You're picking up music, brother. No Afro beats today. No Afro beats.
All right, say nothing. Bernie Bay. You know, it says in chapter 4, 168. If you can pull out for yourself, yeah. Chapter 4, 168. It talks about, I'll read the last bits anyway, yeah. It says, except the way of hell, to dwell therein forever. Now we have another chapter. We got chapter 33, 64. Verily, Allah has cursed the disbelievers and has prepared for them a flaming fire, wherein they will abide forever. Now we've got another chapter, chapter 72, verse 23, and it says, and whosoever disobeys Allah and his messenger, then verily for him is the fire of hell. He should dwell therein forever. So I've given you three verses from different chapters, which clearly state the last words, with the first one I showed you, which was accept the way of hell, to dwell therein forever. The other one said, verily Allah has cursed the disbelievers and prepared for them a flaming fire, wherein they will abide forever. The next one, whosoever disobeys Allah and his messenger, then verily for him is the fire of hell. He should dwell therein forever. Lady Di, is this clear?
Right? You very clearly did quote forever.
I got more. This is just three. I just wanted to give him three of them things, you know what I mean? But there's much more that says this. So when a person comes from an angle of the Quran, they will have no legs to stand on to say that the hell is not forever, because it clear. Is that clear enough for you, Lady Di? Normally, like, what would you say?
I basically take the words as they're written and say it how it's written. Now, if I misquote it, that's different. But what it actually says is what it says. So that's why I'm questioning Ernie on, like, well, where did you get this temporary thing from? Because I've never read or heard anyone on any debate read out any scripture that said temporary. So I want to know what was his concept on this whole where'd that come from? And that was my point.
Now, they never will. Lady Di, they never ever will. They'll only show you vague verses saying, except if Allah wills, and they'll interpret it in their own ways. Me, I can show you direct, straight, bang, forever. You know what I mean? The Arabic word being abada. Like, that's literally the Arabic word abadan. So forever, abadan, in the Quran, forever.
Well,
So I don't know where. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Well, I'm Quranist, so I'm for the Quran. The Quran, nothing but the Quran. The Quran encourages us to study this carefully. It also encourages us to read this holistically, and it also encourages us to ponder on what we just read. Those two verses I even just provided, it still mentions that except as Allah pleases. Further in certain chapters and ayats, Allah further explains himself. He further explains heaven or explains certain circumstances, or even explains his nature a little bit more, prior to the other chapters. So those two chapters I given, once again, I believe it was.
I think the problem came
11.
from, because it came from the questioning of Rob, and Rob
107.
wants to know, it was basically Allah, and Allah says that you either condemned to heaven or you're condemned to hell. I'm just doing it in layman's terms. Is that a merciful God when you could be sent to a place like hell?
Yo, come on, man. All this Islam. Where's my blood clot smoke, man?
Rob started this. Why are you crying? Your atheist brethren.
Allow
it.
I want smoke. I want smoke.
Ning, you see what happened though? They start the shit and then they talk about, oh, no one's putting the smoke on them. And when they get the smoke, they don't want to answer direct questions. Like, what go on for them? Tell them.
They always divert to African spiritualism, Islam, Christianity though. It says this though. It says this though. They can't handle the smoke here, but when it comes at them, like, just handle it, belly man.
I want you to give me some smoke, I realized you was on the panel and I was like, yeah, actually, let me come up and let me jump on quickly and fucking getting in to give me some smoke. So where's the smoke at, B?
Yeah, Veli, you know what I was saying about the atheism thing, yeah? Like, you lot are really slippery. You know why you lot are really slippery? Like, when you look at a Muslim or when you go to a Muslim, like, he's got sources that he can go back to. You can go to that source and you can attack that source and say, oh, but this says this. Do you agree with that? With you, man, I'll come to you and you'll say, no, but I don't agree with that. Then I'll go to, what's his name? Someone like Ultra Funky, and you'll say, oh, no, but I'm a humanist, though. Then you go to someone like Rob, no, but I'm a pantheist, though. No, but you go to someone, you man are all like confused within yourselves. You lot will slip out and slip in and slip out and slip in.
Rob's a humanist as well.
What?
I think Rob's a humanist as well.
Are you a humanist?
I don't really know much about it still, so...
Do you subscribe to humanism?
I'll tell you what it was, yeah? When man read out a couple of paragraphs with the definitions, I thought that I didn't have a problem with what he was saying.
Yeah, but do you subscribe to it though? Would you say that you're a quote unquote humanist?
Well, like I live my life like a humanist.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay. So someone that's a humanist, coming from a humanist perspective, yeah, they're one of the most ardent supporters. Obviously, we was talking about it yesterday, the LGBT community, the transsexual community. Obviously, because they say live and let live, you know what I mean? Like, you live your life the way you see fit. If someone's happy and they're not hurting anyone. So would you class yourself as a person who is in support of the LGBTQ transsexual community?
No.
So you see what I mean? This is what I'm saying. You either subscribe to it or you don't subscribe to it. Like, you can't say, oh, I'm going to pick out this bit. It's like a Muslim saying, oh, I'm going to pick out this bits that I like and the bits that I don't like, I'm not going to. Or a Christian saying, do you get what I mean?
It's not a religion.
That's atheism.
It's not a religion.
That's atheism.
It's not a religion, that's why.
That's atheism, Nin.
Yeah.
Everybody, Nin, that's atheism. They don't know what the hell they believe. They just believe anything against us. Anything against atheism, that's their belief. If you say it comes from God, that's no good. You know, we got to, can I have the atheist gospel, please? Whatever you want. As long as it doesn't bother me, it's okay.
Walter, it's really hard to pin someone like that down, like on a certain
exactly.
He'll just
That's
be like,
why it's the best religion. You could believe chickens have rights, but you can't believe humans have rights.
Can I get some smoke, please?
Okay,
Hey,
Benny.
did you see? Wait, hold on a second. Did you see the video we played at the start?
Now I logged in about what 10 minutes ago or something, man. I was
Alright,
sleeping.
we played a video. Listen, we played a video, yeah, of a gay guy in a Christian church, yeah, where he got delivered. I've been delivered. Women, and then he's not gay no more.
So what do you care? What do you care?
That's the wrong question,
It was
Walter.
funny. That's what it was.
Walter, one second.
How's it the wrong question? No, but how is it the wrong question? What if
stand on
what-
humanity? What do you stand on that?
if why would he care if somebody wants to go back to revert back to gay or go back to this or go back to that? What does he care?
No, what you need
As
to
an
ask them is where the atheists stand on that. What's their belief? Like they don't have a belief in it. So where the atheists.
So what? But obviously they don't. So
So where the atheists stand on Batiman.
how can they stand, Lady Divine? They can't stand on anything. Don't you get it?
One them out, Walter. One them.
They can't stand on anything. They're like there's no foundation. They're like on thin air. They're like floating. And then the minute you say something, oh, I don't believe that. Oh, I believe that.
Tell them in Revelations it's brimstone and fire for them. Like let them know what time it is.
Brimstone and fire, exactly. Well, they don't care.
Hey, you don't. One sec, yeah. Listen.
I could have told them they're having. I could have told them they have pancakes and eggs in heaven, and they don't care. It's like I don't want pancakes in heaven.
Hey, my people in the chat, yeah. Listen to the different sets of people, yeah. One dude just come on, yeah. He's got Jesus, you know, and he's going to heaven and shit, and all he does is moan. Yeah, the man them that don't even believe in God, yeah, they come on here and laugh every day.
Veli.
What's there to laugh at?
Veli, let me ask you something. Yeah, Veli, have you got any kids?
Yeah, 4.
4 kids, yeah?
Yeah.
How depressing it must be. No, I don't mean like. Listen to what I'm saying first. Yeah, I don't mean depressing to have kids.
No, I miss my sewing in, man. That's what it works. That's what I said.
Oh, okay. Now, how depressing it must be for someone like you, Veli, that has kids, that loves his kids, that thinks that when they die and they go get buried in the grave, that they will never, ever see those kids that they love. How depressing of a life it must feel like to live knowing as soon as I die, that's it. I'm never going to see these kids again. That must be a very, very, very depressing life to live. Don't you think so?
Not really, yeah, because you don't really think about it like that. Like, I'm never going to see my kids again when I die or whatnot. You try to put things in place so when you do die, that their life can be a bit more comfortable. So it's not more stress on top of stress.
But like what though, Veli? I'm struggling with that.
Like what? Yeah, so there's some people. Listen.
Yeah,
something called life insurance, yeah. So you can make sure that your funeral costs and everything's paid for. Yeah, you can leave them some money, inheritance, to set up businesses or whatever. So when you're gone, they're still able to be taken care of, like financially or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like,
we wasn't talking about Veli. We wasn't
talking.
That's
what you can do.
On the afterlife part, Veli.
But no one thinks atheists don't think about the afterlife. There's no such thing as an afterlife.
How do you know that? How do you prove that for a fact? Like, what facts have you got? What science have you got that says there's nothing after this life?
I'll tell you what, yeah. The lack of evidence so far is more than enough evidence to prove that there's never been an afterlife.
There's more evidence to prove that that creator exists, that created everything. Then there is to say that we all came out of chaos and no order, and we all came from a single cell out of nowhere, that no one knows that. Watch this, Veli. Yeah? If I told you today,
the evidence.
Okay, watch this. Yeah?
They rather listen. They rather believe in the house. They rather believe in the house built in the corner by a human than the universe built by a superpower. You know what I'm saying? They rather believe in the intelligence to build a house than the intelligence to build the universe. Because we all know that there's intelligence. We all know that. Villa, that we all know, and because the intellectuals, the guys who are looking at new super math and logics, know very well that it takes a hell of a genius to create this universe because of the laws of math, physics, chemistry that are applied. But you guys don't listen because you rather just go follow your scientists, because your scientists are your prophets. They're the smart ones. Okay, not everybody can be an Einstein. Not everybody could be a Newton. Not everybody could be a thing. So those are your prophets, your scientists, and you go to them for.
You can live your life, or you sound stressed, man. Hey, Water.
No, but seriously, why is it that I always sound stressed? I can't talk without.
Yeah, I don't know. Why do you always sound stressed, man?
Do you want? Phyllis, seriously, man, you're cutting me off.
Veli, you're the one that's
cutting me off.
Watch his Veli. You've never heard.
I can't believe the guy's cut me off on my sentence.
Sorry, Walter.
And then they say I'm stressed.
Walter, carry on, Walter.
There's no point because, like I said, I'm talking about logic, math, physics, chemistry, and like most minions, like we are too, because there's obviously higher power. They follow their perspective teachers, which are the scientists. They say that we evolved. No questions asked. They say the Earth just popped into existence by fluke. Cool, because they know how to solve a quantum physics equation or something. But then the only way we can go against them is if we get our scientists who are believers to come up on their scientists, and then the war stays on top. So when you get the John Lennox and all these type of characters going against them, nobody's listening to them. I mean, at one point, you have to realize, as a layman in science, that what you believe it's impossible. It's impossible. It's like a house. It's like a house reconstructing itself, and you saying, "I don't know who built that."
All right,
that's how bad it is.
Tell me how it's impossible. What's giving you that?
But I give you mathematical equations. I give you physics. I give you chemistry. I give you odds, and you still don't want to believe it.
Now hold on, Walter. Did I just hear Veli saying? Did I just hear Veli saying? Show me it's impossible. Are you telling me, Veli, real talk, that a house can construct itself? Is that what you're telling me?
No. I'm not saying that. I said, show me that God is. Show me that it's impossible for God not to exist.
No, Veli.
But then, how did this universe come into play if all the materials in it and all the math involved in it brought it together? I mean, when I build a house, I bring in materials, I bring in math, I bring in chemistry, I bring in and right and left angles. I bring in all this stuff to keep my house maintained.
And then listen carefully. Wait, listen. I'm going to give you the answer. How did
you don't know how to build a house.
How did the universe start? I don't know.
But that's like saying I don't know who built that house, but I know who built the house.
That's their cop-out answer. They don't know. That's the answer.
I don't know who built my house, but there it is.
Cop out, Billy. Cop out.
Nah, but Lady Di, you know what it is, yeah? He says I don't know. So that means you can't rule out a possibility of God creating that universe, can you?
That's my point. And that's how can they stand on atheism then? If they can't dismiss it for facts and they can't prove it for facts, then how do you then stand on atheism? It's backwards.
It's impossible to stand on atheism.
Listen. So did you listen to when Mama's saying it's like percentages, isn't it? Because there's nothing that you can say you can be 100% sure about. Yeah, because it don't work like that, innit? Yeah, so it's probabilities, isn't it? So
but the universe exists. Really, the universe exists.
Listen to what I'm saying. You're gonna let me finish so you can understand what I'm talking about. That will help you. So yeah, so I'm saying that yeah, you can be you can never be 100% sure about anything. Yeah, but I would say I'm at least.
So you're not sure you exist.
Sure.
Well,
so you can never be sure about anything. Yeah, I would just say that I'm like 99% sure that the God of the Bible or the Quran don't exist.
Let's start another way. For the God of the Bible, start with just one thing. Are you 99, 100% sure the universe exists?
And the universe exists.
Yes.
Yeah, but what? There's nothing I can
Are
do to
you
prove
sure
the universe.
100%? Like my house is 100%. I'm sure it exists. Do you believe your universe exists?
I'm saying I'm 99%
100%.
sure. No,
You're
99%.
99% sure. So the house that you live in is 99% sure?
Yeah.
So 1% you think maybe what? It's what? Agnostic? Like
Because
maybe it doesn't really exist, but I
you know
live
why,
there?
yeah? You know why, yeah? Because if someone asks you to prove it, yeah, depending on what the proof that was said.
Come on, Phil. We're talking about personal here. It's all about personal when it comes to atheism. God never spoke to me, then it doesn't exist. We're talking personal here. We're talking your personal home. You live in it. You live in it. You see your kids. You see your wife. 100% does it exist?
Yeah, but my house is there and I can go to it. When did you speak to God?
Wow, is this so complicated, or am I talking in gibberish?
But did you hear what I said?
So if I ask,
When did you
let me ask
speak to
Lady
God?
Divine. Maybe Lady Divine one. Lady Divine, does your house exist? Do you live somewhere? Or you're not
Definitely.
sure?
Pardon?
Like where you live?
Yeah.
Are you 100? Are you 100% it exists, or are you just like 99% sure?
No, I'm
it
100%.
exists?
It exists because
You're
I'm living right
100%. How
here.
can that be, Lily Divine?
I'm 100% for a fact.
That's impossible. You can't.
I can.
Yo, Lady D, listen, yeah,
Only
there's
atheists
different things that I can ask you to prove it, yeah, depending on what level of evidence I'm going to accept as proof, yeah.
Incredible.
You won't be able to prove that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what I'm trying to say to you. Like, right.
But it's
So
a
you say it
There's
depends
different
on the
levels
evidence.
of proving it. So
So does
there's
it
different
depend
levels
on
of
the
proving it.
evidence that the person submits, or or does it depend on the kind of evidence the person is willing to accept? That's
Well,
what I
yeah,
mean.
I think it's both, isn't it? The
Oh, okay.
evidence submitted, yeah, and then whatever the evidence accepted is. I'm saying that.
At least it's good to know that
Yeah,
atheists
because listen
believe
to this, yeah.
99% they
Check it to this
exist.
then, yeah. Listen to this then, yeah. I could say, yeah, that I've got a money tree at my house, yeah. Every time I go home from work, yeah, I go to my money tree in the
Come
back
on,
garden.
Phil. We're not talking about money
Yeah.
trees here.
Listen, I give it a special knock, yeah, and then
We're talking about a house.
my bank account ends up with extra money in it. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? That. So, how are you gonna disprove it?
You're not making. First of all, your logic is breaking like a million pieces. We're talking about a house. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the home you're living in. We're talking about your family. We're talking about your wife. We're talking about the car you're driving right now.
Yeah, I'm
Do
saying
they
I can prove all that,
exist?
bro.
Veli,
I can prove
Veli,
everything that I live in.
100%.
But if
Veli,
you say
Veli.
The
different
universe
levels,
that you live in, the planet that you're on, do you believe it is here? You are on it?
Walter,
yeah,
Walter,
yeah, of course I believe it's there. But you're
Walter,
asking for the proof.
100%,
And I
right?
told you,
Walter. You have to.
Yeah.
nothing's ever 100%, man. Chill out, man.
Now, Walter,
There we go.
you have to come from this angle with an atheist, yeah? Because at
God.
the end of the day, Veli, you have to admit, yeah, and we have to admit, we're not going to show you God tomorrow. We're not, when you say prove to me God exists, just know that we're not going to go speak to God and we're going to tell him to come down to Veli's house and show himself to prove that he exists.
But you don't need to do that.
The only thing that we can do,
You know why, though?
Veli, the only thing that we can do, Veli, the only thing that we can do is use our rational mind and logics, yeah, and see who the evidence leans towards. Like, for instance, if I say I had a great grandma, yeah, if I say I had a great grandma, I don't need to dig out her bones for you to show you, oh, look, there she is, so therefore she exists. All I have to do is logically and rationally deduce that the only way that I am here is because she was there. And I needed a mother, and she needed. We have to look at the evidence in that sort of light. You can't tell me go dig up the grave.
When you do that, yeah.
See her.
When you do that, yeah, for like humans, what happens? What do you find in the records when you do that for humans?
See, you just gave him an excuse. You gave him an out. Thank you, sir.
No,
Thank
I'm
you,
confused, Veli. What are you trying to say? Veli, I'm confused. What is it
He
you're
gives
saying?
you an out because you don't want to stay on intelligence and you move to somewhere else.
Go on to the Natural History Museum website, yeah?
Yeah.
And then click on the evolution page. History of evolution, or the beginning of evolution, yeah? Two that come from fucking, like, hominids and different fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, different beings and shit. So,
it's called the theory of evolution. There's no facts of evolution. It's actually called the theory of evolution. That's what it's called. So it's just a theory.
Yeah. You know what, yeah? In science, when they say like a theory, they mean like the steps taken to complete the test. A hypothesis is what you're talking about. The theory is the guess that what it could be or what it couldn't be.
But then you have to concede.
No, but you get that point, though.
I get that 100%.
You get that, yeah?
I get that, yeah. But you have to get this as well, Veli, yeah. With science, when they're doing like the whole scientific method is based on observable evidence. They have to observe it. They make a theory, a hypothesis, then they observe it, they test it, and then they retest it, and then they say, "Oh, this is empirically this, that." But when
that's how I prove my God, though. That's how I prove. I observe outside. I observe nature. I observe trees, air, animals, life, death. That's how I can prove my God.
It's funny
but if your God's just nature, then that's like you're just giving your own name to nature.
No, but that's my observation. That's my proof. Though you asked me for proof, and I submit my proof. Now, like you just said, Veli, if you don't want to accept it, fine. But then you cannot then explain to me when I ask you for different evidence to suggest that there wasn't a creator or a higher energy or a higher power that created this. If I ask you for different evidence to support your claim, you're going to tell me you can't either. So let me have my evidence and you have yours.
But there's more. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, there's more evidence leaning towards the Big Bang theory than there is to any other theory.
But done out here, Veli, man. You're done out here.
No, but Lady B.
Wait. Lady B, listen. You saying that nature is God, yeah? Do you believe in the Big Bang theory?
The Big what? Bang theory?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah, because you believe nature's God. So nature
I
can't be
believe
God if you don't believe in
an
the Big
aspect
Bang
of
theory.
God, one of the attributes of God, definitely, yes.
No, but that means you must think God is outside of the universe then.
Oh, this is where it gets sticky. This is what I mean. Like, I'm not even on trial here. You are on trial.
God has to be outside this universe. He is the created this. He's the one who made this.
And that's where it gets sticky. Yeah, that's where it gets sticky. But Veli's coming on a whole big bang. Like this bang just happened, and naturally, in order, everything just started to fall into but not in order, but in like a whole rhythm and a whole flow. Everything just started to repeat.
In order for God to know the future and the past, is because He's outside of space time.
Yeah, I can't explain the Big Bang to you properly. Yeah, scientifically. Yeah, I can read through it, and we can get an understanding together.
We can do a show on it, Veli, so we can understand it. That's what I think is a good idea. I think that there should be a show so people like myself who don't get this Big Bang thing can get a better perspective, because I don't get it, to be fair. I don't understand.
Lady Divine, Big Bang. Boom! Everything came into existence.
No, that makes no sense to me.
That's the way it is. That's how it is. Boom! Boom! And everything came together. That's the Big Bang. Big Bang. Boom! And then everything came together.
With the mind, the size of the brain, the size of an ant. Yeah? If you want to listen to someone clever explain it, you have to listen to someone cleverer than me.
And that's, I'll have to hear it properly.
Look, nothing.
Listen.
Boom.
Listen.
Everything exists.
Walter's funny.
Walter's funny. But I'm gonna say, if you're gonna if you to be unbiased in what your research or whatever, you have to look at both sides of the evidence, innit? So when I believe Jesus was real and Christianity was real, I was looking at.
You see how he's bringing it back? No, let's stay with the boom and everything existed. No. Boom, everything existed. Let's stay there. Don't go to Jesus.
Yeah, okay.
First, we gotta get over the.
I don't know what's wrong with this.
First, we gotta get into the boom. Wait. First, we gotta get into the boom. All the elements being created. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, because bang. Lady Divine, he's not telling you anything because.
Quick question, Walter. When you say the big boom, when you say that boom, are they then saying in that sense when the boom happened, also humans were formed? All of that was formed all at the same time?
No, not at the moment. No, it took billions of years to form. However, out of all this, the elements, the atoms, everything started. The supernovas, the suns, the planets, everything started to align itself. All these elements came together. All these atoms came together.
Walter,
and they all formed stars.
Walter,
they all formed galaxies.
Walter, you know what they say? You know what they say, yeah? They say the boom happened, yeah? And then after the boom happened, yeah, it created not created, but it started forming itself, yeah? As
exactly.
But look, watch this. Look what they say here. Look what they say how we got here. They say the theory of evolution is that Veli subscribes to. They say that there was water, and then somehow miraculously there were fish inside the water. Yeah, the fish then came out of the water and came onto land, and after that, miraculously, the fish then turned into something else. Then after that, that turned miraculously into something else because it had to adapt to its surroundings and in its environment. Then we've got the chimpanzee.
Evolution is pretty powerful, huh?
Then somehow from there, the monkeys started walking upright slowly by slowly.
You're already at monkeys. That was fast. You're already at monkeys.
And then boom, we've got Veli. That's what he's basically saying.
Hold on, if that's the case and it went in that order, then why do we still have monkeys and orangutans and all them things today? That makes no damn sense. Because they would have all evolved.
It took billions and billions of years. Well, the excuse is it takes millions of years and millions, and you can't really see it happening.
Veli, you're done out here. That theory's done out here. Sorry, bro.
So when it's happening, it doesn't happen, but it happens after it happens. And then when it happens, it happens. But then you find this skull. That skull, it belongs to a chimpanzee. And then it happens again. And 4 million years later, it happens again.
But then, Walter, all of those mammals then should have evolved, which they shouldn't be none here today. They should all be just human then, right?
Yeah, and that's
why we only find skulls of
humans. You're done out here,
Lady D. Type in Google now, yeah. What's it? All the mistakes.
Vila is a follower, not a scientist.
All the mistakes in the human body. I'm not a scientist. I never came to be a scientist.
That's what I'm saying. You're a disciple. You're a disciple of science.
Okay.
So you will follow your prophets.
Where do you get your knowledge from?
I get my knowledge from education.
Where? What education?
From schools, learning. But I also have a brain to figure out things. So someone's going to tell me how come. I always listen.
You learn it from someone else, yeah. Yeah. So
I tried to learn the guitar from somebody else.
Only you. Is it only Waters allowed to learn from someone else?
Yes, but I know my limits. Like if I try to learn the guitar, and that guy's whipping it like no thing. Like he's got a talent. It's like wow, this guy doesn't. And now I go and I try to play some chords, and I'm lost in space. And no matter how many times I can't get a tune out.
So I have to give it to.
I have to give it to him, right? I have to give it. I have to trust him that that's an A chord. I have to trust him that's a B chord. I have to trust him, right?
Even Jesus, like no one else can learn from anyone else.
Well, of course I believe in Christ. Why would I believe in Christ? Christ is the master philosopher, man.
You're saying that I have to be a scientist, to understand everything that someone's saying.
No, I said you're a disciple of science. It's cool.
Oh, I'm not a disciple.
You can admit that, right?
What is science put forward, that I disagree with, that I follow?
What science puts forward that God doesn't exist.
And I disagree.
It's not the theist who's putting forward. It's not the theist who's putting forward that God doesn't exist. Listen, it's not the theist who's putting forward that God doesn't exist. It's the scientist who's putting forward that God doesn't exist. Therefore, you are a disciple of that person more than you are a disciple of the other person.
Okay, but let me put forward the question again. Yeah. So I said, if I'm a disciple of science, or anyone else on the panel, or anyone in the chat can do this as well. Yeah. Put forward something that I follow, that I disagree with, but I follow it because science says it's okay.
You could follow it, but at the end of the day, science doesn't give you much. All it gives you is that God doesn't
that I
exist.
follow that I disagree with them.
I think you disagree with the flat Earth thing, don't
Because
you?
you really in life
Science
we don't
don't agree
follow
with that.
science. We follow in life we follow
But you
philosophy.
do disagree with it, don't you, Veli? The flat Earth theory.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And the science that suggests that there is such a thing as a flat Earth. So you do disagree with that part of science.
Oh no, let's not go there, please.
No scientists that have been to any sort of university level sort of training in science, or even A level GCSE standard science believes in flat Earth.
No, I don't subscribe to flat Earth either, but I'm just giving you an example. You did say put forward something, so I put forward that.
Yeah, no, but
please don't use that. Don't ever use the flat Earth as it's totally off, man. Doesn't make sense at all. Totally off. So anytime somebody brings up flat Earth, it doesn't make sense. It's impossible. The numbers don't crunch. Logic doesn't play. It's impossible. Trust me. The same way I know that took a mind to create the universe. You can calculate, you can look, you could observe, you could see that it's impossible the Earth is flat. Even if you just were a regular Joe, you look at it and says, okay, if there were even Christopher Columbus, the guy who taught that said, this can't be. I'm gonna go to the edge of the Earth, and he never got there. Then he realized, like,
Give me a second, bro.
the stars, and then put it all together.
Be
and
careful, Walter. There's Hebrews that might come and get you on this flat Earth talking us. Allow it. Like the Hebrews might come for you. Big up, brother Isle.
That's where they go wrong.
That's true, Walter.
But they attack. Oh, is that what I'm gonna get? I'm gonna get hit by a Hebrew now. Yes, sir.
No. I'm gonna attack you on what? After you, Divine.
Shalom, my brother.
I was gonna get hit.
Shalom, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yo, walk on, man.
Talk to me.
Walk on, man. Where's my smoke at, though, man? Like, I've got to go into a job in a sec still, man, so I need a bit of smoke before I go into this job.
Yeah, but Villa, do me a favor. Just throw everything in there and let it go. Let it do it itself.
What's that?
Just throw all the pipes and everything in the house and let it build itself.
Yeah, it don't work like that, man.
Watch this.
Walter, work like that. Oh,
Walter. There's more of a chance.
Yes,
there's more of a chance of Veli going into a house, throwing pipes on the floor, and it all building itself. There's more of a chance that happening than the whole universe and the earth coming into existence by chance and it just coming into, you know what I mean? And boom.
Boom. Yeah.
Can you the Sunny's dance one time on this whole boom what's it beginning of
shake the room.
Allow it.
Shake the room.
Get him with scriptures too. Get him with that.
Veli, can you concede, that science can you concede that science is an evolving thing in itself? Like, for instance, thousands of years ago, or maybe 500 years ago, what science said about a certain theory or something could have changed over time. Science isn't fixed. Do you agree with that notion?
Now, yes, the method for some, not everything. Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You started coming on now. Yeah, say that again.
Yeah. I said science ain't perfect. I never said that.
No, I never asked you if it was perfect. I never asked you if it was perfect, Veli. I said, could you concede that science today could be in 100 years, it could be something totally different? Yo, I can't hear you, Veli.
Yeah, I can't hear him either. Can anyone else?
Yeah, but he could concede to that. That's definitely, he could concede to that, but that doesn't change the. It doesn't change anything. At the end of the day, it's just
Yo, can you hear
science
me
is
now?
constantly building on itself.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
you hear me now? Yeah, that's what. Yeah, also gave the answer what I was just giving still. I said, yeah, but it's not set in stone, in it. So it's a study of nature and how things work. So if there's something that gets even more of, say, something like 98% sure, and then they get to 99.9% sure, they're going to go with the 99.9% sure than the 98% sure. If that makes sense. Does that make
Like
sense?
I'm pretty sure the laws of speed is going to change the minute that we figure out how to move through time, how to move to like use the light of, how to use speed of light and all that type of stuff. It's probably all going to change just because of that math. It's something's gonna unless they're, the only thing I can think of that they're going to be able to move that fast to the galaxies, unless these wormhole things are true. But well, that's like my department.
So could you concede, really, that the scientists that you take from now, that you probably hold in high esteem, say if you were living in 100 years or 200 years time, and then they found new evidence for the creation of the universe, and they attributed that to a creator, would you then follow their evaluation on things?
What if they was able to scientifically prove God existed? Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
you have to accept it. If it's the truth, then you have to accept the truth, man.
Okay.
I ain't gonna fight, man, for this. Fighting against the truth is dumb, innit? So
that's
if
what
it was able to be, no, I'm not doing that, man, because it's not the truth, innit? It's like if it was able to be proven beyond reasonable doubt, yo, this is what it is, and so and so, then you have to just accept that because that's just the truth, innit? Like, but right as we stand today, that's not what the science is pointing towards.
Don't you agree, really, that in science there's something called cause and effect?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, yeah. You could ask me a lot of science questions, yeah, and I might get a lot of questions wrong in it because, like I'm saying, I'm not a scientist. Like I'm a boiler engineer. So
now we're talking
you
about.
Ask me questions about fucking
It's a follower. I told you already.
The boilers that I specialize in. Yeah, I'll fuck you up on any question. You won't be able to ask me a question and fuck me up. But with science, you might be able to bag me up or whatever, man.
Nah, I'm not a scientist myself. Brother, I don't know too much science myself, but what I'm saying is
I'm saying you might just be able to Google something that I won't know the answer to and ask me a question on it. I won't know the answer to it, bro. I'll just say I don't know.
I'm not asking you what's quantum physics, or I'm saying let's take a journey and let's just use our rationale and logic to come to a conclusion. Do you get what I mean? I'm just saying rationale and logic is the main thing that the scientists use anyway, that they utilize. And I'm not asking you, what's the definition of quantum physics? What's the definition? I'm not asking you specific questions like that. I'm just saying, using your rational mind and logical mind, you can.
Veli, hi. Do you want me to answer this?
Good morning, stop spamming. And Valley,
Good morning, everybody.
Come on.
Stops. Go on, stop. What you saying, bro?
Can I answer this question regarding science?
Please.
Yeah, of course you can. If you understand science more than me.
Because the thing is that people a lot of times go.
Stop. Hold on a sec, yeah? Hold on a sec, yo. Ale, when Stops is finished, yeah, you can have a go as well, yeah?
Okay, cool.
Because the thing is, I've got the next telephone conference in like 40 minutes, so I'm a bit limited at the moment. I can come back later, but at the moment it's still working hours, and I enjoy working at home, but there are things I need to do. So I'm not running away from anything. I'm telling you now, I need to leave round about, like in 35, 40 minutes. Now, with science, I don't know why people go towards science. We're talking about gods, because gods and science are diametrically opposed. Okay, they're totally different. You cannot compare the two. Neither or the other encroaches on the other's territory. Now, the question that Nicola asked is a valid question. But this thing with cause and effect, it's hopelessly overrated. There is no cause and effect in a lot of things. So to make it a generalization is totally wrong. So what we see is, like, for example, I don't know how, I don't know, up to date you are with scientific topics, but if you look at the atom, for example, you have I'm sure you know, you have your nucleus and you have electrons, for example. So there's movement. So what is the cause of that movement? Now, it's much easier to say, I don't know, instead of going and saying, well, there's the supernatural thing that drives it, which is winding up all the electrons every morning or something.
I don't know how that house
this
got
is the way.
built.
Which I call energy.
But I will just pretend it's there.
I call that energy.
I don't know how that house was built, but I'll just say it's there.
Nah, Lady Di said it. Lady D said it. She hit the nail on the head with that one, man. She said it's energy. It's energy that's driving that force, right? So if it's energy, that's something.
That's what
That's not
spamming
nothing.
is talking about.
That's still a cause. Do you know what I mean? So you can't stop spamming. Can you give me an example, a relevant example that we can see? Like let's not get into atoms and neutrons and that. Talk about the physical world, the material world that we have today. Can you give me an example, a simple example, where cause and effect doesn't come into play?
Sure. The easiest one is radioactive decay, for example, because I'm sure you know that there are atoms with different isotopes, so that you have.
No, hear what I said though. Stop spamming. Sorry. I said something in the physical world, something that we can right now.
This is physical world. This is physical world.
Radioactive waves are not tangible. I'm talking about something tangible that we can see today, right now. We can't see radioactive waves. We can't see it with our naked eye.
Yes, we can. Of course we can.
You can see radio. You can see radio. So if you look in the microwave, you can see the radio. You can see waves and things like that. Even in something simple as a microwave, you can't go turn on your microwave and go see if you can see the heat and all of that. You can't.
Oh, hang on.
Like, I'm talking about something tangible, something material.
Are you talking about your eyes now?
I said this is what was my premise. Something physical, something tangible, something material, not immaterial, material that we can see today as laymen, because none of us are scientists and scholars, yeah? So give us a layman example of something that we can see that cause and effect doesn't.
Okay, if you say see, are you talking about seeing with your eyes within the spectrum of visible light that we have? No, there's nothing that I can tell you. Okay, yeah, of course. Well, no, you can't see magnetism either. What can you see? No, you can't. No, there is no example that I can give you with things that you can see with your eyes, because the eyes are so pathetic that there's hardly anything that we can see. So what I'm talking about is, and this is the problem, people go into science and then they expect, like a child taking blocks and then putting one block on top of each other, and this is what you expect. But it doesn't work like that. If I say see, I am referring to detect. So in other words, I'm looking at air, at the atmosphere, and this is not something that I can see, and yet I can demonstrate that it's there, that I can detect this. This is the difference. What you are telling me now is to give you something that you can see with your eyes, and that doesn't exist.
Yeah, but you should be telling Veli that, because Veli is the one that brought up the argument of he's not a scientist, he's not a scholar, so let's keep it as a layman term. Let's keep things in layman terms. That's why I said
I'm doing that. I'm doing that as a layman. I understand what Veli is doing, because there are things in quantum mechanics. There are things like coupling and tunneling and things like that, which are very difficult to understand. And there's a lot of times when we have to go and say, I don't know. But the thing is, we are using quantum mechanics. Like a CCD is bringing to life quantum mechanics. And this is something that we do understand, even though we cannot understand the causes and the bottom, energy utilization. But it's there.
Yeah. But stop spamming. Can we see, for instance, with our eyes, something like the sun, the stars?
No, you can't. No, you can't.
So you're telling me when you look up, you never see a sun?
Correct.
Okay, I don't know. Are you blind or?
No, what you see is the photons being emitted from a gaseous, whatever you want to call it.
But we can see it with our eyes, right? We can see it with our eyes, right?
No, we can. Oh
So
boy.
you're telling me there's no one in the world when they look up in the sun and it's a nice hot day and the sun is beaming, yeah? You're telling me we can't see a round thing that's a certain specific color that gives us energy and all of that. You're telling me you can't see. Okay, forget the sun
You're
then. You're
correct.
saying the
That is
sun.
what I'm saying. I don't know how many times you want to repeat it. Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Okay,
Now,
so how about
what I'm trying to explain
no,
to you, it is not just the visible light. It's not just the photons that are emitted from this gaseous cloud that is being emitted. We have a whole lot of different frequencies emitting from the sun. So what you are looking at is a fraction of what is the sun. And that is what I'm trying to get through to you. You cannot use layman terms when talking about science, because in science we call this detection. We don't call this seeing. So I can detect the radiation coming from the sun, which you cannot see with your eyes. You cannot see the UVA, the UVB, the UVC, and so on. You cannot see ultraviolet rays. You cannot see infrared. And yet it is all being emitted from the sun. So what you are seeing is not the sun. What you are seeing is a limited spectrum of what the sun emits.
Okay, but it's still an illusion of the sun that his naked eye is seeing, right?
Sorry, I can't hear you. There's some background.
Oh, I'm saying
Sorry.
what he's basically saying, it is an illusion of the sun, what he is then seeing. So what you might not be seeing the intricate details of it, but the image he can see by looking up in the sky when the sun is there is his interpretation of the sun from a human perspective, right?
Well, you can call it that, but this is very awkward. Why not just say what it is, which is that there is a process happening there, and there is a certain amount of radiation being emitted from this, and a very limited spectrum of this is something that we can detect with our eyes.
Okay, so let's get into water. So you're gonna, if I use the argument of we can see water, if I go into the sea and I jump into the ocean, there's water there. But you're gonna tell me, oh, that's not really water. That is hydrogen mixed with oxygen, mixed with we're not talking about that. I'm talking about something physical. If I go into a sea right now, I know that there's water there. Yeah, for instance, yeah. So let's talk about water then.
Okay, that's the label. So if you mix two gases, hydrogen and oxygen, nothing else required, we get water. Okay, cool. And?
So would you say that's a physical thing? Something that
it's
we
a
can
physical,
actually,
yeah, it's a tangible physical thing which we have a label for, which is water, yeah.
So would you say now that physical thing, so using the cause and effect that we were talking about earlier, and we can say that water is a physical thing, would you not concede that cause and effect that you said that you have no example for, if we use water in its place, yeah, would you say that the water has a cause, as you said, hydrogen and oxygen, right? That's the cause of the water being there.
No, that is not the cause of water. Those are the components.
Okay, but what caused that water then?
Well, exactly. This is my point. You can't easily point to something and say this is the cause. What you are doing is you're mixing up a whole lot of things. What you need to understand now is the molecular bonding of hydrogen and oxygen atoms. So you need to go into the chemical components now and see how the electrons, how on the outer levels, the higher energy levels, how they are bonding with each other. Now, what is the cause of that? There we have to go and say, I don't know.
Yeah,
hey, listen, I need to jump off real quick here. I've got to put in a set of taps real quick, so I'll be about 20 minutes. Or
run.
yeah.
Go and have fun.
Velly, go be the cause to that effect then.
Yeah, man.
You gotta be the cause to that effect. But we don't
I'm gonna
know,
be the
so-
cause to the effect, man. Yeah, we don't know though, man. You get me? We never know, B. We never know, B. All right. Yeah, big up stops on the panel. You get me? Listen, the Atheist Defense League's too hard, fam. Yeah, just know what time it is, bro. You get me? Throw your A's up.
If definition
Go on, look, Roger's just joined and spamming. Let's go and spamming that.
Go and do something useful.
If your definition, Veli, if your definition of the Atheist Defense League being too hard, if that's I don't know, if that's your definition of being too hard, then boy, if that's all you lot can bring up, I don't know, then I don't know, man.
No, come on.
That's a fair, listen. That's the most honest answer that anyone can give when they actually don't know the answer.
That is
no,
the
but
point.
You don't know.
That is cognitive dissonance, bro. You're telling
No, it's
me
not.
that that's literally a cop out. Like everything,
it's being
everything
honest.
has cause and effect. No, but everything has a cause and effect.
No, this is what I just told you. I just showed you something that does not have a cause and effect. Just because you can't comprehend it doesn't mean that it's not there.
It's not true.
Oh, you like stop.
That's
spamming,
why we say we don't know. When you see, that's why I say I don't know when I don't understand something.
And that's great.
You get me?
Veli, yeah. Imagine just quick before you leave, yeah. Imagine now, yeah. You go into one of these houses that you're helping to fix the pipes and all of these things that you're doing, yeah. Just imagine you walk into a house, yeah. There's no one there. Literally no one there, yeah. No human beings, nothing, yeah. How many sugars do you like with your tea, Veli?
I don't drink tea.
Okay, what do you drink?
Mint
Coffee?
tea, so I'll drink mint tea, but I don't really just have it at a customer's
Yeah, but
house.
you know where he's going. You know exactly where he's
Yeah,
going.
okay, so there's two sugars in it. Two sugars.
Spamming, that's not a question. Stop spamming. That's what they're doing.
Go on then. Two sugars I'll have, love.
Do you like it with milk or no milk?
It doesn't matter. You finished your point. Okay, make the point now. Come on. We want the punchline.
I'm asking him a quick question. Do you like it with milk or no milk?
2 sugars with milk, please, love.
2 sugars and
He's
milk.
hyperalert.
Yeah?
Oh gosh.
I watch this. Yeah. Watch this, Veli. Yeah. This is what I mean by coming to a rational and logical conclusion with things. Yeah. Imagine you go into the house now. No one is there. No one is there. You just come into the house. You come into the kitchen. Automatically, there's a cup right there. There's a tea right there. There's milk right there that you like. The 2 sugars that you like. Yeah. Let's keep it layman. Stop spamming. Come on, bro. Let's keep it layman. Yeah. The 2 sugars and the milk that you like is suddenly there. Yeah. It's just there, exactly waiting for you, and it's hot. Yeah. Rationally and logically, when you walk into that house, Veli, would you think, yeah, that it came by itself and it came that all the components are there? Yeah. Remember, there's the tea right there. There's the tea bags are right there. The milk is right there. The kettle is right there. The water tap is right there. Everything, the components.
How did I get in the house
there, yeah?
if no one was there? How did I get in the house? You said there's no one
No,
there.
but
The door was open. The door was open.
Leave it. This doesn't make sense. Just say you don't know and leave, because this is stupid, really.
Listen, Veli. Yeah? You cannot tell me when you walk into that house, yeah, and you see the cup of tea, you cannot use the argument of I don't know how it got there. You have to be reasonable and use your rational and logical deduction.
Yeah, someone put it there, but I don't know who put it there. I can say that. Someone put it there, but I don't know who put it there. Is that a fair answer?
But then that means you're just by that admission, that's a fair answer. But by that admission, I wasn't asking you what's the name of the woman, what color was she, the one that put it there. By your admission right there, you've become an agnostic. You know that you've left atheism by that admission, and you've become an agnostic because you're saying
what? Okay, Veli, just leave it. Ninkulas, why are you being such a child? Really? Why are you thinking that because somebody can't do the square root of 2, they are incapable of adding 1 and 1?
About 20 minutes. Right, cool. I literally just got to put some taps in. It won't take me that long.
I don't want to throw
20 minutes, half hour at the most.
Big up yourself,
I'll be back in a bit though. Yeah. I'll be back in a bit though. Big up everyone. Yeah. Cheers.
So before you go, Valley, can we get another member of what you call Godless Block on here, because you lot ain't answering no damn questions and actually fighting your atheist.
They're flopping right now. They're flopping.
The
time.
thing is,
Done out here.
we're not
Stop
talking
spamming.
about atheists. We're talking about science. And people who don't understand science, talking about science does not make much sense. You can't be
Stop.
talking about carburetors and if you've never seen a car before, because all you're doing is just rehashing the watchmaker argument, and it's primitive, it is stupid, it is wrong. Ninculus, if you do not understand science, don't talk about science. If you
All right,
ask me a
stop.
question
Yeah.
and I give you
Are
an
you
answer that you
answering?
can't understand, what
Are
is the
you
point?
are you answering a question or are you
Stop.
just talking to yourself? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
stop.
answering a
I'm trying to talk
question.
to you here. I'm trying to ask you a
What?
question here. Stops.
How many?
A
Okay.
question.
So look, listen. What I wanted to ask you is this: do you discount any sort of supernatural events?
How can I? What kind of a question is this? Of course not.
Okay, cool. So, what's your view on reincarnation, for example?
I have no information on reincarnation. I don't know anybody
Prove
who's
there is
reincarnated. I've
rather than
never
stuff.
had anybody being reincarnated, so I have nothing on this.
Right. So if I show you some examples of past life regression, how would you go about explaining them? Would you say
I
that's
would say
something?
that these are illusions, these people are deluded, and this is just jumping to conclusions based on personal testimony.
And you're saying that without even reviewing the evidence first. That's interesting. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do then, I'm going to
How
explain.
do you know? How do you know that? No, please don't do. No. Hang on.
How
Don't
do
do
I know
that,
that?
please.
You've just
Don't
done it.
go and make assumptions and then
I'm
make
not
a
making an
derogatory
stops.
remark that's interesting
I'm
without
not.
knowing what you are talking about. Okay?
Stops. I'm not
You
actually.
just said you don't want to see his evidence. Stop. You literally just said that.
So stops. What I'm saying to you is this.
How does he
Yeah,
know that I don't have the evidence? How does he know I've not looked into this?
because
How does
I
he
just
know
asked.
that I'm not the
Because I
expert
just
on reincarnation? How do you
because I
you
just
don't
asked
know
you the
that?
question. Stops. I just asked you the question. I asked you what would you do if you when someone show you evidence. You said you call them delusional, etc., etc. And that's interesting because you haven't seen the evidence I want to put forward first, and you're already condemning it. So by default, you've already dismissed it before even reviewing it. But never
How do
mind.
you
Let's
know
just
that I have not seen
because
the
you've
evidence
just.
that you are going to present to me?
But how can you know that I have?
Anybody else hear this, or is it just me going
Because
crazy?
it's a limited. Okay. Because it's a limited field. There's only a handful of people who say that they actually have evidence. Now, I have looked at some of the evidence. So you can't know how much evidence I have looked at and if this is the same evidence that you are going to present to me. You don't
Okay.
know that. So you
So
can't dismiss it. You can ask me, have you
let's
seen
explore it.
this? And I will
Let's
say
explore
yes
that.
or no. Then you can go and see whether it's true or not. But don't make
Well, you already dismissed it before I
assumptions
put it
before you
forward.
go.
But let's just put this forward and see what you think about it. Yeah. So
There we go.
three-year-old boy.
This is the basis.
So a 3-year-old boy remembers his past life and identifies his murderer. Have you heard of that one?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think of that?
Bullshit.
Bullshit. So what part of that do you think is bullshit? The whole thing?
Not the whole thing. What you have just said is bullshit because it cannot be that this is possible. And what people have who investigated this have found that this is just made up. That somebody that this is a boy who just pointed at someone and said, "Oh, there you go, there's it." That's it. How can a 3-year-old remember the past of 100 years ago or something and then go and say, "Yeah, this is my murderer"?
So let me try and read a little bit of this to you and everybody else.
No, please don't. Please don't
Okay,
waste
well,
our time. Do you have something tangible? Now, do you have something real? Not just a 3-year-old saying something.
Stop. Just remember, there's more than just you on the panel, and it is G Block on trial. We would like to hear it, even if you don't. Can you be mindful of that? Thank you.
So you're okay with your time being wasted with this bullshit?
Share their thing
Okay.
in it. Everyone's got different points of view, different beliefs, and I'd like to hear it first before I dismiss it. That's all I'm saying.
100%.
Okay. I would prefer something real, but okay.
Okay, it depends. This is a real report. How about that? So this is somebody actually writing something down and making it into the reality. So let me just try and read a little bit of this. Boy told parent his past life body was and who killed him. Right. I'm gonna skip all the crap and try and get to the actual facts. So the youngster recalls of his past life went even further
as he was able to catch the person who murdered him and even got a confession from that person. Now, his story has been included in a book, a German therapist by the name of The Children Who Have Lived Before. Okay, let's go. Right, so this child was murdered by an axe. Okay, and where this child was reborn, he had a scar or birthmark exactly where the axe penetrated his head. The young boy actually went up to his parents and showed them the house where she died in. He also told them about the weapon that he was killed with. He also pointed out the person who killed him. So, and moreover, the murderer confessed to the murder. So, given those few things I've just told you, do you have an explanation for that, Stops?
No.
Okay. Would you hypothesize as to what may have occurred here? Maybe some sort of quantum entanglement, or
It's known as false memory.
I see, false memory. So, are you saying that the murderer admitted to a crime that was false? Or... Hello?
I'm on the phone with another line. Can you just give me 2 seconds?
I'll wait. Don't worry, I'll wait.
So I'd like to hear how then what logical explanation would Stop give for why this boy was actually able to identify his murderer from his previous life. So I don't know.
By the way, for anyone that wants to review, I've posted the article in the back chat.
Atheists just need to make their mind up, man. Do they want to deal with beliefs or do they want to deal with knowing something, man?
A hypothesis I'm having right now is Stops is probably Googling, emphatically trying to find.
I'm on the phone, for fuck's sake.
Okay, calm down, man. Relax. You could be on the phone on Google. What? Relax, man.
Someone's triggered. Someone sounds triggered.
Ninolus, what are you saying?
Yeah, I'm blessed, brother, man. You're right, yeah? These man them would literally go against their own rationale and logic in order to deny a higher power or supernatural. They will literally go against their own rational and logic.
Yeah, no, they don't understand what a rational belief.
God, they don't believe in any higher energy forces. They don't believe in souls. They don't believe in life after death. They don't believe in heaven and hell. And
But this is the thing with an atheist. They don't deal in beliefs. They just want to know stuff.
And that's it. But then we'll turn around in the next breath and then tell us that no one can actually know anything for sure. So it literally contradicts itself.
Of course you can.
Get it.
You know that you exist, right?
Yeah, no, but they say this. They would say in one breath, no one can actually know anything for sure.
Well, hold on.
It doesn't exist.
Hold on. If they're making that claim, they need to prove it.
They said it earlier. They said it earlier.
That's what I'm saying. So if they're making that, they're basically saying you can't know that you exist.
There we are. Or I can't know that there's a sun up there. Or I can't know that my house stands on Earth. Or I can't know that I'm living here on Earth. But I can know for sure there definitely is not a higher power out there.
If they're saying that you can't know something for sure, no. If they're saying you can't know something for sure, then they need to prove. Then they need to bring the evidence.
D block, godless block. What are they called? G block, godless block. You're done out here. Done out here. I revoked all your D's, all your G's. I think what's his name wrote it better. He said the LGBTQRX block, whatever block he wrote.
Nah. I'm the one that come out with that, you know. I'm the one that come out with that, you know. Yeah, I'm the first one that said that. I'm the first one. It's LG block QT.
Okay, have you guys solved the problem by now? Sorry, I'm back now.
So stops. You're interested in knowing something, right?
No.
What are you interested in?
Truth.
How do you get to truth if you don't know it?
By examining it, by testing it, by verifying, by falsifying, by getting the facts, by getting the data and testing it.
And that's called knowing.
No.
So what's knowing?
knowing something is very limited. Knowing something is when you have a belief, then you test it, and then you get experience, and then you know that this is what is happening 99% of the time.
Is that how knowing is defined?
Knowing is defined as the experience of having belief.
So if I experience something, is that true?
If you experience something, no. That is not experience. See, you are throwing around layman's terms in science. It doesn't work. Experience
I'm just asking
means
questions.
that,
I'm just asking questions.
yeah, okay, and I'm explaining it. If experience means that if you, for example, you say speed equals whatever, if you take speed, distance, and time and put them in a relationship, okay, and you measure the data, you have the facts, and then you put them into a ratio, then you get the knowledge that if you have a certain time that passes before somebody has covered a distance, then this is the speed. And you can repeat that 15 million times, and then you know that speed, for example, travels at 300,000 kilometers a second. And that is what we call knowledge. But this is only valid here and now in our universe. We don't know what happens anywhere else.
But that's what I just asked you. I said, are you interested in knowing things?
And I said no.
But you just explained it. You said it's you just said it's knowledge testing. What's it called? Falsifying.
Okay, that is knowledge. Okay, fine. But this is not my primary goal. My primary goal is not knowledge.
What's your primary goal?
Okay, let me repeat. My primary goal is truth.
How do you get to truth?
By experimenting and looking what compares positively with reality.
And isn't that called knowledge?
No, it is not called knowledge. Why are you so on labels? Why are labels so important for you?
Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid of knowledge?
I'm not afraid of anything. There's really a lot of you. You can ask me anything you want, but don't make it as though I am.
Hold on. Can you get to the truth through knowledge?
Can you get through? No. Because knowledge is just having something. Why are you laughing? The one is not a tool to get to something. It is a state. So if something is hot and cold, you can't get through heat to having knowledge. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, if I have the truth of something, does that mean I have knowledge of it?
If something is true, then you have the knowledge. No, because truth is subjective.
There's no objective truth.
There is no objective truth.
Wow. So you being here and existing right now, is that just subjective or objective?
That's okay. You need to understand objective and subjective. You're throwing around labels, and then you're trying to fix a label to something, and you're saying, okay, this is the way it is. Now, let me explain this. First, you have to understand what objective and subjective is, okay? So, am I objectively here? Yes, I am. Is that the truth? Yes, that is the truth. Do I have the knowledge that I am here? Yes. But this is axiomatic. This is something completely different to what you are trying to, because I know what's going to happen, because saying, yeah, but if you have this, then this. No, you cannot do that. Just because I am here and I have decided that this is something that I have decided for myself, this is something that I take on, that I exist, that I am here, that I'm having a conversation with you, that is truth, and it's objectively true. But it is subjective. How I am looking at a monitor, to me, that this is being true, how this monitor works, how all the other factors work. So I cannot, from one thing being true, simply determine that everything else around me is true as well. I cannot do that. The inference is different.
So when you're searching for truth, you're searching for subjective truth.
That is correct. It has to be necessarily so, because truth, I mean, the people 2,000 years ago, they said that Earth is flat. Was this a lie? No. Did they think this was true? Yes. So something is subjectively true depending on your environment, depending on the data that you have available to you at this moment.
So if I say God exists, that's subjectively true?
It can be. Of course, if you think this is the case, if this is your belief, absolutely, yeah.
So what's the point in asking for evidence if you're going to see it differently?
I'm not. How do you get from subjective truth to evidence?
Well,
evidence is not subjective truth.
Well, So you just said truth is subjective.
Yes.
Now it's not.
Evidence is not.
So evidence is truth, right?
No. Oh my God. You see, this is the problem. You're taking labels and then you're somehow equivocating them, and you're saying, well, if this is this and no, it's not.
Well, so
you
when
have
you
to listen
ask,
carefully to
on.
what I'm
when
saying.
you-
I am
so
not
when you
saying that
ask for
truth
the
is.
evidence, so when you ask for the evidence, are you not asking for truth?
No.
What are you asking for?
I'm asking for evidence. When I'm asking for evidence, I want evidence.
You're asking for evidence of the truth.
No, I am not. I am asking for evidence so that I can build any kind of a belief which can then subjectively be true for me. And then I experiment with this, I get experience with this. If after a while, then it becomes knowledge. But
If
I
it's
still
subjective,
don't know if this is universally true.
Evidence doesn't make sense if it's subjective.
No, you know what he's saying, hyper alert. He's saying there is no objective truth. Basically, that was his statement. There is no such thing called objective truth. It's all subjective. Basically, the truth is all subjective to the person who is. If it's 2,000 years ago, if they believe that, that was subjectively true to them. But there's no such thing called objective truth. That's. I think that's his.
Well, I think he would need to. I think you need to tell us what he understands by objective.
There is objective truth. Of course there is. This is why I said you need to understand objective and subjective. You need to be aware of what the differences are, and then you can talk about them.
Tell us the differences.
But then these are
Can I
labels
give
for
you-
you, and
can I
you're
give
throwing
you-
them
can I
around,
give
and
you
then
the
it doesn't
definition?
work.
Can I give you the definition of an objective? Yeah.
Go for it.
Objective is something that is not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts.
Exactly.
That's
You
what
got
I'm
it. Perfect. Yeah.
So there is.
Yeah.
So there is objective truth then.
I told you there is objective truth.
Okay.
Is there or isn't there? I'm confused.
There is objective truth, but this does not mean it is universally true.
If it's not universal, then it's not objective.
Exactly, that's subjective.
You don't understand. If I say that objectively I don't know what you want to call. I can't think of an example of objective truth now.
You're a man. You're a man. You're a man.
That's
Even
objective,
that is not
yeah.
objectively truth. No.
That's not objective.
No, it is not, because I can be. See, you don't understand. You don't understand biology. If I am a woman, for example, I can have a Y chromosome. So a Y chromosome makes this a man, but she looks like a woman. Now, is she objectively a woman or a man? What is it? I can have an double X gene somewhere. Am I objectively a man? No, you don't know these things.
So you
So
don't
this
know
is
if you have
exactly
double
what
eggs in you.
objectively true is not. Look at the definition you just gave me,
you don't
and now
know.
apply this.
Did
to
you
it.
just say-
This guy's confused, man. This guy's confused.
No, I'm
Did you
not
just
confused.
say-
I'm not
did you just
confused
say-
one little
did you-
bit.
Did you just say that you don't know if you have double eggs in you somewhere?
I don't have double X chromosomes.
Is it objectively true that you're a kafir?
Is it objectively true that I'm a kafir? No, it is. You see, that's a good example. No, that is not true. That is not true. That you cannot be objectively of the opinion whether or not I'm a kafir, because you don't know the definition of
I'm
a kafir.
asking you.
You don't know.
I'm asking you.
No, I said no, and I said this is a good example. I'm
How?
trying to explain
so
why
you're not
not.
a kafir. So you believe in Allah.
Let him explain. Let him explain it. Let him explain it. Let him
I don't
explain
believe it. Are you a child? I just said there is a label kafir, which, depending on the definition, can be correct or not. It can be that I don't even know what a kafir is, and somebody just drew me a pretty picture, and I'm using that as my logo, for
Do you
example.
believe in Allah as your Lord?
Fucking hell, no.
Okay, so
Why
you're
should
a
I
kafir.
do that?
Then exactly true that you're a kafir.
No, a kafir is somebody who knowingly suppresses the truth.
Kafir has many definitions. It has.
You see, this is the
defined
problem. Now we're getting
it's
somewhere.
defined-
Now
it's
we're
defined
getting
as non-believer. It's also. Are you a non-believer in Allah?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you're a kafir by definition.
No, by definition, a kafir is somebody who knowingly suppresses the truth.
there's not one definition.
Go and look up the definition of kafir. The problem is that people like you are taking kafir to mean something different. Now we're starting to interpret.
Okay.
And this is why the story with labels that you are playing is childish.
All
It
right,
doesn't work.
I'll make it easier for you. Are you objectively a non-believer in Allah?
Am I objectively? I don't know. Objectively, how can I be objectively a non-believer?
Is it true objectively that you are a non-believer in Allah?
No.
Stop spamming. Remember, we defined the definition by saying not influenced by personal feelings or opinions. So I think you're bringing in your personal feelings.
Exactly. This is what you need to go and look at the definition and understand why I said no instead of laughing.
Maybe he's an undercover Muslim. Maybe he's an undercover Muslim.
I'm not an undercover Muslim, I can tell you that much. I'm not a Zionist or anything. I don't like gods.
Lady D, can I just say one thing, yeah? Lady D, are you objectively a woman?
I'm a woman, that's a fact.
There you go.
These man,
objectively or no subject, I don't know about that. I just know I'm a woman, that's a fact.
That's a subjective belief.
No, it's not. It's a fact.
No, it's got nothing to do with her opinion. It's got nothing to do with her opinion.
That is her opinion. That is exactly
People
what I'm
of the
trying
book,
to
this is
explain
what I
to
meant
you
by
guys.
atheist following
I
congestion.
can carry my children. I can do everything that's attributed to woman. I can do. I'm a woman.
Great.
Objectively, yeah, I'm a woman. Period.
Okay, so that is your definition of exact. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Your subjective opinion is that a woman equals, and then you put 5 different components in there which make you a woman. This may not go and serve the same purpose with somebody else who calls themselves a woman.
Yeah, no, we don't live in La La Land. Woman is woman.
We are living in La La Land. Our brains are so stupid.
You can't do. I can breastfeed my children. I can carry them in my womb. I can give birth to them. There's so many. I can have monthlies as a woman. Things that men cannot physically do. So how are you gonna say that's for opinion? That's ridiculous.
I just explained it to you. If you can't understand it, I can't help you.
I don't understand. I literally don't understand that.
I know that you don't understand that, but what
because
can I do to explain it to you other than giving you the facts? I've just given you an example. I've given you the facts. If you don't understand it, I'm sorry, then this is my failure for not being able to explain it to you.
And this is why I said that it divine in scripture that those who follow the majority on this earth will lead you from the path of God. They only follow conjecture. And this is a perfect example of that.
Perfect example of?
Conjecture.
What is conjecture?
Guesswork.
Guesswork.
Yeah, you're just
so
guessing.
If I have the facts, you're telling me
that
this
your way
is
through
guess.
life. We also have another word. We call you guys wise pretenders.
Hold on. He thinks it's a fact that her calling herself a woman is just her opinion. That's a fact.
That is a fact.
Yeah, see, it leads you into this confusion. Like none
That's
of it
not
doesn't
guessing.
make sense.
It's got nothing to do with biology. It's got nothing to do with biology.
Yeah.
If I count the distance traveled in a specific amount of time, is that guessing?
No, it's not.
Oh, now it suddenly it's crickets. No, it's not, because these are facts. So as soon as it gets to facts, all of a sudden, all you guys are quiet.
No, look.
It's a case of I'm trying to
Are we
understand.
objectively quiet or are we subjectively quiet?
Now you're talking on top of each other.
Sorry, I was just saying, it's not that I can't understand. I'm trying to understand you, why I'm quiet. I'm trying to actually see where you're coming from, and I'm just not getting it.
Great. I know that you're not getting it. I understand that. Not everybody gets it.
He's coming from the transgender perspective. Anyone can do anything.
There are different combinations of chromosomes. There are different combinations.
You know, that's what they say about Satanism.
So you
Satanism,
don't only
everything
have
is
one.
Halloween.
Well, okay, if you don't let me. Oh shit! I need to go. The point of the matter is, if you take facts, then you can count them, you can experiment, you can verify, you can falsify, and you can experiment with them. And this is the point that you need to take here. If I look at chromosomes, you have different combinations. You can have XY, you can have XY, and you can have different combinations of X and Y. How, at the end of the day, somebody identifies as male or female is a different story. And this is the point of the matter. We are biological creatures which are like totally screwed up. Our brains can have false memories. Our brains can be have implanted memories. Our brains can have all sorts of things, which is why we are susceptible to all this stupidity with gods and ghosts and aliens and all sorts of things
And
like that.
transgenderism and all of that. Yeah.
No, those are facts.
Without being disrespectful,
Confused
without trying,
fact.
hold on, without trying to be disrespectful, it just sounds like you're caping for the LGBTQXYZ, whatever the hell they're called. Because right now you're saying
The
that a
alphabet
person is
people.
born as a woman, and just because she feels or wants to proclaim that they want to be, gender fluid or whatever it is, that they can now call themselves as a man just because their brain says so. That's bullshit to me. You're born how you're born. Period.
I have tendencies to want to choke the shit out of people. I have tendencies to want to choke the shit out
I
of
need to
people.
go.
I think
I'll
it's
be
pathetic.
back later. If you have guys are patient, at the moment I can't. I need to go to my telephone conference. Like I said in the beginning,
All
I
right,
need to
peace and
go.
love.
Cheers.
Stop
See
scanning.
you.
Keep evolving. Keep evolving.
LGBT block, you're done out here. Put your rainbows
We call
down.
them alphabet
The
people
rainbow
out here.
flag burn. You're done out here. You get no respect out here. It's a wrap for you, LGBT.
We call them. Hey, we call them alphabet people.
Do you see, Lady Di? You see when they get questions. You see how it all goes pear shaped for them when you
They
start
do.
poking
There's
and
two
poking
things they
holes.
do. There's two things that they do. They either ask you a question and bring it back to you, and then it's about you, or they just make statements about how stupid you are, or they just simply redefine themselves on the atheists is what they believe, as if we don't know. So those are the main only three things I get out of it. Other than that, it's just conjecture. It's just conjecture. It's just
It just
guessing.
sounds like they're going to bring up a whole next generation of confused humans out here. You're going to have kids running around here talking about their cats and dogs next. Like, really? What do they stand for? What do you
That's
look
where they're
stand
going. That's where they're going. That's where
Yeah,
it's going, Lady Di.
they already headed in that direction. Yeah, they already got debates about it. Your boy Muhammad Hijab out there from Speaker's Corner. He was talking to some English guy. Literally on the topic of can you make love with your dog or some shit like that. I'm like,
Burner boy,
they're
you know
actually
your
having
connection's
like
a
he's
bit
all
bad.
super tied up and everything.
Your connection's bad,
I'm
bro.
sorry.
You
Hold on a sec.
As
keep
long
going
as
in and
as long as they can prove there's no harm, it's all good to go.
But that is harm. There's psychological harm. There's physical harm. When you're doing these operations on your body, trying to change yourself from one, let me just say God-given for the word God-given, yeah. One God-given sex you're born into, yeah. And then you've gone and tried to physically change yourself as a human and turn yourself into a most high God and change your whole nature of who you are, what you were born in, to make yourself something else. You don't think there's detrimental effects to that, brothers? Like, come on. There's detrimental effects,
No,
not
believe it or
psychologically,
not.
not only physically, not only detrimental.
Yeah, but to
Everything.
but to them, but to them it just comes down to the individual's freedom. Science doesn't matter now, as long as the person
Freedom.
says,
We got the freedom to walk around here and kill everybody. Does that mean that we can do it? Does that mean that it's right to morally do it? Go on, Bernie.
All it does is cause confusion. They don't tell you about the cases of those same people who end up in mental institutions or they commit suicide. Okay, because that nature that we spoke of later, that nature we feel is also inside of us, it kicks in. And it reminds you, like, oh my God, what have I done? They don't talk about those people. They'll never show you those people. They don't even want to show you the success. They don't show you the people who are smiling and who are willing to take on the action. They're not, even Satan even prophesied that this would happen in the Quran. He said, of course it's allegorical, but he said, I will make man change his own creation. For a lady or a man to take a blade through your body.
Is it me or is Bernie cutting up?
yeah, he's cut. Bernie, you keep cutting up.
I'm still cut. Okay. All right, I'm gonna jump back in.
Please do, because what happens is when G Block gets back on this thing, whichever one of them's coming, they can get the smoke on this whole freedom of sexuality, freedom of long as it doesn't harm. Like, let's smoke them on that, because coming that's what they're riding out for around here, and that's look like what they need to get bun out for around here.
They
like,
actually value. No, they actually value freedom more than principles and morals and values. Freedom comes first, isn't it? Freedom comes first.
Have to be where I've got the freedom to go around and kill if I really want to. I've got the freedom to go around and rape if I really want to. I've got the freedom to go around and steal. I've got the freedom to do all these bad things. Does that morally make it right? Does that humanly make it right? Does that God-fearingly or energy-fearing, however you want to put it, make it right? No. So why would I do so just because I can? Why? Like they need to be challenged on those type of things. Where's blasted godless block? Where you there? Come and defend your thing. Where are you there?
I remember.
Come
I
on,
remember
man.
listening in. I remember listening in yesterday, and I was shocked, because what's his name? Scientific Method, like literally just blurted it out. He kind of took a big L for them yesterday by saying, "Oh, incest should be all right. It shouldn't be legally punished in the court of law." Like when I heard that, I was like, "Raw, is this the level these men will go to?" Just as Hyper said, principles and morals, they would go against that by giving absolute freedom to anyone. Do you get, as long as they're not harming anyone.
No, but
So
as
I
an
was what
atheist, there is no moral code as an atheist. It's all about maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain, isn't it?
I was watching a documentary, like I think it was last year on Netflix, yeah. Like like these kind of conversations, how far the atheist can go. Yeah, I was watching a documentary. I don't know if you guys seen it. It's on Netflix. Yeah, it was about certain people around the world, like a couple of women that get married to buildings and statues. I don't know. Have you seen that one where they
No,
get
no.
married? You haven't seen that one, brother? Oh my god, bro! It goes so like a woman got married to the Eiffel Tower. Like she's got so many pictures of the Eiffel Tower with her kissing it, and it's just crazy, man. The kind of levels that these people will go to. These are the kind of thinkings, the kind of thinkings that they have. It would just lead them into, as Bernie said, conjecture. Like it would just
Yeah,
cause
yeah,
confusion.
yeah. Because they're guided by their desires. There's no system in there to regulate their desires. Whatever their desires tell them, they'll just go for it. Um, but
I find
yeah,
that sad, man.
Veli, someone's in the back chat. Bernie, I think Bernie's in the back chat. If you can hear me.
Yeah, and while we're at it, can we get James Roman Catholic Jones on to defend his thing? Like, where is he at? Where's James Roman Catholic Jones? We need him too. He ain't got smoked yet.
You know what I've realized, Lady Di, as well, yeah? That James Jones guy, like when it was last week or the week before, when the theist so-called people that actually believe in a higher power or something, when they're put on trial, he's there every time on the stream, every time. But now when
That's
when
my
the tables have
point.
turned, he's nowhere to be found.
He's ghosted. Man's ghosted. Dust. No, he's not even nowhere to be seen all week. Like literally, he comes and goes for 2 minutes. James Roman Catholic Jones, get up on here. You're on trial. Innit? Like, hurry up.
Yo, Veli, if you can hear us, Bernie's in the background. If you can hear us, Bernie wants to jump on. If you can hear us, stop causing people's pipes to get fixed, and yeah, get Bernie on here, man. Yeah, nah, that's crazy though, man. Yeah, I don't know if you guys agree with another thing as well. Another angle that you can come at these guys is, um, because obviously they said they don't believe in a soul or there's no soul in a human and things like that. Yeah. So really, what is their stance on abortion? Do you know what I mean? Because if it's not a soul,
That's it.
when like what
I said
what are
that.
you
Even
what?
even
Yeah.
things like when you have, when you have like, when you, what's them things called when then people have that out of body experiences when they can literally come out of their body while they're on operating theatre. There's a time when they get that sleep paralysis as well. How are these things explained? Like science, their own science proves this happens, but then they will turn around and say, oh, there's no soul. So when these people are talking about they can literally see themselves come out of their own self and actually see themselves, or they can feel themselves removing, their souls are lifting from their actual physical bodies. I want to know, G Block, Felly, stop coming in the chat and jump on the panel, let me smoke you. Because you're literally, this rainbow thing has to go down. LGBTQ XYZ yeah.
That's
has got to go down. I get Roman Catholic Jones. Why?
that ties in. That ties in with what Buddha was trying to explain to stop spamming earlier. Like when he was talking about.
Aye. So what is all this moaning?
Yo, don't
Shalom,
try to defend it,
shalom.
you know, Mr. G Block. Don't try and defend it, you know.
What is all
Brother or
this
no brother,
moaning? All this
brother or no brother,
LGBTQ.
you have
Is
to
this
put
what you
down this
guys think you got us on?
rainbow flag.
Is
Put
this what
down
you
the
think you
rainbow
got
flag,
us on?
brother.
Is
Yeah.
this what you guys think you got us on?
That is the main thing that you guys are burnt. You guys are drowning in that.
How we drowning? Listen, hey man.
Aram, you need to still confirm. Bro. Are you agnostic or atheist, man? You need to confirm.
I said I'm an
man.
atheist, fam. I told you, fam. What are you talking about?
But you said you don't believe. You said you don't deal in beliefs, bro.
I'm an atheist, man.
How are you an atheist? You said you don't deal in beliefs.
I'm an atheist, man.
Atheist is a belief. Atheist is a belief.
Is that how you like taking L's? You like taking
I'm an
L's?
atheist, man. This is
Hey,
how we
that's
take L's, yeah?
the way. That's the way of seeing it.
I don't know
All right,
what
man.
you guys are
So
talking about. but all this crying.
You want to know,
This
but
crying
now you're
needs to
dealing in
stop, yeah?
beliefs.
Is this what you
all
think?
right, I got a fresh new question. I got a fresh new question for the.
Yeah. Drop your question, Bernie. Go through, Bernie. Go through, Bernie.
Fresh new question.
Soul. Deal with the soul, Bernie. Get the soul.
When it comes to what's the word? So do you're against like the powers that be? You know, the tyrants, right?
Yeah.
Are you for them or against tyrants?
I'm against tyrants. Why?
What if I told you that? What if I told you that these tyrants were atheists? They have atheist beliefs.
Okay, so
Majority
what's your
of
point?
them.
I ban them out. What's your point?
Do you think it's atheist opinion to take over the world and enslave people? Why are they feeling like this?
What? I said I ban them out. Like, what's this discussion to have from that?
Bernie, because there's a lot of atheists. They believe in survival of the fittest. You know that Darwin theory,
Yeah,
and that's where they get their foundation.
Yeah, fuck the peasants. Will drink their tears like milk. You know, stuff like that. Like, so just they have these atheist, beliefs like that. There's no God. There's just powerful, smart men, and everyone else is dumb. Like, what do you think about that?
I do not know what you're talking about, mate. But yeah,
If you believe in survival of the fittest, you gotta agree with slavery too.
I don't know what you exactly trying to say about believing in survival of fitness and relation to slavery. I don't see the correlation.
Meaning the slave owners were trying to survive, so they used people to survive.
Listen, I'll tell you this, I'm not an advocate of survival of the fittest anyway. I don't feel like, I feel like it's harsh. It is in reality probably true, but it's very, very harsh, and I don't think that's how we should behave. But yeah, I don't know. Like, let's just say for the sake of the argument, I agree with it. How does it correlate with slavery?
Because the slave owner will use any means to survive.
What?
Did you not hear me?
I'm a bit lost with that one still.
Exactly, but yeah.
I said the slave owner will use any means to survive.
Okay.
So he will, even if that entails enslaving people.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Shakara, jump on, Maggie. Jump on.
Yeah, okay.
Veli, Shakara said he's gonna come on still.
Yeah, can you let Shakara on, please, Veli? But before we go any further, I just want to know what's your personal take from your atheist perspective on souls and spirits and those
Well,
things.
this is what me and Shaka was going to talk, because I was having a discussion with well, I don't believe in a soul or spirit. I don't feel like there's any proof for it, so why should I believe in it? When I mean believe in it, like from all the evidence I've been presented, I don't see any reason to even engage in it. So yeah, that's how I can say it, that there is not a soul or spirit.
Okay, so you don't believe. All right. So what's your stance on? I guess for instance, you've got your lady, your woman, your wife, whatever, and she's carrying your unborn child, your fetus, your embryo, whatever. How do you view that person or that energy until it becomes human in this world?
Sorry, so you're asking How would I
That's your
view
chart, basically. How do you
what determines what is life and what's not life? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
I wouldn't know, honestly. Like with that discussion, some people say, I've heard discussions where someone said after 23 weeks, someone else said after 24 weeks, some said after 26 weeks. Like for me, I don't know personally. Like as far as I'm concerned, like I'm a pro-choice person. So whatever you want to do, you do it. You understand? Like it doesn't.
Okay, so
It's not my issue.
better than that. Let's allow that one then. So I'm a female now, yeah, and I come to you and I say to you, I want to now change from being a black female to now being a white male. Would you co-sign that and say, yep, that's my pro-choice, I should be free to go ahead and do so, I should be able to go and remove my melanin, change my sex, and change my name by law and continue to live my life now as a white male in this world? Would you be pro that?
I don't know about. I don't know how you could change your skin tone to be. I don't know.
I do it all the time. They
I
remove
don't,
melanin all day,
yeah,
every
but
day.
they're talking about bleaching. Bleaching's different. Like bleaching, you could bleach, but you still got the features. Like it doesn't take away anything.
Yeah,
But
there's surgery.
She's talking about that Michael Jackson change.
The Michael Jackson change was from vitiligo. It wasn't Michael Jackson going to change himself.
Away the melanin, I can remove my my womb and all of that stuff. Make myself now a man-made human dick. I can remove all my my breasts and put.
So you're talking about having a sex change. That's all you're talking about right now.
Yes, completely everything.
Okay, that's your choice, isn't it? That's if you want to do it. If you want to do it, it doesn't affect me. Go and do it, innit? Just your problem, innit?
G-Block is LGBT. I don't care what.
Yeah, but she's but she's asking you if you'd be okay with it.
Yo,
that's
guys,
not my problem. That's not my problem.
Guys. Veli, if you can hear me, Shakara's in the background.
Yeah, the back chat. Yeah.
The question is not about if you have a problem with it. The question is, are you okay with it?
I don't have any. Why should I have an opinion? If I say I'm okay with it, yeah, I'm okay with it. What like, yeah, it still falls on the fact that doesn't matter to me. Do what you want to do.
Oh yeah, so there's your answer. He doesn't have a problem with it.
But that's where I have a problem with your beliefs then, my brother, because I'm going to say this: if you don't actually stand on anything, and you would just go with you'll agree with anything on the basis of, freedom of choice, freedom of whatever, then really and truly, what do you actually stand on?
So what are you talking about? You're saying, would I agree if someone comes now and says that they want the right to rape a child or rape someone in the first place?
Yeah,
is that your argument?
Religion. It doesn't rely on religion. It doesn't rely on beliefs. It doesn't.
You don't need to rely on religion for it. It doesn't come from religion. None of it comes from religion. Stop the nonsense. We debunked that weeks ago, man. Stop it.
No, I'm asking you, if that's the case, it's a logical question. If you don't subscribe to religion, you don't subscribe to beliefs, you don't subscribe to any of these things, where does your principles then stem from? That's my question.
My ideal principles come from the idea of well-being. As long as you don't infringe upon someone's happiness, then that's where we can go from, innit?
Yes, as long as you don't infringe on someone's happiness. All right.
Yeah.
You see how you said we should be. You see how you said on the private chat that we should not use the LGBTQ against you guys, and we should be focusing on disproving atheism. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything?
When you're in a court of law,
Wait, hold on, Veli, Shakara's at the back and he wants to have a chat with me. I beg you allow him in still. Yeah. Continue.
When you're in a court of law, because G-Block's on trial, when you're in a court of law, they talk about all the different facets. Like they talk about the person's character.
I'll tell you what.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, right?
I'll tell you what we do. Yeah, we'll get 1 week here where we talk about LGBT and Islam, and we'll be pulling up points on people who are advocates of LGBT and Muslim. How about that?
Well, that's what I've said. Why?
But this is my point. It's a silly argument. It's a silly argument because at the end of the day, no, it's a silly argument because in every community you're gonna find those type of people. So stop saying that It's an atheist thing,
No,
man. That's why I put
no,
that
that's
comment
a straw
by.
man. That's a
Right,
straw
It's
man.
not a
That's a
straw
straw
man.
man.
It's a stupid argument.
I'm not even a
It's a
Muslim. I'm
retarded argument.
not a Muslim brother. Hold on. I'm not even a Muslim, but let me argue
It's
from
a
a Muslim
retarded argument,
or
Lady
from a
D. Move
religious
on.
perspective. Hold on, brother. Because I'm going to say the foundations of Islam or any other religion blatantly burn fire on those things. Now, if that individual wants to go,
Pull it up.
hold on,
Pull
if
it
that
up.
individual wants to go against that teachings, yeah, and they want to go, then they're not practicing their religion, you're not practicing Islam, you're not
Pull it
practicing
up in the
Christianity.
Quran. Pull it up in the Quran.
You're practicing your own individual beliefs. That's what you're doing. Whereas
Exactly,
you,
lady.
Pull it up
But
in
the
the Quran.
LGBT, they practice
Pull
what they
it
practice
up in
in
the
the name of
Quran.
atheism. That's the
Pull it
difference.
up in the Quran. Oh, Shakara, you said. Don't worry. Let's have a better conversation. Shakara, what are you saying, man?
Yeah, from you.
Yeah, man. What are you saying, bro?
This is ridiculous. They don't even answer. They're standing on what they believe in, man. Allow it.
It's a
No, I
shitty
get your point,
argument,
Lady
man.
Divine, because
Get
what
the
we do
argument,
is not
man.
in the name of LGBT,
It's a
but
shitty
LGBT do
argument.
what they do in the name of atheism. There's no belief. That's the first thing they'll say. Oh, I don't even believe in guys. You see, they will say the same
Aram,
that you say.
Aram, you said if as long as you don't infringe on people's happiness, that should be all right, yeah.
Yes.
He's pro-choice. He's
So
pro-choice.
what if a couple wants to have sexual intercourse in public? Is that all right?
Well,
Should
will
we
it infringe?
infringe? Should
Will
we
it? Will it?
infringe?
Will
Should
I?
we
Will
infringe on
hold
their
on?
happiness?
There's the fallacy of your argument, Carl. Will it infringe upon other people's happiness?
Why?
In the
Why would they
public?
infringe on other people's happiness?
Because that is infringing. What are you talking about? Shakara, let's talk something real, man. This fair, man.
I agree,
What
bro.
kind of logic?
I agree. Way too much LGBT conversation all flipping week. It's long.
Yeah, fam.
It's
It's just
cool.
dead,
It's long
fam.
out
Come
here,
on,
fam.
man.
It's long for certain, man.
Innit?
Yeah.
Nah, but
fam.
Shakara, you can't deny the fact, yeah. Some people like Ultra Funky and them man there, they stand on the humanist principle. They say we're humanists. They define themselves as humanists, and the ardent supporters of LGBT community is humanism, because
All
in
I'm saying,
humanism
bro.
doctrine,
You can find it in
yeah,
Islam. You can find it in
What
Christianity.
I'm saying, bro,
Okay,
is
let's
that
move on.
we can't.
No, it's a relevant conversation, you know. But I'm saying that if the theist strongest argument against the atheist is LGBT, then you lot are already losing, fam.
No, that's one of the weakest arguments. That's one of the weakest arguments.
All right, y'all.
Yeah,
Look,
I
you
want
got
to have this soul argument. I want to have this soul argument. I want to have this soul argument still.
We want to make that.
I want to have this. Come on, guys.
All right.
Come on. Let's have this thing with Shakara.
I could kill this in fast statements. I can kill it. I can kill
Bernie,
this in
you couldn't
fast
kill
statements. The
nothing.
universe
Bernie,
is
you
this,
couldn't
right?
even be up a paper
The
bag.
universe is this.
You couldn't be. Okay,
Do you agree? The existence of anything is based on its nature, or is it based on its causality? True or false?
It's philosophical. Shakara, let's talk about the soul.
Oh, see, now I'm trying to get serious, and now we want to gloss over. Okay.
Bro, we're not actually going to have too much disagreement on the LGBT issue. I'm just saying that the extent to which that has been explored this week is mad. Like, there's so
but Shakara, we're not saying.
Yeah, I'm ready to move on. That's why I was like, hey, based on something is this, is based on its nature, is based on its
We're not saying that's the biggest. We're not saying that's the biggest argument, Shakara. That would be unfair to class it as that. That is not our biggest argument. We're arguing. Over this last few days, I've heard so many different arguments coming from different people. Is the main thing that they can't defend is the LGBT. That's why it's so highlighted. But that is not our only argument, or that is not our strongest argument.
I'm hearing you, but my point still stands. And if that's the main thing they can't defend in relation to the arguments that are being presented to them, I don't know, fam. It's a bit peak for me, isn't it? But
okay,
yeah.
I got you, Shaka. So let's do this a different way. Let's check it out. Urban Selly. Premise number one: anything can exist based on its nature or based on its convenience. Do you need me to break that down?
Break that down.
Okay, anything can exist based on its nature. In this case, or a necessity. We'll say a necessity. Something like mathematics. It's necessary that 2 + 2 is 4, no matter what planet you're on, right? Make it real straight, point to the point. Okay, cool. Now, based on its contingency or based on its causality, can be something like people, places, and things. It's not necessary, but based on its condition, its contingency upon 2 people making love or atoms coming together, things exist, right?
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah.
Based on its contingency, based on its causality by something else.
not as a necessity. It's not necessary to have a phone.
Not everything has a cause.
Correct. And sometimes it can be a necessity, like numbers.
Sorry. Name some. Give an example of something that doesn't have a cause.
That doesn't have a cause. Numbers.
No, not numbers.
Yeah, I would say numbers have a cause. Let's say quantities have a cause.
Quantity.
Yeah, anything that's quantifiable has a cause.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we can agree that the universe had a cause.
No, we
it
can't
exists
agree
based
that
on
the
its
universe
causality.
have a cause. You can't.
I would argue that it does.
No,
well, it's not
false.
necessary for it to exist because there was a time it didn't exist.
A cause just means that there is a thing that brings it about in it, or a group of things that brings it about. I don't think we can argue against the cause that the universe has a cause, whether we know what the cause is or not. But we know that, like what people refer to as the Big Bang would be a cause. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but even that doesn't mean that the universe, because people are talking about Planck constant, which existed before the universe. So you can't say that the universe was created because we don't even know what happened before that.
I'm not suggesting
just saying that there's a cause for its existence. That's it. There's a cause for its existence.
We don't even know if the universe even has a cause. So let's not.
The cause of the universe is the Big Bang.
No, it's not.
So what would you define the Big Bang as then? A reason, or the starting point, or the...
Honestly, I don't know because when they talk about the Big Bang, they're talking in relation to how we formed, innit? So this idea that they found stars that are even older than the universe is. So like even that could be false as well. So
I get the point that you're making.
This idea that there's a core universe has a cause.
No matter how old it was, it had a cause.
We don't know if the universe has a cause or it's always existed. So,
would it be more proper then to say that entities have a cause?
Entities such as us, yeah.
And we can suggest that, because we can conceive of the universe not having a cause, but all of our experiential evidence suggests that all things that are, everything that is, has a cause.
Okay.
You know what will make the whole infinite universe thing actually illogical? Just based on thermodynamics. Anything that burns eventually burns out until it's cold. So if the sun has been around for infinite amount of years, it should have already burnt out.
There's different types of suns.
Burnt out already.
Not necessarily. Apparently,
that's nothing that's older than infinity.
That's going to take about a billion years.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. That's going to take about a billion years.
But if you're saying that the universe has always been here and it's infinite, then the sun should have already burnt out infinite time ago.
No, because things being here and the actual sun always being here is not the same thing, in it. The sun. There may be things that existed before the sun. Is the point? You know what I'm saying?
But run on that, Chakara. Run on that thing that you were saying though. That was kind of interesting, man. Keep going with that thing that you were saying.
What about entity?
Yeah, when you were saying that the entities and the cause and all of that, just
maybe because Irawan Shelley wanted to have this conversation with me, so I think it will probably come out in the conversation. So let's go in it. In that regard, what is it you wanted to chat about?
Round one. Let's go.
It was it was basically I don't know. You had a discussion with Rob yesterday, and you were talking about. I was in and out, so I didn't really hear a lot of it, but from the gist of it, I got this idea that you were talking about because we can't prove a soul, therefore, because that you guys can't prove a soul and that we can't disprove a soul doesn't mean that a soul doesn't exist.
So it was a bit more complex than that. They were talking about consciousness, and the fact that we're not able to yet define it properly or understand how it comes about, how consciousness comes about. But the evidence that we have suggests that it is a function of the brain. Consciousness is tied to the brain. So he was denying or dismissing the concept of spirit within that context. So coming from my perspective, and I know that religiously speaking, not everybody has the same kind of fundamental concept of spirit that I might do, but because I tie it to the idea of the concept of life, spirit is like the essence, like the whatever, how we would define the force that that is the essence of life, that is in all.
I've heard spirit defined as breath.
And I would more put it like it's related to breath. You know what I'm saying? In the sense of the fact that but more in the sense of the function that breath provides for the body, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? More than you know what I'm saying? But in a lot of spiritual systems, spirit is kind of likened to breath and breathing. In a lot of respects, So the idea was that. Yeah, go on.
Shaka, you know how you say spirits, and we have so many different definitions of it, but the crux of the matter is it either exists or it doesn't exist. Regardless of the definitions that we give it, it can only be two options. Do you know what I mean?
Which is where I was going yesterday. So I was saying that get rid of meditation and humming, and the Akashic records, and tap into your spirit in yoga. Get rid of all that for a second. And just do with like the concept of spirit and life, or using the terminology life. We don't know what brings about life, the phenomena of life, in it. Like we don't know what sparks it or what causes it, but we wouldn't deny that it is a thing, that life is a manifestation. Sorry, an aspect of our reality. In the same way that 100 years ago, people wouldn't have had the same information that we do today about consciousness, but it would have been an abstraction to speak about consciousness, but they would not have denied its existence.
Going from that, let's go into like because how would you define consciousness? Because from quickly just thinking about it, I would define it as being able to interact with your environment.
That would be one. And let's actually drop a definition for the sake of assisting us here. I am familiar with it, but I don't want to say it off the top of my head, so let's read it. It says the state of being aware. The state of being aware of and responsive to one's surroundings. A person's awareness or perception of something. And then we defined life yesterday. So let me bring up definition of life, because Rob wrote the definition of life yesterday. And my essential point was, in the same way that we can view consciousness as a function of the brain, we can view life as a function of organisms or entities. So there is the combination of things. The scientist is saying now, the neurologist is saying that a combination of different components in the brain give rise to this thing called consciousness. So a combination of things in biological entities gives rise to this thing called life, but we're yet unable to define exactly what life is, I'm saying, in its essence, or what consciousness is in its essence. But today we've gotten more information about how consciousness arises than we have about how life arises in that respect. But when we didn't have that information, we didn't deny the existence of consciousness as a concept. You know what I'm saying? So why, and the fact that it comes from somewhere. So why would we deny it in relation to life?
Cut out, fam. Fuck's sake.
Sorry. Do I need to repeat myself?
I like the biblical description of how it breaks down spirit. It just says that which lives, moves, and have being.
Which would actually relate to this definition of life. The condition that distinguishes, one second, is everyone should still? Oh, I'll do it when he comes back, in it, when he returns. Very stay tuned, because I'm sure the brother's going to be back soon. You know what I mean? But yeah, we got the G block still, you don't know. You know what I mean? You like that. We got Lady Divine.
You support LGBT shit.
I'm gonna lie, I'm not even happy with you right now. It's kind of like you're riding out for G Block, and you know they're on some bull crap, and you know it. They are on bull crap right now.
How am I riding out for G Block?
It's like you're trying to defend them on their morals and their principles, and you can't.
No, I'm not. I'm just tired of LGBT talk. Like, there's so many things that I've conversation with them about. Like, why is everyone focusing on one topic?
I've not had Shakara. I've been on them since the start of their trial, since Monday. I was the first one to bring up the soul argument. I'm the first one to even put any of this to them. The first time I talk about LGBT, now you lot are crying about loud it, done the argument.
I'm not crying at you, Lady D.
I'm conversation with them yet about LGBT.
I haven't been listening consistently all week here, but I'm saying that 9 times out of 10, yeah, when I tune in, the conversation is about LGBT in it. Like, and all I'm saying is there's bare things to talk about in these topics. Like, if we're gonna put G Block on trial, in it, you know what I'm saying? So yeah,
I do hear you. I'm just letting you know that I've not yet had that conversation with them. I don't know who
That's
has.
cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I get you.
I haven't hit the soul argument. I hit the spirit argument. I touched that from the very first day. I'm just.
I hear you. I hear you. Oh yeah.
Shakara.
Yeah.
Shakara. Yeah, big man. Shakara. One question here before, because we was talking about something else here before. Yeah. Would you say objectively that you're a man? It's just a quick question. Like, you can move on with you and Ermon's discussion, but I just wanted to ask from your opinion. Would you objectively say that you're a man?
Yes.
All right, that's it.
Yes, I would certainly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you back here?
Yeah. I just quick thing I was going to ask. Yeah, would you say that consciousness and life are different?
Yes and no. Yeah. So yesterday, I don't know if you heard the point where we got to, where I was saying that I asked a question about whether life precedes consciousness or consciousness precedes life. And Rob said that, well, he would argue that from his understanding, life precedes consciousness. So I said, well, we could say that consciousness then is a product of life. Yeah, we could say that. Yeah. So life is the thing that the term animate was used. Yeah. Life is the basic primary force that animates the being. And then consciousness is what gives the being. Well, we never said this yesterday, but I'm saying it now. Consciousness is what gives the being awareness or self-awareness.
That's why I defined it as awareness of your environment. But I would also define life as a form of being aware of your environment as well. But
explain that.
Well, the idea that if we're looking in plants or whatnot, would people say plants are dead or alive in it? Because I would say they're alive.
Yeah, they're living, yeah, but they're not. But what we wouldn't, in the same way that we have consciousness, we would attribute consciousness to them. Okay.
Yeah, but our level of consciousness is higher. I wouldn't say that they have no consciousness. I would just say our one is higher.
I would actually, in many ways, agree with that statement. But at the same time, I would say that our consciousness, like if I attribute consciousness to plants, I would say that their consciousness is a different kind of consciousness. Like, I would liken the consciousness that we have to other biological organisms, animals. Yeah, you know what I'm saying that. You know what I'm saying. So things that have brains in it. Yeah. So let's say that the brain brings about consciousness in a particular kind of way, and then plants bring about consciousness in another kind of way that is unique to them. You see what I'm saying?
I mean,
I did know science proves that when you cut a plant, whether it's a rose, a lily, whatever it may be, it actually cries. Science has proven that. So that's a different type of consciousness, right?
I don't know if it cries. I don't know
it
what
makes that a squealing noise. Yeah, it makes that a squealing noise. I think we're
you need to show that. Yeah, you need to show that. But
She's right, you know. That's how I know of that.
Guys, you can't just. No, there is no videos. No, stop it.
They're crying about. I literally learned that in school. So
no. It probably said it gives off the same thing that when human beings cry, that it gives off, and it's probably related in that way. So people said, yeah, it cries. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's not the exact same thing, but that's exactly what I meant. It's like a complete sentence.
Yeah. So yeah.
The issue for me though is not whether like it was the denial of the thing. People are dismissing spirit as this, you know, what's the word? Kind of funny.
Wishy-washy.
Yeah, kind of concept. But I'm saying that, but there was a time when people would have said this about consciousness. We wouldn't have understood what consciousness is. So why would we dismiss it when we have experiential, phenomenological experience of this thing called life? Why would
I tell you what? I tell you why. Because if we're talking about spirit, yeah, what you understand to be spirit is not the same way everyone else out there understands to be spirit, and especially when we're talking from a mindset where we're not talking African spirituality, people are not going to try and look at it the same way you look at it. So I've spoken to people.
How are you defining spirit that would lead you to dismiss it?
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. The way I understand spirit is to be like some separate entity that as soon as you die, it's like you in another form, and you're gonna be physical. It's like a physical form in another environment, or not another environment, another like world, and you're literally gonna be doing the same thing that you're doing alive, but in that form, innit? That's how I understand spirit to be.
What you're talking about at the moment is not the existence of spirit, but the behavior of it. Yeah? Whether it behaves in a certain way post the decease of the body. Yeah,
But that is the existence of it.
No, yeah, but I'm saying that whether spirit exists outside of physical entities is one thing, but the fact of spirit is another thing, if that makes sense. Like, so you could say the same for consciousness. Yeah, does consciousness only exist in the brain, or does it exist once the brain starts functioning? Yeah, and we could say, well, it only exists in the brain, it doesn't exist once the brain starts functioning. But then the fact that the brain, that consciousness doesn't exist after the brain starts functioning, doesn't mean that consciousness doesn't exist.
What?
Yeah, but it shows that it's the brain that is the consciousness.
No, the brain is not the consciousness. The brain is what makes consciousness function. Yeah, the brain gives rise to consciousness.
So can you, Shakara, how would you prove that the brain functions without? How would you prove that consciousness functions without the brain?
I wouldn't. That's the point I'm trying to make. I wouldn't try to prove that it functions without the brain. I'm not trying to do that.
Then why would we then assume? Yeah, really, go through.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, what you're talking about. There's a difference between a disagreement with how a thing functions or what is the nature of a thing and the existence of a thing. Nobody can deny that life exists. Yeah. And there is a force within nature that brings about the manifestation of life. Yeah.
What's the force in nature?
That's the point. We don't know. And again, I'm not claiming to know, but I'm saying that we conceive of it in the abstract as life, innit? Like we know what life, we know what life looks like. Yeah.
If I said energy, would you agree with it?
Shaka, hold on a sec, yeah? Are you counting life and consciousness as the same thing?
No, not exactly. I'm saying that consciousness is a product of life. Yeah. So in that sense, and I'm saying that in the sense of the fact that in like Ifa, you have like Ashe and you have Ori. Yeah. Ashe is that the basic life force energy, and Ori is the consciousness. Yeah. But both of these are aspects of what we call spirit. Right. So in a sense, what I'm saying is, in the same way that the brain gives rise to consciousness or produces consciousness, entities produce life. In the same way that we were once unable to really quantify what is consciousness, and we're still yet to quantify it, but we're closer to quantifying it. We are further behind in terms of quantifying life, making life quantifiable. But we wouldn't deny that life is a reality. We wouldn't deny the existence of life, or that life is a phenomenological experience that we have in life, so to speak. Yeah, in that respect. So why would we, if we would, yeah, go on.
Why do you have an issue with saying the consciousness is the brain? Or the consciousness is produced by the brain?
Because it's not. The consciousness itself is not the brain. It's the brain that gives rise to consciousness. Otherwise, we'd call it the brain consciousness, but it's not.
But why don't you say consciousness is the product of the brain then?
It's not for the same reason that photosynthesis is not the tree. Like photosynthesis is a function of trees. You know what I'm saying? Like the tree is the tree. It has different elements, and the leaves perform a function called photosynthesis that allows the tree to intake energy. Yeah, the brain produces a thing called consciousness that allows it to function in a particular kind of way, or that allows the body to function in a particular kind of way. You see what I'm saying?
That makes total sense. That makes total sense. That makes sense.
All right, listen to this question, then, Shakwa. Shakwa, listen to this question, yeah? Can all right, so you see your consciousness, yeah? Can that ever be bruised, changed, or rearranged, or
yes,
broken anyway?
Just like your life can be affected by what you do to your body. You see what I'm saying? So you could like if I harm you severely enough, you're dead. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? If you know what I'm saying, the same way consciousness can be affected. So I'm not saying that consciousness or life is not tied to physical matter. Yeah, I'm not saying that. The only argument
Wait,
that I'm
well,
making is
how's it only tied? So, you said consciousness is not tied only to physical matter.
No. I said I'm not saying that consciousness isn't tied to physical matter. Yeah, that's not the argument that I'm making. The only argument that I'm making is that if we're not denying consciousness, yeah, even though we can't quantify it, yeah, we're unable as yet to quantify it, and a lot of the developments that are bringing us closer to being able to quantify it are recent developments, and we're talking about in the last decade, if that. Yeah.
So you're saying we shouldn't dismiss the soul thing because we haven't been able to quantify the soul?
Because I'm saying that in my consciousness, spirit is basically what we call the basic essence, or let's say causality of life, innit? Yeah, it's that which sparks life, innit? Right, in that kind of sense, yeah.
But what's the difference between energy?
Shaq, you know what it sounds like you're just using
I'm really not. No, what I'm putting forward is actually a common.
Or the scientific using their words.
Energy, I could just say energy for all of it.
Yeah, but we could argue that consciousness is energy, but we call it consciousness because it's a particular type of energy. So all energy is energy, but energy manifests in different forms and produces different results.
Yeah, human beings are energy. We can argue that human beings are energy. When we're talking about consciousness, though, we're talking about something of awareness of your environment. We're not talking about just energy in terms of the form it's in.
But Aaron Margele. Yeah.
So wait, listen. Is a brain dead person conscious?
Probably not, but they can still be alive.
Right. That's what we're trying to say. So this is why I keep trying to say that consciousness or conscious or whatever it is, yeah, relates to your brain. Like, I'm not a scientist, yeah, but I can see what when saying that.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that consciousness doesn't relate to the brain. That's not the argument I'm making. I'm saying wherever we know about consciousness, just because we don't know as much about consciousness, about life as we do about consciousness, yeah, why would we dismiss
the soul and spirit?
Yeah, the unknown aspects of what we consider to be life. Because I'm saying that in a lot, it's
unknown because we don't know anything.
But I'm saying that there was a time when consciousness had the same level of mystery attached to it. It was unknown. It was an unknown force in creation. It was an unknown entity. We didn't know how to quantify it, how to map where it comes from.
I don't think it's dismissed though. Shaq, it's not dismissed,
yeah.
It's just not. It's not put down as something that's fact, isn't it?
Well, yesterday it was being dismissed. Rob was dismissing it completely.
Yeah, Rob's not the authority on science, though. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just a panel member. So
no.
Rob can dismiss it. But wait, hold on. If you say you've got a set of scientists, yeah, that actually feel they've got a test where they can try and prove this consciousness or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That would they just be able to do that test to prove that? They'll be able to give you a result of this is the soul, or this is spirit or whatever, and this ain't the spirit or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question, yeah? How long do you think the concept of consciousness has existed?
Centuries, fam. I don't think it's just some.
I don't know.
I don't think it's just recent development, like you're saying, Baba. I feel like it's been.
Yes, but here what I'm saying. I'm not saying that is exactly the point I'm making. The concept of consciousness has existed for time. Yeah. probably since the beginning of human creation. Yeah, we've had a concept of consciousness, but science has only been able to catch up with some of our concepts recently, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, you say it's you guys that came up with it, yeah? You're claiming the thing, yeah?
We say you guys. What do you mean, you guys?
The African spiritualists, yeah? You man are
No,
claiming
no,
that,
no,
yeah?
no. I'm not even saying that's not even the argument I'm making at the moment. Right. Let's say when Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am," he's referring to consciousness, yeah. But he's not referring to consciousness in the sense of being able to map the brain and understand that.
Yeah. Of course.
There's very little scientific what's the word? Kind of appreciation,
understanding.
Yeah, in him making that statement. Yeah. But now science, but in that context, because science hasn't caught up, or we haven't got to the point where we're able to quantify it, we're not denying the reality of the thing. We know, because we experience consciousness, that we have consciousness. Yeah. So I'm saying that we know because we. Yeah.
Remember, I asked you the other question about the guy with the. Remember the brain dead. There's people that's brain dead, yeah, and they're on life support machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you count them as conscious?
I mean, in a coma, Veli.
No. From my understanding, they're not conscious.
No. Someone that's actually they've been pronounced brain dead, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
They're on a life support machine.
Yes.
The things are keeping them alive.
Yes.
If they turn off the machine, the person will die. Would you say
that's two different things, though, bro? You can be brain dead and still be living, yeah, unassisted.
Yeah,
but
remember, we've separated living and consciousness,
yeah.
Separated everything, yeah. So we've got living, because like we said, you can be on a life support machine and be alive, yeah, and not be conscious. So you can't make a decision or whatever. You ain't choosing to breathe. It's something that operated the breathing for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so but you're not conscious of it. You can't make a decision. You can't say, yes, keep me alive. No, I don't. I want to die. Or you know what I'm saying? Like, tell anyone my will really said left, right, or up and down. Do you know what I mean? Like, so this is why I keep trying to say that consciousness is just your brain. Like, there's nothing else to it.
So what is life then, Billy? What is life?
Shakira, now you're repeating my questions. I already done asked them all this on Monday.
Philosophical, yeah. I couldn't explain it like that, yeah, philosophically, yeah. But if we're going to separate life and consciousness, yeah, then I've got to say that consciousness is your brain, isn't it?
Right. So what is it about our brains that allows us to function the way we do, different to lions, tigers, and bears?
Yeah, but lions are still conscious, though. Animals are conscious beings.
I know they're conscious, but lions ain't building pyramids out here, my G.
Yeah, but that's not what consciousness is.
I'm not saying that.
So
right.
Why would we go there?
All I'm saying is that regardless of what, yeah, because the neurologists today is getting to the point whereby they're getting to be able to understand how brain functions bring out this thing called consciousness, or produce this thing called consciousness, because there are many animals that as far as that don't operate like humans in terms of decision-making processes. You see what I'm saying? And all these things, right? So I'm saying now they're getting to the point whereby they're able to, they're trying to get to close to being able to map out what is it about how the brain functions that brings about this thing that we call consciousness. But I'm saying that before all of that, yeah, before 100 years ago, yeah, when neuroscience was but a baby, yeah, the concept of consciousness existed, and we acted or related to each other on the basis of an understanding of the fact that consciousness is a real thing, yeah, in reality.
Yeah, it's still not. It's not. No one's not saying it's not real though.
No. I'm not. I know that. My point. What I'm saying is.
Remember on Monday, I asked you, what about when we talk about manifestations? When we manifest, we bring thoughts into reality. We can do. Remember when I brought that up on Monday?
That's a different thing.
Listen. That can only work, yeah, if that happens every time someone says, "I need to manifest something," without doing no work.
No,
no work to manifest the way it is, yeah.
But again, we're going into you lot are going into house spirit.
Go back on your question.
All I'm talking about is the existence of a basic force that brings about life in it, that we might refer to in English language as spirit. How it behaves is not what I'm talking about. Whether it exists after the body dead, or whether you can communicate with it, or whether you can pour libation and your ancestors will come in the spirit. I ain't talking about that at the moment. I'm just talking about whether there is a thing or an aspect of life, a spark that brings about this thing called life. Yeah. Why would we deny it when we have a phenomenological experience of it, in the same way that we have an experience of consciousness? Before we understood what it was, we understood that it is. Yeah. So I'm saying that life, we don't understand what it is, but we understand that it is.
But you're only having issues describing life and consciousness, yeah, because you don't want to tie life and consciousness to the same thing, innit?
No, I'm saying that. No, I may do.
Yeah, but wait, Shaq, if you said life and consciousness was the same thing, yeah, then we could say, obviously, the life is when you're able to like breathe and stay alive, and then the consciousness is the actions of your brain, isn't it? Like your personality, you know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, but life, but that wouldn't define the thing as its essence. It would just define how the thing functions. So consciousness manifests in ways that give you a personality. It manifests in ways that allow you to learn, yeah, or you know what I'm saying, or have emotions or whatever. Yeah, it manifests in those ways, but that doesn't tell us what consciousness is. All I'm saying is that, by the same token, if we understand that consciousness is, even if we don't understand what exactly it is. Yeah. So I'm saying that we know life is, we don't know exactly what it is. Yeah. But then we're saying that anything that provides, what's the word? A concept of the unknown in relation to life, that's spookism. But when we give a concept of the unknown in related to consciousness, that's concrete. It doesn't make any sense. You get me?
I would, yeah.
If life precedes consciousness, then there is consciousness is a product of life, isn't it? Yeah. So if the life comes first, if we get the embryo, which is a manifestation of life, that comes before we can identify consciousness existing in a being, then it suggests that
consciousness is the latter part of existence of life, isn't it?
You could say that. Depend. Yeah, you could say that. But
the life could begin before the consciousness.
The consciousness develops. Yes. Yeah. So in a sense,
the consciousness develops.
Yes.
Once it gets to a certain stage, and then now that consciousness is there until whatever the consciousness we say. I'm saying the brain. Until the brain dies, or the main thing that's holding that, yeah, then the consciousness goes, and then the thing will slowly start to deteriorate and die or whatever.
The brain is an organ, bro. The organ has a function, and that function brings about consciousness. Yeah. So it's an organ that brings about consciousness. Right. So I'm saying, yeah, but that's cool for me. I'm saying that the body is an organism that facilitates life. Yeah. But I'm saying the life force in the body is produced from something. It's a product of a combination of things coming together to create this particular manifestation of reality in it. But we don't know what that is. We can't quantify what it is in a human being that gives it life, that makes it differentiable from from things that don't have life or not living, or things that were once living but are now dead.
See this life force thing, yeah. I don't. You know what I mean? Like that's a bit.
This is what I don't understand. Why is that such a hard abstraction to get your head around? Because it is manifestly evident that there is a life force. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just like,
you know why, Shaka? Yeah, because like I said the very, very first time, yeah, it's like man them are explaining the same thing, but just using different terms for it. Like I don't know what that debate is. But we're saying the same thing, but we're just using different terms.
If I say consciousness is a brain force, yeah, would everybody understand what that means?
Yes.
So if I say spirit is a life force, why is that difficult to comprehend?
It's not. I
Because
already put it to them.
because
They don't
no,
believe in spirits. That's why.
Right?
yeah, because
So you're separating spirit from
yeah,
consciousness, yeah?
Say again?
Are you separating spirit from consciousness?
No, I'm saying that in a total sense, I would relate consciousness and the life force as different aspects of spirit. Yeah. So we could say that they're different parts of the same thing. Yeah. Or we could call them two separate things. I'm not kind of pushing one definition at the moment. All I'm saying is that there is an aspect of our life or our life essence that cannot be attributed to the mere existence of consciousness. Yeah. All right. There is something that comes before consciousness arises. That consciousness is produced as a result of this thing, but we're unable to quantify this thing or say what this thing is.
But Shaka, can something be? Can a human be conscious before their brains develop to a certain level?
One second, family. 1 second.
yeah.
I know the answer is no, innit? Like nothing. If you're gonna say that the consciousness is the human's personality or whatever, you can't develop consciousness until your brain got to a certain development, and then it has to be your brain is doing the.
No, but I'm not sorry. It's not being denied that consciousness is developed from the brain. That's not in question. Yeah, what was being denied or what was being dismissed is the concept of spirit in it. So I'm saying that from my consciousness, spirit is a term that is basically used to describe the basic essence of life in it. Like what it is that produces this thing in our reality that we call life. Yeah. So if
we call it energy already, so why don't you just stick to energy? Why do you keep calling it spirit?
But what if your contention then is purely linguistic?
No, it's not, because because when we understand spirit, we're talking something different. Oh, right, hold on.
What's your definition of spirit, bro? Because like we're saying,
like I said, bro.
I'm trying to understand that.
Like I said, bro, what I call spirit.
Like I keep trying to say, Shaq, yeah. Because honestly, yeah, I'm trying to get what man's saying, yeah. But it just sounds like man saying the same thing, yeah. But we're just giving it different labels. Yes, but the only thing I don't understand, yeah, since the consciousness thing, yeah, I get that, yeah. But the spirit thing now, so is your spirit separate to your consciousness?
No, I'm not saying it's separate, but I'm saying that based upon the argument that you lot are putting forward, that there is a life thing that comes about before the consciousness thing. Yeah. Right. So there is so there is life before there is consciousness. That's what everybody's saying. So, now, because we're not able to quantify what life is, we're going to dismiss that there is a basic kind of force or energy or causality for it. Yeah. But I'm saying that why would you do that? Because when we didn't have all the information that we do have now about the brain, we didn't dismiss the concept.
We're talking in human terms, yeah? So like we're talking about man only, yeah? So, but in the time of life, yeah, can anything have life, like in a human, have life with no brain?
Yeah, they can.
They can.
Yeah,
I mean, we've been born with no brain.
Yeah, I've seen.
I don't know about that.
I've seen it. I've actually, but the baby died after a few hours though. But yeah, it was definitely brain.
But we can say that life exists in the universe without the presence of a brain, because we are not the only form of life. Yeah. So plants, we there's no identified.
When we're talking about this spirit, but that's what I asked you the first of all. If we're talking about humans,
are we just talking about humans?
Or whatever,
is that it? I think that's where we're getting confused. Is it humans or everything?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, but I believe what Shaka's saying is life encompasses everything in the world.
Yeah, you come in there. You just run on your mouth. You don't even say one once, no one now.
The nerve of some guys.
Big up the man them on the panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, big up Rob.
The nerve of some guys.
Hey, but you know what? I'm tired of picking up the deaf people, them, and the hard of hearing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I kind of sick of it right now. But no, big up, same way, big up, same way, big up, same way.
What's your input on this, then, Freddie?
Nah, all I was saying is that obviously, like, a baby don't just suddenly come out the mum and then just all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, just decide. Luckily, fall on the mum's breast. You know what I'm saying? There's a consciousness that makes the youth go towards the breast, and you know what I'm saying, bro. It's like it doesn't need no big mathematician, no big scientifical. Just like what Shaka said, it was here before.
But wait, hold on.
It'll be here after.
Listen to this, Freddie. Yeah, listen to this. Sorry, Rafi. Yeah, listen to this.
Yeah.
I'm nearly at this stop now. Yeah. You man are gonna have to take over for me anyway. Yeah. But listen to this though. Yeah. When I was asking, can something be, can something have life? Like, can a human have life without a brain? Yeah. Raf come up with one experience where there was, say, something, a baby born with no brain, but the baby died after a few hours, innit? So without the brain, yeah, it wasn't able to do the conscious things, do the breastfeeding. You know what I'm saying? Like that, you know, like
but
that's been built into your brain, your development.
Very, no one's disputing that consciousness comes from the brain. Like, that's not what's being disputed. I was using the consciousness as an example because that's what the conversation was about yesterday. I'm just saying that in the same way that we wouldn't dismiss the concept of consciousness, why would we dismiss the concept of spirit as it relates to just being the essence, the basic essence of life, innit? The life force, yeah? Why would we dismiss it? Because we can't yet quantify it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Could I answer then why we should dismiss it?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, the reason I think we can dismiss it is because life appears to be an entirely biological process, and to postulate that there's some other mystical force or energy that we don't know about is just to fall victim to Occam's razor, which says we don't multiply entities unnecessarily. If biology fully explains how life comes about, then postulating something additional can be dealt with Occam's razor. It is unnecessary. And if you want to say that it is necessary, it isn't useful to say, well, hey, we know about consciousness is self-evident, but this unknown force isn't self-evident. And if biology answers the question of life, then it seems to me it's completely irrelevant.
Here's a mistake that you're making. You just said, yeah, consciousness is self-evident, but this mysterious force is not self-evident. And you've replaced the word life with mysterious force. So can you explain to me now how life has been made quantifiable through scientific explanation?
Okay, so if we accept life as one of the following two, right, the condition that distinguishes animals and plants from inorganic matter, including the capacity for growth, reproduction, functional activity, and continued change preceding death, or if you prefer, life is the characteristic that distinguishes physical entities that have biological processes such as signaling and self-sustaining processes from those that do not, then it seems clear to me that what we're talking about here is a biological process. So life equals biology. And if somebody comes along and says, no, but life equals biology plus something else, then they need to present an argument why it's necessary for that something else to be involved.
That's not an argument, though. That's not the argument. The argument is not that life is biology plus something else. Yeah, the plus something else is a part of, or is what causes the biology to function in a particular way. So in the same way that because it doesn't make sense here to say that consciousness is what was the term you used? What did you say? Consciousness is what? I don't want to misquote you, Rob.
Consciousness. What do you mean about? Well, consciousnness is obviously a product of the brain, right?
Yeah. But you said something a minute ago. Consciousness is not like it's like not a matter of fact, but words to that effect.
Oh, it's self-evident, right? The fact that we're having this conversation presupposes that we are conscious. Yeah.
And the fact that we are having this conversation presupposes that we have life. Yeah.
Correct.
Also, right. So I'm saying that but you're not dismissing consciousness as a field of exploration because of the fact that it is a biological function. Yeah. So we understand that if consciousness is tied to the brain or brain function, then it is also by implication biological. Yes.
Consciousness, you mean? If you reduce it down, yes, but that's not what most people think of consciousness, right? It's a product of the brain. But yes, you could reduce it to the biological and say, hey, consciousness is a result of a biological process, sure, and it is self-evident.
Why are you
now
saying,
you would need to make the same argument for something else being self-evident or necessary for life other than biology.
But you're adding, but by your own argument, there is nothing necessary to create consciousness other than biology either. Yeah?
Correct, but it's a certain form of certain form of biology, right? It requires a brain, because we know of only brains that give rise to consciousness. It's still a biological process, but a special version of a biological process, because some other biological processes do not appear to give rise to consciousness, right?
And by the same token, decay is a biological process. Yes, there are many biological processes that take place on the planet Earth, but there is a thing called life that we have phenomenological experience of in the same way that we have phenomenological experience of consciousness. Yeah, and we had an understanding of these things. Yeah, they are manifest realities before understanding the verse about them. Yeah, and our acceptance of consciousness as a manifest reality has caused people to do investigation into consciousness, what it is, and how it comes about. Yeah. And so today we have more information about consciousness as a biological process than we did 100 years ago. But 100 years ago, the concept of consciousness already existed, and people were still already investigating about the nature of it in various different kinds of
ways.
There is something about the nature of life, yeah, that is still unknown to us.
What is that? Tell me what that is. I'm not aware of something that's unknown to us. What is it that you're claiming is unknown?
In the same way that we don't yet know what gives rise to consciousness, we don't know what combination of things comes together and functions in these interrelated ways to give rise to life. We don't know.
So what is these things that you're talking about? Like, give it like an example.
I am not claiming to know what it is. I'm saying I'm actually saying that we don't know, but the fact that we don't know doesn't mean that there is not something. Just like when we didn't know what consciousness was, we didn't deny its existence. We didn't.
I understand that, Chakra, but why are you postulating that there is potentially or necessarily something if we don't know, and it doesn't seem to explain life? Life is a biological process. Once it got started in the original, process, however it got started with the original, single cell organism. Once that process got started, then biology gave rise to biology, and that process has just continued on. Now, if you want to ask the question of how that got started, it's a separate question. But you seem to be suggesting that each biological process of life bringing forth other life is not just a biological process. There's something else involved.
I'm not saying that. I think you're trying to read that into what I'm saying, and I keep pushing back against it. It could be, yeah. So forget, for example, so before we understood consciousness as a function of the brain, yeah, there were various different speculations as to what gives rise to consciousness, what it is. Some people said that it was internal. Some people said that consciousness is actually external, and that our brains are like satellites, yeah? They transmit or are receptacles for consciousness, yeah? I don't know if ones are familiar with these concepts, yeah, in philosophy, right? But they exist, okay? Various different explorations around exactly what is consciousness, how it comes about, and how it functions. Yeah, none of them had to presuppose that that there is something. We had to get this deep unknown. Yeah, what was unknown was unknown, but the fact of the thing, it was considered to be a fact. Yeah, consciousness is. So I'm in the same way that consciousness is. I am saying that life is. I am not saying that it's something else other than biology at the moment. I'm not saying that at all. I would consider all physical things to be a manifestation of life. So even in my own consciousness, like, spirit manifests in flesh anyway. Yeah, so that's not a problem for me. But I'm saying that if we can say that we haven't yet figured out what about how the brain functions brings about consciousness, we haven't yet figured out what is it about how biology functions that brings about life. Yeah.
No, but we do that now. I'm not sure what part we haven't figured out. You keep saying we haven't figured something out. I'm not sure what it is.
So I'm saying that tell me what it is then. Are you suggesting to me that we've been able to quantify life or life force in the same way that we're able to quantify consciousness?
What do you mean by life force? Because you're just talking about energy.
Yeah, hang on.
We can accept
hang on a moment.
energy.
I wouldn't use the word life force, right? I think that's
going a step too. That's a question. Is consciousness energy?
It's
no,
a form
I don't
of
think
energy.
it's energy. No, I don't think it's energy.
Oh.
I'm not sure what it is. It's a first-person perspective, and it's given rise to through the synaptic firings in your brain. But I wouldn't say consciousness itself is energy.
So
no, I wouldn't say it is energy.
Consciousness is not just energy. Then why is life just energy? I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but what I'm not understanding is let us say that life is a particular kind of energy, as there are particular kinds of energy in the universe. Yeah. So this thing that we call life is a particular kind of energy that we don't yet fully understand.
Why are you presupposing that it's a particular kind of energy when it's essentially biological mechanisms that are running based on the DNA so they are programmed to run. All of that happens without any special energy.
You're talking about how life manifests itself. What you're saying at the moment is the equivalent of the idea that speech, let's say, yeah, or no, let's say comprehension is an aspect of consciousness. It's a function that comes out of consciousness. Yeah, we understand that biological functions, yeah, is what comes out of life. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Right, so you're using a reductive argument, which is obscuring the actual point that's being made. We know that consciousness allows our brains to function in particular kinds of ways. I am saying that life.
You broke up. Are you still there?
Yeah, I thought it was me. I was going to say, oh shit.
Yeah, but when Chaka refers to life. I just want to pin him down. Is he accepting that life is entirely biological? And is the spirit or the soul synonymous with biological life? If it is, then it's just a different word for biological life. If it's different from biological life, what is it? And why does he think that it's necessary?
Yeah, that's true. I would also say that within that, what you call life, there is a form of energy. But then again, energy can be used is wishy-washy. You can use energy.
It's a vague term, right?
Yeah, it's true.
It's a vague term, and to suggest that there's some special form of energy seems to me like question begging in the sense that, well, you need to show that there's something special. If life could not come around simply through the biological mechanism, and it required some quote unquote special energy of some form, and we could demonstrate that, I go, okay, so there's special energy. I'd still ask the question, why are you calling that spirit and not just life energy, right? And I think it's because there's the evolutionary hangover that people thought that there was something more than just themselves. Just to be yourself seems kind of a little bit reductio, right? So people went, hang on, there must be something more. Maybe there's something inside me that I can't explain that survives my death, because that's a nice idea, but maybe because I just don't want to think that it's just me and then there's nothing, right? So I'll presuppose this other thing and then it's given rise to these ideas, but I just don't think that they are necessary as far as I can tell.
No, it's true. It's true. For me, the way I look at because that's why I called him on today, because I was like, the argument you were saying yesterday, because I was hearing that we don't know. What I got from his argument is that if we can't quantify what a spirit is, hold on. If we can't quantify what a spirit, he dropped
sorry,
off.
Raf. Yep.
If you can't quantify a spirit or a soul, doesn't mean that a soul and spirit doesn't exist. That's what I got from his argument yesterday. So
yes, exactly, and he's equating it with consciousness and saying, well, hey, we didn't know exactly what consciousness was, 100, 200 years ago. We don't even know precisely what it is now. What we can say, it's a first-person perspective that emerges from a brain. But he's saying, hang on a moment, if life can come forth, why isn't that it can't have what might be called a spirit? Because unless spirit is synonymous with biology, I'm fine if he's going to say spirit is synonymous with biology, but then it just seems superfluous to use the word spirit. Maybe, in different cultures, they prefer that word because they don't know about biology. Okay, that's cool. It refers to the same thing. But if he's referring to something else other than pure biology, then that seems to me, it doesn't seem like it's necessary for life. And Occam's razor says, well, we don't need to multiply things unnecessarily. If you want to postulate it because it's a tradition that people had, cool, but does it reflect reality? It doesn't seem to, as far as I can tell.
Exactly. That's what, and that's why I was trying to even get his own definition on it as well, because he was trying to. I was asking, is he talking something different from the? Because I gave the definition in the beginning that spirit is something like what people will say that it's not of this world and that it's another void or other world where we're conscious, but we're conscious in that world only, and we're interacting with some type of creator or whatever. That's how I understood spirit to mean. So
yeah, it's like immaterial, right? So it's an immaterial conduit in a sense, maybe, or an immaterial part of God that likes maybe that you communicate with God or guides you in some way or whatever. That's how I've kind of understood, the religious term for spirit. But Chakra might have a different one, which is fine. But I think it seems to me he must argue for its necessity rather than being sufficient, because there's two conditions. One is sufficient, i.e., it can be the case, or one is it must be the case. And you could throw in anything. I could say that there's a Kryptonian force within all of us. We just haven't realized there's a Kryptonian force. And once we realize it, we will become like Superman, right? That's sufficient to explain something that we don't yet know. But is it necessary for life? No, it's not, right?
Yeah. He said he will be back in 2 minutes, but that's what you've just said. It was that's what I was going to say to him as well. I was going to say you could use that argument for anything now. That what you're arguing.
Can I ask a question, Rob? After.
Yeah, go on.
Please go ahead.
Ask him. Yeah.
Or ask Raf. Raf is on the ball here. Go for it.
No, but I heard Rob say that because they were talking about consciousness and how it got here, and you said it started off as one thing and then went from the next to the next to the next until it grew, right? Is that what?
No, I said that was biology. Once biology got started, the biological process gives rise to the next one and the next one, from single cell all the way to advanced creatures like ourselves.
Right. Yep. And then what gives us what makes more things more valuable than other things?
Well, that's a subjective assessment, isn't it?
Okay, but you're assessing it based on.
Yes, we can bring forth a criteria and say, hey, based on this criteria, we think this is more.
Animals.
Sorry.
No, because now you're giving value to certain animals, to certain things. But yet, but yet we are all the same in another sense.
Well, if by what you mean we're all the same as we're all made of matter and energy, sure. But I think there's certain configurations of that matter and energy that warrant, in my view, more value and more attention than others. And one of those specific things is sentience and a nervous system that allows a creature to feel pain and to suffer or feel pleasure. And to me, I assess that as more valuable than a creature that doesn't have that.
Okay, so and how do we determine what is it that for instance, maybe an ant is feeling all kinds of pain when you step on it?
Okay, good question. So we have to do some inference. We don't know what it's like to be an ant. What we can tell, or what we can infer, is that there's certain things within humans and that are common in animals that bring forth certain things like consciousness, like the ability to feel pain and suffering. And if those things are not present, we can infer in lower life forms that they don't feel pain and suffering in the same way we do. That's not to say that they can't feel pain or unnecessary suffering, but it's certainly not in the way that we understand it to be. And therefore we infer that either they don't have the same thing, or it's at a level that's almost, I wouldn't say non-existent, but certainly at a much lower level. So that's how we would infer different things about different creatures, it seems to me.
And then we give them those things more value than, let's say, other things. Like we start validating.
Yes, based on criteria, right? Now, somebody else could come along and say, well, I don't accept your criteria. I think X, Y, and Z, and we could debate criteria, right? That's a separate conversation, yeah.
And a human has value no matter what type of state he's born in.
Sorry, say that again?
And a human being will have a value no matter what state he's born in. Like if he's born regular, normal, he's okay.
Yes, once somebody's born, they have
human.
What we would say is value. Yes, yeah.
He's value, 100%.
Yeah. And typically, we as humans think that we are more valuable than other animals, and we could put forward arguments for Well, I mean, it depends on whose perspective, right? We would say we are, and we'd give arguments
Well,
as
in
to
an
why we are more
atheist, I
valuable
believe
than
in
other animals.
in an atheist worldview, you could add the value. You could add it because why not?
Sure. Yeah.
Because hey, okay, let's add this just to make things, But at the end of the day, they were really not more valuable in the big scheme of things.
Well, if you mean universally, then no, I can't claim that, because obviously I don't think there's anything that, like, where the universe is sending down value to us, we are making value up. But by the same criteria, if an alien species arrived here and I put forward my criteria for value, and they could show me they were more valuable, I would have to submit that they are more valuable to us by the same criteria. So I have to be consistent with my own criteria. But my criteria is subjective. I can't objectively prove it to other people, or in fact, even to other animals. They might say theirs is. If they came with a different criteria, we'd have to discuss criteria. I think we could only talk more objectively if we agreed on criteria.
So you understand, as an atheist, you are just creating a delusion in order to give us more values, so that we live better off, so that when we die, it's over.
What do you understand by the word delusion?
Well, we're just creating this our own. As an atheist, you have to create your own value. Say, oh, we are valuable, and that's why we deserve to, be in the head of the food chain, or we deserve to do this, or we deserve to pollute the air. We have more value.
Okay, I get the point.
Other than that, we should be in the jungle like every other animal, and c'est la vie.
Walter, that's not a delusion, right? You could argue that's subjective, and I'm going to accept that, right? But a delusion is maintaining an idea that is contradicted by reality or rational argument.
But you are not more valuable in your atheist mindset. You shouldn't be more valuable than anything else on this planet. That chicken
doesn't
has
follow,
no right
and
over
in
you.
fact is false, Walter. So what you've said is false, because you've said in the atheist mindset. So if you're going to use that term, then I will give you rational arguments for why I think we are more rational. And that's all I need, is a rational argument to defeat the claim that we're delusional. I would have to be irrational in order to be delusional. I agree I'm subjective, but you used the word delusional, and that was the wrong word to use. So if you concede that what you mean is we are subjective, that's a subjective claim, I'm fine. If you're saying we're delusional, now the burden's on to you to show me that I can't present a rational argument, which is what a delusion would be.
I mean, like, for me personally, Rob, I think, like, as an atheist, if I remove like the equation of God adding a value, I really don't understand how we could give. I mean, we're just
here's the
another
problem.
animal that's part of the food chain, and I think that, yeah, okay, at the end of the day, you could feel sorry for the chicken, but at the end of the day, it's just a chicken. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but you could say that about anything. But I think what we're talking about is a special. But I think we can talk about a special conglomeration of molecules that is not merely just molecules. It's a lot more than just molecules. So when a theist, I'm not saying you do it, but when theists do uncharitable reduction, that is uncharitable, because you'll hear people sometimes say, oh, you're just molecules in motion. Well, those same molecules in motion have emotions. It gives rise to consciousness. It's sent us to the moon. It's done all these things. So it's not just molecules in motion. That is an uncharitable reductive position to make it appear as if we're actually nothing more than the sun or the stars. And in fact, we are more than that, at least by our own lights and by the product of what we do and have done. So that's uncharitable. Now, if you want to be charitable, and the problem, by the way, Walter, the problem isn't solved by a God, because all a God is an arbitrary dictator telling you have some value. What's the difference between an arbitrary dictator telling you have value and me subjectively deciding I have value? What's the difference?
You just created a delusion. You created a delusion. We went to the moon. So what? We went to the moon. Who cares? I went to the moon.
Okay,
I didn't go to the moon.
Let's move on from that. That went over your head. Leave that God.
100 people went to the moon. 10 billion people didn't go to the moon.
There was a reason
and other people before that.
That bypassed you. Can you tell me what the difference is between me saying I have subjective value and an arbitrary dictator telling you that you have value? What's the difference?
The difference is that we continue on to another life. We're moving to our next life.
That's got
say
nothing to
no.
do with
You
whether you
say
have
we're
value in
becoming
this
dirt.
life. Walter, that has nothing to
it
do with
gives
whether you have
value.
value in this life. So listen to the question again. What is the difference between an arbitrary dictator, aka your God, telling you
gives us
that you have
value.
value, and I'm
God
subjectively
gives value.
taking value?
No God, no value. It's that simple. It's not a hard
That is an
equation.
arbitrary dictator telling you. It's like the king telling you you have
It's
value or
not
you
an
have no value.
arbitrary. It's not an
Who says the
arbitrary
king is
book.
right? And what does he mean by value? Why should we accept?
All you're doing is going against. Look, God doesn't exist. We're going with your atheist worldview. God doesn't exist. Okay, we're here. We're a G block. God does not exist. It's over. No God, no nothing, whatever. We're on G block. You and I have no value. Point final. There's nothing else.
No, but I think we do have
we
value.
went to the moon. We went to Mars and back. We danced on other. We have no value. We are no more different than the chicken, just smarter. That's
You know,
it.
this
But
is
we,
crazy.
okay,
I'm actually laughing in the background.
I know. I'm doing
Rob,
my
can
best
I
to be
quickly ask
patient
you?
here.
Wait,
Please go
Rob,
ahead.
can I quickly ask you as an atheist?
He's laughing at you because you didn't.
1 second. As an atheist, Rob, can I ask you why do you atheists think that it's not very healthy for humans to have beliefs or subscribe to beliefs?
We're creating life in order to
I
destroy
will
life.
try and
How
answer you once
valuable is that?
Walter's finished having a little emotional rant there. Okay,
No, it's like we create life.
Okay, he's not
We're
finished.
creating life to destroy it. We create life and we're constantly destroying. Create life to destroy. Create life, death. Create life, death. No value. And Rob is trying to say, hey, it's cool. That makes sense.
Okay, so Lady D, I think it's valuable that we do have beliefs. I think the beliefs should, as far as possible, conform with reality.
He wants to go
Is
back to
the
God.
beliefs
That's his
likely
game.
to be true? So I never deny that people should have beliefs. I just think they should have beliefs that are likely to be true. That's the important part for me. Everybody has beliefs. Anybody comes on and says they don't have beliefs hasn't really thought about it much. Everybody has beliefs. Whatever they believe in, they have some beliefs. And obviously, I think people should have beliefs. They should just be more accurate beliefs. Let's put it that way.
So you
Just
say
like
that you
the
don't
belief
mind
that he
beliefs as
believes
long as the
is
beliefs can
value
be
without God.
proven.
Sorry, Lady D, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I was going to say you don't mind people having beliefs as long as beliefs can be proven. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, beliefs that are likely to be true. Unless somebody says to me, right, I've had one or two people say it, Lady D, and it's rare, but I've had it, where they say, I don't care whether my beliefs are true, I care whether it gives me value. And if somebody says that to me, there's no rational discussion to be had. They have implicitly said, I'm irrational, I am emotional, and that's what's important. I can't argue with that, obviously, because I'm going to bring a rational argument. They've disqualified themselves from a rational argument. If somebody says to me, however, I care about what is true, and that's important to me, and I care about the laws of logic, etc., and we should value what is true. Now they're in the rational playing field, right? And in that case, they are implicitly also saying that they care whether their beliefs match reality.
Okay, go ahead.
Ira Mashale gone, yeah?
Ralph, you mean?
You're going to fight with him with
Yeah, I
consciousness.
think he popped off.
He doesn't even believe in
All
God.
right.
So why are you
Sorry,
even
yeah,
fighting
you know when you don't punch the electric, you know?
It's all emptiness.
It duns out on you. Yeah, the point I was making, Rob, yeah, is so at the moment you're applying restrictions to the term or the concept of life and spirit that you're not applying to consciousness. We understand that consciousness as we perceive it is an abstraction, yeah, as is life. Like consciousness is not a physical entity. You know,
I don't know what consciousness is. All we can say, Shaka, is that it seems to me that it's a first-person perspective, and it reduces down to the biological. If you now tell me that life is more than biological, then obviously I'm open yes to hear what that is.
I've said a number of times I'm not necessarily saying.
Okay, good. If life is biological, Shaka, then is spirit or soul synonymous with biological life? So when you say spirit and soul, do you mean biological life, or do you mean something additional than biological life?
I don't necessarily mean anything additional. I'm saying in the same way that when we say consciousness, we don't necessarily mean something additional, but we could, yeah. So for example, if somebody says, well, with my mind I can move objects, yeah, they sincerely believe in telekinesis. Or if somebody said that these concepts do exist, even in spiritual or religious frameworks, that consciousness exists beyond the life of a physical entity. We wouldn't dismiss the concept or the reality of consciousness based upon that individual's belief, or that even that group of people's belief. If there was a religion that built itself around the existence, the continued existence of consciousness beyond the life of individual entities, that would not be an argument for dismissing the reality of consciousness. So I am saying that in the same way that we wouldn't do it in that sense, there is something called life that we have phenomenological experience of, in the same way that we have phenomenological experience of consciousness. So the fact that some people believe that spirit is a thing that exists beyond the life of a physical entity is not a reason for denying the reality of spirit as it is defined in concepts such as the basic essence of life. It's what brings about life. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't do that.
And I'm arguing that it can be dismissed because A, you don't know what it is, and B, it doesn't seem to be relevant or necessary for life. That's why I'm dismissing it.
That would be a contradiction, because of the fact that we still don't know what consciousness is. We knew we knew less about it than we do now for however long in human history, but we've never dismissed the concept. So knowing,
because it was self-evident. That's why we didn't.
But I'm saying life is self-evident. Life,
biological life is self-evident. Yes, biological life.
Yes, but consciousness is no more self-evident than life. Whatever preconditions you're going to put on it in terms of biological, because again, you're not saying biological consciousness is self-evident. You're saying biological life is self-evident.
Well, you could say that. You could say that if you wanted to.
But you could, but you're not.
Biological,
and you could, but you're not, because of the fact that.
Well, there's a good reason why I'm not.
Yes, because there's an attempt to place restrictions on the concept of life that you're not placing on consciousness. So I'm saying,
what restriction am I placing on life? Tell me what restriction.
Because I'm saying that it would seem to me to be surplus to requirement to add the word biological when it comes to life, because if we're not doing it when it comes to consciousness, when you say self-evident, we agree consciousness is self-evident, so is life. It is self-evident based upon the fact that we experience it.
Sure.
Right.
But consciousness and life are two different things, and life gives rise to consciousness, and consciousness isn't of itself, as we typically understand it, biological, although it reduces to the biological. So what you're trying to do is equivocate between the two of them, and I'm saying
you
those
have
two
to
are not.
substantiate that now. You have to substantiate that now. Why is consciousness not biological but reduces to the biological?
Because the first person perspective isn't biological in and of itself. This thing that we talk about, the awareness, isn't biological itself. We believe that
it arises out of a biological function.
Correct, and we have good reasons for that, which I think you agree with, right? So but when I say consciousness, and most people talk about consciousness, they're not talking about the reduction to what its essence was or is. They're talking about what the experience is, and that experience isn't biological in and of itself.
But you could say the same for life.
No,
everything that you're saying in relation. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. When we talk about life, when we speak about life, we're not just talking about in the sense of biological function, but you can reduce it. But you can reduce it to biological function. So there's nothing to say. Say again.
Prove that it's something more than biological.
Again,
the definitions all point to biological.
I am not attempting to prove or even suggest that it is something more. I keep saying this, and you keep giving it to me.
I know, but you keep saying that.
I'm not saying that though. I am not saying that. So if we can both agree that that's not what I'm saying,
okay,
then we can actually do what I'm actually saying, right? So
can we agree on the Shaka that when you say spirit or soul, all you mean and nothing more is biological life? If you say yes, conversation is done. If you say no,
I am saying that in the sense of the fact that when we talk about consciousness, I will not do that unless you are doing the same when we're discussing consciousness.
If it's not just you've agreed now, and I think I've heard it. Maybe I want to make sure I've heard it again. You are saying that life is not just biological.
No,
there is
No,
Great.
no, that's that. No, I'm actually not answering your question. I'm saying that if you want to place those restrictions on how I discuss life, I will do so if you place those same restrictions on how you discuss consciousness.
No, because they are not equivalent. No, they are not equivalent.
Why?
Life is biological, and what we call consciousness isn't biological. Our first person perspective is not biological. It only reduces down to that. So there is a difference between what people talk about and what they mean by consciousness. When somebody says they are conscious, they are not referring to the synaptic firings. They're referring to the first person perspective, which isn't biological. And so that is not synonymous with life.
Why is it not biological? But why is it not biological? Why is first person perspective not biological? Especially seeing as you have put forward the argument that consciousness is entirely tied to a biological entity, which is the brain. So how do we then come to the conclusion that first person perspective is not biological? All of let me extend the argument a little bit further for you. Yeah, first person perspective is based upon information that we receive, yes, through our five senses. Is that correct?
Partly, yeah.
Why partly? Sorry. What else is there?
Some things you don't get from your experience, right? Not everything is experiential. I'm sure you'll agree.
Give me an example.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
No, give me an example. Give me an example.
Okay, sure. Something that you haven't experienced that babies are born with is the fear of loud noises or falling. They don't have to experience ahead of time. They're born with that, as far as we can tell.
Right.
They don't have to experience it. It doesn't have to come into through their things. It's a biological.
So we are born with certain inbuilt instincts, yeah? Is that what that's suggesting? But I'm saying that all of those things are experienced through the five senses. So even our inbuilt instincts come into play as a result of information that we take in through our five senses. Yeah? Because what you said was what you said was first person perspective is not biological. So now I'm asking you to substantiate that now. And I'm extending it based upon looking at what first person perspective is. So I'm saying that first person perspective is the sum total of what we experience through interactions with our environment, taking in information through our five senses. Yeah.
It's conceptual. In other words, it's not something it reduces down, but the actual experience itself, this thing where I'm looking through my eyes, etc., that isn't biological. And I don't know anybody who thinks that it is biological. And if you agree, then we're okay with it.
Rob, sight is biological. Hearing is biological. Taste is biological. Touch is biological. Yeah?
Correct. But Sakura, the neuron firings that give rise to first person
biological.
That first person, the neuron firings are biological. Will you agree that what they give rise to is not biological?
That what do they give rise to?
First person perspective. Is that biological?
Well, based upon your own definition, it must be, because then we're dealing with an abstraction. Yeah. Right.
Conceptual idea, for want of a better word. I'm sure there's a better philosophical term.
Right. So
is a concept biological?
Right. And that's cool. So if consciousness can be a conceptual idea, then so can life.
No, it's biological. That's where the difference comes in. That's where I think you're mistaken.
But this is the point I'm trying to make. This is what I'm saying. You're applying restrictions to the concept of life that you're not applying to consciousness.
Correct.
Life, where do you experience how do you experience life?
Through biological processes.
How do you experience consciousness?
Through that, and consciousness itself, and the difference, and that's what I keep saying to you, the difference is when the consciousness arises, that process that has arisen is no longer biological, even if it reduces to the process. The thing that
it must be. There is
I think we're at a dead end. I don't think we can go any
there is no. Is there first person perspective outside of five senses?
It's conceptual, so I'm guessing it is. It's tied to five senses, but it isn't the five senses itself.
I'm not saying it is the five senses itself. Well, based upon your own naturalist argument, you could actually say that first person perspective is nothing more than the five senses. The argument can be
it is more. No, it is more.
So what more is it? That's
it's
the point.
First person perspective, which is conceptual, immaterial, if you want, whatever word sort of works best for you. I don't know what word you would be more comfortable with.
So all you're saying at the moment is that you're comfortable reasoning in the immaterial when it comes to consciousness, but not comfortable reasoning in the immaterial when it comes to life. That's what you're saying.
Why? Okay, yeah, and why, Shakara? Why should I be comfortable reasoning in the immaterial when it comes to life when it's entirely biological?
But because there is no consciousness is no.
And I ask about life. Don't tell me about
I
consciousness.
know.
Tell me why
I
I should.
know. No.
Entertain immaterial.
I've got you already. Because you have applied a non-biological meaning to consciousness that you are yet to prove. Yeah, you're yet to substantiate that consciousness is nothing that is more than biology. But you are willing to concede, yeah, that life is nothing more than biology. That doesn't mean that your reasoning for making those assessments is sound.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think, okay, and you could disagree, that's fine, but you made the claim that I should entertain the immaterial with regards to life, and I'm asking you to provide the reasons why I should entertain immaterial with regards to life.
I'm not saying you should do anything. I'm saying that in the same way that we have consciousness, which is a phenomenological thing, that long before we understood what it was, we accepted it as a fact of quote unquote life, so to speak. Yeah, there is a thing called life that precedes consciousness, according to even our own human biology. Yes, that we are yet to quantify. We're yet to understand exactly what it is. Yeah, we're yet to do that. Yeah, we're yet to appreciate that when a body dies, it is no less a biological entity, but it is dead. Yeah, right.
What defines the difference between life and death? We did this the other day.
It doesn't stop being biological because it's not living anymore. But there is something called life that we are yet to quantify. Yes, that we understand allows the body to function in particular kinds of ways. Yeah. So I'm saying that when the fact that it is mysterious to us today doesn't necessarily mean that the concept of it in and of itself is irrelevant, in the same way that when consciousness was more mysterious to us than it is today, the concept itself was not irrelevant. There are many abstractions that we entertain in life as it relates to ourselves that we understand not to be irrelevant because we are unable to biologically quantify them. So the fact of if you can appreciate, that despite biological reality or despite biological function, that consciousness operates on the conceptual and in the abstract and in the non-material, then by the same token, it's not irrational to conceive of the fact that life also operates in the conceptual, in the abstract, and in the non-material.
Just prove it, and don't. And the equivocation with consciousness is not in any way substantive to your argument.
But
I'm saying life is biology.
It might be inconvenient to your argument.
You keep telling me, Shakra, you keep telling me that life is mysterious. When I ask you what about it is mysterious, I'm not hearing clearly what is mysterious about it.
Because I'm not claiming to be able to define it clearly for you. I'm not making that.
Okay, so why do you think it's mysterious? Okay, if you I understand you can't define it clearly. That's fine.
It's mysterious in as much as we're unable to quantify it. We are yet to come to an understanding of what it is.
What part aren't we able to quantify? Tell me what we are not able to quantify.
Well, you will know the answer to that question. We do not know.
No, I don't. That's my
what it is that brings, what it is about our biological makeup that produces life, or allows it to be a conduit for life, or allows it to house and manifest life. We don't know. Yeah. So the fact that we don't know, it can be a fact.
I disagree that we don't know. We do know what constitutes life. It's RNA, DNA. This is programming in the cells to get the cells to do various things. It's a biological process.
In the same way that the brain is the organ that facilitates consciousness. But we don't say, well, we do know what it is, because we don't. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? We understand that the brain, we understand that the brain behaves in a certain way that gives rise to consciousness. That we understand. We understand that the body behaves in a certain way that allows it to facilitate life. We understand that. Yes, we understand. But what it is, we don't understand. Yeah, and it's
Yes,
fine.
we do. That's the difference. You think we don't. I
Okay,
think we
what
do.
is it then? What
And
is
at
it?
that point,
What is it? What is it?
biological processes that have RNA built in. It's like programming of the cells, and they just operate based on the programming inside of them. They don't. There's no
what
mystery to
brings
this.
that about, though?
Once the
What
two
brings
cells
that
come
about, though?
together, they then carry on producing, and the DNA and RNA mixes, etc.,
DNA
etc.
and
This is a
RNA
well
are
understood
functions
process.
of life. DNA and RNA, like any other part of the biological function or bodily function, are functions of life. They're not life itself. Yeah. So, and even if you're correct, let's say we were able to say, well, DNA and RNA. Let's say we got to a point whereby we were able to narrow it down and say, well, what gives rise to this thing called life? Yeah. What's it called? Is DNA and RNA. Yeah. I don't know if you're saying that that's what science is proving at the moment, that DNA and RNA are the fundamental building blocks of this thing called life. Yeah. But let's say for argument's sake that was the case. Have we quantified what it is about those relationships, how DNA and RNA come together to produce life? Have you got to that point yet? In the same way that we're able to quantify, that we're getting closer now to quantifying, well, when we look at how the brain works, these are the different components that are giving birth to consciousness.
Yes, I believe that we have got to the point with biology where we explain not only that RNA and DNA are the building blocks, but when they interact, what do they do and how does that replicate? Because again, if we go back to the definitions of life that I gave you, unless you want to bring up another one, they all point to biology running, right? And biology is based on RNA, DNA, etc. Right?
So does consciousness. There is nothing outside of the brain that gives rise to consciousness. So consciousness is a biological function. Yeah.
Okay. When the brain gives rise to consciousness, is what it gives rise to biological or not?
Consciousness. But again, we could argue it, and I wouldn't argue against it. We could argue it in the abstract. 1 second. We do conceive of it in the abstract. We do conceive of it in the non-material, which is perfectly fine. Yeah. Again, the fact of the experience, though, is the experience itself non-biological? No. All of our experiences are biological functions. Every single one of them.
Yeah, but it's relying on the biology, but the experience itself is not biological, right? What the brain gives rise to, I hope you would agree, is not biological, right? And so when you say, okay,
So
that's not biological, I should
remember
now entertain that for life, I'm saying, no, I don't see any reason to do that.
So what you're saying is that the body is able to give rise to non-biological things, yes?
Yes,
yeah?
Correct. Yeah, consciousness.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So but as far as you're concerned, consciousness is the only non-biological thing that the body can give rise to. Yes, and I am saying that prior to consciousness, there is something that exists called life that the body also gives rise to. Yeah, you just don't want to have that reasoning. But the fact that you don't want to have the reasoning doesn't make it any less a reality that prior to the development of consciousness, we develop in our bodies a thing called life. That then develops even further to give birth to this thing called consciousness.
Yeah, and life is biological, and the definitions point to biological life. And there's nothing immaterial or nothing else apart from biology. And you keep acknowledging, on one hand, you keep acknowledging on one hand that you're happy that it is biological, and then at some point you go, no, but life, there's something about life that's immaterial.
It's very simple. It's very simple, Rob. It's very simple. The fact of the matter is that our bodies give rise to non-biological concepts, yeah,
phenomenon, right? A phenomenon. Let's call it a phenomenon.
That's as far as you are concerned, yes.
Would you agree? Or, okay, what I'm concerned, do you agree that it's a phenomenon that is non-biological?
Taking your argument to its logical conclusion, yeah. If consciousness, we conceive of it in the non-biological, we conceive of it in the abstract, yeah. Even though all of the things that allow our consciousness to function or develop our consciousness are in fact biological, yeah. It suggests to me that if life precedes consciousness, that we can also conceive of life in the non-physical, in the abstract.
I don't know what that means. I literally, Shaka, I do not know what life in the immaterial and abstract means. That to me, I apologize, sounds like
you're entitled to it.
It's woo to me. Complete woo. I don't know what that means.
No, and we've reached the limit of the conversation just based upon
I
where
think
you're
so.
going to go. Because the fact of the matter is that I think the argument that I'm putting forward is consistent, yeah, at least on the lines of logic, yeah. As my brother Isa would say, logic, reason, and rationality, right?
I just don't think the two follow. I think it's an equivocation fallacy. You're convinced that it's not, and I'm not sure that we can go any further.
Unable to substantiate why. If you could, now listen, I'm not an ignorant person. But you're unable.
No, I know you're a smart guy.
Beyond your lack of willingness to engage that possibility, you're not actually able to substantiate for me why it's an irrational equivocation that is being made. We both agree that life precedes consciousness in a certain regard. Yeah.
Correct. Do we both agree? Before you continue, do we both agree that life is entirely biological, or do we disagree on that?
No, I'm saying that I don't know that life is entirely biological, but I can say that as far as that life manifests biologically, as far as we are concerned, as far as the known universe is concerned. Yeah, I don't know that it is purely biological, yeah, but I can say that it is biological.
Okay, well, that's a different position you seem to be taking now.
It's not a different position at all. But I'm quite comfortable with the idea, however, that it is purely biological. What I'm saying is I don't know that it is. It could be, and my experience suggests that it is biological. Yeah, a biological function.
So where does immaterial or conceptual or phenomenal come in?
In the same way that we're getting to the point now where we're understanding the consciousness of the
So wait, hold on. So when someone is dead, are they still biological?
They're still a biological entity in decay, sure.
But they don't. But they don't have life.
But they don't.
And the point is,
life.
And the point is,
now it goes back to the definition of life, right? And all we need to do is read the definition to see that life is biological. It is the capacity for growth. There's no growth, reproduction.
Yeah, but you just agreed. You just agreed a dead person is biological, but they don't have life.
Preceding death.
So biology in but based upon that fact, biology in and of itself is not sufficient for creating life.
Okay,
because
all biological
elements, don't manifest life, right? So in that respect, yeah, and all it is that you're prepared to reason in the abstract with the consciousness, and not prepared to do it when it comes to life. And if that's the case, then we just accept that and what's it called, and leave it alone. But it doesn't necessarily. But a lack of willingness to engage the argument doesn't make the argument not logical, illogical or irrational.
I'm not willing to engage it. You have presupposed that there's something immaterial in life, and in actual fact, you kind of in a sense flip-flopping. It could be that it's all biological. It might not be, but I don't yet have a reason to think that it's anything other than biological. So it's not that I'm not willing to engage it. You haven't given me good reasons, and to equivocate with consciousness isn't a good reason in my view.
Rob, with all due respect, you have presupposed that there is something non-material in consciousness, yeah, despite the fact that all the evidential all the evidence would point to the fact that from a scientific point of view that consciousness is a biological function. But
hang on,
in terms of your reasoning, phenomenologically, you are saying that once the biological function gives rise to something that is not biological. Yeah. Now, this is a philosophical reasoning that doesn't necessarily have a basis in science. It's a philosophical reasoning that I'm prepared to entertain. Yeah, I'm prepared to entertain that philosophical reasoning, in spite of the fact that anything that we would talk about in terms of consciousness would have to relate to a biological function, which is the five senses. Yeah. So if we can reason that out conceptually, then we can also, logically speaking, reason out life as its essence conceptually in the abstract and in the non-material, if we can do the same for consciousness. If we can't do the same for consciousness, then we may still reason out consciousness and life as purely biological functions. There's nothing beyond, in them beyond biology, but we would still need to factor in what is the source, what is the combination of things that gives rise to this phenomena called life, because we understand that the phenomena of life precedes that of what we understand to be consciousness.
I'll leave it with you the last word. I think you can have the last word on this. I think I've made it clear that we do understand how life replicates, etc. The definitions point towards biology. There's nothing that anything else involved there. And you want to say that because consciousness is tied to something biological, you can entertain that it's phenomenological. Let's say, I think that's actually a good word. But you are also saying, well, if I can entertain that consciousness is biological, Rob, you need to entertain that somehow what you define, which you've been very ill-defined as life, must also be phenomenological. And I just don't agree with that. And I haven't heard a good argument. And
I think
equating it with consciousness, I think, is a category error. Unless you can show that phenomenology
I think the important,
is, in fact, necessary for life.
You don't have to entertain it.
I think the important question is asking, how do we think life began?
One sec.
No, that's a completely different topic.
You don't have to entertain it. I'm just what I would assert though that the phenomena of life is a manifest reality. I don't think it's questionable that life is a phenomena in our universe. Yeah. And not all life gives rise to what we understand to be consciousness, or consciousness on the level that we.
Why are we not discussing the beginning? Why are we not discussing the beginning of life? Surely that's part of the conversation.
Yeah, we're not. That's because that's what the conversation is at the moment. That's what it is. Yeah. So yeah, there's no justifiable reason for me, in my humble opinion, to deny the phenomena of life. And the fact, and it stands to reason that we are yet to fully comprehend what that is. And so, if there are different ways to conceptualize that, whilst we develop understanding of it, to me that seems to be a perfectly reasonable aspect of human development, in the same way that it has been in relation to other aspects of human development for however many millennia we have been operating as Homo sapiens sapien.
Yeah, I think you've co-opted the word phenomena there, and you keep saying that we don't understand life, and I think we do, and it's not phenomenological, it's biological. And I don't think there's anything further we can go with that. I've listened to you. It's not like I'm dismissing your argument or I'm not engaging. I'm trying to, but I don't see good reasons. And the continual appeal to consciousness is not a good reason for me. And so if you've got something else you want to bring to the table, fine. But if you're going to continue to appeal to consciousness, then I think at this moment in time, I'm considering that not substantial. There's nothing more I can say about it. So otherwise, we're all going round and round.
Isn't that you're entitled not to engage that if you don't wish? It doesn't. I'm still saying it doesn't make it any less valid. But yeah, I take your point. You're not willing to engage that reasoning, and I can accept that. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm gonna get back to work.
Wait. With that said, yeah, I'm the best.
Indeed, Ultra, ordained minister of the Ministry of Atheism and Agnosticism.
Come on,
over Christ.
Atheism. Come on.
And I think Ultra is now also, as I understood from this morning, he's now fully agreed that he's an atheist. He's not an agnostic in any way. So he's an atheist who disbelieves the claim about God.
Also,
but he also acknowledges that an agnostic is an atheist.
No, he doesn't.
Every time, the majority of the time when I react with religious people, they behave like colossal arse-hats. And I'm sorry, if you have the truth, there's no reason for you to be a prick. So yeah, that too.
Yeah, but I don't think every religious person acts that way, and we've got to take each person on their own. But I think what I'm critiquing is the ideas, not the person necessarily, because different people will have different ideas, but it's more the idea than the person. So if somebody is a bit of a, what was the term you used? Arsehack, was it?
Yeah, arsehack, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that in and of itself doesn't dismiss their arguments or anything. It just means they're acting in a way that you find disagreeable.
No. This is the thing. Listen to me, Rob. Rob, for instance, if I had a formula for turning lead into gold, if I had the formula, tried, tested, working, and I'm producing gold from lead, if somebody walked up to me and said, Ultra, you're a stupid, ugly, tiny cocked, lying son of a bitch who is secretly trying to inquire on transgender surgery, right? Or something just absolutely insane, yeah? would that at any juncture take away from the fact that I'm turning lead into gold? Yes or no, Rob?
No, it's got nothing to do with that.
Exactly. So when you tell a religious person, I think what you believe in is bullshit fairy tales, why is it that their response is, rather than think, oh, well, you know, that's your opinion, oh, I'll leave it to my all-powerful, all-merciful, all-knowing, all-wise God, rather they get upset and start crying and want to get angry?
Well, I
And
don't think everybody does that. I don't think everybody does that, Ultra. And because I think
you've got
religious
a
people, at
strong example,
least some of them, really believe, and I always take a religious person charitably in the sense that I think that they believe they what they claim is what they really believe, and they think they have good reasons. And part of what certainly the Abrahamic view is to spread those good reasons to everybody else, because they are told that if people convert, they are saving people. So there's an additional incentive for them to spread what they genuinely think are good ideas to other people to quote unquote save them. At least I think in Islam and in Christianity, that's the case, right? Because if they can save people, they've done a good deed and they will be looked upon favorably by their God, right? So I think from there, it's not irrational for a theist to think that way, right? I don't think they've
I
got
don't
good
know. I
reasons
think
for
I
doing
think
it,
I
but I don't think
think
it's
I
irrational.
Before you come
I
in,
think
I'm
it is irrational to resort to acts of physical violence and threats and estrogen
Yeah, but
fueled.
that's the extreme, though. I don't think we can judge the extreme and paint all theists with extreme views, right? People who are going to because people that come on here are not generally violent, right? They want to convince us of their ideas. So I think we need to be more charitable with who we choose to represent, because they could say to us, well, you guys had Stalin, Mao, that's how atheists are. That would be uncharitable. So I don't think we can point to the worst of religious people and say, well, either all people are like that or the entire religion says that, unless of course the religion does, in which case then we are valid in saying that.
Do you know what, Rob? You've actually raised a good point.
Ultra, I'm out here.
Sorry, Shaka. Go through, bro. Big up every single time.
Cheers, Shaka.
You've actually raised a good point. So how and who do we go to as a good example of these religious faiths, right? Because the problem is essentially you're saying that the type of people we're interacting with are just regular little foot soldiers. The ones that are not like emotionally mature, maybe not as strong in their faith.
You are more vociferous in that view than I am. I take everybody charitably. Somebody that I haven't spoken to, Ultra, I will go, this is a rational human. They believe something different to me. Let's hear what they've got to say. If after a number of conversations I find out that they are in fact irrational, or they have difficulty, reasoning effectively or being critical, then obviously at that stage I think I'm justified to point that out. But I don't start out with a view that every theist is either dumb, silly. I do have an overriding view that at some level there's a little bit of critical thinking that went missing, right? And again, but that's not to say that they're dumb. Their IQ is not. They're more knowledgeable. They're smarter than me. But none of that means that they can't be uncritical, right? Critical is separate from all of those other traits. I'm not the smartest guy by any stretch. There's so many theists that are way smarter than me, virtually everything. But at some level, if I went through it with them, I'm pretty sure I can guarantee that I would show where the critical thinking wasn't at as high as much as it should be. They had a bias that kicked in that sort of switched off the critical thinking just a little bit, right? The circuit was switched off and didn't go through as if I said, well, open that switch, suddenly they would see, okay, well, that's probably not a good reason to believe. But that says nothing about their intelligence, their honesty, their sincereness, or whatever else. Right?
The honesty, I don't know about that, but yeah, that actually makes good sense. And I think with that said, I think there's a possibility I might have to adjust my approach. Imagine that. I've taken on a contradictory view to my own. I thought about it, and it actually makes more sense to treat people a little bit more charitably than just to naturally assume that the minute they hear something they don't like, that is contradictory to what they believe, rather than resort to ad hominems and juvenile fits of rage, rather than just assume they're going to do that, take them and think, maybe we can have a discussion, and wait for them to disappoint me before I start huffing and puffing and roll my eyes.
Presupposing they're going to disappoint you.
Yeah.
Well, at least that is more charitable, at least.
I'll tell you the truth, yeah. Do you know what it is? The problem I have is that it's just like, one of the things for me, everyone's got a different learning style. Like, for instance, Rob, if somebody came up to me and said, like, "Hey, Ultra, blah blah blah, I'm the type of I'm a property tycoon. If you spend enough time with me, maybe 6 to 12 months, I'll be able to give you the formula for paying off a mortgage within 7 years." Right? Right. If I said to the guy, "No, I don't want to pay off my mortgage in 7 years. I want to do it. Blah, 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 blah. I've been told that, blah, 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 blah." Rather than give him the time of day, like, if I've insulted this guy, does it take away from the fact that he's paid off his mortgage, a mortgage within 7 years, and he's a property tycoon? No, 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 no. So what I'm going to do going forward is I'm going to treat each theist charitably. I'm going to give them the opportunity not to disappoint me. I am so moral in this bitch, G Block.
And I think then you're also entitled to ask for the same from them.
The
Sorry,
ego's
lady.
gone beyond redemption. I can't with the ego. I can't. Are
Do
you
you know what?
gonna let him carry on?
Since
Are you not gonna let him carry
I'm with
on?
you on the panel, I would like you to ask me a question, anything about God or beliefs or sandwiches or anything.
I'm not asking you no more questions that you can't when you.
Oh
can't
my
get
God,
past-
you put me on
when
trial
you-
and then you're not going to ask me
when
questions.
you
Get off the
can't
panel. Go and make me a sandwich right
when
now.
you can't get past the whole soul conversation, I
Yeah.
don't have nothing more left after that. Because if you, I don't know, like you still haven't even answered my soul one. You still, I'm yet to hear an answer.
What question?
Shut
What
up,
soul? You didn't
shut
ask
up,
anything
shut up.
about soul.
Yes, I did. I asked Rob. Rob gave me a straight up and down answer. He don't subscribe to.
Was I on the panel when you asked this question?
Yes, you did. Yes, you was, and you ducked out. Shut up.
What time was this?
This was a couple of days ago. Still, not yesterday. Day before.
To our women, you hold grudges. Oh my God!
You tried to sit up here and say like how no one asked you decent questions, and when we do,
I forgot about that. Like,
exactly,
that's minor, like.
you don't want to answer.
No, I do.
Ultra, you've got to remember, ladies have got superior memories to us by a long shot. I can't remember what happened yesterday. My wife can remember what happened 10 years ago.
Yeah, fuck.
We're at the disadvantage. We've got to accept that they are much better at remembering than we are.
And how and I can actually remember everything Rob said. I can't. I'm still waiting. I'm yet to hear your answer. And James,
yeah, I'm not convinced that there's a soul,
single
babe.
question I've asked him, James has avoided it. So
Lady Divine, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that what religious people describe as a soul is actually real. Like, the problem is, I'm not a neuroscientist or neurobiologist. I don't have the expertise in the field. However, as a Jamaican, I grew up hearing phrases like Rastas have got soul. And I think I understand what the fuck they're saying when that is said. The problem is, like, when the body dies, part of it, does it float off into some fucking different dimension and like in the clouds and all this fucking nonsense? I'm not convinced that that's actually real. Yeah, that just sounds like a primitive explanation or an insurance policy to escape death. It's to me, it's like children's stories. But at the same time, even though I think it's bullshit, if somebody believes it, and depending on what circumstance they're in, like if they've lost a child, and I keep saying that because I know somebody has, if that person's lost a child and believes that there's a chance that they'll be able to reconcile with the child somewhere else, I'm not the type of prick to take that away from them, even though I don't believe it's true. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel about that.
No, I hear that. And the only reason why I asked that, because obviously speaking with other mothers and stuff that have gone through situations like that, I know a lot of them have had things where they've had premonitions before their child has passed away. A lot of them have had there's loads of different things that you can't physically say for a fact it's happened, but they've experienced it individually at different aspects. So when I hear like atheists dismiss it, like it's just not real, it's fairy stories. I'm like, you can't take away somebody else's experience that have blatantly gone through it, but they just can't prove that it's happened.
Yeah, and you know, Lady Divine, I've said this story before, but somebody quite close to me, they're not my blood, but it's my wife's blood relative. They lost a child. The child was, I think the child was 2 days old, and the child passed away and all the rest of it. Even now, it's making me choke up a little bit because it's sad, isn't it? Like, and she genuinely believes that. But well, I don't know. I don't know how much she believes it, but in her mind, in once she passes away from Earth, she believes that a part of her will be able to rekindle with her lost child. Now, I think it would be, I would say, heartless and would display incredibly bad taste and a lack of empathy to take that away from somebody. Now, like I said, I believe it's bullshit, right? But there are certain instances where I believe you have to show like tact, where like pick your battles in it. Like for instance, this woman here has just gone through something that I personally can only imagine would break most people as a father myself. So if she's using this particular belief as a crutch, who the fuck what kind of cunt would I be to kick the crutch from underneath her? You know, the one thing that she's clinging to that's giving her hope, I can't be the type of person that would take that away from them. I think, yeah, no, that's not the type of person I am.
I get it,
But
Ultra. But you
yeah,
know, in our
do you
community,
know the funny thing is, if
especially
she said,
especially
yeah,
the West
go on.
Indian community, you know, when you hear them
Yeah.
say things like, "My spirit," they tell me, say, you know, when you
Mm.
hear them, that's typical talk, especially within the West Indies. Like you hear this all
Yeah.
the time in the Caribbean. When you
Yeah.
hear that, what is going through your brain when they say, "Lord, you know, say something determined enough for God that I'm a God, that's how look where reach me crosses," and you see when you hear them talk, what's going through your
Yeah.
mind as an atheist?
To be honest with you, if I'm honest with you, remember growing up, it was just things, and because I was brought up in a Christian home, like certain words, certain phrases invoke a particular mindset. But as soon as you step out of it and you actually examine what they're saying, all they're basically saying is, "I had a feeling." That's it.
I hear
I had a
that. I
feeling.
hear how you
I had a
translate it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I hear
I had a feeling. But again, like this is the thing. I'm not gonna walk up to my nan and say, "Nan, listen, Jesus ain't coming. You need to just give it up." Do you see what I'm saying? But if it was my uncle, I'll be like, "Uncle, listen, cut the fuckery. Yeah, just cut that out." Yeah.
You know you get a slap for that though, innit? You know you're gonna cut one backhand.
With the uncles, with the men of the family, like you can reason with them guys. But like there's a certain, when the generations get to a certain point, you think, you know what, leave them with their toys. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. It's true.
Yeah, just leave them with it, man. But you see, if I'm on the panel, remember that 9 times out of 10, the age range is going to be between 16 and 60. So those people will be able to take on new information or drop information that can convince us otherwise. But there's a point where you have to leave the children out of it and leave grandma and grandpa out of it, because it's pointless. And also as well, you do need to pick your battles even between 16 and 60, because how much mental health is there like gone undiagnosed, and how many people have the mental faculties, or how many people are so mentally fragile that if you were to take their God belief off them, like they could potentially fall apart.
Ultra.
And for me, that's just as dangerous.
Ultra.
Yes, sir. Big up
You
Raf
see,
every single time.
come on, man. You know, from going down and examining Speaker's Corner, I feel like a lot of what you just said now, with especially with the mental health, you hear right on the head. A lot of the people, when you go down to Speaker's Corner, have a lot of mental health. The way I look at it, and when I say mental health,
100%.
I wouldn't say it's in a bad way, like, oh, what's it called, that they're supposed to belong to, but like in terms of certain things, like, oh, how can you not sit from my point of view, and this almost this idea of like, I've got the right thing, so I'm coming down to tell you I've got the right thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know.
And I won't lie to you. The truth is, when you get information that has just completely convinced you, and you genuinely believe that this is right and it's real and it's gonna happen, I can understand the human need to want to share that. The problem I have with people trying to share their information is, don't tell me you've got the truth, your prophet is the right one, your book's the right one, right? But you're a fucking arsehole. Like,
that's where I agree. That is where I am 100%
don't do that, because remember, you subscribe to this thing and it's amazing, it's perfect. It's supposed to straighten you out. And I mean, don't get me wrong, because obviously that's a little bit unfair. Everyone knows that there are some people who have been living like a life of pure debauchery, and they would have found a religion, and the religion tells them they have to follow certain rules, and they would have straightened themselves out. And that happens all the time. No one can take that away from religion, right? But the thing what I can't stand is when you get colossal arse hats who will come online and essentially threaten you. Bro, this is my thing, and if you don't do it the way I tell you, when I tell you, you don't even get rest after you're dead. Even after you're dead, you'll be punished permanently. Like, imagine that. And what's the crime? Disbelief.
To not believing. Yeah.
Yeah. But and imagine the feast.
The actual crime is for disbelieving and not actually for living a good, healthy life.
That's what they're saying.
That all depends on the theist. No, it depends on the theist, because I'm not going to lie to you.
No,
I've spoken to Muslims who have told me that even as an atheist, there's a chance I can get into their heaven, right? And no, do you know who told me? Abu Talha. I spoke to him a few months back. This was last year, right? And I was saying to him, look, yeah, like, I'm a Catholic, of course. I don't believe what you man believe, right? But I'm not harming anyone. I only drink occasionally. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I've got a wife. I have children. I'm holding down a steady job. I've got a will. I've been cut into a will. My son's a footballer. My daughter's an academic. My son, who's 2 years old, is a terrorist. Do you know what I mean? Like everything's. I'm just living a normal life. Yeah, he is. He's trying to break my TV with these toy animals. He's pissing me off. Yeah. I'm just living a normal life. So are you saying the fact that the message was brought to me and I weren't convinced means I have to go to hell forever? And he said, no. Because Allah will something about heart or some shit. I can't remember what it was, to be honest. But he basically said there's a chance I might not necessarily have to go to hell. And I thought, that's weird, because I hear conflicting accounts all the fucking time, and it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know. And do you know what I need to do? I need to get the Muslim. If I get the Muslim the Muslim that is the perfect Muslim, right? Everyone has to say, right.
But what's a perfect Muslim? Because
but that's for them to decide. No, that's for them to decide.
You're looking smoke right now. When the Muslims come, I'm ghosting. Let me tell you that right now.
We've got one on the panel. We've got one on the panel right now. But
I don't think he's listening. That's why he's quiet.
If the Muslims amongst themselves have to decide who the perfect Muslim is alive today, and then I'm going to that guy. I'm not going to the guy in the chat. Yo, Belly, we are dealing rude skin.
Unholy Father, I work how is die. Yeah, we were just talking, innit? We were just talking still. But how was the Shakara thing?
Can I be honest with you guys? I think this is what the problem is that for me personally, this is my personal problem with the whole thing. With the atheist, I can't subscribe to it. It's just like nothing. There's no meaning. Kind of. There's no spirit. There's no afterlife. Or I can't subscribe to it because I don't know for a fact it's there. And then with the religious people, I can't subscribe to the heaven and the hell because I don't also believe in that part of it either. I do believe there's something hereafter. I do believe there is an after or another part of. There's more to life after this. But I don't particularly subscribe to the heaven or the hell. So, say that again, Ultra.
What do you mean?
Belly. Sorry. I get confused.
Listen, go make me a sandwich.
Man, you're the same. You're the bloody same. Same
sandwich right now.
Same thing, man. Whatever. Go, Belly.
Yeah, was you a Christian when you was growing up?
Nah, I grew up in a Rastafarian household.
But they still got heaven and hell and all that good stuff. Then.
Can
Not
I ask
necessarily because it depends on the kind of Rasta you grow up as, and that's the thing. There's different sets of Rasta. The exact same thing with any other belief or way of life. There's not just one Rasta. You got the Bingi, you got the Bonga, you got the Buba, you got all type of Rasta. So it just depends. Some believe in a book, some don't believe in a book at all. It's pure nature. It just depends.
One second. Beefy.
All of that.
Beefy. I'm not going to lie to you, brother. I need you to Google personal incredulity. Right? If you Google personal incredulity, I guarantee your picture comes up. I'm just saying. All right, carry on.
But no, I understand why you asked me that. But in saying that, I not only did I grow up in a Rastafarian household, I came from different schools of thought. Remember, I went to a Roman Catholic primary school, a convent high school, and a grandmother for a pastor, for a Methodist. So
wait, did the nuns beat you up and all that? Did they do that when you was in school? Did the nuns beat you up and all that shit?
No, they just took it with
and they hit you with a ruler, innit? They used to hit you with
a no. So I've been through pilgrimages. I've been to all different parts of the Europe where we've gone to pilgrimages. We've seen different schools of thought when it comes to religion, how it's done. Some more so celebrate Mary than Jesus. Some more so go straight to God. It's just a case of if you can see things from different aspects, hence why I can look at them all and say none of them are for me. That's why I can come to that conclusion. But with an atheist, you lot unsubscribe from everything completely. That I can't do.
Lady D, can I ask you though why you can't do it? It seemed to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's more an emotional view rather than a rational one, because you don't want there to be, or the idea of there not being something after death, or because there isn't a universal purpose. That doesn't, you're not comfortable with it. But is it a case that that's the case, or have you got a rational reason why not?
I just think for me, my explanation for it, I can't really speak of whether it's rational or not, but it's my rational. So I'll put it that way. And I'll say for me is I do believe we have a purpose as humans in this world. I do believe there is more to life after this. I don't believe this is the be all and the end all. I don't know if I would say I'm more of a spiritual in that sense of the word that oh thanks, put it down here. Sorry, I got in deliveries every 2 seconds, thanks. Yes, I don't know if it's a case of
did you just say tar?
No, my daughter just kept putting a parcel. Sorry.
Did you say tar? Oh my god.
Shut up, yeah. But but yeah, in the case of that, I don't particularly shut up, man. Shut up. I can't stand you lot, you know. I can't. That's why when I roast you lot, I don't want to hear no crying on this panel. But anyway, yeah. So
that's all right,
me,
love.
I would say it's emotional a bit, Rob, in the case of where I do believe there has to be a force, there has to be something that I can't really say is a God.
Why do you think that though? Is it just a deep feeling,
because
or
of
is there
my
a reason?
experiences in this world, my personal experiences, losses, death, all of that. I've been there, done it. So I'm not talking from an outside perspective. I'm talking from my actual life happening. So I can say that there's definitely something out there greater than us. I can't explain it. That's for sure.
But that's based on your personal experiences and what you've.
Yeah. But I couldn't
and
say
if somebody came along to you,
everybody
though,
else will go through it. I can't say that. All I know is I've personally been through it. So
yeah. So I understand that you wouldn't then present that to somebody else, right, as reasons for them to believe what you believe. Because if somebody else came to you and said, "I've had all these experiences," and they tell me there can't possibly be something afterwards, the misery, the evil in the world. There can't be anything good that's more than this because of all the suffering, the pain, the anguish, everything we've got to go through tells me that this is entirely all natural because no good God would possibly allow this. And all the bad experiences I've had tell me that you'd have to accept that that's their subjective view, right?
It, yeah. And what I will say to that as well, I always say all the time, what works for me works for me. That doesn't necessarily mean it works for somebody else. So my belief and the way I live my life is what works for me. That doesn't mean it will work for Ultra or for Veli or for you, Rob, or for anybody else. It just works for me. Hence why I don't push what I believe or my thought system or how I worship or how I give thanks to the world or to the universe or to nature, whatever, on anyone else, because it might not necessarily work for them. They do them and I do mine. That's why I say I agree with Ultra in the case of I don't want no one pushing their way of life or their religion on how they live onto me, because that don't work for me.
Yeah, no, I understand that. The only sort of flag I would raise for you is that then brings into question whether you care about what is true. And if the answer to that is an unequivocal yes, then that kind of undermines your point. If the unequivocal answer, or at least some version of the answer, is no, that's not as important to me, then of course you're sort of consistent. But I think there would be an issue of consistency if truth and your pursuit of it was a primary value for you, because now it's not a case of what feels good, it's a case of what is likely to be true, even if it feels uncomfortable or it's disagreeable for you. So that's a question that you do open yourself up to, and it's something worth considering.
Well, I've always questioned a lot of things, even when I question my own like family members, like when I question them on their faiths and how they believe and how they subscribe, and I'd be like, well, hold on a minute, I can't even do this whole Abrahamic thing. You can't even prove to me Abraham. Case closed for me. Done. There must be some bone, some fossil, something to prove that he
even
exists.
like because for us as an atheist, yeah, we don't even have to argue that. We could go to things like philosophical, like this idea of when I think Shakara started off talking about a cause, or someone started talking about a cause, and I was saying to them, look, you can't just assume that the universe has a cause, because we don't know the universe to have a cause. So this idea of that everything in this universe begins to exist has a cause. It's the Kalam, I think it's the argument or whatnot. So you can't just assume that. Yeah.
No, and in fact, cosmology, the experts in the fields are undecided on that, right? So if a theist comes along and says, no, I don't care what the cosmologists, the experts in this field, theoretical physicists, astrophysicists, cosmologists, etc., say, my book tells me that X or Y happened. I don't, even if I don't know, I can still critique them. And oftentimes theists get very confused. And I had it the other day, right, where somebody's saying, well, you can't challenge my view because you don't know. That's just an error in thinking, right? The thinking is a little bit muddled there, because if I don't know, I can still critique you if you claim to know, going against the consensus of the experts in the world. I can still critique you and go, why do you know when the consensus of experts are undecided? And at that point, they've got to give me some reasons, and they won't be able to point to any consensus in science. So now they have to point to something else, or they'll cherry pick some version of some argument for the beginning of the universe. But there's just as many that postulate an eternal universe, or even if there is a beginning, those particular hypotheses also postulate a natural beginning. There's no supernatural postulation in any cosmological model I've ever come across, right? So even if we went with that, they still don't have a good argument, right? But of course,
then I hear their argument though,
bad
Rob.
argument.
Their
Well, if you
argument
don't know,
for the
you
Big
can't critique me.
Bang. Yeah, but I hear their
Hey, stop
argument
spamming.
though, because their argument for the Big Bang to them, and even to me, kind of doesn't make any sense. I need to hear more on this whole Big Bang theory.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying. If you go into it, like I said to Shaka, or it wasn't Shaka, it was someone else, I said that the Big Bang just talks about the events that led to after that created us, in it. They're saying no scientist claims to know what happened before that. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, that's correct. Planck time, we don't know what happened prior to Planck time, which was just before the Big Bang, right? So if there was an eternal universe like Roger Penrose,
here before the Big Bang, do you think there was something here, and it's just the Big Bang that caused all the other stuff to come in?
Yeah, I think there's likely something here. Otherwise, there would have been nothing, and something coming from an absolute nothing. I would agree that seems irrational, incoherent.
That's
but
what
it depends on how you define.
I was saying about I don't believe nothing can come from nothing. Do you remember when I was saying that to you? I think early in the week.
Yeah, but it depends on what you mean by nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So a philosophical nothing, I think, is entirely conceptual and has no basis in reality. Lawrence Krauss's version of nothing, however, is what I would consider a scientific nothing. In other words, it's a vacuum that consists of no energy and no matter. The fact that it can give rise to that doesn't mean that it's not nothing, but theists will go, well, that's not really the nothing I'm talking about. But the nothing they're talking about is simply a concept that is in no way reflected in reality. And when I ask theists, why should I accept or even take seriously your conceptual or philosophical view of nothing, I get no coherent or substantive response as to why I should take that seriously. But yeah, stop spamming is here, my man is here. So
hi guys.
Now you come to troll me. Go on.
No. I've just had two heavy hours, so I'm relaxed and cool. The thing is, what I notice is, and there's something that Rob has actually pointed out to me a couple of times. We get bogged down talking about things we don't understand. fully understand. We have an inkling, we have a couple of bits of information here, but we are not on the same level when we are talking. So what we need to do in this group is establish what is the common ground that we have, that we can have a conversation about something that is useful, that is meaningful. Because I see in the comment already, yeah, here's the atheist, they want to convert. No, I don't give a continental damn what somebody believes. Everybody can believe what they want as long as it doesn't affect me. Now, if somebody comes to me and says, look, I need you to believe that my God is true or my book is true or whatever, and otherwise you're going to die, then it's starting to affect me. And then that's when I get a little bit cautious. But if we're talking about not believing something, then this does not, it does not lead anywhere. If I go and I say I don't believe A, it does not mean that I believe B. And this is something that we need to understand. And what we need to understand also is that if I am saying I don't believe in any way that a God exists, this does not mean that I am making any insinuation about you. So if you come to me and you say to me, well, I don't understand Big Bang, that's cool. But don't expect me, the non-believer, to explain it to you. Because the questions that people are asking here are quite complex. And I cannot explain a complex situation to somebody who doesn't even understand the basics. And this is the problem. So what we need to do is we need to go and establish something that we can talk about before we go and talk, because I'm not going to get into the science discussion, which I let myself get drawn into earlier because I thought, this is simple. It is not. So we need to get away from the science thing when it comes to people who don't believe gods exist. It has nothing to do with science. It has nothing to do with anything except that I don't believe it. And this is the thing that we need to. I'm just a person. So a person plus a God belief or something, or supernatural as a theist or whatever you want to call it. But a person who does not have that is just a normal person and not an expert now in quantum physics. That's what we need to understand.
So what? How do people? So how do we build understanding on stuff like Big Bang and all them sort of stuff? With from like obviously we're laymen, innit? We don't really understand it. We're not scientists. How do we get any better understanding of that?
Well, we can do that on a scientific basis, but we can't do it from an atheistic basic, as it were, because this doesn't make sense. I can only give you my information, my level of knowledge, but this has nothing, number one, to do with an atheist. But how can I talk about something where we don't even know the basics? You need to understand what a cow is before we can talk about milk. So if somebody says to me, explain milk to me, but I don't want to know what a cow is, it doesn't work.
And that's what I'm trying to say, though. So how do you build up the understanding so you can get to the level where you do know what the science people are talking about? Because obviously you've got to start from somewhere, isn't it?
Well, what you do is you can take baby steps, all right? You can say that we don't know what happened in the beginning at t equals 0. We don't know. There are three things which we have no knowledge of. That is the origin of the universe, origin of consciousness, origin of life. So those are the things we don't know. So, but that doesn't mean we need to stick a God in there and say, well, we don't know it, so God must have done it. So what we are saying is those three areas, we have no knowledge yet. We're working on it. But instead of sticking a God in there, why don't you go and find out? That's how I explain it. Then we go, okay, what we can say is that what Rob just mentioned, from Planck time, t, what is it, minus 37, 10 to the power of the minus 37 or something. Then we can see, we have data, we have information. From that moment onwards, we know we have a very good understanding of what happened, and we most likely have an understanding of what happened. We are not 100% sure, because we can't be, and it's not about certainty. It's about having an explanation what happened, and the explanation is that we have several models. Now, we have discarded models, so in other words, we have gained data on some of the possibilities of a flat universe, of a connected or whatever universe. So we know already some of the things. The problem is that we are scratching the surface. It took us millennia to find out that Earth is not flat and that it orbits the sun. We've only got a couple of hundred years of understanding of what an atom is, and we've only done like 50 years before we're understanding some of the stuff. So there's a huge amount that we don't know, and that is, we need to be humble in this and say we don't know, and we need to accept that we don't know. Exactly what you said, fella. It is one of the best explanations and assertions that we can make.
So, you know, like we were saying, you were just saying like atheism and science. Yeah, we people, because people always say, "Oh, atheists speak about science." Like atheism and science goes together, and it, like you just said, it's not the same thing. Like, but a lot of atheists will lean on what science results will say for answers to questions. So yeah, but I was just trying to say that atheism and science is not synonymous. Like you don't have to agree with what science says to be an atheist.
Exactly, because I'm passionate about the truth, and this is why I'm a skeptic. So I will say, well, okay, if there is the supernatural being, or if there is some sort of consciousness in the universe, demonstrate it. It's very easy. Look at the idiots in the chat. I mean, but you can't see the chat at the moment,
I see
right?
wait, yeah, I can see the chat still, but hey, stop. Another point I wanted to make as well, yeah, before you go off on the people, yeah, was that like I think because the people that believe in a religion or whatever, their standard it's like an ignorant position because they feel like they actually know how it is. So because you say you don't know or there's no answer to certain questions, they're taking it as a thing of, well, I'm right then because my belief, you can't disprove my belief or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, like, I'm taking it as a bit of an ignorant position.
Yeah. This is why all I want is from people to be honest. That's it.
Veli, I just want to ask you. Sorry to cut in, but I was going to ask you from what Shakara was saying. That's what I got. Like the whole because you have no one's been able to prove a soul. You can't just therefore disprove the fact that their soul exists. Do you understand what I meant? Or was that what Shakara was even saying at all? Like I don't know, because that's why I asked to talk to him about it.
Yeah, I didn't really get a chance still because I had to like, do a job real quick still. But like you know, I wanted to find out that what man was meaning by spirit sort of thing. So when man was saying spirit, what was you defining as your spirit? Like is it the same thing as your personality? Like or is it something separate or whatever? Because like when the way that I was explained this heaven or whatever was that like the way I understood it or had an understanding of it was that you're going to be you in heaven, but scientifically that means you're going to have the same memory or of you know what I mean, like or you're going to live the same or something. How's that going to work then? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, that's what I was saying as well. That's what I was saying, because I was like, fair enough if he has a different understanding of spirit and soul in it. So explain to us what he was talking about. But I felt like he was kind of dodging that question. But I don't know, Rob. What do you think? Cause Rob,
but that's why I
you
keep
got
saying that
yeah.
spirit, yeah, and soul or whatever is like your personality, just you. You know what I'm saying? That your first person personality that is experiencing your life now. But what if you get a brain injury or something happens to your head, it changes. Like it can change you. So and you mature as you grow up. So does your soul grow up? Does your soul get mature? You know what I'm saying? That. What if you die when you're a child? Are you always a child forever for the rest of your life? You never go to die when you're an old lady. What are you like an old lady with arthritis when you get to heaven and whatnot? You know what I'm saying? Like your arthritis is cured, but you're still an old lady. Like what? What
That's
if you
true.
choose what age you're gonna be? It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good point, you know. 'Cause when I die, if I die as an old man, I don't want to be an old man when I'm in whatever dimension I'm supposedly supposed to be in. Innit? You get me? No, yeah. So, no, Rob, what did you
Yeah,
get from
I
Shakara?
think his argument. Yeah, his argument is that if consciousness is phenomenal, right, but it reduces to the biological, he's prepared to entertain that. But his critique of me is, but hang on a moment, Rob, you are not prepared to entertain the phenomenal that gives rise to life. And I'm saying, well, what is the phenomenal, right? To me, life is biological. And I don't see anything phenomenal, and I don't see that you can equate it with consciousness. And I think we sort of went round and round with that part of it because I see nothing. And when I asked him, because I got sort of differing things, right? Because at one point I did ask him, is life entirely biological? At one point he said yes. Then he said it's possibly or probably biological. But then he also pointed out that it could be immaterial or it could be phenomenological. I kind of like that word. But I just see no reason to think that there's some phenomenology which is unexplainable in there. If it's biology and that's what the definition of life points to, then Occam's razor says that's all we need. And if you're going to postulate something else there, it doesn't seem like it's necessary. So that's kind of what I got from it. But I don't think. And then if you're going to, whatever this thing is, if you're then going to call it a spirit or a soul, and we never even got to that part. Okay, so how does this actually work? Because then you have something called an interaction problem. So if you have this sort of immaterial thing, what seems to be clear is the consciousness and the brain are tied together. So that interaction, while we still don't understand it to its fullest degree, if you're going to postulate a soul or a spirit and claim that it's something phenomenological, how does that even work? How does it even interact with the body, right? Because the brain and the consciousness, we know interacts together as best we can understand. But if you're going to postulate something else and it interacts with life, well, how exactly does that happen? And if it's a mystery, and to me, biology explains life, then I see no reason to accept that there's something that's phenomenological that you can't explain, even from an interaction point of view, that gives rise to life. I think that's as far as we can go there, to me anyway.
Yo, I'm about to go for a tunnel, yes, so it might cut out. So you don't carry on the conversation. I'm still listening, though.
But I mean, Stops and I, we agree on many, many things. It's amazing how much we do agree. But on the sort of atheism thing, we sort of disagree. Stops doesn't take the philosophical view on atheism. And even with this morning with why so religious, we never got as far as I'd like to have with his whole lack of belief thing, which is the view that I used to have. And so atheists can differ, and people sort of look at that. But even within theism, right, theists differ. You have people that don't believe that God is all knowing. You have people that believe that we don't have free will, and these are genuine Christians, for example, who will argue their point, right? So even within theology, there's differences. So of course, with atheism, where we don't appeal to one particular book, but rather a scientific method, there are going to be differences of opinion. That's the way the world works. And if people are looking for certainty or like one book that we all appeal to, no, that's what some religions do, not even all religions, by the way. So, and they try to, hold us to that standard. And we keep having to explain that while we do accept that a God doesn't exist and we accept reason, and most of us accept science, after that, you've got to ask us, right? What is it that each person believes? So atheism is it's a very wide term. And maybe that's kind of why Stops doesn't like it to some degree, because it isn't as clear as, for example, or at least somewhat clear, like a Muslim, right? They believe in Allah, and Muhammad is his last messenger. He sent down, these messages. There's stuff that almost every Muslim agrees on. With atheism, quote unquote, we don't agree even to that level. So it's difficult sometimes for theists, I think, to argue, because they can't pin us to a book, right?
Yeah.
A particular book.
No, it's true. Even some atheists don't even agree with science. Some atheists say science is illogical, wrong, and what I mean. There are some atheists who are against killing children. So, you get me? So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Weiso and I had a discussion this morning. I'm pro-choice. He's pro-life to some degree. He will take it to the Supreme Court. But again, I felt, that was an inconsistency. If your view is just that you want to be heard, fine. But it's not just that you want to be heard. If you're going to
Do you
appeal
want to
something in court,
yeah. He wants to
So
change something. Yeah. No,
yeah, of
100%.
course. Ultimately, and he was reluctant to say so, but ultimately he wants to regulate a woman's body. That's his ultimate outcome. Now,
Yeah,
he
that's this.
wasn't
Yeah.
prepared to say that, but why else would you go all the way to the Supreme Court unless
Right.
you
Yeah.
want to say, hey, a man has got a say in whether a woman keeps a child or not? And without the man if the man says, no, you cannot get rid of it, then she would be forced to keep it. That's the ultimate outcome that he was reluctant to go towards, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
No,
again, we need
100%.
to
I
understand
thought.
that this is a discussion amongst people who don't have a God belief. All right.
Yeah.
So there is not something that you can say, well, like Rob, and this is I think the most important stuff. What Rob was just saying, a Muslim and a Christian will agree on something. I mean, Lady Di will probably, or is it Lady D or Lady Di?
Lady
It's Lady Divine.
Okay, what did
Lady
you give?
Divine.
Okay, Lady Divine will not agree with either of them. So the all that a non-believer will agree on is that they don't believe that gods exist. But the same that I'm saying this now, we people who don't believe God, we are split on like millions of things. The same is true with those who believe gods exist. Everybody has a different God. Everybody has
Not even
different
that. All you have to
interpretations.
do is ask the Christians, Catholics, Pentecostal,
And so on.
Baptists.
Exactly. There's
It's
33,000
just
different
so
denominations. Yeah.
it's such
But
an insane thing to say as a critique.
And
Like
it
from a
shows
theist,
you,
it's just
it shows you
insane.
that there can't be a God. There can't be a single God, because if there were a single God, everybody would believe the same single God, and nobody does. So
That's
anyway,
what.
so we have all these differences. So what is the point of talking about this? What we can only do is try and understand one another. That's the only thing we can do on the basics.
No,
Yeah, that sounds
100%.
good to me. And
Yeah. Even.
also as well, don't you think, right? Whenever you're in an argument or in apologetics in general, your ego should be left at the door.
That's difficult. Are you wearing a face mask?
Yes, I'm wearing a
That's
face
why it
mask. Sorry.
sounds like it.
Yeah, sorry. I'm at work being a hero. I'm a key worker and I'm a hero apparently. Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not sorry.
yeah,
Come on. I'm just showing how observant I am. Come on.
yeah. See, this is the thing, right? This is what I'm saying. Like theists are so angry all the time, and I don't understand why. And for me, that's a real like sticky bit for me. Can anyone explain?
But this is what I said to you, Ultra, that the people that you see come to Speaker's Corner, I feel like a lot of them have a mental illness. And that mental illness is like this idea that, cause the general people are not like that. People like that, they're mostly cult. They like even certain things like, when we talk about things like slavery, like people in their everyday life will burn it out. But as soon as you start relating it to some of the people at Speaker's Corner's books or whatnot, they start, jocking and driving and bobbing and weaving and doing all kinds of mental gymnastics to justify
So
it.
wait, would you say cognitive dissonance is a mental health condition? I'm not sure if it is. I think it's a reaction and a response to
I mean,
not being
yeah,
able to process information. I'm not sure if it's mental health.
yeah,
Like,
maybe that wasn't a good example, but in terms of like when it comes to the general people of Speaker's Corner, a lot of the people there I've noticed it just feels like they've got a opinion that is a fact and they have to tell everyone. So yeah, it's kind of yeah. I would say you're looking in a Speaker's Corner world, whilst if you were stepping into the outside world, like if you were at work or something, no one's like that, and they're all Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, Christians
everyone.
around you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's
So,
weird.
Aaron Monsell, are you a Muslim or Christian or what, are you any way affiliated?
No, I'm an atheist.
So what are we doing here?
Nothing. We're just stroking each other's egos. But the thing is, we're supposed to be on trial, yeah. And I won't lie to you, stop spamming. The last couple of days has been such a poor showing from the theists, right? Because like when we had Christian Week, we got the Bible, You read certain passages from the Bible that we personally felt were immoral and or couldn't be implemented today in a functioning society. We did the same thing with the Muslims. You got the Hadiths, we got the passages from the Quran, and we said this stuff is heinous and or we don't like it or it can't be implemented today. We did the same thing with African spirituality. We got the tenets and we asked Shaka to explain it to us, and then we asked him how it could be implemented today. Now, while G Block and atheism is on trial, the only thing we've had is I hate you.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, but that's all there is. Yeah. What else can you
That's
do?
it. I hate you. And I don't like you because you're an atheist. Oh, no. Here's the classic one. And I'm being honest, when I see this argument, I just roll my eyes now because it's like, well, because you're an atheist, you don't have morals.
Oh my God, yeah, that's terrible. Yeah.
That's the classic. And the thing is, it's not the fact that they're saying it. What makes me like really sad that I have to share a planet with these people is that I think there's a possibility they genuinely believe that.
Yeah.
And it's strange. It's strange.
The funny thing is, earlier, were you here earlier? Did you hear when I tried to explain subjective and objective?
No, I missed that. I missed it. I was
There
being
was
a
a
hero.
reference now in the chat because I said, well, if somebody is like Lady Divine says she's a woman, okay, I believe her, fine, cool. I believe that I'm a man, cool. But this is subjective. It's not objective because it depends on the criteria that you apply. If you are looking at chromosomes, it's well possible that I, somewhere along the line, have too many X chromosomes. The same thing can happen to Lady Divine, that she has 1 or 2 Y chromosomes somewhere in the set. We don't know that. So
no, Lady Divine's
subjectively, we
all
have
woman.
a
I can vouch for that.
differentiation. But
No.
Lady
Wait, hold
Divine's
on.
all
Yeah.
women. She's
Hold on,
all
hold on.
woman. I'm vouching for that. I'm sorry. I'm vouching for that.
No, hold on. Ultra, this is what we're saying, yeah. In science, yeah, and especially to do with genetics and all this stuff of X and Y, yeah. There are people who supposed to be female but have XY chromosomes.
Correct. Yeah. This is when do you know SRY? It doesn't matter. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. So
no, wait, Raf. Before you continue, I've got really bad news.
What?
I have to go.
Oh.
No, I've got to drive, man. But listen,
Ultra
if
moral.
you can keep the conversation going until 17:26, yeah, 5:26, and I will be back. Veli,
You see,
at
this
17.
is subjective because it depends on what time zone you're in.
I'm Greenwich Mean Time.
That's exactly
Greenwich
my
Mean
point.
Time.
This is the difference
Greenwich Mean
between
Time.
subjective and objective. If it's objective, you will give us the time in Zulu, and subjective is if you give it in your time zone. That's exactly the difference. It's a brilliant example.
Perfect. Now, listen, if you're not sure what the hell is going on, it probably means you've got comprehension problems, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Stick around because we're going to make you smart. #atheism.
Okay, I see in the chat now something. Atheists have subjective moral. They do not derive from God, instead from themselves. Okay, is there any theist who wants to come on here and discuss morality?
Stop spamming. I think this is where the problem is. And I was listening to when Ultra was speaking. And early in the week, and I was talking to Rob and Why So Religious about morals and some of the other brothers. And what was happening is that what happened is when we got to the base and the crux of their arguments, their morality tend to stem from their previous religious beliefs, i.e. from children that they got from their parents, whether it be from Christian values or whatever way it came from, but it seems to have a religious aspect to it. So the religious people are arguing that basically you're borrowing from our belief, our way of life, our religion, but you're still yet calling yourselves atheists. How can it be?
Lady
that's a
Divine,
good point, yeah.
Hold on. Lady Divine, yeah. Why stop there, innit? Because I was the same question, because I know M.A. Brown came in yesterday, and I know he was doing a bit of trolling, but when I spoke to him before about this,
I missed it yesterday. So go and fill me in. Yeah.
No, this was like 2 days ago. I said, why stop there, innit? Right. Everyone knows historically that the Abrahamics don't predate
things like African spirituality or Sumerian, all these other forms of spirituality. We know that doesn't. So where did they take their one from them too? Do you understand? And then where did those people get their one from? What's that? So this idea that it just came. So if this idea that it just came from, oh, this, like, no, it's always been coming from previous groups. And if you go back even further, people probably didn't even have a gun to concepts. We're still coming up with some type of moral system, and that was just from subjective views or points of life, innit?
So do you think that morals then kind of, we take religion out of it and we try to rewind? Do you think when like the first, I guess, man, women walked on this face of the earth, do you think their morals were instinctively human, or do you think it was, they just obviously knew right from wrong, or do you think it was something that maybe a higher being could have possibly given to them, or an angel, or whatever they want to call it as via
Well,
religious belief?
Well, right or wrong, like even when you look amongst animals, yeah, like a baby cub, a lion cub, goes up and keeps annoying daddy. Daddy's gonna start swiping at him, and he knows not to do that again. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this idea that, what's it called? We just learned it. Like, we could have had it for a long time ago. It's just the fact that we just come up with a new name for it, and a what I would call a higher understanding of it, if you understand what I'm saying.
No, I'm getting it now, but what happened is earlier in the week, this is where the problem was. It wasn't explained like that. It actually became more of a joke and shots taken. I was taking shots, I'm not going to lie. I really was taking shots. But when we got to the crux of it, and this is what I started to say, Veli is Christian. No, Veli's Rasta, Ultra's Christian, and James is a blasted Roman Catholic, because it just comes from where a lot of their things they have today actually comes from previously, before they were men enough to make their own decisions and choose their own, to be atheists. They came from some form of school of belief, and that's where a lot of who they are today has come from, their way of life.
But then you can also go on to see that some of the views that we have do differ from them. And where do we get them from? That's because we have come up with them ourselves.
Exactly.
That's not a problem, coming up with a system yourself. It's just the fact that to say that someone, is immoral or doesn't have any morals because it doesn't have an objective morality or standpoint I think it's a silly argument, because you could go and ask, well, where did the creator get his moral system from?
That's the point, exactly. And this is exactly what I was just going to say, because Lady Divine has a point that a lot of people believe this. But if you take it back, like what you just said, Eero, if you take it back through the generations, where did it start?
Exactly.
I think that's a conversation to be had, but the Rasta's here to defend his thing, innit? Go on, true.
You can be my mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Raspberry, yeah?
She said you're a Rasta, innit? You're a Rasta origins.
Yeah, man. Raspberry, Come on. Well, go on, man. Where's my smoke at, man? You get me? That don't smoke all day, mate.
Okay, we need some fireworks here. Come on, guys. We can't be here just stroking our egos. We need to have somebody on here who gives us some uphill. A question that I don't know if I should wait for this, but
man. He should have been here giving us
yeah, he should be on here still.
The thing is that
giving us some smoke, man. He should give us some issues in that, bro.
If somebody comes to you and says morality comes from a god, ask them whether they eat human flesh. Now, a lot of people don't eat human flesh, but where do they get this from? It's not in the Quran, it's not in the Bible, it's not there. So where do they get this from? They can't just say, well, we got it from our God, because it's not in the book, because everything they get is through their whatever books. It's not there. Yeah. So where do you get it from?
I don't even know, mate. Yeah. That went from the Bible or the Quran, was it?
So this is why to talk to an atheist, to a non-believer about morality is futile.
That means if he was in like a cannibal family or something, and he was cannibal to the generation, you might not see nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. Even Velia, you see, when we talk about abortion, right? Even in the Bible, it doesn't mention anything about it being bad. In fact, you even see places where it advocates for abortion.
Yeah.
So this idea that that all this stuff that they're following today, it's not from. It's just people. They came up with it themselves. So,
brother, I would argue, but it kind of
Water
goes.
don't come with smoke, man. It only comes with birthday candles. We need someone
No,
that
I was
come with
gonna
big guns, man.
Shut up,
After
Ellie. You're looking for the
no
smoke.
birthday
You're looking
candles,
for
man.
smoke.
He
But
brings birthday
yeah, I
candles
think
and a cupcake, like, happy birthday, Belly. I'm like, yeah, cool, bro.
No, Veli, did you
hold on quickly, just to hit
Veli.
on the brother's point about the the abortion. Okay, it might not specifically say like abortions, like you shouldn't have abortions, but it does say well, I know according to the Christians anyway, at least, do and thou shall not murder. So isn't that
yeah,
not
thou shalt not
under
kill.
that?
But then,
Oh,
but
or
but
kill,
but that's
yeah.
but that's the thing. When you go to Numbers 5, I think it's 11 to 31. It's literally like describing a process of where a woman has supposedly cheated on her husband, so they bring her before the Pharisees or whatnot, and basically the law is that if she drinks the poison and the baby falls out and dies, therefore she's cheated. If she doesn't, then she's proven to be innocent. So I don't know where that thou shalt not kill then goes to therefore don't do abortions, because the same people also argue for what's it called, the death penalty for certain people.
I hear you. I think you're saying kind of it's it's contradictory. Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one. It's a hard one, man.
Oh, isn't it? You know when man come down from the hill with the tablets saying thou shalt not kill, and people was worshipping the calves, the golden calf.
Then he goes out and kills. This is
Man
what we're
killed the man
saying.
with a tablet in his hand, fam. What you mean?
Yeah. And not even that, Veli. He was the one that committed remember he killed an Egyptian and ran away. So yeah, this idea of
You guys
I
don't
what, yeah,
realize
what's
that
weird.
you
Why
guys
does the
don't realize in
Abraham
the
and faith?
Bible.
Why the Abraham and
Atheist
faith
are
against
fucking with
Egypt so bad? Walter, why is the Bible against Egypt so bad? Why is Egypt so bad to the Bible and then
the
people like
Bible's
Islam?
not against.
because they don't want to respect their real father. They don't want to give the credit to their father where it's due.
Thank you, atheist.
The father, you see the father extends his hand to help them, and he just slaps it away. Like, what kind of disrespect is that? Like, you see what I'm saying?
I really don't understand what
We've
you're
got a
saying
theist
here.
here, guys. We've got a theist who wants to
They
ask
left
questions.
Egypt. They left Egypt because they were a slave under Egypt. Remember at the beginning you have the
theist,
story
what is
of
your
the 12 sons. They lived in Egypt. Everything was going cool. And then all of a sudden, the story goes that they became that Egypt turned against them because they were having too many kids.
Yeah, Walter, don't worry. Just
slavery.
we know that. Just ask us a question about
So then why
to
asking me
put
why
us
are they
under
so bad
pressure.
to Egypt? I don't get it.
No, that we know, but let's go on a different point. Let's you've come on here to give us some
All right.
type of smoke. Yeah, I know you ain't got no smoke, but just give us the little
I already gave you
flame,
guys smoke. You guys
the
turned me away
little
because you
flame
won't
that you
answer the
got.
questions of intelligence and value. It's like, oh, that's too difficult. I can't deal with it.
Okay, what's the question?
What was the question then?
It was about intelligence. The beginning. You guys are not willing to admit the intelligence to that's involved in the universe. You're not
Is that
willing
a question?
to admit.
The
I already did
cosmological
this.
argument.
I already did this with Rob.
Okay,
So
why
you want
should
me
we
to do it
care?
with you
What
now?
is your question?
The question is how can you deny the intelligence that is involved in creating the universe?
You can only deny what has been demonstrated to exist. Next question.
You know for a fact that there's mathematical equations, physical equations, chemical equations that are all you need intelligence to understand them. So don't
What's
tell me
your
they
question?
just popped up out of evolution, a fluke. You
What
deny
is your
the
question?
intelligence. You deny
What is
intelligence.
the question? What is your question?
Why do you deny the intelligence that is involved in
I just
making
answered
the
it. You can
universe?
only deny what has been demonstrated to exist. Next
I
question.
have demonstrated. Your own science has demonstrated it.
Okay, that is your question. What is your question? You said, why can you?
No,
How can you deny it? I've
that's
answered
not
it.
an
What's the
answer
next
to the
question?
Stop spamming. That's not an answer. That's a cop out because you know there's intelligence in the universe, and all you did was say what? Nothing. Like
What
nothing.
is your
Stop
question?
spamming. Nothing. The same question. That's not an answer. I'm sorry.
Well, you're getting the same answer. If you understand it or not is not my
Well, there
problem.
you go. Valley. Now you see why you can't smoke any atheists because they don't answer questions. They just and gone. You can't answer. Why is there value? There is no value. This is how it goes. Value. Why do humans have no value if God doesn't exist? They don't have any value. Okay, fine. Okay. So you see, in atheism, there is nothing to smoke because there is nothing there.
Correct. You
So
see,
guys,
now you're starting to get it. Well done, Walter.
But you guys don't realize is that like the 2% of atheists in the world don't mean much.
Exactly. So why are you so worried? Why are you so scared of us?
I am not worried. This is a debate board. You guys are saying, we were talking about something. You brought it back to your atheism. I told you about
what is
intelligence in the
atheism?
universe. You blow it off.
Okay.
You blow it off like nothing.
Rubbish. What is atheism?
How
How
can
can
it
not
be
believing
rubbish?
something be an ism?
You're now we're going to talk about what's atheism, what's not atheism. Oh, here we go.
Well, you're using words you don't understand.
Does God exist?
Why?
Okay. Does God exist?
I don't know. Define God.
Do you believe God exists? Okay, an intelligent creator.
What is an intelligent creator? If an intelligent creator existed, we wouldn't be wobbling through space.
The universe. Something that created the universe.
How the fuck should I know?
Continue. Okay. Do you believe in something that something intelligent created the universe?
No.
Bingo. You're an atheist. It's that simple.
So an atheist to you is somebody that does not believe that there is an intelligent creator who created the universe.
Yeah, for me that's what it is. Okay.
Okay, great. So we agree on something. You see, we're getting somewhere. Yeah. We're educating you.
So
next, please.
So now I tell you about intelligence to create a universe. You told me, well, there's no intelligence.
No, I said I don't believe that there is an intelligent creator who created the universe.
You just but yet I show you intelligence involved in creating a universe, and you say that's not intelligent.
No, there is no intelligent creator who created the universe, because if there were an intelligent creator, we wouldn't have the chaos in the universe.
So where did the intelligence come from?
What intelligence of the intelligent creator? It's your imagination.
So where does intelligence come from?
Your imagination.
So nobody's intelligent, and we're all imagining, we're just all coming up with it.
Oh, you mean in a human being, the intelligence?
Intelligence is something outside of humanity also. Physics, chemistry.
Okay, you're making statements, you're not asking questions.
Listen, stop spamming. You're acting like you don't understand what I'm trying to get out of here.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm not sure if Walter understands what he's saying, actually, to be fair. I mean, he's obviously going with, intelligent design. That's his view, right? Like the universe has been designed intelligently by a teleological, and he asserts this, and why are we denying this?
Well,
he hasn't demonstrated that it's true.
I'm trying to put the intelligent question ahead, but you guys are not willing to accept that as intelligence. You believe it just popped up from fluke. So what do you want me to say?
And I've explained to you, Walter.
That? Why are you telling us what we believe, which is wrong?
So every atheist believes something different too, no?
It is, no. Every atheist, if you have defined that an atheist is somebody who does not believe there's an intelligent creator who created the universe, is identical. This is the only thing that is a commonality between atheists, if that is your definition.
Okay, so you believe that there's no intelligence involved in creating this universe?
No, I don't.
And everything popped up
it's a non-belief. It's not believing. It's not believing something. It's not believing something.
Like you're just running around in circles here. You just want to try to.
If you're saying something wrong, why should I accept something that is wrong?
But you know exactly what we're trying to talk about.
No, I don't know.
is
That's
you
why I'm
just try to
asking you.
play
See, I
word
ask
games.
questions. You don't.
You put religions against each other, and at the end of the day, you don't even want to admit to the reality that there is intelligence and design in this universe.
Well, demonstrate it.
You demonstrate. I don't have to demonstrate. Your scientists demonstrate it every day.
You just made a claim. I'm asking you to demonstrate it.
Does science demonstrate intelligence in the universe?
Well, then demonstrate it.
So physics, chemistry, math, in order to figure out the distance of planets, to put together how far things are from each other, how the planet orbits, that's not intelligence.
I can measure anything. I can measure the width of the table. I'm intelligent, yes.
So where did that come? Where does that come from? Like if you build here, I'm gonna have to do it like from scratch. Okay, I build a house. Okay, the house is built. Okay, because we're obviously gonna have to go with the small house because you obviously believe that a major universe is too complicated for yourself. So you build a house, and it's structured perfectly square. And if you move a beam, it's all gonna fall down. Do you believe it was built by somebody or just popped up by itself?
No, I believe that you just said, if we build a house, then that means somebody
I have
built
to
it.
start with the house because obviously the universe is too complicated for you to understand. So let's
No,
work
you see,
maybe
it doesn't work
maybe
like that. This is the old
maybe a
watchmaker
pair of
argument.
glasses.
Okay, it doesn't work like that.
It's not old. It's never been duped.
It's been
just thrown
refuted
aside.
the minute it was
It has
uttered.
never been refuted.
The
It has
minute
never been refuted.
The minute it was uttered, it was refuted because it's stupid, it's childish,
How?
it's ridiculous.
Where? When? How's it refuted? Show me.
You
Tell
don't
me
need to
where there's no
shout at me.
intelligence.
You have a microphone. We have modern technology. You don't need to shout.
I know. Sometimes my microphone doesn't work that good.
Well, then get an intelligent creator to create one intelligently.
Listen,
Walter, you sure it's just
you
the
know
microphone
very
that doesn't
well
work?
that in order to measure distances, how to get to certain places, how to mathematical. You know that mathematical equations are done, physical equations are done, chemical equations are done, and they undo how the Earth is made, DNA and all that. And you are not willing to admit that had to be an outside source to do this.
This is your claim. Demonstrate it.
But there we go again. It doesn't believe in the science.
And what claim wasn't refuted? Walter, will you tell him
no, but it doesn't make sense. Like he will admit to the person who builds that there's somebody who built that house, but the scientist will never admit that there was a builder of the universe.
This is not true. As soon as you demonstrate what,
true.
how, where, we will all accept it. We will all admit this.
Guys,
because it would be stupid not to.
You are saying that from nothing, Lawrence Krauss now said there was something. There was something from something, which almost is nothing. All this just happened. Mathematical equation, logic, physical equation. All the elements came together. Everything popped into existence. Yes or no? Didn't you say that?
Okay, you've told me now what Professor Krauss thinks. Why should I care what Professor Krauss thinks?
Okay, Rob brought it up last time. Okay, Rob, he doesn't care about your point. So we'll work now with my point. Is there intelligence in the design of the universe? No, right?
No.
And so math came from where?
Mathematics, it's a theoretical concept. Human beings came up with a theoretical concept.
Where did the physics come from?
Physics is a
with the
description
universe.
of
This
the
is an
universe.
observation we make.
Yeah, it's a description of the
Where
universe.
did chemistry come from?
It's an observation we make.
Create. Okay, so now the observation is that you calculate 2 + 2 = 4, and that's just an observation. It's not logic. It's not true statement.
It has nothing to
is
do with
within its domain
logical
of
thinking.
applicability.
Mathematics
2
is
+
just
2
something
= 4
theoretical.
is nothing to do with logic. 2 + 2
Correct.
= 4 has nothing to do with logic.
Correct.
So if I take two pieces and I put it comes 4, or I take my right angle and I create it, has nothing to do with logic. It's just
Correct. This is
a right
mathematics. Actually, this is geometry.
Oh God! It's like I'm talking. See, this is what I mean. He'll never admit to the truth that there is intelligence in the design of the universe. And
Walter,
these guys
let me tell you something. As soon as you show something,
the watchmaker argument, but yet they don't show us how it is that this watch is made with intelligence.
Okay, you need to show us something
You
that
just
makes
blow it
sense.
off.
You need to show us something
We show you the elements. We show you mathematical
Can you shut up? How many words am I allowed to say before you start talking?
We show you chemical, and
very
it's not
excited.
enough. We show you
He doesn't have
distances
rational
from
conversations.
stars. We show you how the planets are moving perfectly in line with each other. We
Yes,
show you
okay,
how
and
the
what?
planets
What is the
farther or
question?
closer. Well, you have no life. But yet you say there's no intelligence involved.
Okay, how many words can I say before you talk over me?
Whatever you want. I know what you're going to say. Oh, I don't believe it.
Well, then can you shut up for 30 seconds? The thing is that as soon as you show us something, as soon as you make a claim,
there you go.
And then you back.
There you go.
Oh my God, I don't even have 30 seconds. I have 3 seconds. That's all I have. As soon
Man,
as you
I
show
just
us.
showed you. Do I have to write it down like mathematician? Do we have to put it together like do I have to show you some kind of quantum physical education?
No, you need to shut up for 30 seconds. Can you shut up for 30 seconds? Can you shut up? This is a question. It has a squiggly thing at the end. It's called a question mark. There's a question mark at the end. Can you shut up for 30 seconds?
Go for it, stop some timing it.
Yeah. He can't even answer this simple question
go.
like this.
I'm here. I'm waiting. I'm waiting, and all you're doing is talk. Go.
Super.
30
As
seconds.
soon as you make a claim that you are able to back up and substantiate with some sort of evidence, anyone with 2 brain cells working simultaneously will accept that and will believe that. But it requires evidence. It requires you to show something that you are claiming.
I am showing you the universe.
But you believe in miracles anyway, Walter.
How hard is that to
not,
understand?
The design isn't that intelligent, is it? It's pretty random. Because you believe people can just come back to life.
It's like
people can split oceans and stuff. You believe in miracles, so you don't really believe mathematics can describe the whole universe.
Now we're going to talk about my religion. Are we going to go to my religion?
No, I'm just saying, there is no such thing as an intelligent design for you anyway. Because you believe that random shit can happen.
So again, you also don't want to admit that there is intelligence in the universe.
No, I'm saying you don't believe it. Why are you? No, but you're
How do you say
projecting.
I don't believe it?
Us. Why, you don't believe that though.
I don't believe intelligence to design this universe. What?
No, I'm saying you believe, yeah. So, for example, mathematics isn't what's the word, man? Isn't a definite rule or isn't definite because you believe that things can contravene all of the rules. You believe things can contravene logic and contravene mathematics because at a whim, yeah, a miracle can be performed that contravenes all of the natural laws. So that how great a design is it if things can happen arguably randomly or things can go against the rules, then the rules aren't that great, innit? You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. So because there's science and physics and math in the creation of a universe, or you need to detect that, that means that there was no intelligence involved in it.
No, but they may not have been based on your understanding.
Because I believe in a. So wait a minute. So because I believe that there's a source that could break some of those rules, you can't accept the intelligence in the design of the universe.
No, but you can't explain that scientifically. You can't explain that scientifically, can you? Can't explain the source scientifically.
Can you explain to me how you need intelligence to understand the universe?
I'll explain that to you as soon as you explain how, with a stick, you can part an ocean.
How does this have to do with the intelligence in the universe?
Because how intelligent is
you don't even believe you don't believe in God, and it wasn't with a stick. First of all, there was no stick. You watch too many movies.
No, he will not get this, James. Really, this is exactly the question, but he will not be able to answer that. Instead, he comes up with this stupid watches and houses.
You guys just turned it around. You made it sound like that I created a cup, but yet I can't squash it if I want to.
Walter, you are not capable of asking a question. You are not capable
if I built
of
a house,
answering a question.
listen,
What is wrong with you?
listen, if I built a house, and I made it so that the rain can't go through, and then I punch a hole into it so rain can through, you say that's not a miracle. For you, it makes no sense. How could you do it? How can all of a sudden you build such a perfect house and all of a sudden there's water
Okay,
going
but
through
can
the
you shake a stick at it and suddenly the roof is fixed again?
Like, come on, man. What is that? That's like small potatoes. Another giggle start. Giggles James Jones.
Sorry.
Where to Giggles James Jones, where the one outside the universe who creates the universe cannot manipulate the universe he's in. Because
Walter,
he built it so nothing can't touch it. Like,
Walter, can I just?
I could build the house. I can manipulate
just
the house. I just build.
Walter, can I just update you on something? If you're going to claim that the universe has teleological intelligence, you need to make an argument, right? An argument requires you to put forward some ideas and then to back them up, if that's what your claim is. If you all want to ask us what we believe, we'll tell you what we believe, right? But if you're saying that there's a teleological intelligence, tell us why that's the case and why we should believe it. And if you just point to the watchmaker argument, we can tell you why that's wrong. If you point to all these other things, we can explain to you why naturalistic processes also explain that, if not better. So go ahead.
I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, Walter. Yeah.
You'll have to restart then. Jump in again.
Hello.
You got it.
Rob, you got him speechless.
He's got that Yahweh connection.
Feli, you're supposed to be driving. What you doing here?
I ain't driving. I'm parked up, mate.
I thought you're having a discussion and parking and driving and everything at the same time.
No, parked up now. I'm finished, man. Done, man. Just having a cigarette.
Yeah, the problem with Walter is that he makes claims, but he doesn't know why he's making the claims. I've been, on with him before, where he made a claim from out of the Bible. I showed him that he was wrong, and then he just gets upset and he gets angry and he starts shouting, but he doesn't really have any real arguments. So this is a bit sad. It's a pity there's not somebody here who can really just talk about this. And I didn't know that this week was Atheist Week because, Veli, really, I need to slap you around a bit. How can you make titles about smoking and give us smoke and not feelings? And I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You know why, yeah? Because I've been telling all the people all week, make questions that they want to put to the atheists, No one's ain't coming up with no questions or nothing. Everyone's just like, whatever, man. So I'm just like, fuck it. Just come and just say, question everything and anything, then, innit?
Everyone, the only thing people come with, from my understanding, is
part of the water. That's what
how much they hate Rob and me.
And if you're atheist, you could be close to LGBTQ and LMNSTQ.
Can I just say something about? Can I say something about what you said yesterday? About whatever Ansar said. I think people need to understand that this fishing for sound bites is really childish and immature. If you say, let me remove every bad thing about something and something is fundamentally good in principle, and then ask the second question, is the thing therefore good? And someone says, yeah, fine, it's okay. Don't tell me that that's them endorsing it, because you've literally, if I say self-harming is good, there's absolutely nothing. When you cut yourself, it's actually better for you. You become more healthy by cutting yourself, and then go, so is cutting yourself good? And someone says yes, and then go, they agree with self-harm, is the most retarded fucking line of questioning and method of obtaining sound bites in the world, isn't it? Because no one, incest at a fundamental level is not good, will always cause somebody harm. Therefore, to remove all of the harm element and then say, is it good, therefore, is a waste of time, and all you're doing is fishing for soundbite. So what he answered the question was, he said, if something absolutely hurts no one and has absolutely zero net negative effect, it's fine to do it. That's what he said.
Hey, do you know what? Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, what the theists could have put to us or whatever. Yeah, should you answer a question honestly, or even I could have had for a question of the day or whatever. Should you answer a question honestly when you know it's a setup to do you know what I'm saying? Like when it's a setup to for foul sort of thing. Like it's a set. You know, like because that question that's like a setup, isn't it? Like because if you're going to be honest in something like that to say right, if it's all good and there's nothing wrong with it, but then you put something heinous and say yeah, but everything that's bad about it is now good or whatever, then you have to say it's good. That's a setup, really, isn't it? Like, so should you really answer that honestly and say, yeah, you should have to do that, or should you say, well, I still disagree with it anyway, or whatever?
Depends how intelligent the person you're talking to is, isn't it? Or like just simple.
Well, again, if it's someone that's mad intelligent or extra smart or whatever, would they try to put that a question like that to you? Or
Vali, I do think though I do think we've got to answer whatever hypothetical. If we're putting things to them, then we need to abide by the same standards we do for them. Now, if you get somebody like 3B who doesn't entertain or know what hypotheticals are, fine, then you can imply a different standard there. But for other people who are prepared to entertain it, then I think we have to do the same. And I said it last night, I'm not sure not last night, a couple of nights ago. If we have to bite the bullet on incest in the sense of the following, one sec for me.
Saying, yeah, hypothetically agreeing that incest is okay for the point that they've been able to prove that it's all okay. In real reality, it's not been proven to be okay in science and whatever the stuff you're sort of standing on anyway. It's only in a hypothetical situation.
Isn't there like first some first cousins that get married sometimes?
I would think so, boy.
That's in Islam.
I heard of that.
Can I just say that? Oh, yeah. Go on. Carry on, stops.
But because I remember when I was a kid, someone told me one time, oh, they were first cousins, they got married, and like the kids seemed to turn out okay. But I was a kid at that time. I remember it because I didn't even know what that meant. I was just like a kid. I was like, what's going on? But
yeah,
I feel like you don't know what it means now.
Huh?
Nothing. Carry on.
No, but I mean, it's just to show that there's actually nothing against people doing that, right? Like in modern law. Like, well, I mean, family incest, like in like your brother sister type, unless sister, I don't know, maybe. But I think there's no laws to first cousin or second cousin stuff like that, right? In England or I don't know. Hello?
Okay, what do you want to hear? No, it's incest.
Right, just
so you shouldn't be marrying your first degree or level cousin.
But okay, the question is this: there is no law against it, is there?
I don't know. Do I know the laws of every single country?
Okay, so I don't know. I don't know. I've never checked. I'm asking a question.
Okay, genetically, it should be, if there is no law, there should be, because it causes genetic deficiencies in the long run. So it should not be something that is allowed in society. Unfortunately, in Islam, it is allowed because it's in the Quran. They have this incest built in. That's the way that it is.
I'll have to check
India. Why should I be from India? Do I speak like an Indian? No, I don't. What the hell is your problem? Why do so many people think I'm from India?
India.
Look, Nani, you're an idiot, okay? You're making stupid comments here. An atheist is just somebody who does not believe gods exist, and that is it. Now, what I'm saying is I reject incest. I reject any incestuous relationship, but I don't criminalize it. So don't say that I don't have a problem with it and I welcome incest and things like that. No, I am very clear that I reject it, but I don't think it should be criminalized. Are you clear? I'm not in part Iranian. No, I'm not Iranian either. I'm European. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? I don't speak for women's rights. I I don't need to speak for women's rights. Women's rights are women's rights. That's it. I don't need to speak for them. I just think that they should be there finished. Who's this nanny? I mean, Jesus, what
at
an
least
idiot.
stops versus the comments. This is quite funny still. Stops
No, he
versus
lived
comments.
it though, yeah. I can't remember who it was. Someone was saying,
Answering comments, or is Lady Divine talking? Is somebody
Huh?
talking, or is he answering comments?
I was now answering comments because there's some person in there, nanny something, who's giving me shit.
Lady Divine, say something. I want to see if I hear you.
I wasn't speaking,
Okay.
you know. I was listening to Stop Spamming, and he was saying that being an atheist is a rejection of.
Oh, he's answering comments
It's
there.
not
Okay.
rejection. I don't reject anything. I don't believe gods exist.
Hold on. Rewind what you just said, you know, stop spamming. You really do need to rewind what you just said. You literally said you reject, like, thing, but you didn't. And earlier on, Rob confuses me because Rob said the same thing, but then he said that nobody can know for sure. So nobody knows, but then in the same breath said, we know, or I know there is no God. So I'm like, well, it really confuses us when we hear this because it's like you're saying one thing, but then you're saying another. Rob, can you clear it up again, please? In case I quoted you.
Yeah,
wrong.
sure. Yeah, so the standard definition of knowledge is justified true belief. And that does not refer to certainty. Okay, it refers to a justification where, in virtue of something being true and you believing it. So you have three criteria. So somebody can say, I know something, without claiming epistemic certainty, without saying that they are sure. They are making a probability argument based on justifications, saying something's true. So it's a stronger claim than a belief claim. So if I say I know something, that is not equal to me saying I cannot be wrong. It's me saying I'm justified, and it's a stronger claim than belief. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and this is what I think is happening because like you lot always made it very clear all week that you're all atheists, but you all have different concepts of being an atheist. So you might subscribe to one belief. You know, Ultra said earlier on that he can't for sure say that there's definitely no God, and he can't definitely. So it's like, well, what you can't have atheists in one breath saying what atheism mean not subscribing to God, not believing in a God, but in another belief and in another breath saying, well, we can't guarantee for sure that there ain't no God. Like, which one is it? Let us know.
No. Yeah, so that isn't a consistent position there, Lady D, because you can say, I do not believe that a God exists, and yet you don't know it, or you can't say for certain. They are not mutually exclusive. Because really, whenever people are talking about what their view is with regard to God, it's almost always with a belief claim. Nobody's saying that a God is impossible. That would be an incredible burden for somebody to take on, unless, as I pointed out earlier, there was some internal inconsistency or contradiction, in which case the God would be irrational or illogical. Then you could say with certainty, but that's based on the laws of logic. So if everybody agrees with it, then you could say, but when people are normally talking, they're talking about beliefs. And if somebody says, well, I know, the first thing I'm going to ask them is, what do you mean by know? And give me some reasons why you make that claim as opposed to a belief claim.
That's why earlier on I explained the difference between belief and knowledge.
Okay, cool.
Ultra is agnostic.
But Lady, now,
Ultra
is it clear
agnostic.
now? Has this cleared up does that explain it?
Ultra is agnostic. He's an agnostic.
Yeah, but an agnostic is everybody is an agnostic. Every single human being is an agnostic because agnostic is a knowledge claim.
Atheist.
And the knowledge claim is, like Rob just pointed out, it's superfluous. You cannot say, I know for sure there is a God, and you cannot say, I know for sure there is no God. You can't do either. So everybody is an agnostic. So saying I'm an agnostic actually means I'm sure that I do not believe that a God exists, but I'm not willing to go all the way and all out and say, look, there is no God. And that's it.
Oh yeah, but Ultra's not interested in beliefs. He just wants to know.
Yeah, well, if there's enough reasons, then he would be justified, in which case he could say he knows. At the moment, he would say, I do not believe that a God exists. So it just depends on what level of justification you're at.
Yeah, he's not interested in beliefs. He's not interested.
Yeah, well, neither.
I think he is.
Nobody's interested in it, but unfortunately, it's the foundation for making claims. So you can't get away from them. And if you want to get to knowledge, sure, but then you need it to be justified. Right, that's the main criteria, in virtue of it being true. But you need to justify it, and that's a harder burden to climb than a belief. So
No,
we are
religious
talking about
religious
beliefs.
people.
99% of the time, people who understand the topic at least are talking about beliefs. The layperson will say, I know. What they really mean is, I really, really believe it. And they use the word no because it feels better to them. But they're philosophically illiterate, not that any of us are experts, but at least we know the difference between knowledge and belief.
Yeah, but you have no reason to have beliefs, right? You just want to know if something is true or not.
No,
Ideally,
this is what
yes,
I
that's a
said
standard
earlier.
we want.
Ideally.
But we can't always get there. So we stick with belief just like you do. And, you know, that has to suffice until we get to knowledge.
I'm a religious person. I have beliefs.
Okay, but the thing is, earlier
does
on,
every
I
other
said
human.
it's not about know or belief.
Then-
It's, I am interested in truth. That is what I tried to substantiate. That's what I tried to differentiate earlier on. Remember?
And is truth based on beliefs?
I said
really,
truth
no.
is subjective. Truth depends on the set
That
of
wasn't my
data that
question.
you
That
have
wasn't
at
my
your
question.
disposal.
That wasn't my question.
Hold on, 1 second, stop. I disagree with that though, because
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's fine.
But like truth could be synonymous with fact, isn't it? Like, so truth can be something objective. So to,
Okay,
like,
I can
you can try
easily
to find the truth.
I can easily show you that that can't be the case, because if you look back a couple of thousand years, 4,000 years ago,
Mhm.
did the people who said that Earth is flat, were they lying?
No, they wouldn't be lying. They would be mistaken.
They were wrong.
Exactly. So for them, it was truth, because it depends
No,
on
but
the
you're
set
talking
of
about their
data that you have available to you, what you believe to be the truth.
That's
That
got
is why
nothing
truth
to
is
do with
subjective.
subjective. That's
But
got
we can
nothing
do it
to do
like
with
this. No, but we
subjective.
can do it like this. We can do it like this. We can do it like this, Stops. Yeah, we could say your truth and my truth are forms of truth, isn't it? But
Hang on a moment, guys. Let's see if we can agree on, because, you know, Stop said earlier we need a basis. It's just 2 words. You've probably heard it before, but let's see if we can agree on this. There's something called ontology, and that's the nature of what is out there in the world. The other thing, what we normally talk about, is epistemology. How is it that we come to find out about whatever is out in the world? Right. So we don't want to confuse ontology and epistemology. Truth refers to what is the case.
Yeah,
That's one thing. Yeah, a fact would be something that comports with reality. What we are normally talking about is our ability to comprehend or come to a probability based on what we understand about that. So if somebody says the earth goes around the sun, that we would say is a strong claim to be true, right? But it refers, that's our epistemology. We are talking about what we think is the case in reality. Okay, so truth is out there. I think we all agree there are truths to be known.
But 1 second, when you refer to the truth, Rob, you agree that it's referring to what is objectively, what is in accordance with reality, yeah? What is
Correct.
objectively true.
Yeah,
so if someone
that's what we mean by truth.
If someone says, I believe something to be true, that may be something, it may be, for lack of a better term, their understanding of truth, but it is not the truth of the situation.
Yeah,
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, it is for them, right? It's their claim about ontology. And then we ask them, well, why do you believe that to be true? Now you will hear epistemic reasons. You will hear them try to justify why they believe that ontological claim. So the claim is the earth goes around the sun. Right? That is an ontological claim about reality. It's you are saying, hey, I believe this is the case in reality. Now somebody says to you, well, why do you believe that? And now you get into epistemology.
Exactly,
Most often these two are confused. Right?
But if you go from one quote unquote truth to the other truth, it assumes that one was never really true. And you would accept after that sort of watershed moment that the first assumption wasn't true at all. So if, for example, I think it was Veli or someone said, what's on the, you said one program was on the TV, another person argued another person was on the TV, until you go turn on the TV with both of you there and you realize that maybe both of you are wrong. The truth now becomes whatever like, that's a weird hypothetical analogy.
Let me put it to you this way. This is the way I remember it from the philosopher Ozymandias Ramesses, right? So it's the following case. So what Stops was talking about 2,000 years ago, people believing the earth was flat. At the time, that was the best evidence they had. At the time, they were justified in claiming that they knew the earth was flat. Because number one, they believed it. Number two, they felt like they had justification. And it was in virtue of it being the case. Now we look back and we say, no, they were mistaken. But it's called a conditional statement. If I am justified and the proposition is true and I believe it, then I can claim to know what I believe. Okay, and at that time, they were justified. Right now, we recognize that they were wrong. But at the time, they were justified because that was the best information they had. Because remember, we are not claiming with knowledge certainty. We're claiming a justification. And the justification is whatever the evidence is. And that's what we call knowledge. Nobody's saying that. Otherwise, if you didn't go with that standard, you could never claim to know anything. Because you'd always go, oh, well, maybe I could be proven wrong. So the justification is not 100% epistemic certainty. It's a level of justification based on the evidence. So at the time, they were justified. Now we know that it's wrong. So that conditional statement, if, is mistaken in that case. But at the time, it wasn't a problem for them. Same for us today, right? We know that the earth is round or globe or whatever, spherical, right? If somebody came along and said, no, you guys are just completely wrong and it is actually flat, and they demonstrated it, then what we claim to know would have been mistaken. Correct. Because it's a conditional statement. If this, and this is the case, then I can know what I claim to know. If it's not the case, then I'm mistaken. That's the way Ozzy explained it to me.
No, that makes perfect sense. A simple rule of thumb is phrases like "my truth" and "your truth" sound hella gay. So don't say that.
That's terrible. That's terrible language. Don't use that language. My truth, your truth. What you really mean is this is what I believe or this is my opinion. Don't insert the ontological claim of truth into your belief statement. That's terrible.
And don't call it subjective either, Stops.
Well, somebody's opinion can be subjective, right?
Everything is subjective anyway. Like if you want to look at it like that, but it can be established. It can be established as objective.
So ontological truth is subjective.
No.
Fucking
hell, man.
That's subjective. Okay, cool.
Epistemic opinions can be subjective.
Yeah, they're just opinions. Yeah.
This is what I tried to explain. If I take the speed, this a certain distance in a certain time, that is objectively correct because you're measuring it. It's there. It's ontological. This is a state of reality that you are describing, which is objective. And this is correct and true and truth and whatever you want to call it, because it is reality. But if you now go and you say, yeah, but hang on, I am traveling, but it's at the same time, it's subjective because it doesn't apply anymore when you're traveling at the speed of light. So you have to know the conditions. You have to know where you are, what you are talking about before you can make absolute statements.
Yeah, the objective and subjective thing, I think is very confusing. I'm trying to stay away from that because too many people have got their own views and it becomes confusing, especially with morals and stuff like that. But
I think no one shouldn't be alarmed. No one should be alarmed by these concepts because the proof of objectivity from people that believe in God is comical, right? Because they just insert this over like this third party omnipotence, and therefore that makes everything they choose to be objective because their God said it. So if you're coming from an actual rational perspective, it's comical because ultimately whatever they claim is subjective on your part is ultimately going to be subjective on theirs based on your understanding of reality. Because if you don't believe in a God and someone's saying, to derive X moral system or derive X objectivity, it's only proof of subjectivism. Well, arguably, however those books were written are exactly the same, were written in exactly the same way. So they were really making the claim about themselves. I don't think it's something that you have to tread carefully with this objective subjective argument because you at a fundamental level you'll always be able to reflect it back on them, and you'll just be able to highlight the belief in magic is the only difference between your two understandings of objectivity and subjectivity.
I think you have to ask them what they mean by objective, right? Because let's see if we agree as atheists here, right? If it were the case that God was all-knowing and all-powerful and created everything and knew what was best for us, then whatever he said, would you agree that by that standard, it would match reality if the goal was our well-being and he possessed all of those properties and attributes and whatever he said, would you agree that that's objective if all those conditions were met?
Okay, yeah.
You'd agree, Stops?
Yeah.
Or are you asking us?
Yeah, just everybody, whether you agree, if all those conditions were met, would we consider that objective statements about reality?
If you say it one more time as briefly as possible.
Yeah. If he's all powerful, all knowing, he created us and he wants the best for us, in which case, by the way, obviously all-knowing means that he knows everything and he wants the best for us, then whatever statement would be objectively the case for us. Would we agree with that?
I'm not gonna lie, like I'm having a hard time breaking down that question. So if he was all powerful, if he wanted the best for me, yeah,
yeah,
and then the question after that premise is, does that make reality?
Would that be an objective statement about reality?
Assuming that it's true that God does exist, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Assuming all those criteria are met.
Yeah, obviously, like
Okay, so let me throw a thing to you guys to think about. How do we establish what the best is? Because let's say he's all-knowing, he's all-powerful, and he's created us, and he claims to want the best for us. How do we establish that other than him saying so? What is it that we can say is the best? Is it just what he says, or is there some other way to establish it?
Are you going to match his level of knowledge?
But one simple test, I feel like we can do is like, and what often proves a problem is when you say stuff like good or bad, isn't it? So, for example, I'd be more inclined to believe in God if people didn't say that he was all good, because there's things God has done historically, or from certain narratives, like, you know, biblical, Abrahamic, whatever, where he's done stuff that is bad, that is not necessarily good for us. And unfortunately, if you trying to think of another word for it, but like if you concatenate all of these different premises in the first premise, and you say God is XX, God is all knowing, all this, all that, and then the following premise is that in actuality God has done things that are bad, it makes me more likely to disbelieve in all of the earlier assertions. So the fact that I know God has done things that I believe are bad, and then good, let's say from my perspective, is derived from the principles in the Bible. Well, thou shalt not kill. God instructed people to kill. Instantly, I have an issue now, and because of that contradiction, it's less likely to be objective.
Yeah. I think that's a separate thing. Would you believe in it because of X, Y, and Z?
No, I'm saying based on that principle of objectivity, you're saying, so if you just said to me without the good part, yeah, but then when you insert the good part, then is it objective? But no, because you and I, Rob, in a simple discussion, could prove the incoherency of these claims about God, and therefore, without any tangible God, we'd be like, it's probably bullshit. But sorry, I feel like I'm taking you off course.
I think just as I think about it, there's a criteria I left out, right? Because you can be all powerful, you can be all knowing, but at no point did I say that he's could not lie, right? So if okay. It just occurred to me as you were speaking there that's a criteria I left out. So if he couldn't lie, then and he somehow communicated to us that it was well-being, that was the standard by which he wants goodness, then we have something. But remember that now he's presented in a sense like an arbitrary or a subjective standard. Now we could evaluate it. But even if he couldn't lie and he said, I want the best for you, if I was standing before God, I'd say, okay, well, how do I know what the best is, God? And it can't be because you're all knowing. It can't be because you're all powerful. It can't be because you can't lie, because all of those criteria could be the case. But that still doesn't tell me that what you're saying is good, because how do I know what good is? And he would need to explain to me, Rob, something, right? And if he just says it's my nature, well, that's obviously circular, God. And all that tells me is that it's whatever you say is based on who you are, but I don't know who you are. How do I judge who you are? You could be somebody that appears to be good, but in fact, it's all just to pull the wool over my eyes. How do I know? And at that stage, I don't know how God could actually answer me in a sufficient way that I go, now I can differentiate you from some other omnipotent being that's pulling the wool over my eyes. I genuinely don't know how God could answer that in a sufficient or substantial way. Maybe the theist can answer that.
What you're basically asking for is to have the same amount of knowledge as God.
No, I want God to
he's not
give me
lying.
a way to demonstrate that he's good as opposed to bad, other than appealing to his
Well,
own
how
ego.
would you know how would you know what is like if you don't have all his knowledge?
Because he can explain it to me. Presumably he's rational, ultra rational, and he could explain to me and provide me with some criteria that could differentiate him from something or some entity that is
but
not good.
You would still need to have all his knowledge, otherwise you
No,
would
but
still
hold
be
on,
wrong.
hold on. I hype alert, yeah. Can I? This is a slight modification of what Rob's saying. But can God be bad? In your opinion,
You mean punish people?
can he do bad? Like, can you define what he does, an action he takes, as bad?
No.
So if someone, everything they do is good or bad, how can you ever know if they're lying about it being good? If they do two contradictory things. So on the one hand, they do something they say that you shouldn't do, right? And then they say that it's good when they do it. How do you know that they're not just lying to get away with doing whatever they want?
Well, that's where trust comes in.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's not a criteria that you can use to differentiate, right? Because now you're basically saying, well, I don't know, and I'm just taking it on faith. But then that undermines your argument that God is all good, because now for it to be all good, presumably you have some reason to believe that it's all good that you can convey to us. And if you just say I take it on trust, well, that's obviously not a good reason that other people will accept, right? So it undermines your argument to go with trust or faith.
Undermines what argument?
The argument that you are that this God is all good. If you make that claim, if you say, hey, I don't know if God is all good or all bad, or if there's any bad in him, fine, that's a separate argument. But if you're making a strong claim that he's all good, and then you appeal to faith or trust, you've undermined it's like you're shooting yourself in the foot.
I don't know. I've never used the word all in my life.
Okay, is God a maximally great being?
He's great, yeah, he's great.
Could you conceive of a being that's greater than God?
No.
Okay, so he's maximally good. That's the sort of sophisticated theological term, not my term. That's what theists use, right? You might not have heard of it. That means he's the highest level of good that is logically possible. You can conceive of nothing greater. If that's the case, then any bad would contradict maximal goodness, right?
When you say something is good, are you making a judgment?
I'm pointing out an attribute of God that you believe in.
I'm asking you a question. When you say something is good, are you making a judgment?
I am making a descriptive statement about an attribute of God that you believe in.
It's a simple
and
yes
I'm
or
asking,
no.
do you believe that?
Are you making a judgment? Yes or no?
No, I'm not making a judgment. It's not prescriptive. It's descriptive.
It's a simple yes or no. It's a simple yes or no.
If you believe God is good and he's referring to, hold on, Rob. If you believe God is good and he's referring to your belief that God is good, why are you asking if it's his?
What do you mean God is good? Who am I to judge God?
Oh, so you don't know if God tells you? Okay.
Good. When you say something is good, you're putting a judgment on it.
We're assuming that's what you believe.
No, you're confused. It's a descriptive statement, not a prescriptive. I'm not saying God must be good. I'm saying, is he good? And if he is good, and if you have a book that claims that he is good, then any amount of bad would contradict maximal goodness.
No, I said that he blesses people. That's a good thing, right?
What is that?
I didn't ask if he does some good things. I asked is he perfectly, maximally.
I'm telling you how I understand good.
I'm asking you about good in relation to God, not how you understand good in the world.
Of course it's God. Yes, I'm talking about God. I'm telling you how I understand good.
Yeah, allow him to explain his God, and then maybe that might get you lot somewhere.
So when God blesses someone with something, that is good. When someone does bad and God punishes someone, that is bad for the person.
Okay, is there something, does God ever do anything that is, to use your language, objectively bad?
Objectively bad?
Not for the person, but in reality.
No, God is just.
How do you distinguish what is good and what is bad objectively?
How do I? By God's commands?
There you go, circular argument. So whatever God says is good, you just take on faith. There's no way for you to distinguish it.
I never said I could.
Okay, so that's fine.
How do you assess the supernatural?
By what he's claimed to have, the message he's claimed to have sent you.
Yeah, we have the message.
Well, then you should be able to have an answer to that.
What's the question?
How do you establish whether something is right or wrong? And you said to me, I have to appeal to God. In other words, you're saying, God, whatever you say is correct. And when I ask you, how do you know it's correct? You just say, because God says so. That's what's called a circular argument.
How do I establish something when I don't have a moral compass to begin with?
Don't you claim that God has given you an innate moral compass?
Yes, that doesn't mean it gives you laws. That's an innate moral compass is an indication of what you should do.
Ibi, if I come to you and I say I'm a good person, how do you establish whether I'm a good person or a bad person?
By your actions.
Great. How do you do that for God?
You don't judge God.
There you go.
How can you judge
Take it on
God?
faith.
Yeah, but the other thing is, where do you get the moral? Where do you get the moral compass from?
If I judge God, that makes me above God.
No,
Where do you get this compass from?
What do you mean? Where do I get it from?
You judge
You
Rob all the
said
time
if
and
we
you're
don't
fighting
have a
him.
moral compass, so where are you getting your moral compass from?
Are you talking about the innate one or the book?
I don't care which one. You said that where do you get your moral? How can you judge if you don't have a moral compass? So I'm trying to understand what it is that you mean by moral compass. Where do you get it from?
God.
God. How do you know what God is telling you?
I never claimed to know.
Okay, you said you have a moral compass, right?
That's right.
Okay, you're saying it comes from God.
I believe so.
Okay, how do you know this is coming from God?
It's a belief. I never said I know.
Okay, why do you believe that this is
There you
something
go.
that comes
That's
from a
the
God?
question. Why do you believe? Yeah.
Because it makes sense to me.
Okay, does it make sense to you that what God is saying is correct, or does it make sense to you what God is doing can be wrong?
I don't understand that question.
If you say that there is God telling you what to do and what
I
not to do and
I
whatever is
believe there
correct, is
God.
that always the case?
I believe there is God. Don't keep saying
Okay,
there is God.
where do you get this from?
From the Quran.
From
It's
the
circular,
Quran.
stops.
Does the
Okay, so
Quran
Highly
instead of
tell
circular.
you
arguing,
not to
guys,
eat human meat?
can I shed a little bit of light and think
Wait.
Auntie?
Does the Quran tell you not to eat human meat?
Does the Quran tell me no?
So why are you not eating human meat?
Preference.
How is this preference built if it's not in the Quran, if it's not from your God? Where do you get it from?
Desire.
You see, bingo, checkmate.
What checkmate?
So then what are you saying? Desire is more valuable.
The Quran didn't. The Quran
Desire is
didn't.
a more valuable tool, and it's something you're more cognizant of than the word of God.
You guys need to get more critical.
You know what it is? I think what's happening here, because I'm hearing the keywords that are being used, does your God tell you and all of that. And I notice with religious people, they don't claim to speak to God directly. They claim
Yeah, they
they
do.
get a message via their prophet or their the messenger, however they want to put it, and that's how their words given to them via God. They don't. If you look at the Bible, they tell you that it tells you that you will never be able to see God via me, and all these little passages you will see throughout the Bible. And I don't know how it goes in the Quran, but I know that they were sent through the messenger. Was it Muhammad? Yeah. So they don't directly speak to God. So when you're saying, does your God tell you, you have to put it in the context of, did you get that message, rather than saying, does your God tell you?
Yeah, they're assuming. They're assuming I'm a prophet.
Yeah, Lady D, that's fair enough. And I think most theists understand when we say, has God told you this? We mean, has it been put into the Quran such that you can understand? In other words, has the message come to you from God through the messengers? In other words, is it a perfectly preserved message that you have received, whether he told you directly or it came via another source that they themselves claim is just as good?
But Lady, the point that Rob was trying to make initially was, how can we tell if God is lying? That was the original. So, or how does someone who believes in God tell if they're lying? And then the initial line of questioning was basically, how then? I think Freebie went off on a tangent with the are you making a judgment on God? But we're assuming, or no, we're presuming that you accept that what God does is good. So if God does something contradictory, and yet you still regard it as good, i.e., if you give charity, you're doing something good. If the same person you give charity to, you unnecessarily or you kill them, for example, then you consider what you've done is bad. And we're saying if God does that, both actions are seen to be good. So we're saying, is it possible then? Is it possible then that one of the actions could actually be bad, God doing bad, but he's lying to you by telling you it's good. Is that possible? So
That
God's
is
actually
possible.
lying to you.
I'll give an example, James. So say if we had I can't really speak on the Islamic side of things or the way the Muslims do things, but I know the Christians, you've got Bible, yes? You've got the Old Testament and the New. The New Testament, the Old Testament basically contradicts the New Testament, and the messages are passed throughout the whole book, all the different books in between. And I guess if you had a Christian on here, it would make more sense asking a Christian or someone from that faith answer those questions, even a Hebrew who subscribes to the book, because how did some will say I don't subscribe to that part, and some will say I don't subscribe, but then you can ask, well, why don't you subscribe to the new, or why don't you subscribe to the old? And wouldn't that not make sense? If the book's given all from the one most high creator, then why is it you can pick up some and leave out some? Whereas with the Quran, you can't really do that, because the Quran, they don't have old and new. They don't have big. Well, does it? I don't know if the Quran
No,
has
but you
bits
can't
that
really,
contradict itself.
you can't really do that, innit? To be honest, you can't really leave out the Old Testament from the New Testament. It's just some Christians do that because they're fair weather Christians, but technically, Jesus. If you follow Jesus, you came to affirm what was in the Old Testament anyway. So that.
But I don't think the Quran contradicts itself. I don't know. I've never ever read the Quran, so I can't.
Are you good at maths?
I'm rubbish. I'm not gonna lie.
Uh,
Rubbish, yeah. But I do
well,
know.
you know what?
The
Well,
Bible
you know what? Well, you know what? That's something you share with the Quran.
Well, we don't do now. Shut up, James. You're gonna get me smoked, man. Shut up.
No, Lady Di, there's millions of contradictions in the Quran.
And and get this, there's only thousands of pages.
Well, there's just over 6,000 sentences, and I think there's 3,000 contradictions.
How many pages? That's a good question. It's like 600, isn't it, pages in the Quran?
No, it's not pages. It's 6.5. Well, it's just over 6,000 sentences, because
But
the
how many
sentences
pages are
vary
there?
and everything varies. And what they do is they make this very big writing to make the book look very thick. But there's very little content. I mean, compared to the Bible with 30-odd thousand sentences, it's not even a fifth.
No, there's 600 pages in the Quran. I just remember that. Imagine the complete.
How many pages? How can you say pages? It depends how you write.
Quickly, can I just ask?
Okay, so the most standard
for,
common copy of the Quran, of the Arabic Quran, only has 604 pages.
Yeah, but it depends on the size of the writing.
No, I know, but I'm still saying that's like a.
Felly, you can swap me out for M.A. Brown. He's in the back, and he ain't spoken all day. So yeah.
I'm saying that's a ridiculously small amount. That's a very small amount of pages, given that it's the last message from God for the whole of mankind.
And there's very little contents, let me tell you.
You know what? This I've heard this new argument recently. Yeah, I've heard it about 4 or 5 times in the past few times I've touched on this subject, which is unless you've read the Quran cover to cover, you should not be able to speak on it.
This is the old claim. Well, actually, it makes sense to first read it before you go and talk about it. It always makes sense. But the thing is, 99 Muslims have not read the Quran, because the way that it happens is that they believe what somebody else tells them is in the Quran, and that is the problem here. So hardly any Muslim has read it themselves.
No, but it's like if I read something I believe to be contradictory, like an excerpt, and let's say I attempt to establish some context. So I read from the beginning of the chapter, for example, and it proves to be contradictory or incoherent or something like that. So something that denotes it not being from God, for example. I don't really think it's fair to criticize now my lack of desire to read the book in its entirety. Or if that in some way, like take the verses about the inheritance. Arguably, whatever context I read prior to, the statements are final. Not only that, it implies they're final with the Allah is all-knowing. Allah, this is the word of Allah, this is the decree of Allah, the all-knowing. After each pertinent sentence, so logically, there's clauses, or there is what's the word, man? It's there are parameters within that verse to take each line as sort of fact or stipulation. I don't need to now read that and say, okay, that's a contradictory. Therefore, I don't believe this book is from God. And someone say, no, but you didn't read that beautiful chapter. You didn't read 10 chapters before that, the beautiful verse about the birds singing in the morning. And you know what I mean? It's like, that's not really going to add any further context to
standard apologetics. If you tell them that you're allowed to beat your wife under certain circumstances, they will say, well, here's a sentence that says you should cherish your wife, thinking that this somehow annihilates the previous sentence that you have come up with. It's built into their thinking that if there is a different sentence that says something different, a contradiction, then this somehow does away with the other one. It doesn't. But it's standard Islamic apologist methodology, what they use. As far as the Quran being from a God, you just need to read chapter 1, sentence number 1. It says it's in the name of a God. So it's not the God himself who's saying this. But every Muslim will tell you this is verbatim. Literally, this is what a God wrote.
Yeah.
And if there are two verses that contradict each other, that just shows that the Quran is contradictory, right? Now, a Muslim can choose one, as Stop says, or you can choose the other one. Obviously, they're going to choose the one that's more preferable or more agreeable to them. But if they bring up a different verse, right, then, all that shows is that there's contradictions. It doesn't show that one verse is better than the other. And as Stops pointed out, that happens from time to time as well. But I agree with you, James.
There's not a single mistake.
Yeah, of course. But I agree with you, James. You don't have to read the whole Quran. The only time that wouldn't be the case, right? Because this is levied at James SC, and I think it's a poor argument, right? If it were the case that whatever James's critique was could actually be there was an answer somewhere else in the Quran that he had not read, then it would be a valid critique to say, James, but you haven't read this, and this answers this, or this nullifies your critique. At that stage, I think it would be valid to say that he hasn't read. But if he brings up a critique that isn't nullified elsewhere in the Quran, then to bring up a critique that he hasn't read the whole Quran is just a red herring. It's just a sidestep to avoid answering his critique.
Exactly. It's been leveled at me, to be honest, more times than I've heard it leveled at James. But I remember, I can't remember who it was, but there was like a famous debate, not famous, but where someone said it to James. But since then, I mean, Maverick said it to me very recently, and I can't remember, a few other people have said it recently. But it doesn't detract me from any point, because if you can quote something and somebody can't explain it, or somebody wants to arguably just change the classical Arabic, then that proves that at least I've got I understand that the contradiction that I'm putting forward. You know what I mean? If it forces someone to have to respond generally unintelligibly, then
yeah, and I think we're not going to. I'm certainly not going to accept some internet fellow claiming that he's got the correct thing. I go to the Corpus Quran, which is accepted by most Muslims. That's a well accepted translation, the most accurate as far as I can understand. Right? This isn't even the linguistic English translations, that the word for word, right, by people that are far exceed any sort of fellow floating around on the internet. If that's not a definitive translation to English, then what is, right? And how do you establish that?
May.
Yeah, May's in the chat, man. He's busy.
Yeah, it seems like you had some
bro, talking about bringing arms ass to man's mom's ass.
Yeah, man. Yo, what's going on, James?
You got my brother.
Yeah, what are you gonna say?
No, I said you was in the chat, and I think you took exception to some things that were being said. So,
I didn't really understand. What was my man like? What did like the line in the questioning? I didn't understand what was the purpose of it. I would imagine that he's already said that he believes in this thing. What was it that? What did he say something to spark you lot to kind of inquire in that?
No, Rob asked the question of how do you know God isn't lying? And then what happened there was just went round in circles, because he didn't want to sort of. Then he started saying, he basically made it about good and bad, and who am I to judge God? if what God does is good or bad, and then it was how do you believe God is what Stops was giving him was sort of how do you believe what you think is good is from God, and then ultimately it came down to desire. That was what he ended up saying.
I suppose I got a question. With atheists and theists, they both have a concept of what's good and bad. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, most do. Yeah.
Yeah. What is that?
Well, that depends on it depends on their system, right? Like Why So Religious doesn't have one, which is self-defeating, really. I have one, and probably my fellow atheists have their one, right? And I think I can argue why my one is rational and why other people should believe it. I'm not sure if my fellow atheists would do the same, and presumably the theists would do the same.
One second, can I just ask a real quick question though? Yeah. Assuming you have, because obviously you haven't been here, but literally the past month or two, that's what all these discussions have surrounded, and we get asked this question by every single person, and I have no problem answering it. But just to double check, do you believe in God, Amy? Like a God, a personable, not personable, sorry, like a personified God, a God that shares some kind of consciousness.
No.
All right, and I'm not going to ask you why because you asked us the question, but you do believe in good and bad, right?
Do I believe in good and bad?
Yeah.
Objectively, no, not at all.
All right, cool.
This is funny. I'm sorry, Emma, but the thing is, we're just talking about objective and subjective. We had a whole discussion about this. We said, no, stay away from this. And the first thing you say...
hold on. Just quickly, and and again, I'm not going to probe, but just, do you believe something like maths is objective?
Do I believe maths is objective?
If you and I agree 2 + 2 = 4, is that objective? Is that equation objective? Is the truth in that objective?
I'm inclined to say yes, but whenever I've come against this kind of question, there's always something in the back of my mind that's niggling at me that hints at some type. I don't know how. I haven't fleshed it out yet, but there's something that's niggling at the back of my mind. I'm always inclined to say yes, but
if there's three of us in a room, me, you, and Rob, and you and I agree that 2 + 2 is maths, and we can demonstrate it, and Rob says he disagrees and he believes 2 + 2 is 7, yeah, and he doesn't necessarily demonstrate it, but he does it like a non sequitur. He just goes, here's 2 on my fingers, here's 2, and then just put 7 on his fingers, yeah. And is what we have now not objective anymore? Is it now subjective because Rob did that?
No. Do you know what it is? You know, like, okay, so when you're counting stuff, yeah, you have whole. You're obviously separating the experience that you're having into like quantifiable parts, right? So there's 3 coins on the table. It's like you're focusing on those 3 coins alone, and you've already established. There's already an established shared codec that you can use to kind of differentiate what a coin is. The coin ends at the edge of the, surface and blah, blah, blah. And I think that's what I'm getting at. Like when you have to be in agreement about how to define the individual parts that you're counting.
I suppose. It's called like axioms. Like so, maths is like an axiomatic system.
Axiom. Okay.
Yeah. So you make if you agree on the principles of what is, but then ultimately what makes it a system is this coherency in it ultimately. So if it all makes sense, so you know what I mean, like if you divide a number, multiply a number, add a number, subtract a number, if all of it makes sense, that multiplying fractions, multiplying decimals, if it all makes sense and it's all, that's how it becomes objective coherency in it. So so you agree that maybe not mine, maybe not yours, maybe not someone else's, but there can be an objective moral system in the same way there is maths. If we base each of these, so all of these axioms for mathematics, you base them on moral principles, or arguable moral principles, and then once they establish some kind of coherency which can't contradict itself, do you agree that it now becomes independent and objective?
Yeah, certainly, yeah. If you're in agreement on those said axioms and definitely, yeah.
Okay, cool. So now go on, Rob. You were going to speak.
Yes, my understanding is maths can be proven, right? There's mathematical proofs to show 1 + 1 = 2, independent of people's opinion. I think with the morality thing, it's a harder thing to do because, your starting point, you would have to demonstrate that it was not subject to personal opinion, essentially that you have a knockdown argument as your starting point. Now, Sam Harris attempted to do this, and for quite a while I went along with that, and I was persuaded more recently that it's just not a knockdown argument. I think you could make the argument, but if it's not knockdown, in other words, if somebody else could bring a critique that doesn't that rebuts it, if not refutes it, certainly rebuts it, then I'm not sure that you could say that it's objective. So I think with morality, it is much harder to do. And obviously, many people appeal to the is-ought distinction, and Sam Harris tries to circumvent that by just saying, well, if you accept well-being, then the is-ought distinction disappears. And I would agree with that. But there was a key word there. It's if you accept that well-being is the standard. If somebody comes along and says, no, I do not accept well-being, now you'd have to put forward a rational argument why they should. And I think you can. I just don't think it's a knockdown argument. So for me, that's why I kind of use the word subjective. I prefer not to even use that if we can avoid it. But I was persuaded by some smart people that trying to use the word objective, you would need a knockdown argument. And I don't think there is. And apparently there are other people even more sophisticated than Sam Harris that have argued for objective morality. But in the philosophical literature, that's, as far as I understand, that's a very difficult term. And not many people accept it for morals precisely because it's not a knockdown argument.
No, but you can... The reason I wouldn't, so I don't disagree with you, but ultimately, when it comes to arguing with theists, this is their logic. The logic is insert magical puppet master wizard in the sky. Therefore, everything is objective. Anything that's consistent with that puppet master's narrative is objective. And obviously, for somebody like me that doesn't believe that, you're arguably coming to the same standard as everyone else. So what you do have is a book. So from my understanding is what you're calling objectivity is a moral system written in a book, arguably. Yeah, that's their objective system. Now, the only way that could truly be what I consider to be objective is in the same way if you had written a list of rules in a book that were completely coherent, that could be proven in the same way. So if you follow certain of the basic principles, you would never contradict yourself, and you would be able to ascertain morality in instances that are not written in that book, that are not described in that book, but based on the principles would be consistent. And then I guess the feeling you would get as a result of that would, be further proof or corroborate it. So in that way, I'm saying it can be objective. Is my moral system objective, i.e. completely incoherent? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess you have to ask the question, what does it mean to be objective? And there's two senses that I hear used. One is independent of human opinion, and the other is independent of humans, i.e. if it comes from somebody other than humans, and he's all-powerful, all-knowing, all good, and created us.
You're cutting out, Rob.
I don't just accept that as objective. And even if I did accept it as objective, right, as opposed to just separate from human opinion, so something like the Earth going around the sun, that is independent of human opinion. So that would be an objective statement to the best of our ability. Again, I'm saying not perfectly, but with a probability of 99%, for example, right? That would be an objective statement. But with regards to the objective claim about God, even if I were to grant that just because it's not human and because he has all those attributes, even if I granted that was objective, what the theist, to my mind, cannot show is that it is good. Because how do we establish as good? And if all they're going to say is Ibi did, right, which is he takes it on faith or he trusts it or he's appealing to the nature of God, well, that's a circular argument. And that could just as well apply to Satan, who's pretending to be a God and presenting to us things that we think are good, but in fact there's some evil behind that we don't know. And there's no way for us to establish that because all we're doing is appealing to the nature of this celestial dictator.
But if maths is a bit of a complicated one because you're right, the proofs of maths are a bit different, to the proofs of let's say the laws of logic or something like that, But if we can accept, a non-contradiction, I can't remember off the top of my head how to, but something isn't something is or isn't something, a sort or isn't another sort of kind of thing, then you can say that with morality, you can do that. You can use whatever consequentialism, harm principle, the your thing, attributing it to health or well-being. You can use that in instances of, why shouldn't I kill? Because I don't want to be killed. My innate survival instinct proves that someone else would have an innate survival instinct. Therefore, it is wrong or right to kill them. That is a similar proof, like a non-contradictory proof in logic, or a proof in maths that, listen, you can get 5 if you add 2 plus 2 if you choose. If that's what you assert and you say it's true, but it doesn't coherently follow, it doesn't logically follow, right? And that's in the same way that you can say it's objective to, and I know these are very basic tenets of like morality, you know, thou shalt not kill or whatever. But in those same ways, the more complex it gets, it's the same way. The more complex maths gets, the more seemingly incoherent it must seem to people that don't understand, you know, high level mathematics. But the reality is, there is still some coherency, and guess what? It's based on the most fundamental principles, the letters we attribute to numbers, the concepts we attribute to symbols. All of this stuff is on the simplest of levels. Everybody understands them, and then it becomes more complicated. I think when it comes to complex morality, what should you do in this situation? You know, we're talking about abortion now. We're talking about multiple factors affecting the thou shalt not kill, or the multiple factors affecting whatever. Then it becomes like, no, there's no such thing as morality. It's objective morality. It doesn't exist. But in actuality, it's just far more complicated, and it's just there's a less number of people that truly may understand the methodology of like without someone forcing you to do something. The methodology, that doesn't necessarily mean now it's all subjective. It can still,
yeah, but you've got to still establish what you mean by objective. If you don't have that foundation starting point, then when you use it, somebody can ask you, James, what do you mean by objective? So what do you mean when you say objective?
I mean, so it's independently provable in that you may disagree, but you disagreeing doesn't. So you and I disagreeing on something doesn't make it subjective automatically. Because if mine is provable, if my system is 100% coherent, and everything I'm doing is because of the basic predicate, the basic axioms in the beginning, and yours is ad hoc, or you're just doing it piecemeal, like this is good now because I feel like it, that's bad now because I feel like it. Yours is entirely subjective by your own admission, whereas mine isn't. In the same way that you could just make claims about, you could come up with random results from random equations. And we could, so if we agree on the same axioms, for example, you could come up with random results from random equations, and mine would be consistent. Therefore,
okay. So
provable.
Let's look at the objective claim. If you say it's independent of human opinion, we'll test that out, right? So, if somebody came to you and said, "I think that I don't know, beating children is a good thing because it makes them, you know, more disciplined as they grow older," and you disagreed, for example, I don't know if you do, but if you disagreed, do you think there's an objective fact of the matter? And if so, in the context of what does that relate? So in other words, in your world, if you say something is objectively right and wrong, in relation to what? Because just saying those words, obviously.
Yeah. So simply in that example, I would say that I do disagree. I mean, to a degree, obviously, your kid might be able to beat you up, but I do disagree because I didn't escape beatings as a child, and I'm on StreamYards wasting my time now. So that's proof that I'm ill-disciplined. So I'll be able to say to them, you know what? Yeah, that's wrong.
Okay, so if you say it's wrong, what in relation to what though? Because if you say right and wrong, it's got to be in relation to something. Otherwise, those terms just float out there, and they're not underpinned by anything. So when you say something is right in relation to what?
No, the statement I think is wrong. So the statement is wrong twofold. It's wrong because it won't necessarily. Sorry, it's actually not twofold. I apologize. It's wrong because it will not necessarily bring them discipline, and it may cause damage, as opposed to discipline. So if it's not a guarantee, if it doesn't guarantee the result, number one, and number two, it may cause harm to the child, number two. And one of the earlier principles or sort of our base principles for morality is every good action should have a consequential good effect. Yeah, let's say, or that is the gold standard of a good action. And after that, obviously, there's some like ethical basis for like, you know, honor and stuff like that, which may not always have the best result, but will have a net benefit for you. Then it contravenes that initially, straight up. You're harming the child. So there has to be a great good achieved from this harm that
Yeah,
you're
but what do you mean by harm? If somebody has a
physically hurting
view,
the child.
okay, but if somebody has the view that inflicting pain is a good thing, do you think you can objectively show them why that's not the case?
Then it wouldn't be pain though. Oh, you're saying inflicting pain. Well, then no, in their mind they're doing something good, right? So they're not inflicting pain. So you wouldn't. So something. This is what I'm trying to say. So somebody like that doesn't. One of the basic axioms they wouldn't agree with. Now we can argue that what is considered physical abuse or physical harm will ultimately cause the end of life, the end of someone's life. Yeah, it can. Sorry, it can cause the end of someone's life. So any kind of deleterious effect on the body will ultimately cause an end to someone's life. So if someone doesn't agree with the base premise of survival is good, yeah, living is good, then I wouldn't be able to engage with them on any level. That's literally that's a bird on a chessboard.
Okay.
What can I say to them?
No, but do you?
If they understand harm is bad, so hitting could have a negative effect, and then I explain to them that it won't necessarily have the desired effect with regards to discipline, and they persist, then ultimately again that's a completely subjective, incoherent perspective they're coming with, because they're not ready to explain the consistency of their morality.
All right, let me see if we can shortcut it a little bit. In order for you to say something is objectively good or objectively bad, it seems to me that you would need to present a knockdown argument such that nobody could rebut or refute the argument, and they would have to. So your argument would need to be valid and sound such that the conclusion necessarily follows and
Correct.
couldn't be refuted. And I've not heard of that in philosophy or anywhere else. And like I say, Sam Harris and others have attempted to do that, but they've actually started with well-being and then just argued it's like a priori the case. Or they've even made the argument that, hey, we are physical beings in a physical world, and that makes sense. Now, that I think is a persuasive argument. I don't think it's a knockdown argument. And I think...
listen, what you're saying to me, Rob, I entirely agree with. I mean, you've been here for most of the discussion we've had. All morality starts from a subjective place. Even the acceptance of a moral system is arguably subjective, isn't it? Because you could just, someone could explain something consistent and coherent to you, you could just reject it. You can say, no, I don't believe that's subjective. I don't believe that is independent of humans. I believe that's you guys' concoction or whatever, and it's inconsistent. The reality is, can you derive objective principles from this subjective starting point? I would argue 100%. Have we? Are you and I moral systems intact and coherent and consistent to the letter? I don't know, because I bet you there's a situation that will put you and I in a moral dilemma, and we believe that. I mean, just hypothetically, let's say we believe we're moral people, but I bet you there's something that will put us to go, what is truly right to do in this situation? Now, if we make a decision of what we think is right and then we're wrong, and then we later on change our opinion, ultimately that proved our system inconsistent, isn't it? Or it's
not that the system is inconsistent, it's just that we now have more data, right? Okay, so I agree that we have a subjective starting point, and on top of that, you can have objectivity. But what theists are talking about when they challenge us is the starting point, not the part that comes after the starting point. They think they have an objective starting point because it's a celestial dictator, and they're pointing to us and go, hang on a moment, our objective starting point is better than your subjective one. And if all the criteria were met and we accepted their definition of objective, all we would be saying is that, yes, you have an objective standard. Now provide us for evidence that that is a, quote, better system than mine. And how do you, Mr. Theist, do this? And at this point, I think it becomes a circular argument, unless they want to divorce. And there are people who do this, by the way. There's theists who go, you know what, I'm going to evaluate based on my moral system whether God is good or not. Okay, but now they've given up God being the standard, right? Now they're using their subjective opinion, or they're trying to use some objective argument outside of God. And that's a difficult one to go down. So most theists don't go that route.
Yeah, most theists go with the arbitrary, I'd agree. And I think that's so much more of an intellectually honest position. The only problem with that one, Rob, is then they're going to have to admit that God is immoral at times.
No, but they'll never do that, right? All they'll say is, I take it by faith, and it's in God's nature that he's good. But by that standard, you don't...
Sorry, go on.
But by that standard, you don't know what is good and bad. All you're saying is whatever God says is good, right? As you say, that's arbitrary, and it comes from a celestial dictator. So in that sense, you don't have an independent method to evaluate whether it's good or bad. So they have to give up. They can't have their cake and eat it. They can't say it is good and we can prove it, and at the same time say we have faith or take it on trust that whatever God says is good, because that shoots yourself in the foot. So all you could say is, hey, I don't know whether he's good or bad. I take it on trust that he's all good. That's fine. But then that's not a strong position for me to hold. Or you could take the view, hey, I've got a moral compass and I can judge God. Now they might even try to say, well, I've got an objective moral compass. That doesn't work, of course, because if God gave you the compass, then of course he can set into you whatever agrees with his position, and you still don't have any way to evaluate. So that doesn't help you either.
There's some. It's funny, because I think it was like a Salafi person who was like, they don't believe God is all good anyway. Like they thought that was a straw man from whoever tried to use that as a contradiction. But then they do believe Allah is all merciful. So I'm not sure how they reconcile that. But someone like Isa the Black Telect doesn't believe God is all good at all.
But if God is not all good, then you can't appeal to transcendental arguments, because if you appeal to like a transcendental, i.e. that you're appealing to something outside of evidence, you're appealing to the nature of God. If you are of the view that he's not maximally good or all perfect or whatever the case may be, then it could be the case that he could be mistaken, or he's less than. The answer is not guaranteed. And if that's the case, now you're talking about probabilities. And it could be in that case that a human could, by random luck, come across the correct answer and God could be wrong. And that to me seems like a devastating position to accept. Maybe there's an answer that a theist can come up with to overcome that. But if you give up the transcendental, i.e. the omniproperties of God, which is why most theists stick so hard to those, because it gives them a grounding that there's no human being that could in any way come across some view that supersedes God. But if you give up that view, then you're suggesting that God is deficient in some way, and a human being could, even just by random, be better than God on a particular topic or a point or whatever the case is. And that's a very unusual and difficult position to defend.
But like, there could be that you could have that conversation with a Muslim, yeah, and you can come to that conclusion and they'll still believe in it. So it's like, I don't know if there's any point in like for an atheist, for people that are non-theists, in it, it's interesting exercise, and for obviously some theists as well, it's an inquiry that they'll engage in, but ultimately it doesn't really matter, innit? Like it just doesn't matter. Like they're gonna believe what they're gonna believe regardless. You get me? And it's like,
yeah. Look, if they don't understand the nature of the argument, or if they don't understand what it entails, then they'll satisfy themselves that it's gibberish or gobbledygook and just move on. But a thoughtful theist would have to then engage with, okay, well, how does this work? How do I, deal with this, right? And that's kind of what I want people to think, right? And you're quite right, though, Emma. You'll come across people that either are unwilling to think or can't think at that level, or whatever the case is. For them, obviously, they're just going to go blah, 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 and walk away, right? And that's okay. I'm not there to say, at that point, you can't ask somebody to be rational or to engage in critical thinking, either if they're unwilling or unable to. At that stage, there's nothing we can do. We just move on.
But the problem gets a lot worse.
Can I bring in something else? Can we go back to maths for a second?
I just want to finish this quickly, because it gets even worse, because what is then said that atheists don't have a moral compass and they don't know what they're doing, but we do. And then when you look at this, you find that it's a lot worse, because they have incest, they have wife beating, they have slavery, they have all these things which are immoral in my eyes, fixed in the books. And then go and sit in the glass house and throw with stones. That's not very clever. And this is what, in my eyes, makes it worse.
Yeah. So, yo, JJ.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the maths thing, because I was thinking on that while you were talking. What did I write down? Oh yeah. So, would you believe that there was that 1 + 1 = 2 was always true in the entirety of existence?
Yeah, I mean, like, so you get what I mean when I say like it's an axiomatic system. Like, so first we need to establish what 1 is, then we need to establish what addition is, and then the system. So if you take one of your fingers, that's 1. Another one of your fingers, that's 1. You put your fingers together, and that's 2, and we establish what 2 is. Then it's consistent. Then if we say subtract means to take one finger away from the other, then you're left with 1. Then if we say multiply is 1, but so add it the amount of times. Then it's not 2, and then the system is coherent. Therefore, it always had to exist like this, because there's, you know what I'm saying?
So remember the question was, in existence, was 1 + 1 always equal to 2? Do you lot believe, just quickly, do you lot believe in evolution, the Big Bang and all that shit?
Yeah.
Yep, we believe in all that.
You can't believe in that.
You what?
You can't believe in that. I accept it, but I don't believe in it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a different, better way of saying it. I accept those propositions as being true or likely to be true. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't.
We believe it. Go on, just for the
yeah, we're gonna come back to that belief and acceptance thing in another time. Still. All right. So you accept the Big Bang to be true. Can you explain how, like, the most instantaneous part of the process of the Big Bang occurred, like in some kind of scientific language or mathematically?
Yeah, Rob's got the best.
Can I say that again? I didn't understand that question.
Explain the Big Bang. He said, explain it to him.
Yeah.
Well, there was just.
But specifically explain, like, so I don't know whether you class there being a moment when the Big Bang occurred. I don't know what your relationship, or how you factor time and timelessness into the Big Bang. I'm not sure.
It depends what the Big Bang is. What do you understand as the Big Bang?
Theory. But there are multiple theories of the Big Bang and what the universe being eternal, pre-existing the Big Bang, what we regard to be the universe, whether that was the origin point was the Big Bang, or if it. So it's like if Rob tells you something, it's not like maybe a scientist.
Just tell me what you lot. Yeah, just tell me what you lot individually in it, if anything. What do you believe?
Our individual thing won't do justice to your discussion. It's just
no, because I'm trying to. It's based on this mathematics thing. So just give me, first of all, like what you lot believe.
You lot. This has nothing to do with a non-belief in gods, right?
Bro, forget all of that. I'm just asking you a question.
Because people are listening to this and they will go and interpolate, extrapolate. They will do all sorts of things with this.
You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. We're just talking.
No, not you. People listening and watching. This is what happens.
Emma, can I ask you a question? Yeah. I feel like so that's disrespectful. I'm doing Stops to this service. I don't know what Stops knows, but me and Rob have definitely discussed this, and Rob is far more articulate on and knows far more finer details about the cosmology than I do, right? But why do you need every single person to explain it? Because if he does justice and no one disagrees, that should suffice, no?
No, that's fine. It's just that obviously. Anybody, and if someone has a different perspective, then give that as well, innit?
Well, I've heard like what they call the Big Bang could be just a white hole. So like there is like
simply put, the universe started expanding from a point of what some would argue infinite density, and but we just say very dense, very hot. Yeah, the universe expanded from that point.
James, don't use this infinite density. No. That's a model that went out 30 years ago.
Okay, I was saying some people argue that, right? But a very dense, very hot state, and it expanded from that point.
What was it? An infinite density of what? Matter, antimatter. What was? Is Rob still here, by the way?
Yeah,
Yeah. And I'll let other people speak as well. Stops has got a view on it, I think, as well.
All right, cool. Infinite.
I think. Let me just put it this way, Emma. I think the consensus is there was a Big Bang. What happened before the Big Bang, I think that's unknown, or at least there's not consensus on that. From the Big Bang onwards, I think there's a reasonable amount of consensus because there's observational evidence and it agrees with theoretical physics. So from the massive inflation, as in like very fast inflation at incredible speeds, much faster than the speed of light, I think most physicists and cosmologists agree on that. What they are putting forward is different hypotheses to explain what would have happened prior to that, or how did that come about. That's kind of, but I think there's wide agreement about that process, and what has happened after that. It's just what happened before that, or what explains that. I think that's where there's quite a bit of discussion.
So the Big Bang. Well, obviously everyone's all said kind of Big Bang as in an inflation, as you called it, and the critical mass of a density of whatever it is that it was made up of and stuff. I'm trying to investigate the like when you say the Big Bang, yeah, the Big Bang encompasses, in my mind anyway, the entire the entire expansion of the universe up to a point in it. And then, like, unless you still call this the Big Bang, we're in the Big Bang now, right? So if we regress to go back and back and back and back, I'm saying what's the furthest back you can go in terms of explaining the process, right? So forget about, okay, so
the Big Bang.
If you can call this this point, what if you can call this whatever happens beyond a certain point before the Big Bang, what's the first point after before the Big Bang?
What's the first point after the Big Bang or before?
Before. What's the first point after? Sorry, what's the first point after whatever came before the Big Bang, in your opinion?
I'm not sure at the numbers. We'd have to look that up as to what, but it was a very short, less than a second, right? The Big Bang, as I understand it, happened in less than a second. So after 1 second, what is commonly referred to the Big Bang, and I could be wrong, it could be a smaller or a slightly longer period of time, but an incredibly quick amount of time, that's considered the Big Bang. And after that, it's sort of stabilized in the sense that it, as we currently understand it, right? This could change, but as we currently understand, then it became a consistent inflation or expansion of the universe. But how short that period, it was in a very short space of time, but I don't know the exact amount of time, but very short.
Was there time? Was there actually time?
Yeah. Time is obviously, it's speed over distance, right? So you require particles.
It would have been within it, right, Rob?
What's that?
So it would have been within it. It's like the Big Bang didn't happen in space,
right?
The Big Bang was all of the space.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not helpful to think about it. It's what is it inflating into? That doesn't sort of make a lot of sense, right?
No, but it's like you know when I say time, yeah, like when you're describing really like the universe is really dense, really small, and it happens within a second. It feels like that's like a quick explosion because you imagine it happening in a big space because that's the only way we can perceive it. But all of space and time was in that little remarkably dense space. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So whatever action would, if something happened at an atomic micro level, what would appear if you were managed to shrink to that size, what would appear as a fucking eon would happen instantly,
right?
From a human perspective.
Right. So how do you measure that?
Yeah, be very fast.
How do you measure it? But how do you measure?
Well, they've got theoretical equations. Yeah, they've got theoretical equations where they work backwards based on observations, right? And they make predictions. And if the predictions, Lawrence Krauss's book is worth reading, even if you don't accept the Universe from Nothing title, it's worth reading because it'll explain to you. I mean, I could bring it up and sort of find the quotes and so forth about how they came to understand that, right? Because your question is, well, how do they get to this? How do they get up these numbers? And there are complex equations and observations that point towards that. So this is not just like a random guess. There's a lot more involved in that.
I get that, but any equation any calculation they're making, obviously they're probably using simulations and stuff, right? But any calculation would have to factor in the how can I explain it? The environment, being at what James Jones says is it must be true, right? You can't simulate that.
No, but time and space is relative.
Right? Yeah, right.
So the distance it takes for light to travel to a place can also imply how long it's taken for that light. So, for example, if certain things that they've concluded, the universe expanding and so on, then the amount of light it takes, like the time it takes for something to get to you, and the distance between that, you can infer a lot of information from these principles.
Not necessarily, because if the speed of light, you can't predict what the speed of light was at the time of the Big Bang.
Yeah, well, we do infer that the speed of light. We do infer that the speed of light is constant even from the Big Bang, right? But there's a difference between the speed of light, which is particles moving at extreme speeds within the universe, and the expansion of the universe itself. The universe itself can and is apparently expanding much faster than the speed of light. Now, that might be counterintuitive to people, right? But think of it as if it's something that's expanding, and the galaxies and everything within the universe is being carried away. But whatever's in the universe is limited by the speed of light, according to general relativity. But that does not limit the universe itself to the speed of light. The universe expansion is faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, it sounds like,
and that takes some. When I first heard that, I went like, how can that be, right? I've always been told that Einstein, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light, and that's true within the universe. But that says nothing about the universe itself. right? And if the galaxies are being carried away faster than the speed of light, well, that's entirely consistent with general relativity. It just means that the light coming from the galaxies cannot exceed 300,000 kilometers per second, which is why we get the redshift. And there's probably galaxies already that we can never see and will never see because they've expanded beyond the horizon, and that light will never reach us because they're being carried away faster than the speed of light. So that's why they say we don't know what the edge of the galaxy is in terms of distance. We can go back in time to about 13.8 billion years, but the actual distance in light years, the distance, the physical distance, we actually don't know because we don't know how far away this actually expanded beyond what we can observe, and we will never be able to observe it.
I'm gonna throw this out there that 1 + 1 = 2 did not exist at the time of the moment after what you would class as before the Big Bang.
The what?
Why would you do that?
Say that again.
I said I'm gonna say that 1 + 1, the axiom of 1 + 1 = 2, did not exist at the time. I'm trying to basically the way I'm describing it is because I can't think of another way to say the most smallest measure of time or space or movement are at the start, just as the Big Bang occurred. So I'm saying at the time.
You're saying after the Big Bang, then?
No, this is what I'm saying. This is why it's not. That's not what I'm saying, because you can't say after the Big Bang, because the Big Bang, you have to define when the Big Bang starts and ends, right? I'm saying the moment. So wherever you guys class as before the Big Bang, I'm saying the most instantaneous moment after that, right? So which
after the Big Bang, but you're making it. That's making the question sound difficult. You're saying right after the Big Bang.
No, because if I say after the Big Bang, what does that even mean? Where's the Big Bang begin and end?
So the universe is at its densest point and its hottest point, and then it begins to expand. So the second that expansion is triggered is what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cool. So you're saying 1 + 1. All right, that's a baseless assertion, though. What's your why? Why do you
say that? Because what is what? Okay, what is 1 at that point?
What is 1? 1 is what it is now. So there's particles, yeah. There's particles. Hold on, there's particles that make up that within that density. Rob, you know me, I'm pretty scientific, so correct me.
How many particles are present at that density?
I don't know, but there may have been more than 1. Therefore, that denotes 1.
I think they said only hydrogen existed at that point.
Say again.
I think they said hydrogen only existed.
Okay, but there's more than 1 hydrogen particle, right?
How do you know that?
And they said there's many. They said I think there was a different type of hydrogen that is, but I'm not sure anyway. Like I don't see where you're going with this, MA.
You don't have to see it. You just have to listen, innit?
Yeah, but if there's
what we're listening to, what are you going to?
Hold on. If there's more than 1 hydrogen atom, then that describes 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm saying, how do you know that there was more than 1?
But you're saying, okay, how do you? Cool. If that's what the cosmology, so if we're assuming that, let's say the cosmologists, the particle physicists are asserting the Big Bang happened, you and I cannot know because we don't know the equations to that effect. We understand the basics of why they believe that, or why they know that to be true, or why they accept it, whatever. But we don't know it, right? Can we also, at the same time, and if we're using it as one of the base premises, can we then also not accept another one of their assertions, which is that there was particles present within that density? And if so, if we do accept that, then that's your answer to your question, because 1 hydrogen atom, 2 hydrogen atoms, 2 hydrogen atoms.
But then that would imply that there was what we regard as our reality and existence and the science behind that reality and existence. That would imply that there was something before us, right? So if there's a bunch of hydrogen atoms or whatever in suspension within itself, because there's nothing else or whatever, it just existed. Like, what does that mean to you? Like, what is that? Is that a past life?
But what something are you trying to say it is though?
Wait, no, bro. You're gonna know.
MA is trying to invoke an existential crisis within all of us.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do. Yeah. I just want you to be front with it.
You know what? No. Because I've already laid out something which is picking up on James's maths contributions, isn't it? This is something that I thought about 12 years ago, right? So what the fuck was I saying now? So
talking about before.
So either there's a bunch of hydrogen atoms or whatever material you want to say was present at the time, And either one or two things happened. So one or two things are true. Either there was
Hold on a second. Can I just ask one real quick question? Was the photons must have existed, Rob, innit? And the Higgs bosons must have existed as well, no?
Well, at that stage, apparently, like the early universe, it was so hot that matter couldn't condense. So I don't know what it was, plasma at that stage. So actually, the only thing that, as far as I understand, I hope I'm correct, is that the only thing that existed was hydrogen and helium. But I don't even know if they existed in the form that they existed now because
That's
of the
what I'm saying.
extreme heat.
Different
But
form, yeah.
what they do suggest is that there were only light elements at the early
No, but
stage of the universe.
isn't density is mass divided by volume, no?
Yeah.
So then, for it to be in its most dense state, there would have had to be there would have had to be a Higgs field, right? Because then,
yes, there would have been something there. Correct. Yeah.
Right. So there would have been,
and I'm assuming that is hydrogen or helium.
Right. So there would have been things that have discrete measurements. Therefore, it would imply numbers of things, isn't it?
I think you're talking past each other. Mathematics is a concept. It's not a physical thing. So you cannot say if there's a helium atom and a helium atom, now you have two. No. This doesn't work like that. It's totally different things that you're talking about. One is physics, the other one's a concept.
No. But obviously we know it's abstraction. We know there's no, like, it's not tangible. But is it provable? So he's asking, did it exist at that point? And I'm saying, if you have numbers, then you have addition. So our concepts extend back to that time. Therefore, it would have been true then, as it is true now. So had a human been able to exist there?
Yeah, but this is the point that I'm trying to make. If there were an observer around at the time to count the atoms, then yes, it would have been there. But there obviously was no observer. So you cannot go and apply a concept to something which doesn't even exist yet.
No, but you know why it is important, those stops, just like, because I agree with you. But people often ask, is morality, is murder, has it been bad for all time? So if you extend something like the concept of mathematics and you say this has been true for all time, that's the only, and therefore it is objective. That's the only way you can make a similar claim to something like morality, innit? And that's why it is important at times to establish, has this been true from the beginning of time, and will it be true till the end of time?
Yeah, but murder is not a concept.
No, I know, but I'm saying, for example, no, but I mean 2 + 2. There's a physical manifestation of that concept.
No, it's a concept. 2 + no. You can't give somebody a 2. It's not something that is real. It's not physical.
No, but you can give somebody 2 of something, and therefore
you can either get 0 or 1.
But this is the difference.
But
let's not get technical.
Stop here. Let's not get to. Obviously, what James is trying to say is back then, even though no one could observe it, no one could actually test it, whatever. That concept wasn't there at that point. 1 + 1.
Yes, of course. If there would have been an observer, yes, of course, it would have been there.
So that's all we're asking, isn't it? So continue, James, with the MA. Continue. Yeah.
I'm quite interested to hear what I'm saying, actually.
Hey, hold on. Do you think I sound like MA as well, Aaron Mosele?
No. I was gonna. You and MA was talking, so I was saying you.
All right, man.
No, what Stops was saying was interesting still. I can come back to that, but so my thing is this, whatever was present at the time is like, I kind of agree with what my man's saying in terms of you're applying our logic, which is tied to our reality, to a concept where that logic and that reality just didn't exist, right? It didn't exist at all. So I'm saying I'm positing that everything that was there at that time, if you believe that either it was a flux, as in like it was like I don't know if that's the right word, but there's a constant expansion and contraction, that was just one of them, right? Or if there was like I think Rob said plasma at the time or whatever, but there was like a bunch of different elements or whatever you call it at the time. Do you know what I mean? I'm saying all of that, as far as I'm concerned, is one, and there's no and 2 is, I don't even know how to describe it. I'm just, bro. I don't even know how to describe it. I'm just saying that I don't believe that 1 + 1, that axiom always existed in all eternity. And if it it's almost like claiming that okay, people that say that God exists, yeah, or there's a creator, or there's a one. Even in Rastafari, yeah, you have the oneness and the I and I, innit? Right? And a lot of these
I went to
concepts.
Rastafari to explain the universe, you know.
1 second. What is wrong with that? What is wrong?
No, continue.
No, we've stopped now. Now we've put the brakes on and we've stopped.
Funny guy, man. Kiss the Steve, man.
We're both out the car now, Raf. What do you mean, man? Trying to reach Rastafari?
I'm getting back in the car, fam. I'm not involved.
No. But I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. What is it? What? So you think that, considering all the stuff that I've said, I'm now using Rastafari to explain the Big Bang?
I don't understand where you're going with this.
I'm asking you a question, bro. If you want to just bail out, wait. If you want to bail out, innit? I'm not asking you to stay in.
Bro, it's not emotional thing, fam. Don't watch that, fam.
I'm asking you a question. What are you saying that I've just tried to use Rastafari to explain the Big Bang?
Yeah.
If that's what I did, you're a bit stupid then, isn't it? How can we be talking for 10 minutes and you've reduced the argument to me using Rastafari to explain the Big Bang?
Brother, I literally saying that point that you're trying to go with it. I don't know where you were going with it. That's my point, innit? Like it's not.
You know what, bro? Just dust in it, because you're not
no problem.
Not contributing nothing to the thing. It's there.
No problem. All right, go through, brother. Go through. I didn't mean to upset you, bro. Let's go through. Let's talk about it, bro.
You're just derailing the thing. Like the whole point was to.
All right, bro. I'm not derailing it anymore.
No, just shush a minute, innit? Because you're acting like a child now. I was talking on the back of what James was saying, that 1 + 1 is an axiom that's always existed, right? And I'm trying to establish that my personal belief is that 1 + 1 could not have always existed as an axiom. It doesn't even make sense. And now he's just gone. That's what I'm saying.
What did you say?
I said, some man, for no reason anyway. Mute back up, man. You're not adding nothing to the thing, bro. So just mute up, man.
Yeah. Hold on to my words.
Yeah. Huh? 7:30. Yo.
Yeah. MA, just
you're thrown off.
That's what you think, innit, MA?
James Jones.
Oh, this guy, man.
That's what you think.
Yo, sing for me, bro. Sing.
All right, that's what you think, yeah?
Yeah, sing. You're gonna sing.
Okay, I think we've gone to a stage where we need to take a break or something.
Yeah, man, we need a break. We need a break. Because you are on the level of God, and we need a break from that.
Anyway,
you are too off the
God
level.
is going to say, cheers, see you later.
Yeah,
I'll join again.
Yeah, go on then.
Cheers, stops. Catch you later, matey.
I was going to ask. Yeah,
I'm going to join stops, man. But big up everyone. Man.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Except you, fat pig face bitch. Belly.
No face bitch. Fuck off. You little wanker. God's not here to regulate us, so I must leave. Yeah, man.
What are you saying, Dave? Oh, he's gone. Yeah, Belly, well, go on.
Yeah, ban Dave, man. I was just coming some idiot business for. I thought I was actually going to add to the conversation and shit. I just come and fucked up the whole panel. Get me?
Yeah, everyone dashing still. I wasn't even trying to offend MA, you know. I was like, literally, like, we're talking about this concept that he's coming from. I don't know where he was trying. I think he was trying to insert that maybe there was a creator behind, and that we're just going to, not looking at that possibility. Yeah, and then man mentioned Rastafari, and I was thinking, what? So I was just, anyway, yeah. MA, if you're hearing, bruv, I wasn't trying to offend you, bruv, but it's cool, innit? Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, man. It's walk on though, man.
What you saying?
What's going on?
Nothing still.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob, I was
About 10
gonna
hours
ask.
now, yeah. We ain't had
10
no
hours.
pain or nothing, man. Yeah, about 10 hours in it. But go on. What was you gonna say, bro?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Rob still about you see there's this concept of the universe, yeah. I don't know if because I've spoken to a few people and I don't know if I got it correct here. The idea of a universe, is it to do with they say that the galaxy can be described as the universe.
Yo, bro. Right. So
Sorry, say that again. Okay, never mind.
yeah. Right. Listen,
Did he jump off?
Hey, man, but listen. Did it cut off still?
Okay.
You might as well ask Rob a question, man.
Yeah, so yeah, Rob, I was gonna ask you, you see this idea of the universe, yeah. I've heard it described for instead of saying galaxy, we can say universe. Is that true, or is that
Sorry, just repeat that. I don't catch what you're saying.
okay? So you see when we talk about galaxy, I've heard someone, I don't know if it's true or not, yeah, you can interchange galaxy with the word universe.
No, those aren't interchangeable now.
Okay.
No,
So where's this
galaxy
idea?
refers to our local star cluster, and the universe refers to, as far as we can tell, everything in reality.
Because I've heard that there's apparently the universe is all that we can actually see, and that if we can't see beyond that, therefore there's some new universe.
What?
Well, there's a possibility that there are multiverse, right? And the cosmic microwave background is some evidence that points in that direction, as if they were bubbles touching each other, making contact. And the cosmic microwave background is some evidence of that. It's not strong evidence, but the director of the WMAP satellite, when Skydive Phil interviewed him, suggested there was some evidence in favor of a multiverse, and the cosmic microwave background pointed in that direction. But
I can't hear you. Guys, can you hear me?
Rob, you cut out, man.
Yeah, oh, okay, it was Rob. I thought it was me.
there's nothing definitive.
Yeah,
Rob,
Rob,
you
say
cut
that
out
last
for
bit
me,
again.
yeah?
It all froze there for a second. Yeah, it froze for a second. But the interesting thing is, so the director of the WMAP satellite project, a Greek fella, Skydive Phil interviewed him, and he suggested that the cosmic microwave background was some evidence in favor of a multiverse. Not convincing evidence, but it's some evidence. But the interesting thing, because you asked how far back can you see, I looked this up. Right, there's a galaxy. Let me just see if I can bring it up here. It's the furthest galaxy we've ever looked back in time, in the sense of like looking back in the universe. And here it is. It's called. So this is as far back as we've ever looked, i.e., that light has ever reached us. It's called GNZ11. And in distance, it's about 32 billion light years away. That's its distance. And it's observed at about 13.4 billion years ago, which means it happened about 400 million years after the Big Bang, which means it was a very early universe that happened. And that's as far back as we've ever seen, i.e. that the light has eventually reached us. Further than that, the galaxies will be expanding away, probably that the light will never reach us. But if you think about it, right, that's 32 billion light years away and 13.4 billion light years old, or 13.4 billion years old, not light years, 13.4 billion years old. So very, very early galaxy, GN-Z11.
Okay.
So it's ridiculously far.
Yeah, say that again.
Yeah, it's incredibly far away from us, and a very, very early galaxy that may not even exist today. All the stars might have, been sucked in by the black hole or whatever the case is. We don't know what happened with that galaxy.
Okay. Yeah, I was also gonna say that apparently there are suns. I don't know if there's any truth in that, but they've said that they observe suns that are older than the supposed Big Bang.
No, I'm not aware of any such thing. That would violate what we understand about the laws, right? So I don't see how you could have a sun that's older than the Big Bang, because that would require the Big Bang to either go back in time or the sun to have come into existence before the Big Bang, which doesn't seem to make much sense.
Raf, do you believe in the Big Bang, or like do you accept the Big Bang yourself?
Well, from what we're saying, yeah, I don't see an issue with it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about it, so that's why I'm hesitant on saying yeah, I accept it. But yeah,
who's we? You said you don't. That's what we say.
like I'm talking about certain scientists that accept it. That's like a lot of people
There's
talk
a
about
large
the Big Bang
consensus,
anyway.
right? Most scientists accept the Big Bang. There's
Yeah.
very little conjecture about the Big Bang. What happened before that? That's a different story. Lots of discussion and conjecture about that. But the Big Bang is widely accepted in the cosmological field.
Yeah, I'd say I accept it, to be honest. But it's just like if you ask me any question on it, I probably won't know too much about it. That's the issue I'm saying.
You don't know much about the Big Bang.
Yeah, but it's entirely fine. Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
entirely fine, though, Raf. You don't need to be an expert. If you're appealing to experts, it's not just you're appealing to an expert, you're appealing to the consensus of experts based on the evidence. Otherwise, it's an appeal to authority. Just to say, hey, I believe it because other people are smarter than me, that's an appeal to authority. But if you are appealing to the consensus based on the evidence, that's not an appeal to authority. And it's entirely fine not to understand something and still appeal to the majority based on the evidence. There's nothing wrong with that. It's entirely consistent and logical.
All right, I'm asking Raf now because he tried it, innit? So I'm getting at Raf still. All right, so
no problem.
So
Go
you're
easy.
saying, is this something that you accept without knowledge?
I have a little bit of knowledge on it, yeah, but not like something where if you start going into certain things like, oh, what was the rate of everything moving after straight after, what was at T1, what was happening, or T
Yeah, that's cool.
0.1. You know what I mean?
What do you understand about the Big Bang theory?
I just know it has to do with an expansion, innit?
Now, just tell me, like, literally tell me what you understand about
That's all I know, to do an expansion.
And you accept it on the basis of that's all you know?
Yeah, why not? We can see it from things like redshift. You can see it from
Can you explain
things
redshift?
like the lights traveling. What? Explain redshift.
Yeah, go ahead and explain redshift. Yeah.
Redshift's just to do with the the further something travel. Oh, it's been ages still. Further light travel. Yeah, I know. Yeah, further light travels. Oh, it's been a long time still. Yeah, I can't even remember that still. I'm not gonna lie.
You don't know nothing, bro. You don't know nothing.
Yeah, I took a nail on G Block. Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, no
But no,
problem.
the irony is obviously like atheists are meant to be well, not even upholding. So they're meant to be appealing to the scientific method in it to reason in many ways, isn't it? And if the knowledge is not there, like on something as important as, especially from a theistic, in an argument with a theist, that is a really important piece of that's a really important piece of discourse to have in it and to know about and to be able to argue against, right? The beginning of the universe, how life began, etc., etc.
Life
Yeah, but
began,
MA, some of those
hasn't got
things we
nothing to do with the
just don't
beginning of
know,
the
right?
universe.
Say again, Raf.
Life beginning has nothing to do with the universe beginning.
Life beginning has nothing to do with the universe beginning.
Yeah, life on Earth has nothing to do. Life beginning on Earth has nothing to do with the universe beginning. Like that doesn't compute. It's like life on Earth, the universe can have begun, yeah, and I said the universe could have been existing. Not the life. I'm talking about the Big Bang. The Big Bang has nothing to do with that. Got me tied up, fam. Don't worry about that. Yeah,
I love it, bro. You tried it, innit?
Yeah, the Big Bang, yeah, existing or whatever. After that, that doesn't mean that therefore all that life will just thrive and exist. Like it doesn't.
Okay, all right, there's a question then. So, you know what the question could be now. So the assertion you're making is that the beginning of the world or life beginning on Earth isn't necessarily
no, I'm saying that just because the Big Bang has happened now, we would be seeing more life out there in space, I reckon. If I'm just saying that based on how do I say it? There will be a more abundance of life. Obviously, that's my point in it. Like, it doesn't necessitate that just because the Big Bang happened, that therefore life will just be thriving like that. Yeah.
Let me address Dark Magician for a second. He says, no, it's not. An atheist doesn't have to be concerned with how or why the universe came into existence. That's not true. It's just that their explanation.
That's true. That is very true.
I'll tell you why it's not true, because their explanation is incredibly simplistic, and they take no ownership over that explanation. That's what it is.
Because M.A. Brown, atheism has nothing to do with. There are people who are atheists who don't believe in science, bruv.
Oh, sorry. I read it as theist in my head. No. Yeah, so yeah. Maybe you're right then. An atheist doesn't have to be concerned with how or why the universe came in. Oh, but hold on. If you're going to argue against a theist, yeah, and if a theist, I'm not saying that we actually absolutely have to have an answer to the question, but if you're going to argue against the theist's idea of how the universe came into being, which atheists do argue against, then you have to come with something yourself, innit? And to your credit, people like Rob and maybe James Jones and Scientific Method and all these guys, they come with their own version of events, right? But if there's an atheist that isn't coming with any version of events, then it's really important for them to establish what they believe was the start of the universe.
Why does the atheist have to understand the scientific model?
I was just about to tell you. So it's important to be able to count, because you're going to have that argument, you're going to have that conversation, in it. Or at the very least, it's important for an atheist who is prepared to argue against the theist on something like the creation story. You must have.
But you can just say you don't know.
You can just say what?
Just say you don't know.
Okay, but if you say you don't know, then you don't know. But if another person says that they do know, you can't, how are you gonna? And remember, boys, I'm not a theist.
Yeah, and then you just tell them to prove it. And if they can't prove it, then you just back to no one knows, isn't it?
No, but that proof would require you to have a certain level of scientific knowledge yourself to disprove it, right?
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, but so that means really you're saying that the religious people need to study the Big Bang theories and all the different theories to prove that their theory is right.
Nah, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying
because that's why the way you're saying it, yeah, because you're saying that, right? Wait, you're saying that the atheists have to prove that what the people were saying is wrong, when it's really that the theists have to prove what the scientists are saying is wrong, because the scientists are disproving what's going in their religious books. So really and truly, so that's why the theists have to prove we got our best customer yet, mate. One sec. Yeah, so in my version, I would say
come on.
Come on, You're saying the science have to prove the theists have to prove the science is wrong, so they can say that God made it.
I'll tell you why that's not the case, right?
Brandon,
they are relying upon calculations made by another entity, right? They're just accepting that, right? Or calculations made by even flipping some scholars or whatever who happen to be scientists or whatever. They're relying on all types of stuff, right? They've made the decision. They're making the claim, right? For you to be able to disprove that claim, you're now relying on other scientists who have done the work. But you have to be able to understand what the scientists them are saying. And this is what people like Rob and James and Scientific Method do. And I say that's a fair way to have a conversation and to debunk stuff, is if you've got a certain level of knowledge yourself, you're able to do that. But if you don't have the knowledge, you can't debunk, because even the scientists that are talking to you or the scientists that are reading, you don't even understand what they're saying. So how can you debunk anything that they're saying?
Yeah, but bro, by what you're saying,
religious people. Then.
But what about? That's what I'm trying to say. What about the religious people that are making claims that they know God made the universe? Yeah. How can they even make such a claim if they don't understand basic science?
They can make this is the problem. They can make as many claims as they wish. If you don't we have
to say we don't believe it, bro.
Hold on. You have to believe what I'm saying. To be able to debunk them, you have to be able to have the knowledge to debunk them. You can't just say, "Oh, that doesn't make sense," or this, like, you have to understand, if you're gonna, and this is what you're gonna do, you're gonna go and reach for another scientist or the whole faculty of scientists in the West or whatever, and you're gonna go to them and look at their evidence, yeah. But you have to understand what their evidence is, and I'm saying that is a fair way to assess the validity of a theist's claim that what is written in the Quran or Bible. Whatever,
if I accept what you're saying, yeah, but listen. If I accept what you're saying, yeah, I'm going to accept what you're saying, yeah, even though I don't accept what you're saying, yeah, just for the point of this argument, I'm going to accept what you're saying, yeah. So, an atheist has to understand the full scientific method of the Big Bang Theory and so, if they want to debunk the claims of God, yeah. But so you now have to accept that. Listen. First of all, listen. You're going to have to accept that a theist is going to have to is going to have to understand the full workings of the Big Bang Theory to disprove that and say that God created the Earth now.
Nope. No, they don't. I'll tell you why they don't.
Why not?
Right?
Kind of, you tell me why I know them, and why does the wait. Tell me this then, yeah. Why does the person that's not making the claim have to understand something that's nothing to do with the claim that they even believe in, yeah, to debunk the claim that the person's making? When the person, then when you give the explanation to that claim, the person doesn't even understand the claim that you're talking about. How does that make sense?
The person being you or an atheist, right?
Yeah, no, the person is in a theist. So if I understand the ins and outs of the Big Bang Theory, yeah, and I can explain it off the top of my head to Issa, yeah, and he doesn't understand a word of what I'm saying in the Big Bang Theory, yeah, how does that even debunk what I'm saying?
No, it debunks it because you're doing the debunking. It doesn't matter what he thinks of his theory of how the universe started. The debunking is happening from you. You're the one that's debunking the thing, not. Do you know what I mean? It's not. That's the direction it's headed in, right? So what I'm saying to you, right, is the evidence that these men are providing is not evidence in the opinions of atheists, right? It's not evidence. Yeah, it's bullshit, right? I might even agree with you, but what I'm saying is that's the evidence that they're coming with, and it's like if they don't understand the Big Bang Theory, they're now vulnerable to the Big Bang Theory, right? It would make sense for them to go and study it, but not all of them do. But for you to debunk it, you definitely need to understand the counter argument. Of course, you have to understand the counter argument. Otherwise, you don't have an argument. You get me? And I'm saying people like Rob and these guys, they actually do that. You get me?
The Big Bang doesn't even debunk.
No, but they don't though. That's backwards. Because, like, you're saying that the person making the claim doesn't have to understand any opposing arguments to their claim. Yeah, you have to wait. Yeah, wait. When the person's making a claim, yeah, they don't have to have any evidence or any understanding. Leave it, man. I told you you can have it in a second. Yeah. Anyone's making a claim, you have to tell. Yeah, they have to understand the opposing arguments that's going against their claim. So if you're going to explain something to them, or they're going to say, God made the universe, and then there's facts of what's happened in the universe, you explain that, yeah, and say, this is how this planet was made. Can you tell me how God made that planet or whatever? And they say, well, God just said, what's it?
Abracadabra.
Not they should. Or something like that. Kun fire kun. Yeah, and then you're like, what does kun fire kun mean scientifically? And it's just like, yeah, it just bees, and it was. So how is that an argument to any understanding of any scientific knowledge?
It's not an argument, and this is the point I'm trying to make. It doesn't matter if you have the knowledge to be able to debunk what they're saying. What they're saying doesn't matter if they don't even understand what your argument is, right? And this happens a lot. It's happened to you. It's happened to me. It's happened to bare people at Speakers Call and talking to theists. Yeah, you'll be speaking to someone, and you will come away from it knowing that you've debunked their thing because you have a certain amount of knowledge, or you've asked questions and whatever, right? But that doesn't mean that the person that you've debunked has any idea of what the fuck you just said. It doesn't mean you debunked their thing. So you need to have a certain. Hold on 1 second. You need to have a certain level of knowledge to be able to even have those conversations and come away from it and say that you've debunked the thing. You can't just say, Yeah, go on, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I was just gonna ask. Yeah, let's say, what's it called? You learn the Big Bang and understand it, right? How does that debunk the fact that a creator could have existed and created the Big Bang?
I'm not saying that particular block of knowledge will do that, but I'm saying if you're gonna have a conversation about the start of the universe, right? How the universe was made specifically, then yeah,
I can't hear. Is it me that's gone?
Can you hear me?
It's you, man. I can hear MA still.
Is it me that's gone? Anyone?
Can you hear?
Yo.
Raf, it's you.
He's about to dust. Yeah.
He's man. Wait, but can you understand the point? What I was trying to make on the opposite side, though, because it seems like you're trying to put the burden of proof on the people that don't make a claim.
No. It's not about burden of proof. It's about if you're going to have a conversation, right, to try and say, okay, your thing is wrong, right? Then you have to understand that the mindset of many theists. I mean, Isa the Black Telect might not be one of them because he seems to be quite knowledgeable about his thing, but a lot of theists won't have any other argument other than God said so and it's in the Quran and the Bible. You get me? They ain't got nothing else. And so to be able for you to be able to come away and say, I've ripped up his, right? You need to have that. You need to have a level of knowledge. You have to.
Can I put in something? Sorry, big up to the brothers on the panel, brothers and sisters and the thing. Sorry,
hey,
I haven't been around.
We've been on trial all week, you know.
I'm sorry.
You turn up on Thursday, please.
You know what it is, bro? I've been. Well, I would have probably started swearing and thing. You know what I mean? You know, we're man hungry already, and then idiots start coming and chatting rubbish, bro. You know what I mean? So,
you know, man, you lot have been able to stick it on us today, this week, for the whole week.
But it still would have turned out where if you lot ain't on the panel, certain monkeys and savages would jump on and start. You know how it go already. But let me before I forget the subject matter here, what I think MA's saying, right? And if he's not, I've been saying it for time. So let me say what I think. Is that there's two things you're dealing with here. There's what the people of those religions are telling you, and you're arguing against what they're saying. And then there's what the religion or the religious text is actually saying. And because you don't know what the religious text is actually saying, you're arguing with the people rather than the actual religion. Do you understand? Really? So, in other words,
I get your point, but I think MA was making a bit of a different point, Esau.
Okay.
What I would say, what I would say, what MA was saying was that for you to debunk any religious theory or whatever, you as an atheist, you need to understand the Big Bang theory, sort of, to be able to understand it.
Let's not. Sorry, bro. Let me just chip in quickly. Let's not restrict it to the Big Bang, right? The relevance of the Big Bang was in relation to knowledge of how the universe started specifically, right? So if you say, if a theist says the universe started by God clapping his hands or whatever, then that's his opinion, innit? And then you've got to have something to come back with, right? Like, if you knew nothing of science at all, you wouldn't really be able to argue against the theist. That's the reality of it. If you knew nothing. But the fact is,
I see what you're saying. So what you're saying is that if you haven't got something to put in its place, you can't refute that. Is that what you're saying to me?
Say that again.
You know, are you saying that if I'm saying that it wasn't God, or somebody's saying it wasn't God, or if I'm saying it wasn't the Big Bang, I need to have another explanation for it. Is that what you're trying to say?
You need to have, at the very least, some type of knowledge base to argue from, right? Like, because if you didn't know imagine you literally didn't know anything of science, or you didn't know any, you just didn't know, bro. Like, I don't know, it's hard for us to comprehend that because we all know something, isn't it? But if you did not know anything, you would actually probably just accept what the bear's fucking saying to you. You don't have another reference point. So I'm saying the fact that we have our reference points because we went to school and we know basic science, and as we've grown up, we've learned more science, and then we've got some pseudosciences thrown in there, and we've had conversations on Valley Vision and that Speaker's Corner. We've got a body of knowledge to work from, and I'm saying that body of knowledge. All types of stuff. There's all types of stuff that we've learned, right? And what I'm saying is, when you come to have that discussion to counteract somebody who has an idea of how the universe was created and whatever, you need to have, at the very least, an equal, do you know what I mean, an equal position or a body of knowledge to be able to argue from. It's simple.
I mean, this is the issue I have. On both sides, I see problems. I see where on the atheistic side, they're trying to pretend that for a human being to say that there's one supreme eternal king that produced the universe that we can't comprehend is equivalent to saying that a magic dragon or a teacup floats around space. I'm saying that doesn't correspond at all, because the concepts of I'm saying you often find atheists following Richard Dawkins and others saying that the concept of a supreme king or God, the eternal creator that you can't comprehend, that originated everything, right, is equivalent to believing in a magic dragon that created everything, or any other types that you lot put out there. I'm saying that doesn't equate, because in the human realm, we've generally experienced there being one king, whether it be the dad of the house, whether it be the main man of the village, whether it be the king of the empire. You've had one dominant figure, and that's generally why it come out to be a male. Do you get what I'm saying? So let's say humans have evolved and used that as an example for the whole universe. Do you get what I'm saying? You've never had a teacup running a village. Do you get what I'm saying? So you've never, which magic dragon done that for the whole lot, unless it was a symbol of something else, like the great serpent or something like that. So that's on the side of the atheists. Now, obviously, on the side of the religious nut jobs, they've got used to making religion a tradition. So this has been my problem all the time, and I keep telling people, stop taking people who've inherited their religion as a culture as though they are part of that religion. They can't be. It doesn't make sense. It's like saying, because your dad was a doctor and your mum was a doctor, and you're born into a house with two doctors, and that you done whatever you did, so they can just talk on the bits and pieces that they've heard, unless they've researched that thing, then they can't be seen as being doctors. Simple as that.
Okay.
Especially
What I was trying to say to MA, was saying that if I was to accept that the atheists or the people that disbelieve in God creating the earth need to at least understand the other arguments or the other facts that's been put forward, which are leading towards creating the universe. Why doesn't he? I don't see why he didn't accept that the people that are claiming God created the universe have to have at least looked into the other ways which could have been the creation of the universe. Because for you to make just a statement that God created it, and then when someone says, there's this theory, there's that theory, and there's this, that, and the other, and do you know what this is? Do you know what that is? And blah blah blah, and they don't know none of it. Which person do you think is, in my personal opinion, that the religious belief person will be more arrogant, man, because of ignorance. They're making a bolder claim that they know how it was started.
But this is the thing. I would definitely agree with that, especially in a world where the technology that you're using every single day of your life is based upon the theories of the scientists. Do you get what I'm saying? If there's a direct chain of the opinions and the findings and the conclusions of those scientists direct down to the technology you're using, which suggests at least some of their theories are correct. So therefore, I suggest when you're going to argue against those people, then you should at least know the background of what they're saying. Do you get what I'm saying? But but to me, the whole thing stems from the mentality of us accepting people who claim to be of a certain religion or whatever it is.
But Issa, let's not go there. Yeah, let's keep it simple, innit? Yeah.
Well, you're not getting the point. It's the mentality. Listen to what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying, brother.
Go on.
I hear what you're saying. We've heard it so many times, but this is my point, innit? Yeah. Carl, we're talking about if you don't know something,
One sec,
and you ask
Dave, you're gonna behave yourself. One sec, Raf. Dave, you're gonna behave yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. If you don't understand something, and you ask questions about it, and those questions that you ask, you can ask genuine good questions or whatnot and everything. Maybe it's against someone who doesn't know, innit? But you can also ask someone who does know, right? You ask good questions and whatnot, and they seem to be fumbling and
they don't understand it, or they're having what you call cognitive dissonance or whatever. Yeah, like, bro, that doesn't like the religion. If you check all the arguments against religion and God, yeah, it has nothing to do with understanding of science. Literally, you can go from points of views of.
Are you putting regulations?
Kalam,
putting regulations.
One sec.
Giving us regulations, yeah.
One sec, Dave. One sec. Raf, you claimed you've heard it many times from me, yeah. Listen to what you just said, and what is it you're saying that you've heard many times from me?
I'm talking about something else, fam.
Raf, I heard what you said. No, I heard exactly what you said. What is
you're
it
talking
you
about?
said?
You want to insert Sunnis, them not understanding their thing.
That's not what I said, you clown.
Okay, what are you gonna say? No problem.
This guy's talking madness.
Hold on, Dave. Wait, one sec. Raf, I want you to listen carefully. Raf, I want you to listen carefully. Any group of people, whether they be atheists or religious. I gave the example of doctors, and you were telling me about Sunnis. Did you not hear the example I gave about doctors?
No problem. No problem. Go.
Right. So I'll say it again.
We're gonna talk about.
I'm saying the culture of the mentality to pretend you are part of a group and can speak on it as though you are a representative and you should be respected as being a representative of that thing just because you add yourself to that. So whether you add yourself to atheists, whether you add yourself to the scientists of the atheists. So for instance, you could have an atheist that says, you know what, I don't really care about science and how we got here. I just don't believe in God. But obviously a lot of scientists generally, when they're meeting religious people, they generally hold on to the scientific thing. Do you get what I'm saying? But it could be, you've got people in the Caribbean that don't know hardly anything about science.
Yeah, but he don't care about that. He thinks Sunni is Shia. He thinks they're the same thing.
No, hold on. So
he
what I'm
thinks
saying,
they're the same thing.
What the hell, Veli? One sec. Hold on, Raf. What I'm saying to you is the whole solution to the problem is the mentality that we have in accepting whether they're atheists or not. That human beings like to pretend that what they're representing is something that they have knowledge of. So, for instance, if you was in a religious system, the whole governance was you were in a theocracy. You now would be the minority, and the predominant would now look at you as you would be the like us, like religious people now are looking stupid in society. And if you say you believe in a God or Jesus died for your sins and stuff, people kind of look down on you as being stupid in this society.
That's not true. That's not entirely true, bro.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, Raf. I'm saying to you, we're living in a Christian country. When a lot of people stand there talking about Jesus dying for their sins, to the average person going shopping on a high street, they pay no blasted attention to them. Okay, the common person pays no attention to them. Yeah, maybe black people.
But some people still believe in a God, so that it's not got nothing to do with Jesus. They don't have to believe in Jesus died. They still believe in the God concept.
It's cut to the chase, man. Do you believe Shia and Sunni is the same thing?
Dave, one sec. Raf, what I'm saying, listen to the point I'm making is the culture. So I said we're in a Christian country. Yeah, despite us being in a Christian country, I'm saying the masses of people, let's say the masses of white people, they pay no attention to people talking about Jesus now. Yeah, because we're in a Christian. So I said if we were in a country, although it's predominantly supposed to be Christian, it's predominantly in its workings atheist, right? Secular atheist. So I'm saying if you were in a country where the predominance and the majority of people believed in religion, no matter how much you explain Big Bang and all of that stuff, it would mean nothing. Do you understand? So I'm saying you, as a person that went there who didn't understand science, you would be in exactly the same as the religious person explaining something who didn't believe in God. You both would be in the same position. You can't fully explain the details, and they can't explain the details. You have a belief and trust in modern day prophets called scientists. They have a belief in more ancient prophets.
You see, this is where they were going with it. I know you could have just started this off, You could have said this from the beginning because I don't believe in because I don't know something too well. No, this is what you're doing. This is a blatant. No, bro, stop it, man. Stop it, bro. Stop it. No, I do.
I'll start towards him with the way
this is your argument, bro. Your argument.
What my argument is terrible.
Your argument is that we can't verify the way that some people who are religious can't verify it. Therefore, we're believing like them.
No, that's not my argument. I didn't say that, Raf. What is wrong with your head? Where did I say that?
That's what you're saying, bruv. What are you talking about, fam?
Forget
I
what
can't
I'm saying.
verify it the way these people are
Raf,
verifying
where
it.
did I
So
say
therefore,
that?
I believe like they are.
Raf,
What are you talking about?
where did I, Raf, listen to what I said. Where did I say about you can't verify? Where did I say that?
Do you know science the way everyone else, the way the scientist knows the science, bro?
No,
That's what your argument was, yeah? No, Isa. Did I not say that? Did you not say that?
I'll say it again. I'll say it again.
Try one more time.
I'll say it for you again. I'm saying you don't have to do
listening.
experiments. I'm saying as long as you have a logical, consistent understanding of where you are and why you believe what you believe at this current time. Yeah. Going from there, I'm saying you can argue your point. You don't need to see any verification because you necessarily for an experiment because you've got the phone and technology in your hand. But I'm saying if you don't have bro, there's loads of people that have this technology. They've got no idea how circuits work, electricity works. They've no idea. Do you understand? They don't even know. Some people don't know how to bloody change a fuse and a plug. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So that's not my point about. All I'm saying is a basic logical understanding of how the thing works. I'm saying then they are just believers. Do you get the point now, Raf? Do you understand that bit? If you have no knowledge, I'm talking about it's logical and consistent. Not that you've got up out and done any.
Comparing it to God, you know. Come on, man. Silly argument, fam. It's a foolish argument, bro.
All right, Raf. All right. We understand that you're not there yet. Okay.
No, I'm not there. I'm not there. No problem. Move on to a different argument. A foolish argument, fam.
Yeah,
one,
I know you
can test and prove. The other you can't test and prove. But
what's
you want to put it on the same level, fam. It's a silly argument, bro.
All right, Raf. Hold on. So you brought it.
Move on, bro.
No, Raf. So you brought it to the level of God. I didn't mention God in that. So what are you talking about?
You did. You were going to mention God, bro. Stop the lies, bro.
I mean, I was going to mention this. So you're
Stop
a prophet.
the lies, fam.
Raf,
I'm a soothsayer. I'm a soothsayer.
This is one of the reasons I didn't come on, you know, because seriously, people like you just every minute you were telling me where I was going, what I was saying.
Bro, just tell the truth, fam. That's what you were.
Raf,
move on.
You can't even sort out your
Let's talk something else, fam.
Yeah. Let's talk something else. Anyway, let me change the subject because boy,
man, try and stick it on some G block, bro. Well, go on, man.
Yeah, it's Raf G. Remember, I'm the god of G block, so you know what I mean. Obviously, you know, I had to sit out and see what one. Yeah, I think Raf is I don't think Raf is G block, bro. Seriously, because this guy, blood, his brain literally is like he's like got a monkey brain, bro. Man's telling me twice. First he said where I was going with something, then said to me, got it wrong. Then he said something else, got it wrong, and now he's telling me I was going to God. I'm like, wow, bro, this guy, seriously. Anyway, you're not part of G Block, Raf, so, you know.
I've never claimed to be part of G Block anyway.
No, not for you. I'm just letting people know he's not part of G Block, so therefore, any L's that Raf takes every 5 minutes will not represent an L for G Block. Yeah? Seriously, the guy's dumb as bricks, bro. I don't even... Seriously. Yeah, Jelly,
I forgot you was on the panel, you know. I'm all typing to you in the comments. Let me ask you about that. You trying to hide up there. Yo. Yeah, so MA, how do you think the world, the universe started then?
Yeah, I can reply to you still. I cannot verify, or there's no reason for me to believe in any beginning in it. Like I don't necessarily have a concept of a beginning where the universe is.
Yeah, but what about the evidence that's pointing towards the Big Bang and whatever?
He's a nihilist.
I would say that evidence is too convenient and sounds. You know how like when we're talking about theists and stuff, yeah, and we're like, yeah, the God of the Bible or whatever sounds like something that man made up. Well, the Big Bang. And like this idea of the edge of the universe, even though it hasn't been found or whatever, also to me sounds like stuff that man's making up in it. So I don't deal with that.
But what that's what I'm trying to say. Like, so what do you? Because I don't understand it fully. But what do you understand about the Big Bang theory? Like, do you know about the Hubble telescope and the lights that they've seen in that shit and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, like what Rob and James were talking about the light traveling from the center of the universe, from the original point of the Big Bang, and some
background radiation
and things like that. Yeah, exactly, background radiation. And I understand a little bit about the 0 point field and fluctuations in and the link between the Nun from the theists thing and the 0 point field. 0 point field is a low level vibrating kind of soup of energy from which apparently the random fluctuation occurred from in the Big Bang or whatever. That's one of the theories, isn't it? But
yeah,
like
even Stop said that that's not entirely factual. So that's a model that they spoke about 30 years ago. So even that, like, the understanding changes over time. At one point, I was told that it was an infinite how to describe it? Infinite influx of like
energy.
Just at one point just spreading out from one point, and then it just. Then someone said, "No, that's not the correct way to explain it. Like it was more like a bounce or something like that." So it's there's so many different understandings to it.
Well, at the end of the day, they're saying it expands from a point.
But Issa, with you, yeah, man, ain't really got an issue with this scientist thing, yeah, because you look into it like that. Yeah, with a lot of the other dons that would just say like when I was talking to Zabidi, yeah, yesterday, and she was just talking about God created everything, and I'm like, but what? Yeah, have you looked into anything else? And it's like, because you're talking from ignorance, like God created it, so you don't have to look into anything else.
That's what Issa was referring to.
This is my point, Veli, where to be honest,
that's what Issa was referring to.
To be honest, Veli, it's kind of like, you should call it the bully block, because at the end of the day, if you got people like Rob, like James, and yourself, you know what? To be honest, no offense, I didn't think you was that bright at first, It's just that you didn't have the knowledge of subjects, but you're highly intelligent. Do you get me? And you weren't necessarily interested in them, or by yourself. Sort of like when you hear them, you're interested, it seems, in the topic to get in with the people. Like you become interested, but by yourself you ain't. But you're also intelligent. So all you lot are doing is just bullying people who have just inherited a cultural idea like Walter. Like, come on, bruv. Walter is the biggest retard on the frigging whole block. Like,
no, but Issa, you know what we did? That's what it was, yeah. Because you're gonna, like, I knew man was gonna start saying that. You man are just bullying people and that rah. And that's why on purpose I said, let me put G Block week up minute, yeah. So the man then can, you get me?
No, but this is what I'm saying. If
Issa believes in a God, Veli, you don't.
No, but
so
my concept
who's the retard?
No, but this is what I'm saying, Veli,
Although Issa don't believe in, although Issa believes in a God or whatever, and I don't believe in the same God that he believes in or whatever, he's still willing to look at scientific evidence and argue different points on shit that I've never even heard of. Do you know what I'm saying? So at least he's looked into the shit.
You're gonna give him a pass.
No, but
I'm saying my concept to pass, man. That's why he gets ratings around there though, because he hardly ever shies away from a debate. You get me? There's only one questionable. There's only one questionable. You get me? One questionable time, that I'll be like, right, Issa.
What's that?
But apart from that, he's usually he's up for chatting still, man. So that's why you get the ratings, man.
What I'm saying, Veli, like Shakara came on.
Issa demands respect. That's a fact.
Alhamdulillah, everyone. To be honest, all the sincere people I think should get respect. Anyone who's sincere. But what I think is this is that only when Shakara and a few other brothers get on, then you can say like M.A. Brown, Shakara, who else? There must be a few others anyway that you can say are in the theist block. But the rest of them, like, come on, man. It really, it's just like, a bully in the playground, simple as that.
Well, you know what, there is clever people in the chat, that type out intelligent stuff that know more than me, in the chat, that don't come on as well. So hopefully, over time, they will take it from the chat to the panels or be liking and sharing with people that they feel like would represent their points well as well, innit? So we can get people like hopefully more people that are challenging on both sides on, you know what I'm saying? Like obviously I want to get people that are smarter than myself on standing repping the thing as well. You get me? Like I want to get people smarter theists on the other side who come with angles to arguments that will be a problem for for the man and that have got them sort of arguments wrapped in all that, man.
Well, I was doing something here when Chakra was dealing. I was getting frustrated with Rob and Chakra here. When Chakra was putting a point to Rob, and Rob, he sort of danced, yeah, and then he kind of done the moonwalk. Then he came back after a little spin. Do you know what I mean? So basically, what Chakra was pointing out is that both life and consciousness are dependent and spring from the body, biology. Do you get what I'm saying? But life as we know it comes first. Yeah. So something is living, like the sperm and the egg. That you wouldn't say that when the sperm meets the egg, that's a conscious thing, would you? The zygote. Yeah.
Yeah, nah. What I feel. I'll tell you what. Yeah, that part was agreed. Yeah. Right. The life and consciousness separation. Yeah. Right. What wasn't agreed? Yeah, was the spirit, soul, and life separation.
But this is what I'm saying. The only two, you can get rid of the concept spirit and soul, because the main thing was, because Chakra was talking, let's say, Western language.
I just had it as spirit / soul in it, so which either or.
No, but this is what I'm saying. Chakra said, you know what, I'm going to come over to your side and use your terms, which is life. Yeah, so we both agree on these terms, yeah, but we're going to do it from your perspective of Western science, yeah. So we all agree, for instance, that there's something called life. So there's something where something is dead, so to speak, and now this thing next to it is alive. It has life. Yeah?
Yeah.
But you can't put life in under a microscope and say that there is life and that there is death. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah? You can.
You can?
Of course you can.
No, you can't put life. You might be able to put something living.
You can document a life.
No,
do you know why? Yeah, I tell you what. Yeah, Isa, because it depends on. So this is what I was saying to Chakra. So were we talking about human interaction, or are we talking about just anything that's alive?
Well, that's life itself. Because I'm saying it all. To be honest, it makes no difference, because.
Why it makes a big difference to me, is like, because I had got consciousness down to your brain, innit? That's what me and Chakra agreed to disagree on that part, innit? Yeah, consciousness and brain, and then the Chakra carried on the discussion with Rob, where they got to trying to separate the soul and life. What is the life force sort of thing? You know what I mean? Like the thing that. So
But you seem to be obsessed with the soul and spirit.
Nah. Yeah, because that's what Chakra. Because I invited Chakra on because he had that talk with Rob the day before, and I was like, and this is what Chakra was saying, because we didn't know what consciousness was back in the day. Now we're learning about it. Therefore, when you talk about the soul and spirit, you can't dismiss it, because we'll learn about something to do with soul and spirit, and it'll probably exist. So you can't just dismiss it like that. So I was just like, it don't make no sense. You can't.
But that wasn't his point, though. That wasn't what he was
his
saying.
point. I promise you that was his point.
You think
when I was talking,
what that was, yeah?
I promise you, when I was talking to him, that's what he was saying.
Okay. Let's pretend that's his point, yeah?
I think you're wrong.
In the argument, he used what he's saying is, regardless of science, we're still acknowledging, prior to all of this discovery of atoms and molecules, DNA, etc. When the people them are discussing themselves 500 years ago in the West and saying, I think, therefore I am, you're acknowledging that you have consciousness and that therefore you are alive, yes?
Yes.
So right now, have they got any further than those two particular things?
Yeah, every day.
How have they got further?
Every day. By every move we make and every action we take. We
lockdown.
Energy.
Hey, you lot better talk to Boris now. Seriously, certain people need to go out.
Now, fuck this. Energy. We are energy.
Yo, Dave.
Every single day.
Dave, send the email to anyone out there, send the email to Boris.
Come on, man.
Dave needs to go out.
My guy wants me to pray to the sky
No, don't break the sky, bro. Go for a walk or something. Put your head out the window or something and breathe in some air, bro.
Don't believe it. We are energy.
Yeah.
We are
Yeah,
energy.
Esau,
Yeah.
we
Boy,
accepted
you
that
boy.
not everything in
You
consciousness
boy.
is understood, right? Cool.
Shit.
Not
So
everything in consciousness. What does that mean?
that we're talking when it comes to consciousness, not everything is understood. Yeah, the
What
concept
is
is not fully understood. Yeah, we've talked about the brain. Some people talk about consciousness could be what, like, you know, there's so many, because I've had these discussions before, yeah, where they say, oh, if someone is brain dead, or if someone is in a coma, or let's say a virus, is that alive, or is that conscious, or is a plant conscious? No, some people have different understandings of it. So I've heard things where they say consciousness can be measured on like almost like a scale. So plants have a low level of consciousness, and as it goes up, what's it called? When you get to human beings, we have a much higher level of consciousness, and we like this idea that of consciousness. What we agreed on when we was talking to Shakara, says it was from the brain. Now Shakara was talking about life as well in it, and I said to him, Shaka, I don't know if life and brain and consciousness are really separate, you know. But eventually someone else went on, I think it was Veli, went on to say, yeah, or let's say they are like kind of separate, like there is consciousness comes from life, innit? And Shakara agreed, said, yeah, consciousness does come from life, yeah. Let's say that's the case, yeah.
Sorry. I'm gonna
wait, hold on.
Esau, I'm giving you all my lives. I love you. And you are the life of the world that we live in. I'm off.
Thank you very much.
God bless.
Take care, yeah.
Thank you very much, Dave. Bless, man.
Yes.
Yeah. Breathing that fresh air out the window, my brother. Yeah,
so
oxygen is good, bro. Oxygen.
He's gone to call the crisis line, isn't it? Whatever you call it.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, no. Hold on. So this is the point, yeah. For me, yeah, you reduce everything down to its smallest component, yeah. And one of the guys that was on it, he did mention something where I noticed most atheists and other people just trip up, and that's where you get from the point of where inanimate or inorganic matter becomes organic life matter, right? Yeah.
Okay.
So my point is, would you consider a sperm and an egg before the egg's fertilized to be living?
Well, some people will argue yes, and some people argue no. I don't know, and I feel like they're just reacting to stimuli. But you can say it's living if you want. Why not?
So, no. But what could we use to say they're alive, as opposed to?
That's the point. Like that's what we was talking about, because we was talking about the idea of a brain dead person or someone who
in there, bro. This is how you lot always get lost, because you can never stick to what's put on the table. I said sperm and egg, and then we're gonna go.
But sperm and egg can you know, we can give other examples as well to describe the situation where it wouldn't fit that criteria either, fam. So like sperm and egg, what do you want to say? Sperm and egg is living based on what? The fact that it moves.
Follow the example, you're gonna learn. That's what I'm saying. That's the reason I give it, bro. Because I'm saying no matter what, the sperm and the egg is inseparable from what a human being is. Correct? Yes. All right. So therefore, you start from there, right? But anyway, so at some point in time, when the sperm meets the egg, later on we can say, if you say they're not living, so to speak, when they meet, at some point it becomes a living creature. Yeah. And at some point it becomes a conscious creature that's alive. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's reverse even back now. Do you agree that single-celled creatures that were in water were considered to be alive?
Yeah, some people do consider them to be alive, yeah.
But they call it life.
Yeah.
Of course. What do you mean? Who the hell considered it not to be alive, Ralph?
Look, yeah. Let's say, yeah. Okay, cool. They're alive, yeah, because they're called living cells. Yes, they're alive.
Are you sure you're... Hey, Veli, is it G Block? Let me just done this thing right now and say, boy, G Block got my...
I'm not G Block, fam. Whatever, fam. Okay, yeah, cool. Living cells are alive. Yeah, whatever, man.
You're a guest.
Cool.
All right, you're a guest. All right.
Yeah, let's go with it. Let's go with it.
Cool. You're just a visitor.
Well, come on, man. That's your gun, man. You want smoke, bruv? My reception.
You know what? I'm not even gonna lie. I'm tired right now. I can't even be asked to talk.
No, that's fair. I know the internet smash you up. But anyway, all right. Let me just explain. Yeah. How it works is this. Yeah. if we're gonna say a bunch of chemical processes in the cells, you got RNA, DNA, etc., blah blah blah. There's so many millions of different processes, chemical processes going on in the body, trillions and billions all the time, right? And we're calling this physical, biological organism a live thing, right? Then we're going to go to the fact that the consciousness that we're saying is produced by the brain is the thing that's letting itself know and others that it's alive, correct? Because we're conscious, we know we're alive.
Yeah.
Would you agree, Raf? Do you think animals know they're alive, or they just when they run away? Is that just biology, or do they know they're alive?
Well, yeah, they would know they're alive if they're running away.
Why do they know they're alive? How do you know it's not just instinct they're running on purely? You get my point? Are you getting the point?
Yeah, whatever, man. Yeah, sure. We observe it. We observe it to be them running away. That could be just instinct. Cool. Where are you going with this?
Yeah, I know. You know what? You're right. Maybe you're always tired. But all right, I'll just get to the point anyway. So basically, what I'm saying is the way that I do things, is normally I get to definitions of words, because wherever these words come from, somebody at the time was referring to something when they use these words, and a lot of the time, people go all the way forward, arguing about the current day meaning or whatever meaning, and I'm thinking, well, maybe the original meaning is more accurate. The religious tradition has carried it left or right, and we'd do better to either go back to the original meaning or rename it according to what we've found it to be. Do you get what I'm saying? And that to be, or redefine it. We could use the same words to redefine it. Because if I asked you, Raf, what is consciousness? What would you say?
To me, consciousness is just being aware of your environment.
Okay. But you can be aware of something and not your environment, correct?
In what sense? An example?
To be aware of yourself. To be aware of self, for example.
But if you're aware of yourself, you can also be
let's
aware
say
of
people's senses. What's them people that lose their sense of touch and all of that? Yeah, so let's say what my point is, if you were to lose a lot of your senses, let's say all your senses for a couple of hours, there would still be a concept of self and awareness. Do you get my point? If you couldn't open your eyes and you couldn't hear, you couldn't taste, you couldn't feel the sense of touch, there would still be something, and that would still be conscious. Correct, Raf?
But you would know there is something in your environment, though, wouldn't you?
I just said you can't, bruv. You can't hear, you can't smell, you can't taste, you can't see, and you've got no touch sense.
So you're saying that if you touch sense in the sense of if you were getting burnt by a stove or whatever, you wouldn't feel it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But you would be able to feel the stove, can't you?
Bruv, I said touch. No,
it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be a hot stove, innit? You can still feel it in front of you.
Bloody hell, bruv! It's a pressure thing. Yeah, touch. You see all the senses in your skin. They're all gone for an hour. All of these things are gone for an hour. You would still be conscious, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, maybe you need to think on these things a bit more. But anyway, let me explain.
I can't even answer the talk anymore still. But yeah.
No. Okay, in the dream world, would you agree you're conscious?
No, you wouldn't be conscious of your environment. No.
Listen, what I'm saying. Well, you keep saying bloody environment. I'm still saying because you might not be conscious that you're dreaming, but you're still conscious. Do you understand, Raf?
Okay. Yes, I understand. But your consciousness you're talking to is referring to being able to breathe and be alive.
No, consciousness, your mind, which is connected and inseparable from your memory, your recall. You're constantly recalling stuff. Part of who you are as an identity, is your memory. You know that by meeting people that can't remember their own blasted name and stuff like that when you deal with older people, yeah? Yeah, maybe. All right, maybe you haven't studied a lot of this stuff, or.
But you're acting like memory has to do with consciousness, and like you can forget everything, but you can still be conscious.
Right. Hold on. So let me get this correct. You dismissed the environment. No, you had to attach the environment, and I removed all the senses. But you're saying you can get rid of your memory and still be conscious. What would you be conscious of? I'm not saying you're wrong, but you've jumped ahead.
That's like saying an Alzheimer's. But I'm trying to imagine it without, because you're talking about scenarios like an Alzheimer patient or something like a dementia patient or whatever. They would have no memory of their past or have less of that memory. Yeah, but they're still conscious. They're still able to walk and talk.
No, because they're bruv. That's because their senses are still working, bro. Like they're still conscious of something right now. That doesn't mean.
So you're saying consciousness has to do with like your senses of smell, touch, taste, and is that what you're trying to put it down to?
How can I put it? Imagine a golf ball, right, in the middle of your brain, and that is what you call yourself, your consciousness, yeah, or the source of your consciousness, and it's connected to all your senses, right, and it's connected to a memory faculty, right. Then it loses all connection to all your five senses. It is still conscious of something. It's still aware, but maybe it has nothing to be aware of. It's just aware of nothing but itself. Like it's just imagine waking up with no sounds, nothing. There's literally no sound, no smell, no touch, just nothing. But you're just conscious. That's it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Meditation, like. Well, I'll tell you what. Anyway, I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie. My concentration levels are bad right now. Still, I'm not even trying to.
Oh, you fasting?
Yeah, man. Huh?
No, I'm joking. I said, are you fasting?
I'm joking. Man said I'm fasting still.
Yeah, so I think I kind of understood what Rob was saying, but I think. I
feel like that wasn't Shakara's point though. That's the thing. Like Shakara's point was completely like different from what you're arguing. Shakara's point was, look, because we can't understand soul and spirit, therefore we can't say that what's called soul and spirit doesn't exist.
Oh, you're saying okay, so what you're saying is because life is still a mystery and consciousness is still a mystery, then soul and spirit can still exist and be mysteries. Yeah?
Yes, that's what Shakara was trying to say, yeah.
That's what you're saying his argument. I mean, do you find that to be a problem? Is there a problem with that?
Well, I don't know, like in the sense of like, cool, with consciousness we can quantify it with the fact that it's in relation to our brain, right? So what would a soul or spirit be in relation to? That's what I'm trying to understand, isn't it? That's what that's what I asked Shakara, but Shakara couldn't really.
No. What it was, Shakara kept telling you lot he's gonna meet you and say everything is relating to the biology of the body. So he's not talking about any external soul that lives on or spirit that lives on. He's related it to the biology and therefore went along with the argument of life and consciousness, which you can never say is separate from the concepts in religious terms of soul and spirit. Do you agree? All right, like this, yeah. When someone dies in the religious world, they say their soul or spirit has left, correct?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Right. So you can relate them to life, then, innit? What we call life, yeah, the living, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So in both cases, soul and spirit have some sort of parallel to consciousness and life. So the arguments that are made for life and consciousness equally can be made for soul and spirit.
But that's where we said that. So is the argument then a linguistics thing, or is it just that's what I was trying to understand? But he kept saying that the soul. If we know that what is describing as life. Wait, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Who's that then?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. How's it going?
Oh shit! Yeah, if we know.
No, hellos. What's going on? Say hello, everybody, man.
We're nearly finished.
Yeah. I was just saying if we know that the soul that what he's describing as the soul is to be life, or as a spirit to be life, then why are we just why don't you just say soul life? Life? Why are you still arguing that where there is something else, and that something else could be soul or spirit? Like, I don't understand.
Right. Here's the problem. If we're waiting for the conclusion of the nature of life and the nature of consciousness, how could you then say that there is not a soul and there's not a spirit? Number one. And two, how could you then say that the soul and the spirit do not live on after the body is dead? Because you can't explain neither life nor can you explain consciousness. You don't know the nature of either. Do you get my point?
But that's
Yo, Issa, you know what? You know what it was, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you this side question, yeah. Do you think that you can have life and consciousness without like a heart and a brain? Because I was tying it to the brain, yeah. I was doing the consciousness to the brain, yeah, and then they wanted to do the life force as well in it. So I'm saying, in a human, do you think a human could have consciousness and life force without a heart and a brain?
Yeah, but I've got a whole cosmology to explain that. So my answer is yes, but obviously I'm not going to go deep into that. I'll just argue on the level that people put it. You get me? So within the science realm, you have a big gap, don't you? Like you're kind of left with whatever your answer is, a scientist cannot say that it doesn't live on, because you've got so far in regards to your knowledge of physics, where if it was molecular, you could say, well, it broke down into atoms and therefore it's gone. You get me? But you're getting beyond the subatomic particle world now, so that's it. You get me? That's all quirky and that's all weird. So, and you can't say much definitive information regarding a lot of that. So you're kind of like lost in a sense. You know what I mean? You can't say yes or no. You get my point? So yeah.
How's the baby going, man?
Yeah, I'm still here, man.
How's the baby going?
The what?
How's the baby going? Is it been well for you guys?
Hey.
The babying.
The day.
How's the day been? Yeah, man. Obviously, we're always winning, man. Shit. We're trying to find some L's, man. Like,
can I ask you just do me a favor? Can you just do me a favor? Like, when you're doing your tutorials and your kind of like powwows, can you do it on a private conference call? Like, we don't want to hear like for hours and hours and you lot kind of stroking each other's ego for like
because
3
people
hours.
Are scared.
Like,
they're scared. Like right now, they're actually shook in it. Like, man, they don't even want to come around the block no more.
We're not shook of you. We're only shook of someone like maybe like not even Rob really. Maybe Stop.
No, you're shook, man.
No. The only person I would say I don't like. I would not like to do. The thing about Stops here, he will lose his temper as well. As like with Rob, he controls himself. Like Stops will literally like start freaking ripping you. So I would say when it comes to him, he's pretty savage when it comes to that. Can I ask? Is that a man? A man? I don't know.
M.A. Brown.
M.A. No, yourself, man. Yourself.
Yeah. What about me?
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah.
You do consider yourself part of the G block, I'm assuming, the godless.
Come on. He's
why not?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm just doing a kind of like a kind of like survey. It's like a survey. I'm collating data at the moment. I'm going to be doing some graphs later, pie charts, like you guys do. So let me ask you 3 questions here. Do you agree with these 3 statements? So 1, trust to the scientific method when it comes to understanding how the universe works and rejects the idea of the supernatural. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
2, makes their ethical decisions based on reason, empathy, and a concern for human beings and other sentient animals.
I've already done the humanist test a long time ago.
I want to just ask you.
I've already done that test.
Let me just ask you. I'm asking you now, but
I agree with everything.
All right, so that one, and then the last one. Do you believe that in the absence of an afterlife and any discernible purpose to the universe, human beings can act to give their own lives meaning by seeking happiness in this life
with everything
and helping others to do the same?
Yeah, I already did the test a long time ago, so I know I already was on the humanist path a long time ago. But it's not like I follow everything. So
would you say that? Like, I've already asked 6. Now I'm going to do like as many people as can get in terms of asking, because I'm not going to say all atheists believe that. But so far, of our 6 atheists, these 3 questions, and all the atheists so far have said they agree with them. So I'm coming to the conclusion.
Is this part of your smoke? Yeah.
No, it's not part of my smoke. It's just I'm doing a survey. I'm collating data, and I'm going to do a pie chart at one time, and a graph. Yeah, that's my aim, to do pie charts and graphs. So far of our 6 atheists, this question, all of them have agreed with it. So I'm going to see. I'm not going to say right now that you have a I'm not going to say right now that you have pillars of your kind of like atheist beliefs, but you at the moment you 6 people that I've asked do have these 3 pillars in common.
Yeah, we I guess we do. Yeah, what's the problem then?
Oh, the point it's not a problem. I'm just kind of establishing that maybe you guys might be in some kind of I want to say faith, but you have a belief system.
Yeah. Cool. We have a belief system, no problem, bro.
All right, cool. As long as you admit that, then that's fine, because that's why I'm saying G Block are hypocrites, because I believe that you guys actually have a belief system yourself with a hierarchy of like Christopher Hitchens is like your god.
He is my
Sam
god.
Harris
Christopher
is like
Hitchens is my god.
your Sam Harris is like a prophet.
Sam
Richard
Harris is my
Dawkins is
prophet.
like the Messiah.
Matt
These
Dillon
guys
had
are the
me.
unholy trinity.
Yeah.
You lot are like the disciples and the followers. And so there's a hierarchy, and you have your 3 principles of atheism as well, which is based on humanism.
Yeah. Oh shit, he figured us out. Shit.
Yeah, no, I'm not figuring out anything. I think most people would know. I'm just glad that everybody's
you know everything, bro.
Sort of everything's kind of like everyone. I'm just gonna do the survey. I think I might survey 1 million atheists.
Yeah.
1 million. I'll come back to you when when I've done my survey. But so far, it's showing that you guys have some kind of core beliefs, which is pretty interesting.
Bro.
That's cool. But then when you look at what most of the atheist people are leaning towards, that you've surveyed so far, their morals are better than Sikhs, man. So
no, I wouldn't say that. I would say that the morals are could be seen to be better than some kind of religions. I will agree. I don't think you could say that about Sikhism. I think Sikhism has a pretty good basis for morality, and it's on its basis. So there isn't that many. I mean, our God isn't kind of like going around drowning everyone in a flood and all that kind of stuff. We don't believe in that kind of stuff. So we don't have like a Noah's Ark and all that kind of stuff. I'm not gonna say bullshit or anything, but
do you have like a creation story?
I mean, we believe in. You could be calling it like the Big Bang kind of theory. Like it kind of correlates to that. It's something from nothing.
What? A Big Bang sort of theory?
Yeah, I mean it doesn't contradict it. So with Sikhism, we don't have an actual we don't have this Adam and Eve, and then X,
I think the only theory of something coming from nothing is the Abrahamic faith one.
So what is the theory of the Big Bang theory? Where does it all?
It's about an expansion that happened.
All right. Well, yeah, I do agree with humanism up to a degree. Apart from the fact of the supernatural, I agree with the supernatural, and also believe that there's an afterlife. Yeah. So
are there Sikhs that don't believe in the supernatural?
Well, I would consider believing in a soul and an afterlife as a form of supernatural. Maybe I'm wrong.
So you don't actually have a physical creator.
What do you mean a physical creator? You're talking about
a name for this creator. A name.
Yeah,
for
we call the creator Waheguru, but we're not caught up in names though. But we don't have a literal kind of God sitting on a throne up in heaven, sort of like.
I know, but this creator that we're talking about created everything, right?
Yeah.
What's his name?
We call him Waheguru. Hey, Veli's getting a good pronunciation.
Waheguru, come on.
He's I think he practices to annoy people because he knows that it annoys people when he gets good pronunciation.
Plunger.
Yeah, plunger. Yeah. But so we don't. We could say we're more pantheistic if you think about it. I mean, I'm not saying we are, but we believe God is everywhere. It's like an energy more than a literal kind of like God sitting on a throne. Looking down. Oh, M.A. Brown, how's it going on, man? Have you been giving them fire? I hope you have, man.
So, Raj, your Sikhism sort of lines up with African spiritualist sort of beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, some people have said there's a lot of commonality with Rastafarianism as well. Like I remember Bob from Speakers, one of my Sikh brothers, speaking to Sunni, Raspek. And what do you mean stop slavery, fam? And they had quite a lot in common. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's as kind of like distant. So with the Abrahamic faiths, it's like night and day.
Wait. Hold on a sec. Now Raspet's not on your team again now, yeah? You're not on Raspet's team no more.
No, I'm never.
You was with Ras 2 days ago.
All right. Let me explain the situation. Yeah, let me explain the situation. Respect is still somebody that I will always bun fire on. Yeah,
was your name in the live stream?
Bun fire on Respect. Yeah, but when it comes to Demon Jones, not you guys, I don't side with Respect overall and everything. But when it comes to Demon Jones, yeah, I'm siding with Spinny Sweat, no doubt about it.
Yeah. M.A. Brown. Yo, yeah. Your concept, yeah, you were trying to go through with the Big Bang, yeah. What were you trying to? I want to understand it. What were you actually trying to say?
It was, like I said, it was focused on what James was putting forward as the idea that objective, well, maths is objective, and it was always there. And I'm saying I don't believe it was.
Say that again.
So James was talking about mathematics being something objective that always existed. And I'm saying that I don't believe it. 1 + 1 didn't always exist in that.
But like, I mean, how did you get to that conclusion? Because just because we did say that at that point no one could observe it, but they're probably the same 1 and 2 and whatever would have been there in it. So why did you come to the conclusion that it would not be the same thing?
So there's 2 conclusions. One that came about with what was his name?
Stop spamming.
Yeah. One that
Stops and James. Stops and I was talking to Stops earlier, and then Robin, James was talking a bit after that stuff.
Yeah, it was like you lot are having like some kind of religious kind of like sermon, like some fervor was going, like some kind of like praying was going on to Stops.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting.
Yeah, Emma, what was you saying?
Boy.
I'll plunge in.
Come on. Hey, listen. Did you see Mr. P's comment? He said he put a question mark and said, "Is it called a Hugh White guru?"
Hugh White guru. Yeah. I'm gonna go to hell, boy. I'm going to hell.
Hey, Raj.
Yeah, what's up?
I heard that one of your gurus had a bag of wives. And
when you say bag of wives, so what do you mean by bag of wives?
I don't know how I could be
more than one.
Oh, how I could be any clearer. You know what I'm saying?
It's a little bit of an ambiguous situation because some people say the 10th guru had 1 wife, and then there's a story that he had 2 wives. So it's kind of like, but some people are saying that the wife was the same person, and there was a misunderstanding in the stories and stuff. So, or people writing stuff down. So it's a bit complicated. It's not.
So basically, nobody knows what the fuck is going on, Isiki.
No. We know what's going on.
So how many wives was it? God damn it!
I mean, it could be 2. I'm not going to say it is or not, but it could be 2. It could be 1. It doesn't really make no difference to the premise of the kind of message that we're sending anyway. So,
kind of does.
Not really.
Yeah, more than 1 wife. Some people would say that's immoral.
Well, it depends, innit? I mean, you could say it's immoral.
No,
but
listen. I've got you on the ropes. Forget it. We'll
not really, because I don't see the having more than one wife as a deal breaker.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Don't worry, we'll put 60
If
on
you have
trial,
like 50 wives, I would say okay, fair enough, man. 50 wives is like going a bit crazy. Like, you know, how can you have 50 wives? But you know, having 2 wives, it's not the end of the world, is it?
I don't know.
Oh, so what's going on, guys, man? It was really brutal yesterday. I felt sorry for you guys. I'm not gonna lie, it was quite upsetting.
Nothing even happened, man. I don't even know what you're talking about. All that happened yesterday, yeah, was loads of dudes come on saying, "Oh, don't you like me? Can you like me, please? Like me." And then some other dudes come on and said, "Atheism equals LGBTQ."
Oh, what fucking losers! So dumb.
Oh, no, we didn't say atheism equaled LGBTQ. We're saying that if you was to look at if you was to look at Christianity, Islam, Sikhism, Hinduism, and all the religious beliefs, the one that would actually promote homosexuality or LGBTQ the most, I'm not saying it encourage, it actually it will encourage it the most. It's gonna be the atheists. So it's just a fact. It's not that we're saying that you are LGBTQ. We just know that if you had a conference, yeah, and there was 1,000 people in your conference, 500 might be LGBTQ.
Yeah, but that's not a point, Raj. You don't understand. Listen, the only way it's a point is if there's
It might be the same thing, yeah. For the Sikh temple, there might be 500 undercover LGBTQ.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the point. That's the point, though. Like they wouldn't be open about it.
They just don't come out yet because why guru and the man to ban them.
Look, Sikhism believes in the man and woman, yeah, as being the default position. We're not going to oppress these people, but we're not going to be going around like atheists. We're not going to say that it's totally fine. We'll say my way of thinking.
See, Raj, no, that's a straw man. Which D Block member says homosexuality is totally fine?
It's 8 o'clock clapping time, innit, man? So you get claps on, man.
Clap
claps on, man.
Clap for Ultra! Come on!
Yeah, Ultra. Thank you. Big up.
Get the clapping, man. Give them some more money about clap.
Big up.
Hey, listen, it's fun being a hero. I tell you, fucking hell. Cheese!
Yeah, man. So, do you know, I think a few more people have started to go back to work now, though, still, because it's got a little bit more busier outside now.
It's getting silly now. I'm not going to lie, it's getting a bit silly now.
Today was a mad thing. There were so many people.
Yo, Belly, let me share all my deal from yesterday.
Oh God, you're possessed. That's what you call a possessed atheist. This is too much, man.
Yeah, but, hey, mate.
Yeah.
What our argument was against what you were saying was that whether it may the LGBT community may have the easiest time in the humanist whatever, but man didn't disagree with that though. I'm just saying that if you as an atheist or whatever, humanist or anything whatever, you don't have to support. You know what I mean? It's not like you have to support this, you have to support that, and you do got to do this and you do got to do that. It's just like, yeah, they're gonna have the easiest time there because there's gonna be less people banning fire with them.
I think that. I hear you. I think the argument that's being made is if there are members of the atheist community that are against say homosexuality or transgenderism or anything like that, which is the key point, then they have to recognize that atheism is a conduit for them kind of things.
No, but it's not a conduit though.
It is your conduit for the LGBTQ community, and that's fine. I actually think that's a good thing. I mean, I think that
but why it's not that? Yeah, because just being an atheist is just confirming one belief. Any other belief you have after that is whatever belief you have after that. You know what I'm saying?
No, but do you agree with this? Believes that in the absence of an afterlife or any discernible purpose for the universe, human beings can actually give their own lives meaning by seeking happiness in this life and helping others to do the same. I mean, all of you that have agreed that you agree with that.
Yeah, but when you say that, yeah, you haven't asked subjectively, what do you class as someone's happiness? You know what I'm saying?
So what do you class as someone's happiness?
Do I think that a flipping 50-year-old man should be able to identify as a 6-year-old girl because that makes you happy? No. Do you think that they should be able to do that?
No. Also, Veli, Raj left out the well-being. Raj, I'm gonna repost it with the word well-being because you keep leaving that out, and that's important.
It's not on there though. You sent me this thingy. I'm just reading what you sent. I can't add words that you haven't sent.
I'm driving. Yeah. So just give me free.
Are you on the bus?
No, I'm driving my car. I'm going.
Right.
Yeah, just give me 3 minutes. I'm gonna retype it.
You're driving home for Christmas.
Yeah,
but we're just saying that we look.
Who wants to see my face?
Oh, you're gone, man. Show us.
Hey, Raj, shut up.
Come, Plunger. Show me, Plunger.
He's got his visor. He's got his fucking mask on and everything, man.
Oh no, but let's have a
The
look. Let's
mask
have a
on,
look. Let's have a
glasses, and
look.
all that.
Oh, Raj, you spot it for every plunger. You spot it.
Yeah, go. Do it.
Plunger,
Put your camera on,
plunger.
man. Let's have a look at you all masked up and everything, man. He looks up. Oh, let's have a look. He looks pretty. All right. Oh, that's. I've never seen Ultra Funky, man. All right. He looks quite demonic, though. I'm not gonna lie. He looks quite demonic. I might have to screenshot that and use that as my avatar.
Yo,
Ultra
sorry.
Demon.
Roger, you sounded like you was in love there, boy.
That's what I was going to say.
I don't know about love. I do appreciate. I do appreciate someone. I do appreciate people showing themselves on the camera. Like, then I know kind of who they look like.
No, mate. You are extra fishy.
And his voice was getting all slow and delicate.
Yeah. I mean, the LGBTQ angle. I've got nothing against LGBTQ. I'm just trying to show your lot's hypocrisy. Like, you're very anti-LGBTQ from what I can tell. But your group or your people that you stand with. Let me finish my sentence. The people that you stand with, the group that you stand with, are probably the one group that is going to be the most open to the LGBTQ. So you're sort of.
Wait, Raj, what group do we stand with? That's really. You'd say this.
All right, so I asked 6 atheists so far. Yeah, I'm going to try and get 1 million. So you lot can take my
million. He's only asked 6.
Don't worry, I'm waiting. It will take 30 years or so, but don't worry. 1 million. So then you look. Don't worry. Every atheist I'm gonna speak to, I'm gonna try and ask this question. It will take
fucking
1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you lot don't want to take anything else, would you? If it was 990,000, you say, "Oh, that's not enough." A million's a good rounded figure, yeah.
Raj, what's the question?
So basically, the defining humanism, the 3 principles or your 3 pillars of humanism. Yeah. So all of you so far, every atheist I've asked has actually agreed with all 3 of them, with no real kind of problems. Now, M.A. Brown, you're a theist, obviously. Can I ask you this question just so that I can kind of put an experiment?
Hey, hold on a second. Let
me ask.
Wait. M.A. Brown, are you a theist?
No.
How letting Raj just assert that you're a theist?
I think no.
I'm here to no, I'm not that either. I'm here to, what do you call it? To balance things out, innit? Because my opinion is this, yeah? Without trying to synergize both sides, I'm not taking no sides, innit? Without trying to synergize, man is not going to come to no truth, innit?
All right, big up, man. That's well done. That's a good stance to take.
I'll find me on the other side next week, maybe. You never know.
Yeah, I know.
I don't lie. This is what it is, yeah. Because MA's so pro-black here, he can't call himself an atheist.
Let me ask you the question. Well, actually, it's actually quite good then that you're not actually a theist, but you've got an open mind.
He's an atheist, yeah, but he's just too pro-black. He can't call himself an atheist.
He's got an open mind. He's not arrogant enough to say that he knows for definite. Yeah.
I'm not an atheist. I wouldn't call myself an atheist.
Yeah, you're not an atheist, but you're So you're open to ideas from all sides, which is a good position to have.
I'm just not stupid, man. Like, it's clear. Like, I'm not calling him.
I hope you heard that.
He's talking about you lot.
I'm just not stupid.
No, but he's talking about religious.
Someone hashtag that.
Hold on. He's talking about religious people.
Someone
and atheists.
hashtag that right now.
No. He's talking about both sides. No, he's talking about both sides. Both sides are arrogant in their positions.
No, Rod, you're arrogant. Is there one God, Rod?
I'm not.
Is there one God?
I believe in one God, and you could call that arrogance on my position, yeah. But you lot are just as arrogant.
No, Raj, listen to me. Ask me the same question. Is there a God? Ask me.
Well, we know you're an agnostic chocolate.
Exactly.
Atheist.
So how can that be arrogant? I don't know. I don't believe in a God, but there might be one.
But are you part of the Trinity?
Yes.
Is the Trinity it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost? So when you're
no, it's the unholy Father, the unholy Spirit, and the unholy Son.
So when you're talking about the Christian, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, do you say they're all connected?
Yeah, you can. Listen,
so we're going to connect you all.
They're all one. They're the same entity.
Yeah, well, you're all connected.
There's three distinct beings, but they are one.
Yeah. So we're gonna kind of, when we're putting you on trial, we're gonna put all three of you on trial as one body.
Thank you.
We've already got three not guilties.
I'm a key worker. No, I'm a
right
key
now
worker. I'm
we're
on the front line.
assuming for the fourth not guilty of the week on a Thursday. You get me?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
So
listen,
on a Thursday.
Let me just ask M.A. Brown
We
quickly.
getting not guilty on a
Let me
Thursday.
just quickly ask M.A. Brown a question, because he's actually in a unique position because he's got an open mind.
I've got some juicy stuff on Siki. Juicy.
Thanks.
Juicy stuff on Siki that I'm gonna have to talk to Raj about and say, Raj.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna say God works in mysterious ways, man. That's my answer. I've already got that all planned out. So let me just quickly ask, and before you play, let me just quickly ask M.A. Brown the three questions, because I'm interested to know what you would say as somebody that's not fixed on one position. He's kind of like, an open-minded. So M.A. Brown.
Yeah.
It can ask you this. So this is basically the three pillars of humanism. So the first one is trust to the scientific method when it comes to understanding how the universe works, and rejects the idea of the supernatural. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I don't agree with that because a number of reasons. The supernatural is not even the way that the word supernatural defined. I don't even agree with that definition. It's a weird thing. Like supernatural, what does it mean to you guys? Just really quickly.
I would include believing in a soul and believing in a spirits and stuff like that as being supernatural.
I mean, you know what it means, M.A. Brown. That's yuki.
So in reality, let me ask the second question. Makes the ethical decision based on reason, empathy, and a concern for human beings and other sentient animals. I agree with that.
And the well-being.
Okay, you didn't have that in there, so you agree with that?
Let me post it again. I'm going to post it again. Hold on.
M.A. Brown, do you agree with that one?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I agree with that wholeheartedly. So the last one is this one: believes that in the absence of an afterlife.
Wait.
Yeah.
Rewind. So that thing, it really focuses a bit too much on sentient beings. Like there's a whole system that requires us to take into consideration non-sentient beings for those sentient beings to actually be well. So it's a holistic thing. It's not, you know what I mean? That actually sounds like a theist argument still. I can't lie.
Oh, all right. All right. So, and the third one is believes that in the absence of the afterlife and any discernible purpose to the universe, human beings can act to give their own lives meaning by seeking happiness in this life and helping others to do the same. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Say that one more time.
Believes that in the absence of an afterlife and any discernible purpose to the universe, human beings can act to give their own lives meaning by seeking happiness in this life and helping others to do the same.
Absence of afterlife, I don't necessarily agree with. Humans giving themselves, there's being no there's no discernible purpose to the universe.
Yeah, to the universe. Yeah, so it's just happening. There's no real reason for anything.
M.A. Brown, it's in the back chat. If you check the private chat, I just reposted it.
Yeah, well, you posted that one before, Ultra. Don't get shook now that your little ideology is getting kind of grilled.
No. It's not about shook. It's just M.A. Brown will have it to reference himself without you having to repeat it.
Yeah. So I mean, it's quite clear. Like M.A. Brown here is probably the most fair person because he's been quite critical of all sides. So I think if I'm going to listen to anyone, we'll make M.A. Brown the real voice of reason on G Block now, because I think you've been the most fair. Because I actually thought you was a theist, and that just shows that you've been fair, because you wasn't. A lot of guys, like, on both sides. Let me say on both sides, the people that believe in God become biased, and the people that are atheists become biased. And I'm saying I'm one of them. Like I would join with people that I disagree with on the sole basis that we both believe in God.
Do you know what I've tried to do on different days? Yeah, I tried to bring in an argument that the origins of theism are either the origins of theism are in atheism, or the origins of atheism are in theism. Like, do you know what I mean? Like when Shakara last week, when Shakara was defending African spirituality, right? That was an opportunity to see what was beyond a lot of the things that the people them on G Block argue about, right? And if we were to take lessons from what we learned. that week, we could use it to underpin those arguments, but no one seems to have done that.
Yeah, I'd like to learn a bit more about the African spiritual systems, whether they believe in that. Because although it's a spiritual system, I don't know if how closely linked it is to, say, the other faiths around the world, or is it totally different? Because I would say the Dharmic faiths are very different from the Abrahamic faiths because they're from a different part.
Yeah.
Hey, after Beefy's played that video, yeah, I put a video in the back section as well.
Can I play that now then? Are we going to get a strike or is it cool?
No, yo, so what's this video?
This
you
is
you know what, yeah, it's not if it's not Creative Commons, you have to wait because like it's nearly at the 12-hour mark, innit, man? So you might have to play it after 12 hours. The other one that I played is Creative Commons though.
Oh,
Dave, the way, yeah, because
bougie.
if you don't play Creative Commons, then it's gonna get copyright. I can't flip in.
If you don't go along with the sing along, you can get shot in your head.
Dave, I can't remember. Are you a theist or an atheist? I can't remember.
He's a Christian, man.
Yeah, Jesus is God.
All right. So let me ask you the question about the Trinity then, like, because they call themselves the unholy Trinity, and I'm trying to make the argument.
I'll tell you what, yeah. Why don't you wait for a sec, yeah? Let MA,
This guy's a savage. He's a savage.
What you got to do, yeah? You got to reshare your screen again and share the sound. Tick the box to share the sound because it's not sharing the sound on this one.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, tick the box to share the sound. Yeah, it's right.
Audio box.
Share audio. Yeah.
Some screens let you share audio. Look for the share audio checkbox. Where is that now? Man?
It is reached up into the sky and punches in our faces.
Who's that?
Where is it?
You're a savage.
Why don't you, Belly? Why don't you Emily Brown?
You just punching me out of my face, man.
Dude, why don't you get rid of Demon Jones and get M.A. Brown into the Trinity? Then I won't call you Demon Block no more. Come on.
You think we care about what you say?
No. You might. I'm gonna make it important because my main goal here is to destroy the demon, the unholy Trinity.
Hey, MA, you need to. You ain't shared the sound though, bro.
Where's the tick box? Because I couldn't see it.
When you see before you share the screen, yeah. And you go to, when you go to the share screen, it comes up with a warning thing. And then on that box before you tick the Chrome tabs, right at the bottom of that box, there's a share audio and you need to tick that.
Chrome tabs. Oh, yeah. I see it, yeah.
Yeah. But we'll play them videos a bit later, Beefy, yeah? When it's past 11:55 minutes or whatever, because so we don't get strike on, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think you shared the
Tell
sound,
us about Europeans, bro. Tell us about Europeans when you have a European wife.
What about
what's going on here? Who are you talking to? Are you talking to Belly?
You never even get a wife with that fucking. You got a big face, yeah, and little features.
Never get a wife. Is that your catchphrase? Never get a wife.
Your head is like Boss Baby.
Beefy hates Europeans, but his wife is a European.
Is Beefy's wife European? I didn't know that.
Yes, 100%.
God.
But
I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty shocking because I didn't know that.
He's not married. His get out clothes is that he's not married. Yeah.
All right. We're playing the video now.
You ready?
Get some education, yeah?
Oh, right. Lord Almighty.
All right, I'm going to play it now. Yeah, you look.
Gravity, or curved space, doesn't always make things fall in. Sometimes objects are in orbit, like the moon around the Earth.
The moon is like a giant marble. But it's actually a ball of rock. Out in space, why doesn't it falter? That's right, it orbits the Earth, absolutely.
Why is it orbiting? Now, Einstein's concept that matter curves space around it also determines how objects move around massive objects like the moon around the Earth, or the Earth around the Sun. Okay, let's see what that means. All right, this is space. Now here's a planet.
So, MA, you got to mute, yeah, because when you're on, it echoes.
What kind of a path does it take across there? Is it straight or is it curved? You want to try?
Straight.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Now let's take a star, like the sun. All right? And let's put it into space over there. Wow. What happens to the fabric of space?
Dips.
Dips, you bet. Now let's move a planet through this area of space. Go ahead. What happens to it now? Is it still going in a straight line?
No, it goes around.
It goes around, absolutely. Okay. Now, can you make it escape from the star and keep on going?
Yeah.
Want to try? Okay, let's see.
What the fuck is this, bro?
Like that. Try again. How fast did we need to try and push this planet to make it get out of there? Faster or slower than to put it into orbit?
Faster.
Well, that's faster, right? Okay. So the Earth orbits the sun because space is curved around the sun. Now, why does the moon orbit the Earth? Because space is curved around Earth too. Okay. How fast objects move through space due to gravity and how much space is curved at any point depends on two things. How much mass the central object has and your distance from the center of that massive object.
Yeah, this is
Close to the
default
stars,
setting.
space is curved more than it is out here, where space is curved less, right? Now, if you're far away out here in this region of space and you're in orbit, are you going to move faster or slower than when you're in closer?
Slower.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Let's make the star here the sun. Let this marble represent Mars and this marble represent Earth. Okay? Now, actually, which planet is actually farther away from the sun?
Mars.
Mars, right, exactly. Which one is going to travel faster through space?
Earth.
Very good. How come?
It's closer.
Yeah. Where is space curved more?
Closer to the central object.
Exactly. Where the Earth is. Exactly. Okay, so let's try this. Do you see? Let's try that one more time.
Oh.
Okay, you see? Did you see how that was? Do you want to try? Now, how long does it really take the Earth to go around the sun once? How long is our year?
365 days.
Yes, absolutely. Now, Mars only travels about 1.5 times as far around the sun than the Earth does. But Mars has a year that's almost twice as long. Now, why do you suppose that is?
Because it's farther away.
Right, Mars is farther away. And it has a little longer distance to go than Earth. But space is curved less out where Mars is. And you saw that Mars traveled more slowly than the Earth traveled. Exactly, right. So when you're farther away from the center of mass, do you orbit faster or slower?
Slower.
Slower, absolutely.
Notice that if we have a large planet orbiting a small star, the star noticeably moves too. All massive objects exert the force of gravity on their surroundings. This is one way NASA scientists and others detect planets around other stars, detecting the wobble of the star caused by orbiting planets.
I don't know if that's real or not. I'll take the word for it. I'm not intelligent enough to figure out whether that's true or not.
Yeah, man. That was like the Einstein's relativity in it.
Yeah,
but the thing is that like it's still a theory, though, isn't it? I mean, I'm gonna take it. It sounds logical to a certain degree, but It's
A
still,
scientific theory means the method used to carry out the experiment. A hypothesis is a guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can a theory, in essence, be proved to be wrong at some point in the future? Like they could come out with a different.
What a theory is, yeah, basically say like a percentage right. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so you might have a theory that's like 99% right, and if you might, so you might have a theory that's 80% right, yeah, and then someone else might come with a new theory that's like 95% right. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, then you lot are believing in fairy tales as well, then, because unless it's 100% factual, it's a fairy
Yeah,
tale,
but
isn't it?
the difference between that fairy tale and the unprovable fairy tale is there's at least some
All right.
evidence.
So one fairy tale is 50% crazy. Your fairy tale is 10% theory. They're still fairy tales, though. It's just one's a lesser provable fairy tale.
Oh fuck.
So it's a fairy tale, really. They can't prove it 100%. It's still a theory that isn't 100% concrete. Like I will believe it because it sounds plausible. It doesn't sound like they're saying anything that is crazy. But you lot don't know. Like this is the problem with atheists and
but that's what
scientists are very arrogant.
You've got right, yeah.
Yeah, but
And
Rod,
the
the
other,
position that
yeah?
they want to
Well,
put
hold on, the issue that you have, yeah. Listen. The
They
issue
want
that you
to make
have,
it
yeah,
sound like we're
is that
anti-science.
we never make the claim, or I never make the claim to be all knowing and to be all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You don't, and I agree that Ultra doesn't. But certain people, like the third
I've
demon,
never heard Rob
and
say
other
that.
people,
I've
and
never
other
heard
people,
Scott
and
say
other.
that.
I've heard lots of atheists. Or I've heard lots of atheists, not just
You do make the claim that we're anti-science, though, right?
No. I said that they should look into science still.
You look into
Yeah,
science.
but you don't need to stop calling religions fairy tales because what I've realized now over the last couple of days is that the atheism is kind of based around their own fairy tales as well. They're just more plausible fairy tales.
It's not fairy tale, bro. You keep saying that, yeah? Like fairy tales. A fairy tale is something made up. A theory is the process.
Also, a fairy tale.
Right,
Fairy tale.
Right.
We'll call it a fairy tale.
Science theory is a thing.
So they call it a fairy tale then, if they want to say that. A fairy tale.
It's annoying. It's like talking to one of my children.
Oh my lord!
The theory is
hilarious.
The theory is the method taken to get the result.
Yeah.
So, like I said, you could have a theory, that is like 98% right, and then you could make another theory that's like 99.9% right. So that means something's changed in it. You've added something else, or something's been taken away, and it's got you closer to the true answer. Again, the facts is of what we keep saying is that once instead of saying because you lot say, like, you make the confirmation saying I know God created everything, with not even a percentage of what sort of level you could be right or wrong. You're just saying
100% faith.
100% faith. You know what I'm saying?
It's called belief. It's called belief, Billy.
100%.
We call it a belief here, and we don't say it's factual. Like
that's
100% faith.
Religious person, have you ever heard say that they believe something? They only believe God is real. They just not that they know God is real, 100% real.
What?
Yeah, I think that's one of the big faults of religious people. They should stick to that belief. That I would say that you call religions fairy tales with an FAIRY. We'll call your now atheist a fairy tale with a THEORY.
I like that one. I like that one.
Because what I've realized is that you have your own fairy tales, but they're based a lot more in logic and things that they can prove, but it's still a fairy tale.
That's a fairy. And at the end of the day, you know what, Raj?
Let me answer that.
No fucking evidence.
Big up yourself, bank boy. Yeah, big up yourself. Let me give an answer, bro. Let me give an answer, man. Relax, man. Chill out for a bit, man. Come on. Like I was saying, if man's saying that, it's a fairy tale, but it's got some logic to it. And
logic? What logic?
He's got some logic to it and some evidence that backs up half of what it's saying.
Theory, bro.
How can
you can't prove it and you can't deny it?
The religion's only just got the religion. The religious
prove it or deny it.
That's it.
Tell me it's not true and tell me it is true.
What's
you
not
guys
true?
at least you still believe in something, though, innit?
Yeah,
believe in everything that you're saying.
Yeah, belief is belief.
Yeah,
You
that's
can't
cool.
tell me it's true or
You
it's
can,
not.
you can say we believe in something or whatever. That's cool, but
Yeah, you believe
we
in
can
everything you
say,
just said. Like you believe.
yeah. But
You at
what I
least.
can say is that at least there's a percentage that what it is actually right. When you say God created the world, what sort of what sort of percentage are you claiming God to be right by?
What percentage are you claiming?
I'm claiming to be
You already know the
99.9%
answer.
right.
99.9%.
You already know the answer to that question.
So what
We
percentage?
believe the
Don't say
we
again.
believe the creator
That's what I'm
is
trying to say.
100%
You're
right.
coming with
My
100%.
guy is cutting you off.
God created the world, yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
My man's gonna come with 100%, yeah. And what evidence are you using to back up your 100%?
What evidence you got that's not true?
Belief, because if I ask you to
Bare
provide
evidence.
me evidence, you're gonna
believe.
Listen,
Bare
I
evidence.
said belief. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Abbott,
Can you hear me?
read my
I
name.
said
Atheism
belief
is a
in it.
fairy tale.
But
And
belief,
belief, yeah. Because if I
But
ask
belief,
you,
yeah.
if I ask you,
Belief is not
yeah,
evidence, though. Belief is not
all right,
evidence.
Feli,
you're not
Jesus
listening to
is
me.
your
If I
father,
ask you,
bro.
yeah, to provide evidence, you're going to point to scientists and the same theories that Raj was just talking about, yeah.
But
And you haven't personally
okay,
carried those
scientific
experiments
horrific.
out yourself.
Let me show me what evidence, yeah, or what level of testing standards we can do to compare to show you that your God existed. That we can do that, like a scientific theory.
All right, so I will concede this.
No. Stop. Wait. I don't know why you keep trying to do that. Yeah?
I can't
You got to
hear it.
wait
Let me
your turn.
jump out, jump back in.
Ah, shit,
Yeah,
bad
your
boy's
voice
right
is low, man. Bang boy.
Yeah, yo, bad boy, you there still? Yo,
His voice
alright.
is low. He has to jump back in.
Anyway, yeah, all right then, Raj, yeah. You tell me what scientific theory you took, yeah, to prove that your God is 100% real. So that you've come to the conclusion that God is real 100%.
All right, so I don't go around saying that we've done scientific kind of like experiments to prove God. It's a belief that I believe in, that God is real. Now the thing is, I agree that when it comes to atheism, there's more kind of scientific method behind it, and there's also you could say a bit more logic if you're talking about kind of real world reasoning. But the thing is, although you might say we believe in fairy tales, I'm not going to say you're wrong. Like you could say we believe in fairy tales, but you also believe in the fairy tale, yeah, which although is more logical and you might be able to prove it through kind of more kind of world reasoning, you're still believing in a theory and a fairy tale because it's not 100% concrete on a lot of things. Like even the examples they're giving about the planets going around the
really,
sun,
you know
that
what's
is still a
funny,
theory though.
Do you know what's funny, yeah? Is that what you're saying, yeah, is funny in religious circles, yeah? But when when everyone smart listens to it, yeah, they're gonna be like, bro, this brother's fake.
Yeah, but that shows the arrogance of atheists because you believe that you can prove everything, that you are capable. But I would say
No. Now, see, that's what you got wrong. I've never said that I can prove everything and anything. I always say I don't know.
Yeah, but you're also saying if you said it in front of.
Was you listening earlier? Yeah, I said the best answer, yeah, or the realest answer that atheists always, or that I always give to something that I don't know, the answer to is I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm the same. I can concede I'm not the smartest tool in the box. I've never said I am. I know people think I'm as Einstein, but I'm not.
But Veli, at the same time, though, you say like you believe in certain theories that your scientists like give, innit?
Yeah, because you know why? I'll tell you why. Yeah, because the theory is the demonstration of the test that they took to come to the conclusion that this is what it is. So, and it's, do you know what I'm saying? Like it's a higher probability with this scientific theory carried out that's the answer than it is not.
Look at that video they showed. How much did you agree with that video?
Bro, you keep doing that, man. But
I
was trying to let your bank boy. Does that make sense to what I was saying? Can you get what I mean?
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. You're basically saying at least like you guys can do an experiment
It's
to
something
to
right,
at least try and
exactly. That's
prove
what
it.
it was. That's what it
You
is.
know,
So that
I get that.
I'll tell you what, yeah, I'll grant everyone this year. You can call it a belief and you can call it whatever, yeah. But I'm saying that belief for me, yeah, is a stronger belief than a religious belief because there's ways to test it.
But because they are theories, a lot of them still haven't been proven, innit?
But what do you mean they still haven't proven what?
They still haven't been proven. And I was going to refer back to the last question Raj just asked you. Did you believe 100% in that last video you just showed us?
Yeah.
No.
Do I believe 100% in it? I'll tell you what it is. Yeah, is that the evidence that that of the relativity matches up so closely to everything that's happening in the actual world and the atmosphere around.
But it could be wrong.
Listen, the way that the planet rotates the sun, the way that the Earth rotates, the way that the moon rotates the Earth, the way the Earth rotates the sun, and the way that the other planets in the solar system all rotate around the sun, as the sun being the biggest mass in the solar system. That sort of works out to Einstein's relativity of Einstein's gravity relativity theory
in that
of
case then,
gravity. I can't remember
in that case then, yeah, you see, like when she threw the balls that were planets into the thing, yeah. Why did it always roll to the center and stop?
Because it's actually. Do you know why? Because it's only a planet. It's only a marble on a trampoline.
I know, but technically, like they're saying space is like that, elastic cloth or whatever that dips.
Yeah, no, that's it. Well, they're not saying that space is like a trampoline, because obviously, if
Yeah.
you know what I mean,
So-
like
so
they're not saying it's like a trampoline.
dips
What
and-
they're saying is that
it dips
the
and
mass.
bends, yeah.
Listen,
with
is that
with
yeah,
a
but what
planet.
they said. What they were saying